Gut feeling 17.11. The fact that Cynthia's people knew where the others were and what they were up to was a pretty good sign that Franz here was telling the truth. I'd grown too attached to that crowd. The idea of them being on the bad end of a group like Cynthia's was unpleasant, to say the least. They served as my surrogate lambs in many ways, and the idea of bad things happening to lambs was always something that concerned me as much or more than any risk to myself. That was very much why there had been multiple rules and many a reminder about who could sacrifice themselves and when. That's all very unfortunate, I said. I hope your people end up all right at the end of it. Sure, Franz said, sounding like he wasn't buying the bluff at all. Helen tightened her grip on Franz a fraction. Her legs were folded tight around the red-haired clone's neck. They constricted, tightening on the young woman's neck. Helen's voice was calm as the clone's eyes widened, one hand going up to Helen's leg. Calm, honey, stop talking. I can hear you. There were people outside. If the clone had communicated anything, then the enemies we were dealing with now might have reinforcements. We'd walked right into the hornet's nest, and now we didn't even have the queen hostage. We only had one of her top soldiers. Let's talk cooperation, I said. I think if I cooperated, then Cynthia would have my head, Franz said. If you don't cooperate, then Helen would have yours. Could be, Franz said. He looked eerily relaxed, considering his situation. I was willing to bet that it was 50% bluffing and 50% that he wasn't wholly there, emotionally. He added, worse ways to go than being embraced by a pretty girl. What if I told you I wasn't a girl? Helen asked. I'm not even human. She extended her tongue as she finished the sentence. People with guns tensed. You've got Franz started. He stopped as he saw the end of Helen's tongue in his field of vision, when her head was beside and a little bit behind his own. Tits. You smell like a girl. Helen murmured. She arched her back a little bit. I couldn't wholly see, but I could guess, by the way she was moving. She had flexed her ribs, opening up her rib cage, and now the points were likely digging into Franz's back and side. I could see at one point where a rib was digging into his ribs, starting and halting as it tried and failed to find purchase. He was in a position where he couldn't even look and see what was happening, exactly. It made him less certain than he'd been, with strange appendages prodding and grabbing at him while he tried to focus on me. You okay, sir? One of the bystanders asked. I'm just fine, Franz said. Helen's tongue moved closer to his face, draping itself along cheekbone. I think that's up for debate, I said. As is Helen being a good way to go. But let's put that aside. Cynthia is running. Consider her out of the picture until things settle down. If we take you out of the picture and you retaliate and kill us, or vice versa, what happens to your soldiers here? I know you guys probably have a chain of command, but I somehow don't see your guys doing well in keeping to the mission. There's a reason so many rebel groups hinge around personalities. They disintegrate if they don't have a face. We're a little. Franz started. Helen's tongue moved, the tip shifting up to his eye, then abruptly slipping past eyelid and between eyelid and socket. He twisted his head as much as he was able to with Helen's hand and arm around his neck. He didn't escape the tongue. Stop that, one soldier called out, raising his gun. Helen mumbled something, then turned her eyes toward me. She shifted her grip, so she was holding Franz with one hand and one arm, the other hand free, and gestured. She can't stop, I said. It's a liability of sorts. She backs off, or she takes her prey. So, this is how this goes. We should move this along. You were saying, Franz. We're more tenacious than that, Franz said. The tongue was moving in the space of his eye socket. Helen made a small choking sound, and freed up a little bit more of her tongue, extending it further into the socket. It was putting him off his game. Here's the deal, I said. We have a mutual enemy in the crown. I'm as ready to take them on as any of you are, and we've been building up our numbers to mount a proper attack. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, past murder attempts and threats can be left by the wayside where they belong, provided Cynthia is willing to. You guys can call off your buddies, Helen and I go rescue Cynthia, and we collaborate. We tried the collaboration thing. It's not. Franz stopped. Sir, the soldier from before asked. Eyeballs can be replaced, Franz said. He looked at me with the one eye that wasn't fixed in place. I don't understand, the soldier said. She has leverage on my eye. If she wants to tear it out, let her. I'll live. I'll find a replacement. I saw the micro-movements of Helen's hand as she tensed her grip. Her fingers were digging into the side of Franz's neck, gripping it for purchase. There was an artery there, and she wasn't wholly stopping all flow, but I had reason to believe she was constricting it. It wasn't quite enough constriction to cause symptoms like numbness and a drooping face, but it had a good chance of impairing him, making it harder to put words together and string together thoughts. You can cooperate with us, I said. I could transition this argument into the kind of course I might take with less intelligent opposition. Hammering in facts, expecting they couldn't refute. I'd sooner order you be. Using her tongue, Helen pulled out his eye. It wasn't a quick jerk, a sudden hauling of the eye and connected detritus free of the socket. The eye bulged as the widest point found its way past the lids themselves, and then seemed to grow larger still as pressure was put on it from behind, the eye pulling free. It was slow, excruciating, and Franz grit his teeth, lips contorting against teeth and gums in the same way a hand might scrabble against a wall in vain hope of finding purchase, finding a place to grab on that would allow escape or relief. He said don't shoot, one soldier told another. But. But he's tenacious, I said. Don't you see? My own hostage moved slightly. I pricked his neck with the knife to remind him I was paying sufficient attention. Franz, meanwhile, endured the slow, tearing disconnection of eye from head, individual components stretching out to their limits and then snapping or rending apart. Fluids flowed out of the socket, vitreous and crimson. Franz was a veteran. He'd likely dealt with horrible things before. He might even have been tortured, once. He was a tough one, and I was now getting the impression that it was a toughness he had to prove. Not to the room, but to himself. It was the kind of trait that drove a good student to study harder, because being a student was so ingrained in their personality that going against it would have meant a blow to their very being. The flip side of that observation, however, was that for the student who put so much of themselves into that identity, if the identity was taken away, the person usually crumbled. The top students who had a bad semester quickly became rooftop girls or delinquents, looking to experience everything they had been missing. Could the defenses of an emotionally numb soldier and leader be penetrated? Would the dam breach, the emotion flooding out? Would he snap? Helen claimed the eyeball and almost a foot of extraneous material that trailed behind it. She drew it into her mouth, and she bit down, very intentionally making a wet sound in the man's ear. You can just buy a new eye as a replacement. I've been there, I said. His hand shook a fraction as he held it against the eye socket. Indeed, he managed, after a momentary delay. He'd needed a second to gather composure. Behind him, standing in the crowd, I could see Mauer. What did the crowd want? They wanted to be validated. They looked up to their leaders, the faces of their faction, and they wouldn't intervene so long as Franz here had a chance to show his muster. This was a balancing act. It was a standoff shooting, and pulling the trigger first meant getting shot, barring exceptional circumstance. Manipulation was key here, and the power remained almost entirely with the rest of the people in the room. People were coming up the stairs. The stairwell itself was already packed with people, so the incursion more or less stopped there. There's the reinforcements, Franz said. He was hunched over as much as Helen would let him hunch over, one hand to his eye. He raised his voice. Ho, reinforcements. This was bad. I'd been aware I was working with a time limit, but there hadn't been much I could do. Seems like they're tied up, I said, when the discussion carried on in the stairwell with no response for Franz. Seems, he said. Work with us, I stressed. Hammering in the same point, ignoring the fact that he'd tried to refute it. Helen was carefully listening for every one of his objections, refusals, and any sign that he was about to say or do something like order his men to shoot us. The treatment of his eye had been one step among several in an effort to interrupt him and throw him off his game. There was a secondary hand being played here by our Helen. I wasn't sure it was the best hand to play, all considered, but it was one that suited her. Most living creatures, if reprimanded with enough consistency and effect, would develop an aversion to whatever it was they were doing. Most parents didn't get the opportunity to be perfectly consistent, and other parents didn't have a clue, so many children slipped the leash. Embraced by what he'd described as a very attractive girl, Franz was being sternly reprimanded in the form of losing his eye and being clawed at by Helen's ribs. It took willpower to press on when each attempt was punished so, and future attempts promised to escalate. I could see it in how he was taking his time to formulate a response. Finally, he spoke. We've tried the cooperation thing before. Didn't work out. I don't think we're interested in trying again. Returning stubbornly to the same track as before. That was a peril when it came to limiting the blood flow to the man's brain. If we made him stupider with the application of pressure, then there was a chance he might not be smart enough to see the merit in what I was saying. Really now? I asked. What's your alternative? They have their sights on Cynthia. This is only going to be one of several major projects they employ to handle your rebellion here. We've dealt with worse than that. Giant Project Myth or whatever he's called. No. We were supposed to be among the old worse you dealt with, and we pretty successfully killed Cynthia's favorite scientists and set her on fire. Everything she was building, everything she was, being the classy lady at an event with aristocrats, clandestine meetings with other rebel leaders, whatever, she was tops at what she was doing, and after the horrendous burns she became I don't know. Vengeful, Franz said. Yeah, I said. Vengeful. And that's a tricky quality in a leader. Leaders need to be passionate, yeah, but they also need to form connections, establish trust, be honest, show respect for their subordinates and respect the enemy, and they need to put something of themselves into the cause. I'm worried Cynthia misses enough of those marks that it's problematic for you all. She's never done us wrong, Franz said, stubborn, looking more focused in the moment than he'd looked earlier. I'm arguing she's doing you wrong at this very moment, if she's urging you all to self-immolate instead of cooperating and building something. Sy, Helen said. She had retracted her tongue. Helen. I think we're running into a problem we've run into before. One you've run into before. It sounds very familiar. Rick. No codes, a rebel soldier said. It's not a code, Helen said. I'm talking about someone we used to know. I don't remember a Rick, I said. I could see Helen react with mild surprise at that. No codes. The soldier sounded ticked enough that I really believed he would shoot us if we pushed it. Not that there was any code I was aware of. No, I suspected this was, going by Helen's reaction, something that was supposed to be fairly blatant. I racked my brain for ideas on who Rick might be. Past opposition, people we had crossed paths with during jobs, the mice in Redham, the other orphans, the doctors who worked with us, the politicians in Redham. It had to be someone Helen and I were both in a position to know, which was why I kept going back to Radham. There was no Rick, no emotional reaction to Rick, good or bad. A non-entity in the Sylvester brainscape. None of that, Franz said. His words weren't as crisp as before. He didn't sound as confident, either, but I wasn't sure if that was a direct relation to the pressure Helen was putting on him or an indirect one. He was slower to pick up and release sentences, too. I needed to change course, assuming that Helen was warning me. The problem was, I wasn't sure what course to take. I'd been so sure I would be able to hammer him down, especially as we taxed his faculties, but now Helen was saying no. Jessie was gone at least. That was promising. Fine, I'd change tacks, and knowing that these guys were aggressive and militant, I could try to paint the right picture. Listen, I said, my voice firmer. I'd continue to press, to make use of the emotional and mental battery. I was Academy, once, but they took my friends from me. They took my freedom, and they took most of the years of my life from me. I'm not going to say I have more right to be pissed at them, but I'm pretty pissed. We do have common ground there. I want to rescue Cynthia and free you guys to work against Crown and Academy, and as far as I'm concerned, you're not letting me. S.Y. Helen started. I'm not letting you, Franz said, and he drawled a bit, because we're not nice people. We don't turn the other cheek, we don't forgive. You crossed us once, and so we're going to remove you. The world keeps turning, and people shout and they cry out for justice, and it gets drowned out in the wave of news about this new transplant or that new surgery, about wonder drugs and war beasts, and about wars overseas and twisted tales about rebellions here, only as told by the Crown. Do you understand what I'm saying? Helen was looking at me, as if waiting for my signal to distract the man or debilitate him. I worried that if we pushed things too much further, we might get shot. I worried that whoever this Rick was that I was supposed to avoid, I'd bumped right into him, and if any dam had breached with waters flooding out, then it wasn't helpful. I gestured for Helen to ease up on the guy's throat. I didn't need him delirious from having his oxygen supply intermittently limited. It's about having a voice. I asked. If I couldn't dissuade him, if he wanted a voice, then I would give him one, lead him on, buy time. It wasn't great, it wasn't perfect, but it gave Jessie an opportunity. Making a statement. It's about having a damn impact for once, he said. We all get caught up in their flow. The games they play. Do you know what the most important things are? The thing that drives them and that drives all of us. Power, I said. Control. And everything that those two things aren't. Not giving up power, not letting others dictate our paths. Having an agenda, a belief system. Being free enough to have control of our own destinies. No, he said. No, all of that sounds pretty. But it's not what it is. We think, that it comes down to history. Deciding it, writing it. Power and control might give them the ability to hold the pen to the history books and ensure nobody else gets their hands on pen or book, but that's not the important thing. It's having a legacy. Having made a manifest difference. And in a vain, desperate attempt to try and shout loud enough to get words printed in a book nobody will read, More people appeared in the doorway. Too much attention was on them, not on me. They're all Ricks, Helen said, her voice soft. You need to switch to a reference I remember and understand when I clearly don't get it, I told her. The focus was on the door, the people were chattering, and Franz was in Helen's grip, his attention focused on everything that was going on over there. There weren't many guns pointed at us. I thought about making a break for it. The crowd parted. She escaped into the storm sewers, the man at the door said. He warily eyed Helen, myself, and the various hostages we'd collected. The monster is tearing up the ground and trying to dig out the pipes wherever she's going, and she's crawling for most of it, most of that crawling through or over ice water, but she's alive and in better shape than she was. Thought you'd want to know, sir. Franz smiled a little, and seemed to relax a touch. I did. I'm glad. I glanced at Helen. There weren't many escape routes. Several required reaching the beam that extended across the room and I wasn't sure we could manage that. Should I be saying goodbye, sir? The man at the door asked. Don't know yet, Franz said. But probably. Where's McCuff? The captain is outside. He's looking after Daisy. They're doing something that's making her head spin. To do with sound. Captain McCuff says that means they're probably close. Jessie. Which means there's another one, Franz said. At least. His eyes widened, and I could see the expression beyond them, the realization, and the decision. Shoot, he started. Helen snapped Franz's neck and killed the ghost, and in the doing, she managed to move Franz so he formed a limited human shield, protecting her, her arms going to her head. I cut my hostage's throat, dimly aware that we were surrounded by at least 30 armed men with combat expertise. In the same motion I'd flicked the knife through vitals, I swung my arm out and put it in the back of the nearest thug. I threw it at a third thug, to only moderate effect, and dove for the gun of the first man I'd killed, who was still in the process of dying, blood flooding out of his brain, which was giving him dopamine-sparked dreams of white and peace, to ease him into oblivion. I knew how it was so very little, so very late. I knew that Helen was the bigger target. Even before I could reach for the gun I wanted to retrieve, people were stepping forward and making the choice to shoot. Even among thugs of this caliber, so desperate for a voice and an impact, most were reluctant to actually pull the trigger and kill a child, even one so monstrous as Helen. She wore an innocent, scared expression well. It would haunt me for a long time, I imagined, that it was an expression she was wearing when they pulled triggers and started putting bullets in her, penetrating her heart, stomach, arm, both legs, and face. Whoever Rick was, I hoped he wasn't the type to laugh or rub my nose in this. The other lambs emerged in full force, Yvette included. Frey and Mauer stood on either side of me, Mauer near the crowd, and Frey near the lambs. They would help steer me through the Mudir's rage. I opened my mouth to roar my defiance, and the building summarily split in two, and this was right and just. I didn't care how it happened, only that it reflected the feeling in my heart, the pain of a few stray gunshots that caught me and only grazed me. As fire and smoke tore through the air around me, I was already hurling myself in the direction of the enemy. Gut feeling 17.12. I was sitting down and surrounded with ruin and smoke, and I couldn't remember exactly how I'd arrived in that position. My memory wasn't that bad, the mental image of Helen being shot was clear enough that I knew it hadn't disappeared outright. I couldn't focus my eyes on any individual point, which was another sign that something was wrong. It was a kind of double vision that closing one eye didn't help, the world coloring outside lines. Parts of me that were safely nestled inside me hurt. But the thing that helped me put two and two together was the fact that my ears were ringing and sounds were distorted. I could hear a voice clearly. Mauer, speaking like Mauer tended to speak, and he sounded clear as a bell. The Mauer that kept me company didn't tend to speak. Bring into justice both the righteous and the wicked, for there will be a time for every activity, a time to judge every deed. I had heard the man rally people, but I had only ever really heard one of his sermons, and that had been years ago. I wasn't picking this up strictly from that. Other memories, other details. This wasn't Mauer any more than Yvette was the real Yvette. Take revenge, my dear friends, Mauer proclaimed. My eyes widened. I couldn't yet wrangle my vision and thoughts enough to make sense of the battlefield, but I could see a solid kind of movement that wasn't smoke, people, and I could move toward them. Something had detonated, and it had detonated closer to the far end of the room. The fire, the smoke, the pain, it was all fallout from that single event. Jesse. Leave room for wrath, for it is written, it is yours to avenge, and you will repay. Eyes still wide, staying wide even with the stinging touch of smoke, I put the pain out of mind. I made my body move, and this was a thing I had done before, a thing I would do one last time. I crawled and I felt the creak of floorboards beneath my hands, where they were supported only at one end. My weight made them threaten to break in half, dumping me into whatever lay below. It was cold, for all the smoke. Cold, despite the red glow of fire. The winter air was blowing in, a wind stirred by the difference of hot air within and cold air without, trying to find reconciliation. All of us growl like bears, and moan sadly like doves, Mauer said, his voice dropping lower, for gravity. He was a very clear image in a distorted, senseless world, and the mention of doves made me aware of Frey. Frey was harder to see in the smoke, especially as she wore black, but I could see Helen from the shoulders down, and I had to look a distance over to see where Frey stood, because Frey never appeared alone. Copious amounts of blood dripped down to stain Helen's simple white dress. I could have looked up to see Helen's face. I didn't. We hope for justice, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far from us, Mauer intoned. There were others nearby, and most of them were reeling as much or more than I was. I didn't have my knife, but the first person I happened across was suffering more than I was. He had a gun, and he didn't have the strength to keep me from taking it from him, an act that took 2 fumbling tries. What? The man spoke, and he sounded very far away. We need to get out. Give me your hands, I said. What? He asked, voice drowned out by other sounds that I realized were figments of auditory trauma, ringing in a sound like a perpetual avalanche. Hands, I said. He didn't fight me as I reached for one of his arms, hauled it across his chest, and then took the other hand, raising it up. He cooperated, even, to bring them up, as I took hold of them, entangling his fingers in my own. I tugged on them, and he took that as encouragement. Struggling to even gather his senses, it was an anchoring point, something to help him get centered and work toward. He managed to sit up, and moved his legs around to where he could maybe prepare to stand. For man is born for trouble, and sparks fly upward, Mauer said. I used my foot to block his legs from moving the full way around. Then, forcing my brain to focus, using all of the practice I'd had over the years to seize control of my brain and put it to the one task of dealing with the current confusion, I lined up the gun, and I fired it so it penetrated both of the man's wrists with one shot. If I hadn't already been nearly deaf, my own gunshot would have. I had to drop to one knee, falling on top of his legs, to keep him from kicking me or getting away from me as he screamed, arms flying back and away, flinging blood and gore into the air in an arc. I had to work far harder to line up a shot to destroy his ankles. I wasn't sure, but I might have only damaged one ankle. I'll do to them as they have done to me, Mauer said, right in my ear. I get it, I said. I'll pay them back for what they did, he said, his monstrous arm settling on my shoulder, fingers digging into flesh. I get it, I said, again. Enough. One of his wrists shattered by a bullet, the man on the floor in front of me clubbed me across the face with one arm. With the state of the arm, I imagined it hurt him more than it hurt me. He certainly screamed like it. Breathing hurt. I wasn't sure if it was the sudden, bitter influx of cold air, the smoke, emotion, or something else, but it made for a bitter sort of intake of breath. The screaming was drawing attention of the others. Someone fired a gun, more a warning shot, or something meant to provoke a response. I brought the pistol to the man's face, pointing it at his jaw. I could take that too. Count your bullets, Mauer said. Plan. I counted. 4 bullets remained. Rather than shoot, I brought the handle of the gun down on the man's mouth. I heard and felt teeth break. The screaming quieted, but the moans of pain and alarm were almost as loud. I brought the gun down again, smashing one lip and several already broken teeth. He tried to turn his head, to spit out the first taste of blood and the pieces of broken teeth that had fallen back into his mouth, and I grabbed his jaw with one hand, resting it back so it faced up, facing me. The wrapped up fingers at the end of that hand protesting from the fierceness of my grip, and they protested again from the secondary vibration as I hit the man's face again, splitting his upper lip to the nostril. He raised his arms, shielding his face with the parts that weren't damaged, and I swung. The pistol's grip struck the parts of his arm that the earlier bullet had already ruined, and he pretty quickly abandoned that line of defense. My perception of the world veered in a direction, and I toppled onto the floorboards, eliciting a protest. He had flipped over, and my balance wasn't entirely there. I was gaining more focus, I'd been able to aim, but I wasn't at my best. It took me a second of staring at the 4 limbs and one head in front of me to figure out how it was put together as a person. Another second to figure out how I wanted to take it apart as a person. I reached for hair, gripped it, and pulled it back, before smashing it into the floorboards. It didn't knock the man out, but a combination of the blow and the earlier smacks with the butt end of the gun served to reduce nose and mouth to a bloody ruin. He lay there, eyes open and staring, bleeding, unable to use 2 arms and 1 leg, and I was able to convince myself that even if I wasn't satisfied, I was ready to move on. I swayed as I rose to my feet. My lack of balance threatened to topple me, and so I made myself fall strategically. With every second that passed, I was gaining control of my faculties. The problem was that the opposition was also recovering. 2 men had fallen in a pile. I reached for weapons first, grabbing one gun, clumsily pushing a knife out of reach of either of them. The clumsy part was that I'd put it out of my own reach too. The more alert of the 2 men said something, but between Mauer's ramblings in the background, the noises in my ears and the creaky crackle of wood declaring a dangerous lack of structural integrity, I would have only really been able to understand the man if I'd been listening and focusing. I wasn't listening. The time for that had come and gone. I could remember the looks on their faces as I'd talked to Franz. The stubbornness. I'd underestimated it. Was I supposed to believe it was gone now? That only now, confronted with a tangible danger, they were willing to compromise? I aimed my gun and fired, putting a bullet through the soft flesh of stomach of one man, so it would exit and penetrate the soft stomach of the one he was lying on top of. He fought, using the time where pain brought clarity but shock prevented the pain from immediately debilitating him. He fumbled for and reached for the knife, failed to get it at first grasp, and then, laying on his side, he kicked out at me. With one bent arm, I protected myself. Then I struck out, a pistol gripped in each hand. One hand went for the bullet wound, the other went for whatever was vulnerable. A punch aiming and failing to get beneath the leg to go for the genitals, a punch for the wound, a punch at the soft side of his stomach. In the midst of the scuffle that followed, him bigger and stronger, me capitalizing on his existing injury and every further weak point I was able to create, I climbed on top of him, using my body to keep him from reaching down, and endured a brief battering of his hands clubbing my back before getting in position to drive my knee into the wound, hard. He curled up around my legs, possibly in an attempt to stop me, possibly in an attempt to protect the wound. He went still, very possibly taking an opportunity to breathe, to find respite, to think. I took that opportunity for myself, using the stillness and the fact that he wasn't rocking me this way or that to point the gun at where his spine was. I was fairly sure that the placement wouldn't stop his heart and breathing, but would end the use of his lower body. The one he'd been lying on top of had been knocked senseless in more ways than just the one. While the man behind me hollered in stark horror, I climbed on top of the 3rd man and made sure the senselessness was permanent in at least one regard. I smashed his face with the butt end of the empty pistol, aiming for the eye socket. By the 5th blow, my hand was going numb from the secondary impact of the shock. I switched hands. He didn't even fully rouse as I made sure that his eyes were unrecoverable, that he'd need top-of-the-line surgery before he even got that far. There weren't any others on this part of the floor that were moving. I moved between the prone and supine bodies, shooting to paralyze. The smoke was thicker, the sounds of people around me were clearer, and it was getting easier to move and balance. I knew that fire was burning somewhere, but it wasn't spreading with enthusiasm. The smoke would be a better danger. The explosion had destroyed part of one exterior wall, and as the wall had come down, the floor had split. Now the vast majority of the others, Helen included, were down on the 1st floor, along with the part of the floor that had collapsed. Periodically, however, one of them would fire a gun. They weren't leaving, and that told me something. The floor had folded, half of it now forming a steep incline. Where floorboards had broken, some broken boards stuck up like fangs, forming a kind of uneven barrier toward the middle of the room, one that was hard to use as cover to wage a war on those below, because it would have been cover that consisted of parts of the surrounding floor. Trying to get too close threatened to see me tumbling through broken floorboards. But I took hold of one of my victims, the smallest paralyzed one, and despite his very limited struggles, I was able to drag him a part of the way across the floor. The smoke was bad now. Every breath felt like I was drawing in salt, letting that salt settle on wounds. I didn't want to get in the way of any gunfire from below, so I got the man as far as I could, then lay down on the floor, kicking him and pushing with my feet. He teetered over the edge, then rolled down the slope. I could hear the people below. There were a few more gunshots, flying up to strike ceiling and roof above. Many of the bullets created tiny circles of daylight that illuminated broad shafts of smoke, disappearing and reappearing as heavier plumes of smoke appeared across them. Lamb, one of them called out. I remained silent. You should answer, Mauer said. I would. That's where you and I are different. I know you're up there, the soldier cried out. Lamb. I took hold of a piece of floorboard that looked as though it had splintered in the middle, and tore it free. There were nails still in it, of a more old-fashioned type, not the kind that Stitched would put together, they were more like long, narrow wedges. Lamb, the smoke might attract the giant, if it doesn't get other attention. Crown soldiers, whatever else they've got up their sleeves. It's done. You win. We'll cooperate. Whatever you want. But that gun you've got up there. Put it away. Again, I remained silent. Silence had its uses, and I didn't trust myself to speak. I knelt, wavering a little, my ears still a cacophony of non-existent sound, and checked my gun was out of ammunition. I then disassembled it in part, tossed the chamber across the room, and then tossed the remains of the gun down. Are we going to pretend there's no other guns up there? He called out. I didn't respond. Smoke continued to pour forth. People down there were coughing, and I was suppressing my own coughs. The orange light of flames was dying out, not growing, but the side effect of that was that the chill was eating into me. My back was to a little table that served as a kind of storage chest and a table for the armchair that had been there. That same armchair now rested uneasily on broken floorboards that speared out horizontally. The people I'd broken and dismantled were still gasping, making pained noises, and struggling to escape, when the closest thing to a real way out was a window none of us could easily reach, followed by a drop resembling one from a third-story building, probably onto jagged rubble. The lot of them were paralyzed from the waist down or with all four limbs disabled. Some weren't moving at all. I'm going to guess, the man below called out, that you throwing Brian down here was meant to be a message. You don't want to talk for whatever reason. Right ho. But don't go thinking that Franz spoke for all of us, or that we thought he was just. He was in charge, we obeyed. You know Cynthia, you saw Franz. Crossing them would end us. We have to obey, yet. If you don't respond, Mauer said, they're going to be pushed to desperation. Good. Your funeral, Mauer said. He settled into a more comfortable position, sitting across from me. Frey still stood off to the side, hugging Helen. The men down below were chatting. A tense discussion about possibilities, threat, and about the screams they heard. Are you feeling biblical, Sylvester? Mauer asked. He wasn't a complete image like the lambs were. He wasn't someone I could coordinate with. When it came to the lambs, I could finish their sentences. I could write their sentences, figure out how they would act and operate, even when they weren't there. Biblical, I murmured the word. You heard those fragments of verse from somewhere, for me to dredge up and parrot back to you, Mauer said. Interesting, what sticks with you? You know you've made other reference before, scant as it was. I could hear rocks being moved down below. Part of the stairwell had collapsed, their path to the exit was clearly blocked, and so they wanted up and out. They simply had to get past the gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper wasn't feeling particularly merciful. I could hear boards creak and protest. I could hear the scuff as boots saw traction on flooring that now acted more like a wall, a steep uphill slope. Emerging from my safer spot, I looked for and saw the first of the hands reaching up, over, and out for a handhold. There were 4 of them, all climbing in concert, at separate points. I brought the plank down, swinging, stabbing the first hand with the nails at the end and affixing to the floor. The remainder, I simply opened fire on, targeting hands and arms, or in the rare case I was able to move close to the collapsed portion without risking being shot at, I aimed at feet. I disabled rather than kill, with one possible exception for the young soldier in an oversized military coat that brought his head down and forward as I was squeezing the trigger. It might have been a graze and it might have been something that shattered his forehead and leaked some of the contents of his skull out over his face. I only saw the spatter of blood and I saw him fall. You lunatic, the soldier from before called out. Not wholly wrong. I'm seeing things. Hearing things, Mauer amended. The one I'd nailed to the floor was struggling for a handhold. He wanted to reach a point where he could reach over and pull the plank free. My back and shoulder were aching and my shirt was sticking there in a way that suggested frank blood. The bandage had slipped, the ceiling broken, no doubt. The cloth tatters that protected my 2 ruined fingers were already slipping loose. With that in mind, I was slow and careful as I got my hands on the chest convertible. I opened the door on the side and let the bottles tumble out, and then I hefted it. The guy at the edge where the floor was broken was scrabbling for a better grip or a foothold. He found it in the same moment I hefted the little 3 foot by 2 foot by 3 foot table. It landed atop the nails. 1 or 2 would have been knocked aside, twisting in his hand. The others would likely have been driven deeper. Whatever footing he'd had, he lost it. His body weight tore at the nails, to the point that I thought his hand would rip free, tears forming between the nails and the spaces between his fingers. From the looks of it, the flesh caught and bundled up, forming something more tenacious and hard to tear as it gathered. What do you want? The one below called out. What do you want? Frey asked me, from behind me, where she stood in smoke and shadows, near one of the places the smoke was pouring out from damaged roof. What are you fighting for, Sylvester? You asked me that in the beginning. I don't remember everything, and I forget a lot, but I remember that. What do you want? The de facto leader hollered, voice ragged. He broke down into fits of coughing. Smoke settled, to an extent. Yes, It rose, it was getting steadily worse, there weren't enough holes in the roof and walls to let it escape. Breathing was a chore. But they weren't having a jolly time of it down there. If you do this, we all die. You included, Lamb. I don't think that's what you want, Frey said. You need us as much as we need you. No, I thought. There was a long pause. Do you want the girl? I remained silent. I kept my eyes fixed on Mauer, my gun in hand. I watched the soldiers I'd dispatched crawl and struggle on the floor. One was still nailed to the floor, the rest of him dangling from that ruined hand. A little snippet of hell, this. Not quite hellish enough, but I'd have to decide on some ways to patch that up. If you want the girl, we can bring the girl. Just give us a ceasefire. Give us something. I considered for long moments. I stared Mauer down. Reaching out with the pistol, I used the butt end to wrap the floor. Knock. Knock. That a yes, the man called out. I knocked again. I didn't want to talk, my voice strangled with smoke and emotion. I didn't want to talk anymore for the time being. There was more discussion. I had the impression that smoke and circumstance was the driving force in their decision to accept. I could hear the order. The command to dig, to find her. Then the change in tone of conversation. We got the body, the leader said. I knocked once. Coming on up, he said. Helen's hands had been tied, and it seemed very fitting that even now, unbreathing, she embraced one of the enemy. I ignored her, and stooped over the new leader of Cynthia's soldiers here, and I checked him thoroughly before allowing him to climb the rest of the way up. He was followed by several others. 3 men, each of whom I patted down, each of whom coughed and looked around at the work I'd done, at blood and fragments on the floor. One made a move toward the man I'd nailed to the floor, and I moved to get in his path, standing 10 feet apart from him. Leave them for now, the de facto leader said. He wore a helmet that covered much of his face. I suspected it would be back to business as normal as soon as I was dealt with. They could do that at any time. The only things I had going for me was a familiar with dark, smoky places, and an ability to endure pain and get moving faster. I'd already spent the second coin. There's more down there, the leader said. He looked up. We'll have to use the window up there. We get your friend's body up and out and you're satisfied, yet. I nodded once. It took his friends to help him. I watched, cold, as the leader was lifted up to the beam that now hung, connected at only one end. It made for an uneasy tightrope walk of sorts to the window Jessie had escaped through. They'd get in my way. I couldn't just ask to be helped up like their new squadron leader had. I couldn't even try gun, because the climb up required both hands. No. Something simpler. I would get their help without asking. One used the boost provided by the other 2 to reach for the beam. The other 2 glanced momentarily at me. I ran, and it wasn't a pretty run, or a fast one. The smoke meant I wasn't taking in enough oxygen. I was distracted, and my balance was still a little off. The effect of the bomb blast or whatever it had been made every part of me hurt. My shoulder was bleeding through whatever cracks had formed in the seal and gaps in bandage. But I ran, choosing to run through plumes of smoke, to better surprise. I ran, setting foot where I was pretty sure the support struts ran under floorboards, marking the breaking point where long floorboards had broken in two. The action meant I made less sound. By the time they realized I was making my move, I was in close. I ran along the back of one and up to the back and shoulders of the other, who was busy climbing up. His instincts were good. The moment something was wrong, a sudden weight on his back, he let go of the beam dropping. But in moving my feet to try and find footing to climb up the rest of the way, I'd set foot on the side of his face and his shoulder. I was able to launch myself skyward and catch the beam. The men on the ground immediately set to looking for weapons. One ran to the edge and shouted for a gun to be thrown up. I could have aimed and shot at them to buy myself time, but I didn't trust my balance at this time. No. I ran along the beam. The soldier with Helen was still walking unsteadily on. He turned, and he held Helen draped over one shoulder so she served as a partial shield. I could see the blood. Too much blood. Not going to let you pass, he said. A figure moved behind him. Sensing her or feeling the movement along the beam, he lashed out, smacking her across the face, and then grabbed her. It was a clumsy maneuver, but there wasn't much space between Jessie and the window. She had to reach out to catch the side of the window. Do you want to lose another? No, I said. I don't want to lose any more. My eyes were downcast. I could see Frey and Mauer in the midst of black smoke. Helen stood a distance away. Jump down, he said. Jump down, I'll toss this one down onto the floor down there instead of out the window. They'll decide what to do with all of you. I think I burned that bridge, I said. Besides, you're missing the most important part of this. Fuck you, Lamb, the soldier said. Not quite the ask and answer I'd hoped for. Still. You hurt my friend, I said. In terms of me, that means your friends down there suffer. I have no more patience for any of this. It means you suffer. You don't get to go easy. Understand? Fuck yourself, he said. He looked down at his buddies, who had guns now. Guns and half-decent shots at me, but with a risk of collateral damage to their buddy here. Smoke didn't help, nor would it help if they were feeling as unsteady as I had been. That's in terms of me. Suffering. Justice. But in terms of her. He turned his head, looking more at Jessie. Other her, I said. Helen, head still lolling, slipped her arms free of the restraints and wrapped her arms around his head and neck. Panicking, the man reached up, and he tore her arm away from his neck. He'd broken her grip. Helen's grip. What followed was frantic. Helen slipped and nearly fell, grabbing the beam instead. Jessie helped catch Helen before she could lose her grip on the beam too, and I charged forward. Between the two of them, each with some form of hold on the soldier, we buelled him off of the beam. My sole contribution was to stumble into the two of them, getting them and myself out of the window. The window swung outward. Jessie held it and Helen held Jessie, and I held onto both. We collided, all three of us, with the wall as the window swung out. My shoulder flared with pain, Helen looked like she was slipping, and Jessie had the burden of the two of us. But Jessie had her own kind of tenacity. She didn't lose her grip, and her grip was what was essential. That and the structural integrity of the round window. Slowly, surely, she transferred the two of us to handholds. It was glacially slow for us to climb down. Jessie, meanwhile, took care of the latter part of the revenge. A bit of alcohol, a match, and the beam that served as the lifeline was set on fire. She quickly made her way down. Once that was done, we all collapsed in a heap at the foot of the building, which in itself had collapsed from a cube into a kind of triangular cylinder. Helen, I said. Helen, hair draped across her ruined face, sticking where there was blood, managed to produce a bubbling of blood and spittle at her mouth, the bubbling expanding, then collapsing. She didn't have the strength to even lift her head. Sorry, I forgot Rick and dropped the ball there. She spat, a pff of blood and drool. Dismissive. It was what it was, Jessie said. There was no negotiating our way out of that. You could have done everything right and still failed. Cynthia occupies that kind of space. Fuck, I said. I did what I could with the fertilizer bomb. Things weren't labeled, I had to guess, assume the two of you hadn't moved from where you were. We hadn't, I said. Helen formed another expanding froth of bloody bubbles at her lips, participating in the conversation. Having fun there? I asked. I thought I saw something that might have once been a smile, in that bloody mess that was her face. She never occupied quite so much of our collective attention as Frey or Mauer, Jessie said, quiet. She reached out and stroked Helen's head. But she's not to be underestimated. She has her own kind of strength and leverage. Fuck her, I said. She needed to be put down a long time ago. I hope Helen's brother wins. Helen bubbled some more. Yet. For now, we get Helen some help. Let's go look after our people. Gut feeling 17.13. I had gone to a lot of trouble to build my first phase of an army, all individuals with reasonably respectable backgrounds and some degree of know-how. It had required planning, subverting the gangs of a small city, subverting Frey's plans, and then weeks and months of acclimatizing the students to life beyond the academy. Months more work still remained to do. I can't believe they lost, I said. Surrendered, Jessie said. I'm so disappointed, I said. I surveyed the situation. The area we'd left our people in had seen some sparse gunfire and some fires that had already petered out. We were in the process of creeping up on a row of apartments where our guys' carriages were still parked outside, only half of the bags still mounted on them. Against a tenth their number, I said. There's no evidence of that, Jessie said. There's no telling what their numbers are. Our guys were inside and we could only see glimpses. Their guys were mostly inside, with a few standing guard. Helen draped over Jessie, who was helping her to walk. Helen wasn't lifting her head, and our improvised medical care had her wrapped up awkwardly in several places, but she was an oddity, a creature that only a very select few could really work on. That was what made me worry. Halfway across the city, her brother was hunched over, only his shoulders and part of his back visible over the skyline. Now and then he moved, producing a horrendous crashing sound. I wonder if he's having fun, I asked. Helen smiled through the curtain of blood-stained hair that covered her face, moving her head to try and look up at her brother. She couldn't seem to see him with the way she slouched forward and then let her head droop, conserving energy. Her resilience in the face of multiple gunshots was giving me a newfound respect for what her brother must be like. Does he enjoy things? Does he have good days? Imagine the lambs with him in tow. There's Yvette, there's Jessie, then you've got Ashton, Gordon, Helen, Lillian, and... You're leaving yourself out? And including me as a girl. Just imagining hypotheticals. So you've got the core group, and the dice fell down differently and so there's no Sylvester, maybe throw hubris in there from an earlier point of view, because I like the idea that the real Yvette would come up with something like that as part of her problem-solving mindset, and so Gordon gets hubris as a puppy that grows with him. Because I really think he took to that dog and other Gordon deserves to have him for longer. That's a nice thought, SY, Jessie said. Helen nodded. And then you just stick Neff in the group. Subtlety out the window. Gordon's got hubris and sends him to go attack the bad guy. Nope. Neff strikes, attacking with his sleeping dragon. And the nice glowy what if is ruined, Jessie said. They could totally have a rivalry, even. Because Gordon would need to have one with someone to be happy and healthy. Okay, SY, Jessie said. You're getting off track. It makes for interesting thoughts on which lines the group breaks on. Is it the unconventional thinkers, with the Ibbot siblings and Yvette on one side, and the rational, serious types with Gordon, Ashton, Jessie, and Lillian? Jessie covered my mouth with her hand. You're always a little fuzzy around the edges when you come back from the brink, SY, she said. MMPH, I said. Then I gestured. Lies. It's true, she said. You get a little bit wobbly. Minor blood loss and exhaustion might be helping to keep you wobbly. But those are our people in there. We made pledges to them. I nodded, Jessie's hand clamped against my lower face. Of the last 45 times we've been in a situation like this, me asking you to be serious, with good reason to be serious, you've only listened half the time. It's actually very close to 50%, which, really says a lot. Are you actually going to be serious? I stuck my tongue out, and as slowly as I was able, I licked the palm of the hand that was clamped over my mouth. I did get the faint break in composure I was looking for. A flash, too brief for my battered senses to even fully assess before they were gone, then a glance away, as if she was disappointed in herself for giving me that. I'll take that as a yes, she said, her hand dropping away. It was either that, or I was going to gesture something like Big Sleep Dragon. We don't really have a gesture for dragon. Lizard beast. I gestured. Man. Meat. Her composure broke for real. She was so caught off guard that she snorted a little. She pushed her glasses up to cover her face with her hands. It sounds quiet, I said, getting serious. No sound from inside, except maybe the patter of talking. We'll know more as we get close. The gunfire was brief, it really does look like a surrender, like you said. What can see through windows suggests that they're calm, not agitated. We should still focus, Jessie said. I don't know about you, blushing and thinking about Helen's brother's pendulum, but it's an established fact that I can think about multiple things at once and it's usually pretty good thinking. Yet? Then regale us with your brilliant idea, sir. I don't have the slightest of clues how to tackle this. Why am I not surprised? This is your turn to step up, say you know the building layout and we've got this. In a strange city, with no prior experience. That's where you say that you recognize the building design, it's by so and so an architect, he builds things certain ways, and so we know there's going to be an access point here and there. I don't have anything. But I'm going to read up on architects, if I get a chance. There can only be so many tall building designers. Helen reached out, waving a hand in front of us. Her hands moved, and I could see the concerted effort she was making to get shaking fingers into specific shapes. The more effort she put in, the more her fingers seemed to shake, until they locked up. She remained like that for a long moment, hands in claws, head bowed and face covered by hair, before I reached out to take her hands. Her head moved, resting so it lay sideways on Jessie's shoulder. You want to say something? I asked. Helen nodded, her head still sideways. The phantom Helen, intact, stepped to the fore, Frey's arms around her shoulders, a possessive embrace. Think like Helen thinks. I can finish the sentences of any of the lambs. The other lambs have changed some, but I can figure her out like this, can't I? Her hand pulled free of mine, and as if it were heavy, she lifted it, indicating a direction. As if answering, her brother tore up the next part of the street. I could hear the distant avalanche of falling construction as he let it all settle. Okay, I said. She indicated the building that Cynthia's soldiers and our rebels were gathered in. Right. Then, with uncooperative hands, she reached for the side of her skirt. There was a pocket hidden among pleats, and a small weight in the pocket. My mind skipped along possibilities. Both Mary and Helen often kept some money in the same leather fold that had the badge we'd been given ages ago, that bore the Radham crest and the short message and signature that gave us a degree of access. Had given. The intact Helen held up the badge, indicating the emblem. Radham, I said. Helen nodded. I then eyed the other Helen, who beat bloody Helen in touching her throat. Buildings and cities are life forms. They need air, water, food of a sort, they need a spine. Helen was nodding with as much energy as I'd seen from her since she got shot. The building has its own veins and arteries, airways. You want to use the airways? Helen nodded. I'll have you know that those airways are almost always half filled with dust, they have nails sticking through everywhere, and half of them have ecosystems to keep them clear of rodents and pests. But it's a way of accessing them, Jessie said. Helen made a clumsy gesture. And Helen thinks it'll be a healthier, more robust system, because it's a taller building, I said. I'm halfway convinced that you're just making this nonsense up and saying Helen said it because I trust her sincerity more than I trust yours, Jessie said. I made my best innocent face. Jessie brushed at my face with her hand. Don't do that. Put that away. It's creepy. I smiled and looked up at the building. It was tall, it wasn't especially pretty, and it didn't look like it did a fantastic job of being utilitarian either. Our kids deserve some sacrifice, hey? I asked. They gave up their old lives, Jessie said. They deserve more than just some. How long do you think we have to wait until the next shift comes to relieve the guys standing outside? I asked. I couldn't begin to guess, Jessie said. Guess, I said. And come on. We want to be ready when they do. It's already been a while, but it wouldn't be too trivial a length of time. I'd have to guess 10 minutes. 15 at most. I bet it's 1, I said. Want to bet who's more right? We crossed the street from a point they couldn't easily see us, and then we made our way closer to the building. I mentally counted the seconds, and gestured clearly as the time limit hit. I was off by 20 seconds. We spotted the soldiers guarding the side door of the apartment building, and the relief guard stepped out to greet them as we took stock of their number. I'd figured a minute because I had seen soldiers checking their watches with increasing frequency, because they weren't lighting up new cigarettes, and because they were increasingly antsy, as if they were only feeling the cold now that there was a very short time before they could go inside. 3 soldiers to a door. Their job was less to shoot and more to keep watch and make sufficient noise to alert the rest if trouble came up. That posed us the task of going through them to get inside. You should wait here, I told Helen. She shook her head. I know you aren't going to. But you should, I told her. She made her hands into claws, scratching them in the general direction of the soldiers. I wondered if that was perhaps a little overly optimistic. She barely had it in her to stand straight, let alone fight. 3 was doable, in a specific set of circumstances. We needed the drop on them, we needed them to be unarmed, or we needed them to be out of earshot of any reinforcements. Preferably 2 of the 3. Helen, I said. Can you give me a cat noise? She barely moved, but my version of Helen gave me a theatrical quality unimpressed look. Fine. Can you give me a dying cat noise? I asked. Those are the best ones. Helen opened her mouth, and she managed to produce a sound that resembled an old cat in a screw press. It was tortured, ragged, and yowly. I motioned for her to stop, and I listened, waiting. As predicted, the soldiers commented on the sound. They were concerned, they didn't want to leave their post, but a sound like that bore investigating. I wanted to draw them out, to create a window where they could be ambushed or where we could slip past. Then I heard one of them say it. Get some of the others from inside. I sighed. This wouldn't be easy. All in all, it had taken us far too long to find a chink in the defenses, prodding and testing the waters at 3 different entry points. At the last one, the side door at the opposite end of the building to the one we had tried first, we ended up waiting until one of them was distracted before making our move. When one had stepped off to the side to take a leak, we got the attention of the remaining 2. One had stepped inside, and Jessie and I had each taken one of the other 2 before the 3 of us slipped inside, just ahead of the incoming group of reinforcements. They were careful, organized, and they had patrols throughout the ground floor of the building. But Jessie had enough of a sense of how these places were designed that she'd been able to lead us to the utility closet with access to the access door. The access door featured a hatch in the floor that would lead down to whatever beast in the cellar was providing the voltaic power to keep the building lit, probably. The hatch in the ceiling led to the air ducts, which kept heat and airflow available in the various large apartments. There were few enough doors that I suspected that one apartment had nearly the same footprint as any small, one-level house. Valentina was talking. The student council vice president, she was good at talking, at the emotional appeal, the marketing end of things. It sounded like she and her former superior on the student council disagreed on something important. Davis sounded as heated as I'd ever heard him as he responded, "Is this how we're supposed to forge a path ahead, now? We abandon anything that doesn't show the slightest sign of working out." "Yes," Valentina said. "Yes, absolutely yes. What do you expect, Davis?" "Sylvester and Jessie are brilliant, but they were never people I expected to be working with in 5 or 10 years. This is a stepping stone. Just like time in the academy was. You see us with them in 5 years. Maybe. Listen, Davis, no, Davis, listen to me, don't turn your back. Listen. The seas are stormy out there. We're individual ships without a port to call home. If our current employers aren't up for keeping us fed, sheltered, safe, and giving us an opportunity to grow and learn, then we go someplace with someone who can. That's disingenuous. You're arguing to your audience, not me. Explain," the treasurer cut in. She buried the appeal to safety in there. "All of you are feeling pretty darn unsafe right now. That's all right, that's natural. But what we're doing, going rebel, it was never going to be safe. Now that's finally hitting home, and I'll be first to admit it's lousy, but this was the deal with the devil eye and every single one of you happened to sign. We knew this day would come. Anyone who pretended different was lying to themselves. I have heard Sylvester admit a half-dozen times that he doesn't expect to live another 2 or 3 years. The deal with the devil was that we would make ourselves available to Sylvester and Jessie so long as they made themselves useful enough to deserve us. It was always going to be transient. Can I break your confidence?" Davis asked. "About." There was a pause. I began to crawl further along the wooden ventilation shaft, feeling my way to avoid the nails and carcasses. The pause, I realized, was Valentina and Davis having a brief whispered conversation. "Enough of that," I heard a man say. "It wasn't me to be in confidence," Valentina said, at normal speaking volume. "It was a private conversation, I wanted to be sure," Davis said. "You told me you fell in love with Sedge and what it represented. That you felt happy. Our bosses provided that. That's worth something. It's worth us not turning around and immediately jumping ship. They have guns. I don't want to get shot at, I don't want anyone that I've gotten to know to get shot at. I fell in love with Sedge because of the people who occupied it, because of the freedom it represented. I'm grateful to our employers for giving us that venue and giving us some direction, but what made Sedge wasn't that. We did it. Collectively. You're pulling a queen and all her subjects on me." "What's this?" another student asked. Appealing to loyalties of the crowd, the treasurer said. "Ah. It looked like our students were defecting, or enough were defecting that it was impacting how the enemy was handling them. Cynthia's soldiers had to have seen us enter the city. They had adjusted and moved their forces, and moved against our people as we were getting sorted out. But the forces here were now holding position, which meant they expected company to arrive. A gun to my head counts for a lot. I don't know about you," Valentina said. But if they're willing to give us work and shelter and do what Sylvester and Jesse were willing to, I'm willing to accept the gun as a motivator and do what I might be willing to do otherwise. That rebel group that's sitting in the other room is 99% male. Beetle, by virtue of association with all girls' schools, has a disproportionate 50-50 balance. Do the math, Valentina. They won't necessarily want you for your brains. That can be taken two ways, Davis. Both are unflattering. Hold up, the treasurer said, talking over Davis's response. Stop. I phrased that poorly, Davis said. You did, Valentina said. Why don't we give someone else a chance to raise their voices? The discussion continued, with Mabel taking the floor. I moved on, with Jessie and Helen following behind. I could guess how most of the conversation would unfold, who would go where, and how things might flow from that point. The surrender hadn't been enticing enough. The prospect of recruiting several hundred students had been. I wasn't sure who had fought for it or against it, but they had made the offer and now all bets were off. Valentina and Davis were debating things with students as an audience. But they weren't the voices I wanted or needed to listen to. The real danger was the rebel group that inhabited the building. They were the ones who were holding our people hostage. The trick was to navigate the vents until we found a point where we could overhear the rebels. It made for a lot of crawling through ducts, 2 fingers on one of my hands in bad shape, my shoulder protesting at my being bent over. I'd offered Helen a chance to sit out, and she hadn't. I could most certainly do my share while she was struggling. We found a spot where acoustics brought noise into the vents, a crossroads between multiple vents, with the next best thing to an open space in the middle of the chosen sector. A ladder extending up was especially useful, because it provided headroom. Helen, Jessie, and I sat there, Jessie in the middle. Helen clung to her and draped over her, and Jessie turned away from Helen to fixate on my shoulder, undoing sodden bandages. I called out, using those same acoustics to speak out to this entire part of the building. Cynthia is dead or dying. The woman crawls desperately through the drains, and the giant is tearing up the street as fast or faster than she can move. She will make a mistake. She will get tired. Your leader will die, if she isn't dead already. All chatter had died down. Someone in the enemy ranks shouted out, "Where are you?" I was tempted to give a joke answer, but then Jessie preemptively elbowed me. I elbowed her back. Cynthia is your lowest priority, I spoke. There's a group of your people due east of here. They sent you ahead, or you reported to them. Franz led that particular group. I let the words hang. There was more shouting and there were more attempts to provoke a direct response from me. Some even called out for me to show myself. That could come later, if they were especially uncooperative. Franz is dead, I announced. I paused, to give that reality some gravity. The others, paralyzed. Eyes lost from sockets. It was messy and wholly deserved. I focused on disabling them. Smoke inhalation will have helped. The building is made of treated wood, so it wasn't burning well, last we saw. There are 2 places you could be, and they aren't here. There were more shouts, more threats. There were several gunshots, aimed at the ceiling. From our vantage point, we could see down the length of most of the ducts. None of the shots seemed to penetrate the ducts themselves. They could come in after us, was the big threat, but that was a tricky proposition for all involved. I've told you what I did to the others. That was for hurting a friend of mine. Use your imagination to figure out what I'll do to you if you kill anyone important to me. I heard more gunshots, and the timing was such that I was pretty sure that it was a response to my threat. Jessie pointed, however, and I could see the faint light that was coming into one of the long ducts near us, a faint shaft of light spearing up. Shooting at us, not at the kids. It was too difficult, with what went into sturdy buildings like this one. I could hear the frustration in the words they exchanged, even if they had been closer or louder so I could make sense of it. Cynthia is desperate, a giant on her heels, and she's resorted to crawling through ice-cold water in the drains. Franz's group burns. Every second counts. You can go if you let us slip the noose. Never forgive, I heard a voice. One of Cynthia's diehards. Then try forgetting, not forgiving. This whole embarrassing rebel-on-rebel episode has to stop. There were more responses, more shouts, many vulgar. I could sense the change in tone though. I could hear the conversation between groups. Killing me gets you small fame and a small bounty, I said. Then because you chose this, you chose to tie my hands and force me to act, you're left leaderless. No Franz, no Cynthia. It was, in a way, a turning of tables. They had been exploiting much this situation with our own rebels. All that said and done, the best thing to do was to be quiet. Opposing discussions continued and intermingled in a way that mirrored the debates I'd heard between Davis and Valentina. They started talking about the people who should go, if anyone went. Following that, the if disappeared, they started talking about more people going. I closed my eyes, my role done, and rested my head Jessie's shoulder, my hand on her leg. We gave them time, and they used it to make their decision. They'd known something was wrong, I suspected. The communication and coordination was too great. When I emerged, I found the area empty. They'd left our people alone and vacated the area. A mutual truce. They were soldiers, but they were soldiers of a stripe that needed someone to follow. Threatening the loss of Cynthia gave them pause. Taking Franz would take away more security. With the first and second in command out of the picture, there wasn't much to be said and done. The congregation of beetle rebels emerged from the rooms they had been sequestered in. I met Valentina's eyes, and she looked away. It was good, I told her. Good bluff. That was a bluff. Mabel asked. It wasn't a bluff, but I wasn't about to say it. If she was going to stick around after making a vehement case against going, I needed to give her the chance to save face. She smiled, and it wasn't a sure smile, and I smiled back, with roughly the same confidence. Something would have to be done longer term. Gut feeling 17.14. Helen's brother stood straight for the first time in a while, finally visible over the shorter buildings. His mouth was slack, his eyes wide enough to reveal the whites even from a good ways away. He arched his back so his belly stuck out, his arms down and away from his body, and he began writhing, rocking his upper body left and right. What's that about? Jessie asked. Helen was sitting in a chair, with 3 of our student doctors tending to her. Her back was to the wall next to the window, but the window was in arm's reach. She raised a hand and tapped the window clumsily. Hey Helen, I said. Want me to interpret? She moved her hands in an abstract way, as if trying to reassure me. I was reminded of the doctors at the academies who worked with clay to figure out the shape and ratios needed for a new creation. One of her eyes looked up at me to double-check I was paying attention, then tapped her collarbone with one fist, only barely missing the young lady who was investigating one of the bullet holes through her ribcage. You want to be clear, no. You're clear, you're sure. She made a low, pleased gurgling sound in her throat, then, hands and stiff claws, she swiped the window. You're positive that he's scratching? She pointed her hands up. Scratching the sky. She paused, looked down at her body, then looked up at me and reached for my chest. The other, intact Helen that only I could see was doing much the same from the other direction. I could follow the trajectories and figure out the destinations. Nipple, I said, quickly, before she could get a grip on me. Even if she was weakened, I wasn't about to let Helen of all people flip my nip. I was really glad I had the translation thing down as well as I did, because her hand dropped away, leaving me intact and pain-free. Bullet dodged. Oh, I see. Have to say it with the right tone of voice. Ahem, I said. I adopted a prim, Helen tone of voice, like she liked to do when she was being ridiculous. It's really quite obvious. In my expert opinion, he's trying to scratch the sky with his nipples. Helen moved her arms carefully so as not to interfere with the multiple ex-students working on her, and she managed a light applause. Yes, Jessie said. Absolutely, that's what he's trying to do. He's stiff, I said. He was hunched over and working hard, tearing up the road, and he just stood up and ooh, ouch, it hurts, but oh, not used to being mobile and active, he wonders how he's supposed to deal with this. Not socially conscious or used to his own body at all, so. I spread my hands. So he tries to scratch the sky with his nipples, Jessie said. I smiled. Helen's brother remained where he was, bending over backward, barely balanced, his arms dangling behind him, facing skyward. He wriggled for a moment more without righting himself, and then made a noise that carried over the city. A moan. Helen reached out. I caught her hand and squeezed it. He's just grumbling. She gave me a weaker squeeze back. The ex-student who was working on Helen's stomach sat back in the chair. He rubbed at his damp forehead with his forearm, his hands bloody to the wrists. I handed him a damp cloth from the bowl. Thank you, he said. Helen was sitting in the chair, her sweater cut off and her blouse unbuttoned, though the shirt hung so it covered her breasts. Thoughts? I asked him. Terrifying, he said. Helen gurgled. That's one thought, I reminded him. Without a second or third, it's hard to mark out the points, draw a line and figure out where the thought is going. Yeah, he said. He looked at the other 2 students, both girls, who were working on the side of Helen's face and her leg, respectively. Jessie spoke, terrifying because you're not confident, because Helen is a marvel of science, because. All of the above? I had my doubts when you asked for the best Neogenesis students in the room, but that call was right on the mark. I'm pretty good with this stuff, I worked in a lab with graduate doctors putting together life from scratch. Soups, vats, artificial uteri, blends, picks, mashes, top-downs, bottom UPS, display pieces. Hell, I even got to watch over shoulders from the beginning as the G.D.S did a human look-alike from scratch. He couldn't do anything except sit in a chair and look pretty, but it gave me a sense of what goes into this. Narcissus, the ex-student who was digging bullet fragments out of Helen's leg asked. Narcissus too. I never heard about the second one, she said. Yeah, well, it was less groundbreaking. We need you to piece her together enough that she's stabilized, I said. Just long enough that we can find someone with the skills to do a more comprehensive fix. Can you do that for us? The student had a look in his eyes that reminded me of Lillian. I'd seen it when she was focused on her external muscle project. I'd probably worn it myself countless times. His thoughts were on the work, the science, the ratios and chemical names and the obscure names for components of a non-human body flying through his head. All those things I mentioned? The soups, the containers, the top-down, bottom-up, take this working piece from this project and graft it to that one. All those things, I said, echoing him. All of the above, he said. It's all in play. It's like. I'm trying to think of how to explain this to ignoramuses. Excuse me? I asked. Mr. All of the above startled at the tone. Oh. No, I didn't mean that as an insult, only that you don't know academy science. You're ignorant in that you don't know. Quit while you're behind, the girl who was working on Helen's face said. Okay, he said. Sorry, Sylvester. Sorry, Jesse. It's fine, I said, making a hand gesture that he should keep going. Explain it to the ignoramus. He was flustered enough he couldn't quite seem to gather the thoughts necessary to make a good analogy. If I had to take a stab at it, the girl working on Helen's face said, if you gave me a maths problem, I could do it. I'm pretty good at maths. But there's enough at work here that it's like asking us to go through a maths textbook, front to back. There are a few curveballs slipped in here and there that might even qualify as end-of-term projects, and you're asking us to hurry through it. I pursed my lips. We might need equipment, leg girl said. There's something in the hip I'd have to grow a replacement for if it's even replaceable. I think it's an endpoint for one of 3 distinct systems that control how it moves. Jesse said, voice firm. Sorry. We're being particular and sensitive because we're tense, I said. Helen needs to come out of this okay. 3 systems, you said. Mr. All of the above asked. Hydraulic, pneumatic, and voltaic, I think, face girl said. Yeah, leg girl confirmed. The hip thing, I think it's a hydraulic subsystem. Fluid driven, with fluid being drawn to key points or released, to tense or relax other parts or exert strength. If one key point fails, others take up the slack in the hydraulic system. If the hydraulic system fails due to damage to too many key points, then the pneumatic and voltaic systems take over. Except too many systems have taken too much damage, face girl said. Off in the distance, Helen's brother had righted himself. He was being less careful about the city now, it seemed. He gripped a clock tower and was in the process of toppling it. It was sturdy in construction, but the only horizontal pressure it was supposed to endure was a stiff wind, not one of the world's largest humanoids pushing on it. Is she running purely off of voltaic strength? All of the above asked. Helen shook her head. The clock tower toppled. The resulting crash was most likely audible to just about everyone in the city. The building rumbled as though Big Neff had showed up and was shaking it. Each of the 3 young doctors stopped what they were doing, eyes wide. It's fine, I said. Helen was tapping her chest, where a gaping hole stood out over her heart. Helen is saying the heart-driven system is in working order. What? All of the above asked. No, honey. You have a few heart-like structures and supporting structures, but the hydraulic system is most definitely not working. Helen made a noise, then looked up at me, rolling the one eye I could see through the blood-sticky hair. Be good, I told her. She looked at Jesse. You might as well show them, Jesse said. So long as it won't kill you. Oh, is that how this works now? I asked. You ask Dad and he says no, and so you ask Mom? And since when am I the reasonable, conservative one in this pair, Jess? Helen went limp, head lolling back, and blood began pouring out of her wounds anew, with 1 or 2 arterial spurts in places where there shouldn't be arteries. The overlapping shouts and cries of distress of the ex-students drew attention from elsewhere, or perhaps they'd heard the crash of the falling building and were coming to alert Jesse and I. 4 or so of them crowded at the door and on seeing Helen, they panicked. She stopped the bleeding on her own and began the process of pulling herself together, righting her head and sitting up straighter. It took a moment for the ex-students to gather themselves. The one at Helen's leg spoke first, in a very quiet voice. I would recommend not doing that again. You know yourself better than we do, apparently, but that put a lot of stress on an already stressed hydro. Oh, Mr. All of the above said. Oh lords. Wait, if that's the hydraulic setup doubling as cardiac while being entirely capable of functioning at standstill, is the pneumatic? Helen gurgled, already nodding. And voltaic, he asked, indicating his head with one bloody finger. Helen nodded. He made a face like he was in pain. The other 2 ex-students didn't look very happy either. Thoughts. I tried again. Bad news is I don't think I've ever been this out of my depth, and I've sat an exam for a course I hadn't actually attended the lectures for. You can bullshit exams, I said. We need a liberal application of bullshit here. Just enough to postpone the final results. No, he said. No. I failed that exam. I ended up at Beetle, remember? Okay, but this isn't an exam, I said. This is worse, Mr. All of the above said. I can barely wrap my head around how she works, face girl said. Mr. All of the above wiped at his hands anew with another wet cloth. But, in the interest of being positive, there's good news. Do tell, I said. Please. It looks like she knows something about how she works. Helen nodded. Mr. All of the above smiled, even a nod here and there can help. She might be the equivalent of next year's maths textbook when we haven't even finished this year's, but she can let us know if we're going the right direction. That's good thing number 1. I liked his positivity. I didn't want to admit it out loud, but it was positivity I was sorely in need of. Good thing number 2? She's sturdy. Hot beans, is she sturdy? Helen made the sound. TCH. TCH. Helen says you shouldn't call a young lady sturdy, sir, I translated. Helen clapped her hands again, and Jessie rolled her eyes. I think I can pull this off with her help, Mr. All of the above said. He paused. Maybe. Yet? I asked. I looked at the other ex-students. The 2 girls looked a little less positive, but they felt able to give me confirmation. Jessie visibly sagged with relief. I took a deep breath for what felt like the first time since morning. But if we don't get some more knowledgeable attention trained her way soon, this is going to be a lot less pretty, Mr. All of the above said. Yeah, I said. I moved closer to the window, one side of my body touching one side of Jessie's. Feeling the stiffness in my back as I positioned my head, I rested my chin on her shoulder, reached up, and placed her blonde braid so it laid on top of my head. We looked out at Big Neff, who was treading heavily through the rubble he had created with the toppling of the clock tower. At least we have an idea of where to look, Jessie said. I murmured. We should wrangle our people, she said. Already thinking about how, I said. Good, she said. I lowered my voice so only Jessie could hear me. That said, I want nothing more right now than to get Helen fixed, then to crawl into the biggest, fluffiest bed with the heaviest covers with you right next to me, and stay there for longer than necessary. That sounds nice, she said. She made her voice very small, so we wouldn't be overheard. Just to sleep, though. We'd have to talk, of course, I said. She twisted around, so my chin no longer rested on her shoulder, and she gave me the over-the-glasses librarian look. I was already grinning, mocking her with my expression, making it clear I wasn't being serious. She extended her arm, and hooked my elbow with hers. I caught on right away, and we walked to the door of the room together. You do have obligations, she said. Rebel group to coordinate, Crown states to save, Infante to topple. You owe Mabel a bath, Jessie said. We were out of earshot of the others. You promised and you're overdue. Ah, right, I said. Then I raised an eyebrow. She and I talk, Jessie said, before I could even ask the question. She doesn't want to overstep or get in the way, so she comes to me and asks. That's good. I like her. I know you like her. I like her because she's honest, forthright, and sharp enough to not completely fall behind. She took good care of you when you had the plague crawling across you, and that earns a lot of points in my book, because you're important to me, Jessie said. I reached up and picked up the braid that normally draped over one of Jessie's skinny shoulders, and fixed its position. I let my finger brush her neck. I liked how put together Jessie was. The glasses, the hair, the clothing, it was all done with deliberation. She smelled like the hair products and soaps girls used, faintly floral, and I knew the smell had been carefully chosen, after an analysis of all the scents she'd come across in her lifetime as Jamie II and then as Jessie. She took her time responding, letting me focus on her for the moment. When she finally spoke, she said, so give her bath, because she deserves it. Invite her to sleep in the ridiculously fluffy bed with the heavy covers with you and me. Yet, Jessie said, reaching up to put a hand on either side of my neck. Because you only ever sleep well if you sleep in a puppy pile. You were content in Tineware, you were at ease, sitting on that windowsill with our music playing and tea beside you, but you didn't truly relax. You don't stop unless you have a collection of people relaxed and in close proximity to you. That's just your warped psychology. Probably, I said. I let my forehead rest against hers. Now put that psychology to work, SY, Jessie said. Tend your flock. I remember some things Ibit said about Helen, and I remember bits and pieces about Lillian's work on her. I'll try to provide guidance. If we need you, I'll come get you. Sounds good, I said. We broke away from each other, and I glanced back at Helen before heading down the hall. We hadn't settled in the apartments, in the end. The concern was that Cynthia's people would backtrack and find us. I wasn't sure the fear was especially valid, but we had a few hundred ex-students and scattered gang members with their individual fears and concerns. A token effort to move a few streets down went a long way. Students had settled in various rooms of the building. The buildings at the periphery of the city had been evacuated, many people had taken their most prized possessions with them, and it was relatively easy to move ourselves in, simply to borrow beds, couches, love seats and cots. In the effort to be conscientious, we'd tried to occupy only the empty apartments and the ones where people had clearly moved out, but having 300 bodies made that impossible to fully guarantee. The various group leaders were supposed to be keeping tabs on their people and keeping their individual groups to set areas, but the lines had blurred over the last several months, it was hard to truly say who belonged where. To get any sense of where 300 people in two separate buildings were, I needed to find people like BEA, Davis, Gordon too and Mabel. I had been distracted by my own need for medical attention in Helen's situation, so I'd dropped the ball, and needed to figure out where it had rolled off to. I looked for open apartment doors and listened for conversation, hoping that a combination of the two would mean finding some students who were willing and able to point me toward one of my lieutenants. Not saying the perks are bad or that I regret going, but how old is he? 15? 16? Thereabouts. 18, actually, I thought. Students were talking, and I'd found myself eavesdropping. Listen, I know I don't know everything. But I think about the people I saw in the 3 different academies I attended at, and there were some damn smart kids there. Whip smart, enough it scared me. Your point being? That they were still kids. I'm not saying he doesn't pull some good stunts. I'm not saying Jessie doesn't have her moments either. I'm just saying that they're not quite adults. Sedge was good. I liked Sedge. It was better living than I thought it would be. Would have liked more time in the city, but I totally got that there were logistics issues with that. Okay, not denying that. But Sedge felt like something they stumbled on and took credit for. I don't agree. You don't? No. There have been a lot of things you could say that about. Things I know you have said things about. But I think it's far more likely that they know how to stumble. They know where to look. Maybe. Maybe. Really stressing the maybe here. Except even if that was true, is that what we want? I'm happy to wait until we see the results of the big play. I was happy to wait, but I heard Valentina's pitch, I got a good look at how Cynthia's spears operate, I can't help but think that if Valentina was on the level and the spears were open to new recruits, I wouldn't mind something more directed. Directed. They know what they want. They have drive, passion, they're angry. They give me the impression they surgically target, they do the job well, and they come back in one piece with their enemies' heads in a bag. Sylvester and Jesse. 1. They came out ahead. They say they did. And I probably believe them. But there's always the question mark, isn't there? How much is our leader telling the truth? How much is he pulling our strings? There's not as much direction there. There's not a lot of definition. He has some old ties to the academy and knows his stuff, okay. He has ties to the kids we saw. Same thing. Kind of. Vagueness, right? Ambiguity. He's got ties to Frey that people talked about at first and now nobody really wants to say anything straight out about it. Sylvester and Jesse are running the show and people are mostly fine with it, but it feels like they operate on instinct, in gray areas, making a lot of moves that are supposed to make sense later. They have a good track record, don't they? Or is this going to be another they say thing? I don't know. But when they came limping back and started a conversation with those spears that Davis and Valentina had us surrendering to, well, they were limping and bleeding. They run on instinct and if you gave me the choice between the two things, maybe I'd rather not be limping and bloody because instinct didn't go far enough. You want to be a soldier. I joined because fuck the academy. Fuck the crown. Fuck them. Fuck them for making me disappoint my mom and aunt and sister. Fuck them for not handling the plague properly, fuck them for the constant wars. All that fucking, it needs some thrust. Point me at some moving bodies and let me make them stop moving. I want that, and all I'm saying is that if the offer was given to me right now, I might think about joining the spears. Yeah, maybe. You make a decent case. Why only might? Well, the spears look like they have an awful lot of spears and not enough spear holders, if you know what I mean. We've got more skirts over here, and some of them are even school uniform skirts, which are the best ones. Ahoy. What? I'm a guy. I'm supposed to indulge. You're supposed to indulge. The conversation continued, but it quickly veered into the topic of indulging, and the biologically improbable interpretations of the act, as told by two people who had never indulged. My thoughts lingered on the criticisms, with the lingering being deep enough that I was unaware that Pierre had been standing at the other end of the hallway for some time. I passed in front of the open door, not glancing within, and I could hear the pause in conversation as they glimpsed me. I ignored them and joined Pierre. Point me to my lieutenants. I asked. Can do, he said. How is Miss Helen? Odds are better than expected, so long as we can get some prompt access to a black coat with the right qualifications, I said. Good, Pierre said. We descended the stairs to the lower floors of the building. Did you catch that conversation? I asked. Some, he said. I think it's the nature of young men and women to wonder who they are and where they belong. I would blame that basic nature before anything else. Maybe, I said. A few of the criticisms still felt a touch too on point. How widespread is this sentiment? A lot of other people might have waffled, asked clarifying questions. Pierre didn't. 1 in 10 or 1 in 15, if I had to guess, he said. Valentina is one of them. I would be more worried about the fact that they're finding listening ears. All right, I said. We'll find something for them to do soon. I think a lot of people had complaints, but during the honeymoon phase, they kept them in check, Pierre said. I saw this happen with previous employers. Gangs. One bad event gives a lot of people permission to voice doubts they had been keeping to themselves. This scare was that. I just don't like the fact that the doubts exist, and I don't like the idea that they'd rather be with Cynthia, I said. Only a small and vocal few, mind you. Even so, yes. These things often blow over, my talking rabbit said. But not always, I said. No, and rarely in a tidy fashion, Pierre said. We'll find something for them to do soon, I said, again. As soon as Helen is in at least partial working order, we move. She's coming? Pierre asked. I looked at Helen, who was walking down the stairs with us, not a drop of blood on her, her smile sunny. You coming? Yes, Helen said. She's coming, I said. She wouldn't want to be left out in circumstances like this. Gut feeling 17.15. You're not coming, I said. AM2, Helen said. I had my jacket off and was wearing only my shirt, which was unbuttoned. The sink in the apartment was the small oyster shell variety, with only a thin lip around the edge, and in the process of performing my own maintenance, washing up and medical care, I'd balanced roughly 30 objects on the edges. Moving and getting the things I needed was a bit of an exercise, but the exercise helped keep me sharp, as did the pain. The bullet I'd taken to my fingers had split the right side of my ring finger and the left side of my middle finger, shattering and dislodging the nails. The fact that it had split meant it could be knit together. I'm coming, Helen said. She sat on the toilet, which had the lid down, while Gordon too worked on final touches. I'm restless and I didn't get to do much of anything before getting shot. Which was my fault. She didn't sound accusatory, but then, Helen only sounded accusatory if it served her ends. She was being sweet now, which was a dangerous pairing with her feeling restless. I wasn't sure how to communicate that to Gordon too, or to the other student who'd followed the pair in, a young lady who was sticking to one corner. She had likely been invited to help Helen with things that a male attendant couldn't, but that role had to wait. I wasn't going to ask. I'd retreated into the bathroom and taken to my own medical care to sort out my thoughts, and partway through they had found me, started to quiz me, and now there was a whole discussion happening. I'd joked with Jessie about being like parents, and in this, not getting 10 straight minutes of peace ever, we'd definitely hit the mark. It had been more than 10 minutes, between a rinse of my face and hair, looking after my back and shoulder as best as I could, scrubbing off blood, smoke, and dirt, and then finally tending to my hands. Doing them any earlier would have meant risking getting the bandages on the fingers wet or dirty. They'd get that way anyhow, but... well, I didn't have a good answer to that. Why, Helen cooed. I'm thinking, I said. You're thinking too much, she said. You're weak, I said. A small dog could beat you in a fight. You're weak too, SY, and you've always been weak. Even though you're better than you were. But you're hurting too. I gestured for her to ease up. I didn't want bystanders to focus too much on my failings. She gestured agreement. All other things aside, you want me to come. I want to come. This is easy. That's an awful lot of things we're putting aside, I said. But there's a lot of things to not put aside, like if you leave me behind, then you have to worry about me. Do I? Do we? Gordon too asked. Wait, why do we have to worry about her? I'm trying to be good, she said. I could see part of her expression in the mirror. She was wearing a very dangerous, sultry expression. But a young lady has needs, SY. Gordon too said. He took his hands off of her. Uncomfortable. You're fine, Han, Helen said. Are you threatening me? I asked. Us. No, Helen said. Perfunctory, simple. Needs. The difference between needs and wants is that wants are optional. Needs can be postponed but never wholly denied. Ignoring them wounds the body, mind, or spirit. Yes, I said. And you need to murder people, or your spirit will wither. What? Gordon too asked. It might be more complicated than that, she said. Mind? I asked. Body? I don't know, she said. The lines get blurry. Well, I said. In the interest of nourishing body, mind, and spirit, I could try swaying you with promises of sweets. It might take some doing to deter and stop at the right place, but no. I'd read the expression on her face as I glanced up from my sutures in progress. No, she said, firm. But sweets are equivalent to murder, I said. They go in the same bucket. A bloody, sexy bucket. What? Gordon too asked. Wait. Slow down. What? If you're confused and wary right now, then asking questions isn't going to help, I said. I raised my eyebrow as I checked with Helen, peering through the mirror. I'm right about the sexy sweet blood bucket. Maybe I'd gone too far. I'd been teasing Gordon too as part of the discussion, but the girl in the corner had eyes as wide as saucers. I needed to find a way to bring things to ground and keep them from crawling away from me. Then Helen spoke. They substitute for each other, but they aren't the same thing. I can give you a cube of sugar and you can let it melt on your tongue, but it's not going to be anything like a full meal, is it? The act of juggling thoughts about the conversation with Helen, figuring out how to pull things back to avoid scarring the girl in the corner, keeping at least one part of my brain focused on the greater game plan with the professors that were managing Helen's brother and simultaneously suturing my fingers all ran together. The trains of thought found themselves on a collision course, and I consequently managed to jab myself with the suturing hook, sticking it right into a part of my finger where I was trying to avoid adding to the nerve damage. Something off, something wrong, then the pain of stabbing myself, and I wheeled around, no longer viewing the room through the mirror. I only barely managed to keep from toppling the castle of medical supplies and toiletries I'd erected on the sink's edge. The room was empty. No Helen, no Gordon too, no girl in the corner. The pain of the hook in my hand was making my hand shake, which played off of my confusion and alarm by almost emulating a kind of physical reaction. I'd mastered my poker face long ago, learned to hide erratic breathing and shaking hands, and the artificial imposition of the same effect formed an emotional tunnel past walls and defenses long established. I was bothered and my hand shaking made me far less able to take it in stride. I pushed the hook through, my eyes still scanning the small bathroom, and finished up my finger. Think. Get centered. Evaluate reality. The number of faces and individuals lurking in my head was growing. Secondary people and people I couldn't even name, if they existed at all. What had I done before stepping into the bathroom? I was bothered by the descent. I'd put on a cool face, tried to be reassuring, and assured everyone, from lieutenants to Jessie to Pierre and Shirley that we needed to be patient. Patience, and we'd have an in. Patience even though Helen wasn't well. Then I had stepped away, on the pretense that I wanted to wash and get tidied up. I'd wanted space. As much as I clung to the lambs and the idea of the puppy pile, I'd woken up to gunshots and lambs, then immediately moved to maneuvering that scenario, maneuvering among my people, settling Helen, ensuring that we made camp all right, that fears and worries were being assuaged and hopes fostered. Little things, like how I'd spotted Rudy and Possum in the crowd. The day had been a storm of that, and the night before had been surgery and torture. I'd needed a moment, and I hadn't even gotten it, because my brain hadn't allowed me it. I was worn thin. New faces were using the opportunity to creep in. They were getting better at catching me off guard. I finished up my fingers, then pulled on gloves, enduring the pain and the pressure. I met my own eyes in the mirror, and then fixed my hair, insofar as it could be fixed. Helen and I had talked about the mind, body, and spirit. I could look after the body and hope it helped on the other two fronts. I made sure to drink some water, then double-checked I'd washed away the blood and bandaged the wounds, reducing the appearance of scrapes and sorted out my appearance. This was a show. I had to represent myself well to my people, because a strong image would help forestall dissent. I'd finished tending to hair, skin, and what lay beneath, as best as I was able. Clothes were next. I took off my shirt, throwing it out, and wore only my jacket and slacks, so my wounds would be better covered up. I'd expected to have to walk to my room and collect some clothes from my luggage. Jessie, however, was at the end of the hall, a fresh set of clothes in her hands. Good timing, I said. She smiled. I snapped my fingers, adding, but if you'd walked with a brisker step, you could have peeked. Get dressed, she said. I'm already anxious about delaying this much. Is Helen doing that badly? Helen appears to be stable, Jessie said. Stable is good, I said. Helen is capable of bleeding and not bleeding at her whim, she can projectile vomit blood if she so chooses, and she can use muscle strength to hold many of her wounds closed. She is a consummate actor. She might look stable, but she decides her appearance at a whim. Yeah, I said. All right. Give me a second. I took the clothes and got dressed. It was interesting to see what Jessie had picked out. The clothes were crisper, the shirt had a cut with a more pronounced collar, the vest was meant to be worn with a suit jacket, but had been collected independently. She had also included one of my other jackets, a fresh pair of black slacks, and clean socks. She offered me a steadying hand as I got changed. I pulled my boots back on, straightened, and swept my hands down my front. Green shirt, black vest, black slacks, and shined black boots. I feel like a magician. Good, Jessie said. Is that your thing? Should I add it to your list of things? Magicians on trains and sleeping dragons that can knock buildings down. She reached up and pressed a lock of hair down where I'd tried to oil it back. You're joking a lot. Is that Helen's influence or is it anxiety? You talked to Pierre. He did mention something, but that's a very small fraction of what I'm asking. I shrugged, glancing back at the corners of the bathroom. Nah. Things are getting crowded in the OL noggin. New ones. I shrugged. We can talk about it later. If you're sure. Yeah. What's Big Neff doing? Bleeding. My eyebrows went up. Do tell. Cannons, it sounded like. I missed that. Okay, that's what we were waiting for, I said. I pulled on the jacket. It did make for a flattering cut with the vest and shirt. Everyone's ready, that's coming. Should be. I suspected that Jessie had been trying to get me into a different frame of mind with the outfit. To perform. To show off. I made the mental adjustments, paying attention to how I stood and how I acted as I descended the stairs rapid fire, taking her hand in my own. It was eerie to see Gordon 2 and Helen together, talking. Rudy and Possum were near Shirley. Multiple eyes were on Jessie and I as we entered the room. Big Neff is hurting, I said. That's our opening. It shakes the bug box. I've stopped trying to keep up with the terms, Gordon 2 said. Okay, I'll simplify, I said. I felt energized now. These were people I liked. Helen looked as lively as she had since being shot, but from what I could gather, she remained mute. This was all right as a fresh starting point. Cynthia turned her attention to the biggest target. Cynthia, to the best of our knowledge, is still underground, while the giant is trying to dig her up, Jessie said. Cynthia's people. They're coordinated enough they can be considered an organism, I said. Interesting phrasing, Davis said. Point being, I said, is that she and her people are preoccupied with Neff. Neff is preoccupied with them. Helen raised a hand, then indicated me, pointing. And as Helen so kindly points out, yes. Neff was sent here for a reason. He has Cynthia's scent. There's nothing saying he doesn't have mine or Jessie's. But mostly mine, since Jessie doesn't officially exist and her alter ego is dead. Both of them, even, Jessie said, quiet. Helen did not just communicate all that, the treasurer said. Helen moved her hands, nodding emphatically while indicating me. She says I'm right, I said. Helen nodded. Jessie's eye roll was dramatic enough that my mind supplied an imagined grating sound of eyeball on eye socket. I keep telling you guys, Gordon 2 said, best thing you can do is roll with it. So let's see, I said. Gordos, you're in. That's not actually my name, but yes, Gordon 2 said. Treasurer. I asked the square-faced young man. He had lines of acne at the edges of his face that marked where skin oils had collected around masks. There was a name for that look that I hadn't quite placed. I had teased Lillian about it before. His hair had been cut recently, and had been cut rather short for the winter. He dipped his head in assent. Who else? Davis? You're here because. I'm coming. Please. Even a please? You're sure? Yes, he said, with no room for doubt. All right, I said. I floundered for a moment. It would have been nice to have him stay and keep arguing against dissolution, but my focus for the moment was on the performance. We'd collected Professor Berger and we'd given up that trophy in exchange for Helen. We needed another concrete win. A trophy, and a step forward in progress. We needed a professor, one who could patch Helen up. And Wad, one of the thugs said. And Wad. I like the name, I said. Good to have some muscle. That leaves, well, Helen's coming, I take it. What? Jessie asked. No. Yes, I said. Helen nodded yes, emphatically. You're going to have to explain this one to me, Jessie said. We had a long discussion about it, I said. No you didn't, Gordon too said. We did. She was stubborn, but she won me over, I said. Helen paused, then nodded. That got the two of us suspicious looks from several people present. I'm not sure about this, Jessie said. On several levels. She didn't join us to be relegated to the sidelines. We're better unified. Jessie bit her lip. We're better unified, I said, again. We magnify each other's strengths, but we magnify weaknesses and character flaws too, Jessie said. You've only really improved with the fighting since breaking away from the lambs. I'm still fairly abysmal on a level playing field, I thought. Yet. True. But short of Ibit, who knows her as well as I do. And he only focuses on the meat. Which I admittedly have no clue about. I get her. I get that she needs this. We unify, we cover each other's weaknesses and magnify each other's strengths. It's better with her out there. Helen stood. She wasn't in proper working order, but she had been tidied up, and some careful arrangement of hair and fresh clothes had done a lot to make her look better. She didn't look strong. She wrapped me in a hug. See? I asked. I see that the two most manipulative members of the lambs are teaming up against me, Jessie said, playing things up for sympathy and making it so I look like the bad one if I insist she stays. Helen and I both nodded with a great deal of force. We hadn't coordinated, but we did the exact same thing in near-perfect synchronization. All right, Jessie said. I nodded. As a group, we entered the apartment building's lobby. It marked a kind of important divide. The students waited as a congregation, with Mauer standing by, watching. Not all of the 300 students were present. Some had no doubt done the heavy lifting to get bags inside, some would be sleeping after not having slept the night before, they would be taking baths. But others were staying away because their faith had been broken or bent. I noted Valentina's absence. Even in this crowd, there were people at the fringes who weren't ours. They were rebels, which put them in our camp, but they weren't yet ready to make the sacrifices and take the risks. I couldn't really recognize faces, but I could recognize them by sentiment. Without pinning any particular example to any particular students, I could say that the students on the fringes who looked less enthusiastic were the ones who had done the least amount of work possible, who'd taken to drinking or figuring out how to brew drinks, who had made party drugs and pushed the line with our few rules enough that they had mandated attention and warnings. I saw a fair number of delinquents and rooftop girls. I saw some lower-ranking members of the student council too. They included all types. A dozen, maybe 2 dozen. They counted the easygoing among them, and the easygoing often made friends easily. They counted the strongly opinionated among them, and the opinionated were rallying points for those with like feelings. Mabel sat off to one side. As students rose to feet or made their way toward us, our army of sorts, she remained sitting. Her smile looked like she was trying to reassure me, saying that she would stay behind, she would wrangle people. But with a full 100 students joining us and migrating outside, we were leaving a fractured group behind. I worried Mabel would be outnumbered. I gave her a brief wave as we left, and a salute to the rest of the room. Stepping out of the dark hallway and into the street was a shock. From darkness to sunlight reflecting off of scattered white surfaces and puddles, from a muted warmth to a bitter cold. Cramped confines to the open city. We were far enough away from Neff that the view of the giant's movements and the sounds of what was going on were disconnected. I could see the puff of explosions on his naked chest, the smoke rolling away from him. The muted sound of explosions were like the clap of thunder following a lightning strike, though with far less reverberation, far less reach and volume. It was only now that we were outside that I was truly aware of it. There were gunshots too. I knew that the various rebel factions had equipped themselves with some specialized arms. Cynthia had favored exorcist rifles at one point. I wasn't sure they would do much damage to Nev, but the guns I was hearing were powerful enough to be heard at a considerable distance. There were crowds out in the street, as we got out of the more secluded neighborhood. People had vacated buildings, feeling as though things were far enough away that they could make a getaway to the outer parts of the city. It meant traffic and it meant groups of people trying to load essential provisions onto carriages and carts. Neff wasn't putting up a very dramatic fight, but he was large enough that even an explosive cannon round caused only a moderate amount of damage. I couldn't see the individual wounds, but I could see discoloration where wounds were grouped and where fluids drooled out of wounds. If Helen could take several bullets and stay standing, I wasn't sure this would be that successful. He'd been built for war zonies, probably for targeting enemy leaders and destroying them in an unignorable manner that could demoralize whole armies, and his toughness would be designed. Except that the damage kept targeting the same areas. This wasn't Cynthia's first go-around when it came to giant slaying. To use weapons of a sufficient magnitude, scrambling clear of an enemy that could cross a street in a single awkward stride, setting up position in the right areas to fire another battery, it took skill, effort, and a good strategic brain. Who's winning? The treasurer asked. He was hanging further back, with the group, Davis beside him. Would be nice if both sides killed or crippled one another, I said. Helen gasped. Well, it would be ideal if the big guy over there smashed Cynthia's group to a fine paste and then fucked right off instead of coming for us. As is, we'll plan for the worst and if the ideal happens then we can celebrate. How's that? She sniffed, then reached out to pinch my arm. Her grip wasn't sufficient to penetrate my coat. I wondered how much stamina she really had. Keep an ear out, I told her. We're looking for the speakers, the experiments who were shouting instructions to people on the street. She nodded. And while we're talking, I said, my voice quiet, if you were to use a metaphor where you talked about me eating sugar as being a hollow, artificial, unfulfilling substitute for eating a real meal, I'd be right to think something was wrong, yet. She paused, giving me an odd look with an ordinary eye and a bloodshot one. Then she nodded. Yet. Would have to be a mental safety net, my brain telling me something was off. Again, she digested that. After a long moment of just walking, the arm she'd used to pinch me now resting on my shoulder as she periodically drew on me for balance and support, she gave me another nod. It was as if she'd thought hard about it and decided I was on the mark. She pointed, and I moved my hand, gesturing. Behind me, Gordon too, Davis and the treasurer all relayed instructions, making sure that the crowd of 100 bodies kept up and were paying attention. Jessie was the one to gesture, and this time, it was the sign for weapon. Of the small army we had flocking behind us, 1 in 8 or so had guns. Others had knives. In the distance Neff toppled another building, waging his war against Cynthia's people. His success and failure were our clock. One way or another, if Cynthia lost or was routed, there was a chance he would gravitate toward us, which would be bad, or he would return to his handlers, which would make taking action 1,000 times more difficult. If Cynthia won, well, we had to worry about her going back to the last place she'd seen us, and that would put her in close enough proximity to our people that moving hundreds would be risky. There was commotion nearby. We inched closer, me gesturing for quiet, for our army to stay back. Civilians. Angry civilians. They had gathered, throwing one of the round speakers to the ground, and they were beating the ever-loving snot out of the fellow. Some were using handheld weapons. Stop! I hollered. Some smoke inhalation from earlier in the day gave my voice a rougher edge. They were angry, they were scared, and in the heat of the moment, they stopped what they were doing, leaving the experiment to bleed. They turned their hostility toward me. Jessie gestured, and I knew what the gesture was. We need him, Jessie said, very diplomatically. I could see those words rile the crowd. But as our rebel army formed at our back, the rising anger was given pause. It made it easier to speak, and it made it easier to speak with weight. We're going after the people who caused all this, I said. He's going to lead us to them. Helen moved closer to me. She posed a little, smiling, looking dangerous in posture and expression. Ah, she wanted to play it that way? Want in? I tried. Gut feeling 17.16. It took a group of grown adults some concerted effort to drag the speaker off to one side. They collectively propped him up so he lay across several stairs. One of his eyes was already hurt enough it couldn't open, his nose had been smashed and the blood that had flowed from it painted a thick stripe down his lower face, and every breath he took in made his hand clench as he bore the pain. He looked as though he weighed at least 20 stone, where I weighed 7. All right, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm listening, one of the members of the crowd said. I might have hoped that someone else would have spoken up. This guy looked like he was sturdily built and worn around the edges by mid-level manual work, drinking, and smoking. The distribution of dust and faint stains on his clothing suggested he wore an apron much of the time. A baker, butcher, or the like. I could see why he spoke first among this crowd, if he was a face that a lot of people had run into and interacted with. That wasn't what had me concerned. It was that I'd seen a glimpse of the crowd stomping on, kicking, and using improvised weapons to thrash the speaker. My impression of this man was very heavily shadowed by the expression on his face. It had been red where his trimmed black beard hadn't covered it, contorted, and gleeful. I waited, giving way to things, leaving room for others to speak up. I didn't want to have this dialogue with the mad baker. You said you needed him, an older man said. He wasn't an old man, but he'd passed his middle years a few years back, and his hair was touched with a thick daubing of grey. I did, I said, seizing on the second speaker. I made sure to devote a share of attention to the mad baker so I didn't effectively ignore him. That giant over there is fighting with a group of rebels. If one side wins, then the window of opportunity is most likely going to close. We want and need to find the people who are managing the reins. That fellow you were beating up a minute ago is our best bet for finding them. And who are you? The mad baker asked. He's Sylvester Lambsbridge, Jessie said. I'm Jessie Usemont. Sylvester's claim to fame is assassinating the Baron Richmond of Warwick. That got a few raised eyebrows. I saw a smile creep across the mad baker's face. I don't like how this is being handled, the older man said. These monsters, shouting at us to stay put, stay inside, while the giant knocks over buildings that we know have people inside. I can understand why others are upset. Pissed, the mad baker said, his voice dangerous. Don't mince it. Pissed, the older man said, in a way that suggested he didn't like the foul language. But I don't know if I agree with or can condone the murder of a noble. You might change your tune if you saw what life was like for those in Warwick, I said. I might, he said, but I didn't. Well, he was what I'd looked for. Someone more level-headed in the midst of the mob. He was dissenting, and others were looking more restless, the mad baker included. That's entirely fair, I said. The key was to sound calm, reasonable. I had a small army at my back, and this guy had been standing off to one side in the midst of a mob, angry enough to be standing here, not so angry he was stomping a helpless experiment to death. For the record, I don't want to have a long discussion. That giant's probably going to come looking for us, if the rebels don't win and follow up felling the giant and start burning the city to the ground. If at any point you make up your mind, let us know, we'll move along. Ahoy, the man said. I don't mind the noble killing, the mad baker said. It's been a long time coming, and the Baron was always a nut. He was, I said. But that wasn't wholly the reason I went after him. What was the reason? Another man asked. He looked more like a banker. Another level head. He threatened Sylvester's family, Jesse said. That doesn't sound like a strong reason. The deaths of nobles has caused a lot of grief, the older man said. This could be part of it. That's bullshit, the mad baker said. The nobility exists for a reason. Nothing stands on its own, the older man said. One pillar has been shaken, not even destroyed, and we're seeing the ramifications. Lunatics coming out of the woodwork, crime, plague, civil war. Whole tracts of the middle and western crown states being sterilized, the mad baker said, sounding angry again. Let's not forget how this started. I'm not here to have a long discussion, I said. The sterilization was a mistake stemming from miscommunication, the older man said. One caused by initial stirrings of war. The Red Shepherd. Who later went on to kill the Duke, someone we counted on to keep us safe. You're talking about Mauer, I said. That's the name. Listen, I said. If this discussion continued, the mad baker would steer the conversation, argue the failings of the crown, and the discussion would be dragged down into the mud. My route to success lay in arguing with the people I disagreed with here. All the stuff you're talking about, I've been there. I've had long conversations with Mauer, with Frey, I've had Cynthia of the Spears pull a gun on me. I'm here for this. I'm offering you a chance to make it end. Give that experiment to me, I'll find the people who turned that giant on this city, and then I'll do my damnedest to make it go away. Or I'll stop the people who want to burn the city down. We only want to save lives, Jesse said. It's what I was doing when I went after the Baron, I said. I saved a lot of lives when I ended his reign over Warwick. They would have lived long, productive lives in that city, but those existences were condemned ones. Waking nightmares, shadowed by waking monsters custom designed to each family. Trust me when I say that those long lives would have been worse than short lives ending in grisly death. That was a Herculean task. This, right here, is absolutely something I and my people can do. If you need justification or proof, you can follow us, you can listen in, and you can leave or intervene at any time. If you need to find an outlet for your anger, my opening offer stands. You can join us. No, I don't think I'll join you, the older man said. As expected. I might, the mad baker said. Also as expected, unfortunately. Joining isn't the important thing. Do you want to ride along? Do you want to see things with your own two eyes? I asked the older man. I glanced at the banker, then glanced at the mad baker. If you have any doubt about my abilities, if you want to second-guess me in the crown's role. If it matters, Gordon too spoke up, I can say that all of us standing by Jesse and SY are doing it for a reason, because he's good at this and we believe in what he's doing. Not all, I thought. The dissent in the ranks. And that's not the question at hand. It's whether they have the courage. If we step aside and give you this monster so you can try to use him to go after his makers, what's to say you and those youths behind you won't just ignore me? What can I do against, however many of you there are? 80 to 100, the banker said. Collateral, I said. Pick any one of us. They'll be your hostage. We move in two groups, each inside of the other. You can watch from a distance. The person you pick can comment and explain, or you can send someone over or beckon someone to you, and we'll send someone to make sense of things. Anything hinky happens, you can exercise your best judgment. The older man frowned, looking us over. I spread my hands. If you're not comfortable with the idea, say the word. We'll find another one of these guys and leave you to it. The distant fighting was disjointed. There was a flare of dust and smoke that rose in a sudden plume over the skyline. The sound of it followed 2 seconds later. After the sound and several long moments, the wind blew. Not the shockwave or the ripple of the impact, but a reaction to a large-scale change in environment and air pressures. A building or giant had fallen. I'm insane if I say yes to this. You were a bystander in a mob of angry civilians, I told the older man. This is more sane, more focused. It's a surgical strike that solves the problem. The anger was a more organic thing, the older man said. Talking to each other, one thing leading to another. Didn't feel wrong. Premeditation makes it worse somehow. Doing this in the shadow of talking about murdering nobles? Feels a lot worse. All right, I said. I gestured, turning to go. It took a little bit of time for the gesture to translate into orders, lieutenants calling instructions down the line. I wondered if Cynthia did drills or if she faced the same delay between decision and action when coordinating her people. Mauer had some delay, but I suspected his communication was effective enough that he could shout jump and people would jump because he was that convincing. Frey didn't manage armies so much. She preferred to put pieces in place and create an engine, or a greater organism. I'd hoped to do that. But I wasn't Frey. I was something else. The Mad Baker, as I'd termed him, was moving like he was joining us. I didn't want him, not really. Hold on, the older man called out. I held on, gesturing. The beetle rebels stopped. I'll come. I can't speak for everyone, but if I stay here, I don't change anything. If I come, at least there's a chance I can have a say, right? That's the idea, I said. He doesn't represent me, a woman said. But I'll come too. Slowly and surely, the group began to form, people stepping forward. As they peeled away, a path of sorts emerged, away to the speaker. I gestured, and Jesse turned to indicate some people. These people. Some of our stronger ones, and the thug, who looked like he'd been one of Otis. As one, they worked to haul the speaker to his feet. He was beaten, battered, bruised, and he looked surly. His hair had been immaculately styled in a look that was most often worn as a wig, not as an actual hairstyle, curled into a roll at the brow. He had a baby face, and he had a lot of mass, which mostly amounted to being loaded to bear with special organs and then given a frame that could carry it all. His clothing had a weave that became a checked pattern when the light hit it, all fine clothing, but durable. I wished I could have taken some of it for myself, but it was hardly going to fit. Jesse, Mabel, Gordon too, and I could all have crammed together into his outfit. Get somewhere safe, I told the people who were lingering. Keep an eye on things. They're only going to get uglier, and when they do, it's going to happen fast. That giant will cross half the city before you can get out of your house with the bare essentials. The rebels will. I don't even know, but it could be fire, it could be forced conscription. Trust your instincts. The banker was among the group who were staying behind. I could see his expression change, hardening at the thought of each of the scenarios. Good luck, I told them. I'd wish you luck, but I'm not sure you deserve it, the banker said. Yeah, I said. It took only a short time to sort things out. The older man and the woman who had been second to join discussed briefly among themselves before nominating both Jesse and Davis as their hostages. Interesting that they'd chosen two of the most put-together members of our group, the tittiest, neatest ones. Jessie was the ironed blouse and skirt pleats, the stockings, the jacket with crisp lines, her hair in one braid. Davis was neatly parted hair and a suit shirt and slacks combination that would have been a decent academy uniform if it had only had more white. The Mad Baker was an outlier in this city, I suspected, someone who was only here because certain menial service and labor jobs were necessary to keep things running and attend to the life that existed beyond what I was growing to think was a backbone of business, international banking, and information. The more level-headed members of this particular mob, the ones that represented the local color, they'd identified best with Jesse and Davis, saw them as the most valuable hostages to take. That group crossed the street, and I could see Jessie talking to the group, explaining, outlining. She was moving her hands as she talked, and as she did, she was gesturing. It was perfect, because it meant we could maintain an ongoing dialogue. There was something magical about being on the same page as someone, to have thoughts and ideas and not even having to say or do something specific to have other people act as an extension of those thoughts. With four able-bodied men supporting the speaker and keeping him moving, the speaker stumbled ahead. Careful, I said, as I watched him. We don't know if he has anything up his sleeve. He was focused for the moment on putting one foot in front of the other, being wrestled and jabbed this way and that. He wasn't a fighter, and for the moment, he looked confused. I could vaguely recall an encounter some years ago, when the lambs had all been together. Mary had been there. We'd preyed on the relative innocence and gullibility of another experiment's mind. Had it been phrase-stitched? The speaker tripped, and only the support of the people who were holding him keeping him from outright falling flat on his face. He sagged, and we had to pause while they righted him. He glanced at me, and I saw something sharper than I would have ever seen on Frey's face. Not a cunning, human sharpness, but the look of an animal that was weighing its options. Heads up! I called out. I clapped my hands to my ears, backing swiftly away. There were three venues of attack here. One was self-destruction, another was noise, and a third was a combination thereof. A moment later, the speaker opened his mouth. He made the first real sound I'd heard from him, a noise like the horn of a large ship or cry of a train, loud enough to make the ears hurt, to disorient, and unending, a lone note held indefinitely. With that noise, he made 100 people stagger, and the remainder of 200 hands that hadn't followed my cue went to protect ears. I had no idea how many knees buckled. I saw Otis Thug draw a gun, and I lunged, reaching out to stop him from aiming it at the speaker. I could adapt to the noise better than some, because adapting was part of what I did. Helen barely seemed to care about it, holding only one hand to one ear, more in the sense that she didn't want both ears to adapt to the sound. Someone near me reacted badly enough to the volume of the speaker that they began to dry heave. Sensory destruction. The people who had been supporting him backed away, and the speaker dropped to his hands and knees. He had to know that doing this would see him shot or disposed of. But he would do a degree of damage to us before he went. Helen moved, approaching him. I met her eyes, and we communicated in that instance. The coordination, the magic of thinking and having others act as an extension of that thought with barely any communication, it wasn't limited to me being at the center. Helen wanted to act, and I could follow her line of thinking to the conclusion. I gestured, urging others to back away, to get clear of the worst of the sound. Leaving Helen and the speaker alone together. A full city block away, Jessie was gesturing. I could only barely make out the signs. She didn't want me to leave Helen like that. Helen was weak. Helen couldn't communicate. With nobody holding him and the rest of us stumbling a solid 50 paces away, many with eyes screwed shut and hands at ears, the speaker was free to lurch, trying to get to his feet. He had to expect someone would find the wherewithal to shoot him in the back. But he would act in service to the academy that had created him and the crown he'd been a voice for, and he would do it in the simplest manner possible. His attempt to move from being on hands and knees to a standing position was interrupted when Helen walked into him. Her mass was a fraction of his, but the timing was effective. He bowled her over, dropping again to hands and knees, while she landed on her rear end, her face a short distance from his. He was still making that infernal noise. Jessie gestured, suggesting a course of action. I could try disabling him. Like Helen, he had organ clusters. Jessie's suggestion was the kidney area, and I suspected there was some trace of academy science she had picked up that was informing the decision. It wasn't a bad suggestion, but Helen had dibs on this one. I gave her a minute. Too generous by 40 seconds. 20 seconds or so passed, and the noise stopped. While the rest of our people were recovering, some still staggering as though their middle ears were in tatters, I found my feet. The mental adjustments were much the same as the ones I'd made in the wake of Jessie's fertilizer explosion at the ground floor of the flower place, so they were fresh in my mind. As I approached, I could see Helen holding one hand to the side of the speaker's feet. And him? The speaker asked. His voice was deep, and it sounded alien amid the cacophony of noise that had erupted in the silence after his one-note noise. A chaotic storm of phantom sounds to offset the lone sound he'd produced. Helen nodded, smiling. I watched the speaker process, juggling complicated emotions as he lay there, Helen just in front of him, and me off to one side. So be it. I am sorry. Helen shook her head, glancing at me, and I picked up the slack where she was unable to speak. You did exactly what you were supposed to. What do I do now? He asked. You cooperate, I said. But don't look too happy about it. Others were only just starting to recover. Some were creeping cautiously closer, wary of the noise starting again. How? Gordon too asked, his voice too loud. I motioned for him to keep it down. That's going to draw attention, the treasurer said. He winced, working his jaw. I think I have hearing damage. That can be fixed, I said. My own voice sounds like it's far away, he said. Fuck. And you're right. That's a concern, drawing attention, I said. I turned to the speaker. Will it? Will they come for you? I don't know, the speaker said. There was a deliberate disconnect between his tone and the expression he decided to put on his face. He wasn't very good at frowning. I don't think so. They might if they're close, or if the mission changed. How? Gordon too asked, for the second time. I keep telling myself I'm not going to be caught off guard, I won't be surprised, you guys do things I'd normally think are impossible, but, how? Magic, I said. Helen magic. I offered Helen a hand, and even though I wasn't in the best shape myself, I did have it in me to help her to her feet. She offered me a brief curtsy of thanks in exchange, before clinging to me for balance. That's really not an answer to my question, Gordon too said. That's not a thing. But it absolutely is, isn't it? I asked. The magic, it's important. We had Burger, we traded him for a Helen. Look. They looked. I was indicating the crowd of students behind us. The ones who had retreated and fallen, who had felt the impact of that noise the speaker had produced. Their ears hurt and their senses had been rattled, and now all was fixed. The speaker was under our thumb. As several of our strongest recruits moved up and helped haul the speaker to his feet, he pulled away from their grip some, but he didn't have a lot of fight in him. Again, he wore that weird trying too hard scowl. He'd been made and trained to smile and dispense warnings, not to frown and express proper displeasure. So recently touched by the event, they now watched as we got the situation in hand once again. I gestured for us to move, and the lieutenants passed on orders. They would wonder. Gordon too was a good barometer for what the greater collective was thinking. Wondering and wonder were two sides of the same coin. I gave Helen a squeeze, and I signaled the go-ahead. Reluctantly, cautiously, the speaker began to give us direction. This way, that way. Then he would need to stop to think or use a keen ear. With his restrained cooperation, now, we were able to head straight for what we were after. The wind blew cold, boots tromped without rhythm on the ground, and distant explosions and crumbling buildings marked the ongoing conflict halfway across this odd, prim, artificial little city. How are your injuries, speaker? I asked. Speaker. Do you have another title or name? A letter and a number. The ones who made us sometimes like to dress us up and give us masks and titles if we earn them. All right, I said. Would it be bad if I offered you something? We need you for a little bit longer. We can't have your injuries or the elements causing any problems down the line. I don't know, he said. Okay, I said. Gordon too. That's not my name, but all right. There's some people from Davis Group that have supplies. Some are medical, but there should be blankets and jackets for in case we ran into anyone who needed it while we were running around, if they didn't decide to pack light. I need you to grab some stuff, if possible. We'll get this guy warm. Can you double-check if we have anything we can use? Sure, Gordon too said, giving me a curious look. I'll ask. I'm fine, the speaker said. I'm built to endure. Helen reached up, and laid a hand on his upper arm. He looked down at her, confused. Consider this us giving you your own mask and title. To me, you're speaker. You need a token of your time with us. He looked concerned, but with Helen's hand still on his arm, he seemed willing to let it lie. All right. I gestured, to make sure that Gordon too knew. Speaking of titles, do you want one? I asked the speaker. No. I don't not want one either. I do my job. I keep the crown's good citizens safe. I serve, and I am satisfied. I belong to a unit, and we march in step. If I die in pursuit of my duty, I know it is right. Yeah, I said. I think maybe that's not so different from my own experience, way back when. My experience was more nuanced, don't get me wrong, but not so different in the end. He gave me a curious look. I opted not to elaborate. We're close, he said. And we were. Whatever this was, it didn't feel like what the speaker had called marching in step. It looked as though they had scraped the bottom of the test tubes and disposed of the detritus here. I could see a horde of stitched, and a host of men and women who looked surly, all of whom had been augmented or modified. All guarded the perimeter, sitting out in the cold, the bundling against the cold weather serving to hide the full extent of their modifications. Men and women with broken veins from head to toe, with hands modified to blend flesh and technology to give them massive claws. They would have more technology beneath the sleeves of their coats and shawls, to give them the strength to use those claws. There were women with whips built into their arms, with digits at the end, thorny in a way that looked like they attached to flesh. Men and women who were bloated, with what looked like organs externally attached to their bodies. The connection to the body looked tenuous, to the point that I wondered if the organs could be detached and thrown, or if they were meant to be broken. The stitched weren't all military issue, either. It was chaotic, the assortment. Every time I looked, I saw more things that needed attention and watching out for. They were collectively on guard, protecting a building. We came to a halt, pausing to figure out how to approach this next part. Gordon too arrived, and he arranged the coats and blankets across the speaker's shoulders and back. Draping coats in place, he began buttoning the buttons of one coat through the slits of the next, so they formed a blanket of their own. It was ingenious, and it even seemed to please the speaker. He seemed content in this limbo, while our own people peeked, and rumors were passed back, ideas and sentiment finding whispered voices in the midst of all of this. Many of the beetle rebels were armed, but they weren't eager to fight, and fighting this looked to be a mess. What now? The speaker asked, under his breath. I imagined he thought he was being subtle. It didn't particularly matter, but it helped if he thought he was being subtle. I glanced a ways back, watching Jessie and our audience watch us. She was gesturing, asking if I wanted help. I signaled a no. What now? I asked. We're letting you go. And you're going to pass on a message. You're letting me go. You'll go back to your people, I said. All you have to tell them is that the battle is over, it's been decided. It's not my job, to pass on messages like that, not internally, the speaker said. It's fine, I said. In fact, it makes more sense if you're the one that delivers the message. I should give your coats back, he said. No, I said. I moved past Helen, who drew closer to him, and I adjusted his regalia of coats, fixing the pockets where they were supposed to be buttoned, fixing the lines. No, keep them. But you should hurry. Go to your people before my people get restless. Pass on the message. He frowned, and this time the frown was real, because he wasn't trying. But he rose to his feet, and glancing back at Helen and I for a moment, he then picked up speed, jogging back toward the others. So, Gordon too said. Are you going to explain Helen's magic? Is this a thing she does? She simply told the truth, I said. She can't talk, he pointed out. Helen stuck out her tongue at him. Yeah, well, in the meantime, I said. I indicated the speaker. I know how this magic works, he said. The speaker had been stopped by the guards at the perimeter. That was what was supposed to happen in these cases. 60-second fuses. Gordon too asked. Or as close as you could get, I said. I might have felt ashamed at exploiting our temporary recruit, but the canisters loaded into his pockets were of a less lethal variety, and he'd been meant to endure. Gas billowed from around him, and in his confusion, he span around, which only helped distribute the stuff. He might have cried out loud in his alarm, but the gas choked him, which also served to silence that voice. His unique clothing had been custom-made to fit him. The odd weights in the pockets and the bulky nature of the raiment went unnoticed for an experiment that was unused to such things. He was large enough he wouldn't reach behind his back. All that had remained was to pop the canisters and set the timers going. Helen and I had both done it between us. The cloud expanded, and in the midst of it all, the core group of the experiments and stitched guards that had gathered to meet this unexpected visitor were disabled, left reeling. I got the attention of my people with a raised hand, paused for dramatic effect, and then I gestured. Attack. Gut feeling 17.17. The students Jessie and I had recruited weren't soldiers. They weren't fighters, and for some this was their first altercation. It showed. I wasn't a fighter, myself. I knew how to hold a knife, I knew how to shoot a gun. I knew how and where to hit people where it hurt. But I wasn't a fighter. I was an opportunist, and I'd learned to parley that into the knife holding, gun shooting, hurdy hitting. That put me in an odd spot when I was now having to find and create opportunity while managing my people. The gas cloud had spread to a point and stopped, forming a haze 10 long paces wide. 3/5 of the non-stitched enemies present had been affected in some way, coughing, sputtering, hands at burning eyes and orifices. Another fifth, perhaps, had caught whiffs, but the effects stopped at one eye being closed, or a bit of coughing. The stitched were backing away from the gas, and from the fear in many of their eyes, I could tell that a good share of them weren't military grade. Others were remaining stock still, or kept their reactions mostly in check. That left me with a rough guess of there being a dozen experiments that weren't incapacitated, a dozen combat-ready stitched and another 30 or 40 general-use stitched. We had them outnumbered, but only by about 40 individuals. That would change as the gas and its symptoms cleared up. This wasn't an easy assault, exactly. They had undertaken some preparation before settling in. There were places at the corners and ends of the street where fences had been knocked down, where something that might have been a shack had been pulled down, and a square of snowless road that might have had a carriage perched over it when the real snow had fallen. They had taken efforts to remove potential cover that anyone might use to mount an attack on them. Had we been a matter of 5 people, we could have used the cover that remained, but as a mob of 100? This was more Gordon's bailiwick. I missed that doofus. All I could do was execute things as he would, and hope I didn't futz it up too badly. Everyone with guns, fire on the group to the right. I called out. Shoot. Doesn't matter if you hit, just... Someone fired. Just shoot. I called out. But with the exception of the one shot, the gunfire was delayed, hesitant. I knew that was the way it was going to be from the moment it had opened. Keep shooting. I called out, drawing my own pistol. I'd stowed it on the opposite side of my body as usual, so the movement felt unnatural. My damaged fingertips lacked full sensation, not helped by a layer of bandage and gloves pulled on over that, so that didn't help either. I aimed and I fired in the general direction of the people I'd indicated, who were stranded for the moment on the far right of the gas cloud. The gun kicked in my hand, and as I continued running forward, I could smell the gunpowder and smoke of my own gun, and the traces of gas on the wind. The group to the right was smaller than the group on the left, which I was leading the others in charging. The group on the left was struggling more as the wind blew gas in their direction, but that wasn't why I wasn't prioritizing them. The key in this, my lopsided approach, was directing the bulk of our initial fire on the less threatening group. The rationale was that they were cut off from the others in volume and in sight. To them, they were being attacked, the gas blocked off their view of friendlies, and they were already demoralized. My hope was to turn that into a surrender. BEA. I called out. You delinquents, roof girls, Otis men, go right. Force a surrender. Don't get too close. That left 6 experiments of varying types and a squadron of stitched. The experiments didn't have guns, but the stitched did. Stitched typically had handlers, and the handlers weren't present, that I could see. An odd, ragtag defensive force, this. My eye was on the door and windows, expecting someone to come tearing out to shout out an order to shoot. There wasn't one. I was watching for an experiment to show leadership skills and turn out to be the leader for this group. None did. They were separate and independent, rough-looking men and women who had been through the ringer a few times before they had been experimented on and made into weapons. They didn't listen for orders, and didn't even band together, not really. Women with whips attached to their arms pulled the whips in, holding them in hands, ready to fling them out. Men with fluid-filled sacks across their bodies shrugged out of coats, to have better access. I saw men with heavy muscles and bodies covered in thick hair longer than some women had on their heads. No leaders in their number. But the stitched that weren't looking entirely out of sorts changed their grip on their rifles, shifting their stances. They didn't look lost or leaderless. I watched as 1 or 2 stitched turned, glancing at one of their number, who was coughing, drawing in a deeper breath. Aiming, I fired the last 2 shots of my pistol at him. The second of the 2 shots hit. The handler had been a stitched. Maybe high quality, a dead handler quickly revived so that his skills could be preserved, or an actual living handler dressed up like a reanimated dead man. As his head rocked back, knocking against the wall behind him, face and wall now painted in fresh crimson, his stitched looked more alarmed. Some of the soldier stitched started moving of their own volition, making the call to aim at us. Shoot. I called out. I got 2 bullets fired at the stitched for my trouble. It was an unenthusiastic response from my side, but that was, again, to be expected. The nature of the mob was likely a problem, the shooters not having a clear shot because of friendlies in their way. The stitched responded, a mere 4 of the 40-ish stitched shooting. Of those 4, some couldn't see well because of the gas and its effects. But it was bound to happen, that with our mob being dense, the stitched having some ability to aim, students to the right and left of me stumbled and went down. That seemed to give the rest of the hesitant shooters permission to open fire. The most soldier-like of the stitched were now the subject of our retaliatory, defensive fire. The less soldier-like lacked leadership. I hated the moment, the nature of those few passing heartbeats, the lingering image of the shot students tipping over before my forward movement and the rest of the crowd to either side of me blocked off my view. It left me with a terrible, sick, angry feeling. A lot of it was directed at myself. The calculation, the fact that I was rationalizing that only some would hit. That I rationalized that chance of a shot being immediately lethal was low, even if internal damage might be massive with the way Academy-designed guns had bullets that were designed to bounce around their victims. I rationalized that we were largely an army of the Academy educated. I was rolling dice and playing with numbers and justifying, and even if I considered that the chances of an immediate, unavoidable death were in the single digits, I was still making that call. I felt like I could taste all of the poison of wyvern on my tongue as I swallowed that. But I had an army and there was no way to keep my hands entirely clean forever if I was going to use it as such. Helen needed help, and we needed someone with a black coat if we were going to accomplish what we needed to accomplish. Failure here when morale was low would see students breaking away, looking to find their own way, which would be disastrous as the Academy cracked down, or they would join Cynthia and Mauer and face far worse numbers. We crossed the rest of no man's land, and the charge petered out. Students shouted, brandishing rifles and weapons, and wary experiments backed up, whip hands and meaty Bruno hands with long hair draping from them ready in case it became a melee brawl. Both sides made movements as if they would throw themselves at the other, but lacked the courage to follow through. Surrender! I called out. A woman with a 15-foot tendril extending from her palm snapped her arm out in my direction. It moved far faster and farther than expected, cracking the air where my head had been. I was already moving, leaning out of the way, with the lean becoming a tilt, then a run. I broke away from the front of my army, and threw myself into the gas cloud. I couldn't see in the thick gas, so I didn't try. My eyes were screwed closed, my breath held, and I moved through the clustered experiments blindly, shoulder bumping into one, then the other as I rebounded through them like a billiards ball. Somewhere in the midst of it, I decided to be proactive and drew my knife. I stuck people here and there, making more precise cuts when and where I was able to identify the shape of someone. I brushed up against one of the long-haired individuals, and was unpleasantly surprised to find that the hair wasn't hair at all. It stuck to me and my clothes like briars, and it rasped as it pulled away. Gas stung a patch of my cheek and temple in the wake of one such collision. Another experiment was one with the external organs. On collision, the organ popped, and the fluid drenched one of my sleeves. I shucked off my jacket, a process that was complicated by my not wanting to drop my gun or knife, and by the presence of some kind of wriggling worms that had escaped the fluid sac when it had popped. In my rush, occupied as I was, I bumped headlong into another long-haired Bruno. The collision was with what was likely the middle of his back, which was covered by a clothing, but I felt hair hook and pull on my sleeve and hair as an arm swiped in my direction. In the rough center of the area, I found the speaker. He had fallen to the ground and had only managed to rid himself of one half of the coat set up with grenades in the pockets. I jabbed my gun into my waistband with enough force that the barrel likely gouged flesh, grabbed the coat, and pulled. What didn't immediately give, I slashed it. I squinted, using light and shadow to try and make out the world, my eyes burning and tearing up, and I oriented myself to make my exit. With some vague sense of where people were, I was able to move faster, departing. The gas was already thinning out, but as I wrangled the remains of the coat setup that I'd collected, I was able to feel that one side was heavier than the other. Not all of the canisters had deployed. Between Helen and I, we hadn't achieved full coverage in finding and activating all of the canisters. I pulled the remaining pins, and I threw the coat into the midst of the enemy. The still active canisters didn't have a lot of oomph driving the output, but it made for an expanding haze of fog, disorganization in their ranks as they tried to stay clear while maintaining battle lines. I also managed to get some attention for myself. I was content to step back into the smoke and move off to the side, while tentacles snapped out. Not whip cracks this time, but lunging, reaching grabs. One swiped across my shoulder, and I grabbed it, cutting it with my knife. Now their attention was divided three ways. Gas in their midst, however weak, me, and the army bearing down on them. While I'd been absent, they had pushed forward. Some of the tentacle women had grabbed some students and were dragging them closer by increments. 4 students were using bayonets to fend off a Bruno. But those skirmishes were isolated. Both sides were made up of people who wanted to live, with an exception of the stitched, who were trying to follow orders and losing ground to the chaos of the moment and the lack of their handler. That desire to survive made for a more cowardly kind of engagement. There was shouting, posturing, there were threats, and very few individuals were really stepping forward to act. On the far left of the enemy group, well beyond my reach, some experiments went lunging for the guns of the fallen stitched soldiers. A contingent of the beetle rebels pushed forward, and it became a melee instead of a shootout. I pitched my voice to make sure I'd be heard amid the guttural threats and low cries. I tried to sound imperious. The next gas grenades go off in 30 seconds. Surrender, kneel, and you don't get gassed. Just as all but a few experiments were reluctant to truly throw themselves into the fray and risk their lives, there was an equal and opposite reluctance to give up the fight. It had to feel horrible, to be caught in the middle, where there was so much uncertainty in surrender and mortal peril in fighting to win. One of the tentacle women, as far as I could tell while half-blind, was being particularly persistent in trying to sweep the cloud of gas to find me. She might have been one of the ones I'd cut. I timed my exit so that I could duck under one of the sweeps and emerge right in front of her before she could pull her tendrils in and assault me. My knife tip, by intent, hit her sternum, hard. I held it there, between her breasts, not far from her heart, and intoned the word, surrender. She brought her arms in, hands seizing me, tentacles following, reaching around my head. I brought my arms up, pushing the knife with both hands, the blade scratching sternum and clothing, sliding up, and finally finding the soft flesh of neck. The thrust parted flesh from the hollow of her throat to the point where her chin met her neck. The tail end of the thrust might have severed a major vein. I watched, wary, studying those nearby as the woman tumbled to the ground. One of the tendrils caught on my vest and my injured shoulder as it pulled away, and I was able to keep my face still as it did so, but I wasn't able to avoid my leg buckling and my grip on the knife faltering. I only barely managed to keep from dropping it. The experiments closest to me hadn't lunged to attack at the show of weakness. I fixed my grip, and the bloated fluid sac experiment I was looking at the time backed away a step. I took one hand off the knife, and gestured at him, motioning him down. He sat down with force, plopping himself down on the road. People wanted to live. The one effect of surrender was cause for a domino effect. Just as one person pulling the trigger gave others permission to shoot, one surrender gave way to another, and then another. The experiments that were most hostile and dangerous pulled away, forming a separate group, and they drifted closer to the retreating non-soldier Stitched, the laborers and Filler, the dumb muscle. That was it. I hurried over to the coats and grenades, and, grabbing them, I hurled them in the direction of the hostiles. The first canisters were only just running out, as new ones were flaring to life. They backed away from the expanding cloud of gas, and then retreated wholesale, running away. Don't hurt the ones who surrendered, I said. It wasn't an order meant for the ears of my people, but for the ones who had given up the fight. Tend to the injured. Greens, I want you to surround the building, make sure our professors aren't running away. Don't chase or engage, but give us a shout if there's a problem. I watched as Mabel's group, minus Mabel, went to do as I'd bid. Some of our people had been hurt. I looked over our group. Who's hurt? I asked. I heard a smattering of names, none of whom I recognized. I heard a litany of injuries. Shot, head injury, some medical slang that was probably ex-students retreating into comfortable, easy terminology. Nobody died? I asked. There was a pause. Marcus isn't doing well, but he should pull through, I heard. Some of the others are fighting over who gets to work on him. Davis took over. Good, I said. You did good. They had, in a way. Not perfect, a lot of hesitation, a lot of fear, but... You showed guts, I said, as if talking to myself. That was good. I saw a smile on one injured person, head injury, and before I could take in more, Jesse and some of the locals were approaching. That was bloodier than I thought it would be, the older man said. He'd gone a little white, while I was probably the opposite. There are a lot of answers to that statement, I said. But short answer is yes, it was unexpectedly bad. Longer answer is they forced it to be, by how they laid things out. The only approach was one that saw us collide with the defensive force they had in place. You could have chosen not to fight, he said. I think, I said, and I paused, coughing, blinking, taking a moment to endure the lingering effects of the gas on me. My skin burned with every brush of the air. I was fairly covered up, but my face felt flushed, my skin hurt, and I was probably as red as a robin's breast. I stopped coughing and stayed where I was, thinking. No answer, he asked. More that I'm trying to politely word this, knowing you still have some faith about the academy and the crown, I said. He stiffened a little at that. The students around me were watching the exchange. Some of them hadn't heard the opening conversation between me and the man. How about this? I asked him. Come inside. Join me for a conversation with the professors who set that giant on your city. Don't tell them who you are. Just listen in. Why? He asked. Jesse spoke up, because if you hear what they say when they're not talking to the public, you might well change your mind about us having to fight. The gas behind me was clearing up. I could see B's group, and I could see the experiments. They had largely been pacified, the fight gone out of them as they struggled to see, breathe, and endure the pain of their skin burning. All right, the man said. If it means answers, I'll listen. It doesn't mean answers, I said. In the 17 years I've been on this earth, I've spent more than half of them looking for answers to questions. At first it was in the Academy's service, then it was against the Academy. I have more questions than when I started. I don't want you to not come, but I don't want to lie to you either. You'll get answers to this question, maybe, Jesse said. About why they acted here. I'll listen in and decide for myself, he said. I pointed at some people. Helen was among them, hanging back in the midst of the group. Helen wasn't supposed to be alive, at this juncture, so it was risky to have her with us, but I knew she'd be upset, insofar as she got upset in the conventional sense, if she didn't get an opportunity to participate. The minor play with the speaker and the Radham badge wouldn't satisfy, I suspected. She had her hood up, and she allowed me a small smile as she approached. I'd picked the able-bodied, rather than faces I knew. And I'd picked Helen. Jesse came too, as a matter of course. I still had the bitter taste in my mouth, and gas was only a part of it. I didn't like this situation, this city, this attack on the Academy's part, or this confrontation with Cynthia on one side of it. I didn't like the tone of it, or the way they had positioned themselves. I didn't like that there were a few things that weren't connecting. Our rebels kept an eye on the experiments while we entered the building. It was Jesse, Helen, and I who led the way, Jesse on the right, Helen on the left, and me at the lead. The building was square, 4 rooms each taking up an equal share of space. Stairs led up to the second floor. Once we'd checked that nobody was situated on the ground floor, we made our way up the stairs. The older man trailed behind in the company of our rebels. He seemed to buy that we could do what we'd talked about doing, and that we could make effective use of the speaker, and I suspected Jesse had built up something of a rapport while in his company. Helen reached out and stopped us while we were only part way up the stairs. What is it? Jesse whispered. She reached out and touched our throats. Her hands, still suffering for the damage to her body, twitched. It took me only a second to realize that she was intending for me to feel the twitch. HHHHHH I made the sound, whisper quiet. She exhaled, mirroring me. A shuddering exhalation. Then she inhaled. Odd breathing. How many? Jesse asked. Helen raised her hand, then knocked it against my arm. She was presumably doing something similar for Jesse. Tap tap, pause, tap tap. I don't have the tap code anymore, I murmured. Or if I do, I'm not remembering the numbers these days. 3, Jessie said. 3 people. Helen nodded. I wasn't jealous, exactly, but a part of me felt deeply disappointed that I couldn't claim to be someone who understood Helen when all other communication failed. We crept up, this new information in mind. Making our way down the hallway, we reached the master room on the 2nd floor. The rooms lacked furniture, but for this one, which had a table and a love seat, set a distance apart from each other, as if purely an afterthought. There were papers on the table, and there were 3 individuals in the room. 2 stood, slouching, and the 3rd sat on the arm of the love seat. All 3 wore coats. 2 grey, a man and a woman, and a man in a black coat. I could hear their breathing now, and I could read their stances, postures, and expressions. The agitation with seemingly no outlet or momentum to it, the spittle-flecking lips, the way they stared off into space. One held a fireplace poker and periodically let it swing left and right, like a pendulum, as if to remind himself of the heft of it. I gestured. Fight. Drug. Combat drugs. They had dosed themselves. Not looking to run, only to fight. They had to make this difficult, didn't they? I gestured, communicating. Jessie would take one, I would take one, and Helen and the rest could take the 3rd. Helen knocked my hand aside as I articulated the last bit. Helen. Group. Together. She knocked my hand aside, then she gripped it. I still really didn't like how weak her grip was. She took Jessie's hand too. She held our hands up, and squeezed again, with far too little strength. I could piece it together, at least. She was using tap code as she squeezed, and Jessie and I let our eyes meet. Trust. Lambs. I knew what Helen was saying. I nodded, somewhat reluctantly. If I'd been able to speak without our whispers potentially drawing the attention of the 3 people in the other room, then I might have said that trusting the lambs to perform was one side of the equation. The other side was that we each knew each other's strengths and limitations, and we covered for them. She was going to get hurt, and I wasn't sure how much she had in her, at this stage. Painstakingly, I communicated everything to the rest with pen and scrap paper that Jessie supplied. I would be the bait. It was a role I was comfortable in. Positioning myself at the top stair, making sure that everyone was ready, stationed in rooms off to either side of the main hallway, I whistled. No, 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 the man in the other room spoke. No. You're not taking me alive. You're not carving me up and making me a stitched, no. He appeared in the doorway. No. I'm a professor, damn it. I'm a professor. His voice reached a fever pitch. You're going to have to kill me, he screeched. He wheeled around, and he opened fire, shooting into the room Helen was in. Trust, I thought. I whistled again. He shot, this time at me. His reaction times were amped up, and he wasn't a bad shot either. Come closer. He kept firing, and with quick, deft motions, he reloaded. I could see his shadow as he crept closer. A sword in one hand, held close to his leg, a pistol in the other. Not making me a stitched. Mommy and Daddy said that I'd be made a stitched if I was bad, but I'm a professor now. They said so. I was worried the others would panic. That they would attack him, or react in fear of him shooting into their rooms. Come closer. He made it halfway down the hallway before I saw a glimpse of him, and he saw a glimpse of me, perched on the stairs below. I'd anticipated it, and he still had the reaction times to nearly clip me. I've got a pretty black coat, and no matter how much blood gets on it, it never shows, he said. Never shows, no, no, no. At least the local we'd brought along was getting an earful. The other 2 entered the hallway. The grey coats. They were as quiet as the one in the lead was quiet. Mauer burns you at the stake, Frey will drown you, and Cynthia shoves her spear up your ass until it comes out the mouth, the man in the black coat said. And all the lesser rebels have their special little torments. Not for me, no, no. If I die, we die together, that's how the crown does it. The 2 in the grey coats moved far enough along the hallway for the trap to spring. The maneuver was coordinated. The extras I'd brought along, people I'd known were brave enough on the battlefield to pull triggers or actually get involved in a fight, well, I hadn't been able to assign them to Helen alone, so I'd told them to support all 3 of us as much as they could without getting in the way. Jessie struck with surgical precision, going after the woman in the grey coat with the fireplace poker. Her movements were remembered rather than practiced, deft, keeping her low to the ground, and the knife she planted in her target's midsection served to catch her right at the core of the body. The grey-coated woman was in the midst of bringing the poker around to hit Jessie, using the end closest to her 2 hands rather than the hook tip, and the injury and impact together took the strength out of the hit. Jessie was able to roll with the hit, maybe she would bruise, but it was far better than a cracked skull. Helen, for her part, was almost the inverse. She found a good moment to act, but the action was clumsy. She threw herself at the man at the tail end, and she landed low, tangling herself up in his legs. She lacked the strength to stay firm while tripping him up, but she didn't utilize strength. She positioned herself, so that her 7-stone body was in places the man's legs wanted to be. He sprawled, and a knife slid away from his hand as he did so. Helen crawled toward his upper body as he lay on his back, reaching up and over for the weapon. Meanwhile, I simply rushed the man with the gun. He turned to pay attention to what was happening behind him, and as he did so, I threw myself up the stairs with both hands and feet, and I pulled him back onto the stairs and onto me. He landed partially across my good shoulder and back, and I helped him in a tumble down the stairs, grabbing his collar as I did so I could control his fall. Just like that, it was more or less over. Combat drugs, yes, combatant, no. It would make them inconvenient to deal with in the coming hour or two, however. I just wished I had a better feeling about this whole scenario. I made sure to collect the gun and others followed me down the stairs. Passing custody of him to the rebels I'd brought along, I hurried up the stairs. Helen sat astride the man's collarbone and on top of one of his arms. Her back bent in an impossible way, so her face was very close to his, and her tongue had stabbed into his mouth and down his throat, while he made gagging sounds. He was trying not to vomit as she used her tongue to provoke his gag reflex. Her arms were limp at her sides, her legs folded at either side of his shoulders. It was only weight and a low center of gravity that she used. He moved his hand, pulling at her, reaching for the tongue, and she interfered, batting at his hand with hers, until he finally managed a grip. Her counter was to let him grab her tongue, hauling nearly a foot of it out of his mouth, and meanwhile, she deployed her next attack. She heaved, vomiting what seemed like a bucket of blood on his face, nose, and into his open mouth. His struggles took on a different tone. He clutched at her, tried to push her off, and tried to turn his head so he could spit out the blood. Her knees and inner thighs hugged either side of his face. His breath formed bubbles in the pool of blood. I heard a gasp as he managed to somehow find a way to breathe with a long length of tongue and a bucket of blood on his face. Helen, for her part, simply heaved again. It was bile, this time. His hand reached for his waistband. Knife. I called out. He grabbed the knife that was at his waist and under his shirt, and he drew it. The others near Helen weren't fast enough to grab it before the man stabbed her. He coughed or gagged, and there was a spurt of air exploding through the thick fluids. Helen took the stabbing in stride, arching her body up and away so the knife pulled free of the man's hand. She left the knife embedded in her side, and grabbed it with one hand. He fumbled blindly for the knife, and found only her hand. He grabbed her wrist, trying to pull it away, and she let him, moving her body to control the positioning of everything while being quick to grab the knife handle before he could. I told you you'd get hurt, I told her. I saw her visibly sigh. Satisfied? I asked. She didn't immediately respond. I had one eye on the man we'd brought along, who watched the scene in abject horror. Jesse, Mr. Bystander. We should have a word with the professor. The stab wound, one of our rebels asked. I'd wanted to go, and now we'd have a short discussion, and we wouldn't go. Slightly annoying. She made sure it was placed so it was almost exactly where she got shot earlier, Jesse said. Presumably under the assumption that the damage is already done. Helen, her tongue still buried in the pool of blood and bile, and in the man's face, nodded. The man in the grey coat coughed again, and then the amount of fluid increased, bubbling up. Vomit. The fight slowly went out of him, and I could watch Helen's back as she visibly relaxed, a weight lifted off of her shoulders, something proven, a fear resolved or a problem solved. She had needed this, I supposed. She turned to look at me over one shoulder, through the curtain of hair, as she slurped her tongue back into her mouth. She spat the fluids onto the floor to the side of the man's head. Satisfied, I said, making it a statement this time. She gave me a nod. We left her behind as we descended the stairs. The students had moved the professor away from the stairs and against the wall. He still struggled with the strength of someone on combat drugs, but there were 3 of them, and it looked like one of his hands was injured. I wanted to say something pithy, show off a little, and ensure that the bystander's mind could be taken off of the scene upstairs. But I looked down at the professor, and I felt that deep unease that had been sitting with me for a little while now. I stooped down, reaching forward, and my injured shoulder with the flesh carved away seized up. It took me a second attempt to grab the man's chin. I moved my fingers over his mouth before he could spit on me, and dug my fingers in there for leverage, staring. What is it? Jessie asked. Look at him, I told her. What do you see? She bent down so she was on my level. She tilted her head one way, and then the other. Symmetrical. Is that what I'm seeing? I asked. She moved her hand, holding it up so it was flat, dividing his face to the left and right sides. Then, abrupt, she moved forward and pulled his head down, so his chin touched his collarbone, and ran her fingers through his hair. No real part, she said. No whirl. I don't understand, the bystander said. He's not a professor, I said, straightening. He's an experiment. Clone, vat baby, they dressed him up as a professor, gave him pretensions of being one, and gave him a supply of combat drugs to cloud the picture. The soldiers outside. An odd bunch, Jessie said. United only in that they were expendable, I said. It's a trap. The entire thing. Neff, the giant, he's too big a target to pass up. He finds them or they find him. The city, it's entirely unimportant, it's expendable too. They want him to lose the fight against Cynthia, Jessie said. Or against us, or Mauer, or Frey, I said. I looked at the bystander. We need to evacuate the city. Now. Gut feeling 17.18. All right, I said, the second I was outside, addressing the crowd. They're planning on blowing up the city. Or something. That caused an uproar. Alarm, fear, concern. Anything else I would have said was drowned out in the ensuing reaction, not all of it from our side. A small handful of the experiments and combatants we'd taken hostage were being just as loud or louder. But I'd known that would be the case. Had to break the news somehow, and delivering it like this meant that there was a moment to digest while the others extricated themselves from the house. The next thing I did was to check on the situation with Helen's big brother. When we had first come across him, he had been navigating the city with a degree of delicacy. He had avoided stepping on things, moving with deliberation. If Helen's indications about him sniffing out his prey were right, he would have been pausing as often as he did to get a sense of where they were. He wasn't doing that anymore. Not the caution, not the deliberation. He was building up steam, burning up every abstract resource that he had been conserving. Twisting his face to one side, he swung his arm out wide, slapping the face of one building, to catastrophic effect. The thunderous crack followed, as did the rumble of a good quarter of the roof tumbling to the ground some 8 stories below. His next action, flowing less than gracefully from that, was to lunge for the opposite side of the street. The skyline prevented me from seeing exactly what was going on, but I could see his head and shoulders, and I could make out the general idea of it. He didn't stumble to the building so much as he stumbled into the building, his chest and belly colliding with the building face. His arms reached up and over, sweeping everything and everyone off of that rooftop. He was more cautious with one arm, protecting one wrist. That duty done, he pushed himself away from the building so he could stumble into the next target, doing some significant damage to the structure in the process. All of this took only a few moments. There was no real point where he stopped moving now, and every action caused some significant damage to his surroundings, almost purely by accident. My small army was halfway watching the scene and halfway to watching me. They wanted my verdict, not just on the success of the mission, but on all of this. I, for my part, turned to look as Jessie and the others emerged from the building. They were bringing the professor. Helen trailed behind, sticking at the rear of the group. It looked like she'd cleaned herself up a tad. Where do we stand? Jessie asked. Credit where credit's due, Cynthia's men are putting up a good fight. I can even imagine how. How? Gordon too asked. He's dumb, I said. I paused momentarily as I heard the spitting sound from the rear of the group, the declaration of indignation. And they're exploiting that fact. They figured out the amount of resources they need to commit to draw his attention, and they're forcing him to zigzag. Group 1 finds a place to set up with an escape route, draws his attention with sustained fire, noise, targeting sensitive areas, whatever, and flees the moment that he starts toward them. Meanwhile, Groups 2 and 3 are doing the same. They probably have a lot of groups. Some are probably setting up traps. What kind of traps work for something like that? The treasurer asked. Wagon full of something that will go up in flames, or something that might damage his feet, I said. If a building looks like it can come down, maybe try to get it to fall on him. Not that felling a building is easy, but it's what I would look to do. Helen was shaking her head. I have it on good authority that his feet aren't that vulnerable, though, I said. But it's looking more and more like Cynthia's side is going to extricate a win, and that's a problem. The blowing up? Gordon too asked. The blowing up, I said. I indicated the big guy. That swollen belly is filled with something that's going to remove this entire city as a consideration. Very probably, Jessie said, quiet. Very probably, I said. I turned to the older man we'd brought along as a tag-along. That's why they don't give a damn about the buildings being knocked down, it's why you were being told to stay in your homes, it's why these guys, these experiments, and stitched, are all of the expendable sort. Which might not be something our rebel army or the locals will grasp, Jessie said. It only makes sense if you've done the tour of duty a few times. No, one of the experiments that was sitting on the ground spoke up. He had a country drawl. We were. Never had them drop us off, tell us to stay put and keep them safe, and leave. He was indicating the false professor. I wasn't sure the bystander we'd brought along was entirely sold. He probably thought something was fishy, but was reluctant to buy into the idea that the Crown would do something like this. Which was entirely fair, because I had a hard time reconciling the long-term strategy and play involved in this. We should split up and rendezvous, Jessie said. Agreed, I said. West of the hotels. Jessie nodded. We're going to do our damnedest to evacuate the city. I called out. I looked over my shoulder at the giant. We have 20 minutes, Jessie supplied. Maybe 30. 20 minutes. I called out. Get 10 minutes out, knock on doors, shout, ring fire bells, spread the word. You're going to lie. Tell them whatever you have to. The rebels have a bioweapon. No, just say bioweapon enough times that it sticks. Say science stuff. Tell others to pass it on. Then get as far away from the giant as you can. We all meet again at the hill overlooking the city, where we all saw the giant. What about the hostages? One asked. I looked down at the experiments who were sitting on the ground, many with hands on their heads. There were some of the women with tendrils on their arms who had the tendrils gripped behind them. Evacuation is a priority, I said. Hostages. I'll offer you a deal. The one who'd spoken a short while ago looked up at me. Fluid-filled sacs hung off of his face like a beard, with more at one eye socket and arm. Others had already burst, doing mild damage to his own skin. I've got a good eye for trouble, I said. If you're willing, I'll pick out the troublemakers, and let the rest of you go. If you need a place to go, we'll offer you one. Food, clothes, work. Behind me, Jessie was starting to urge some of the rebels to hurry and start with the evacuation. The bystander we'd brought along ran across the street to talk to the other bystanders, who still had Davis. The experiment grit his teeth, looking down at the ground. He would say yes, but it would take a precious minute. This was another kind of transaction. I'd rolled the metaphorical dice with the lives of the people who worked for me, weighing gain against risk to life. Now I was doing much the same. I could stand here and negotiate, and it meant I wasn't elsewhere, mitigating risk, talking to people, convincing them to evacuate. I could reduce it down to a simple gain of a half-dozen experiments, assuming only a few would actually stay, at a risk to what, 40 to 100 people, depending on how I communicated and how many people were in nearby buildings. A guttural voice cut in. One of the long-haired Brunos. What if you I trouble? If I think you are going to be a problem? I asked. Long hair draped from the man's head, chin, and spilled out of the V of his collar and the cuffs of his sleeves. It was all blonde and very fine, curling at the ends, where the weight of the rest of it didn't pull it straight. His eyes were dark, given how pale and blonde the rest of him was. Yet. If you think we might be trouble, he said, and he looked like trouble indeed, going by the look in his eyes. Simply saying a bullet in the head didn't really resolve anything and caused possible ruckus. Better to leave that for later, when I'd played my game of duck duck goose and could quickly eliminate the geese without all the ducks thinking they might be done for. I wasn't sure I liked the analogy. I didn't like birds in general, and I could prejudice myself by thinking of my potential recruits as ducks. It wasn't Jessie or I that gave an answer, however. It was Helen, who had stalked along the back lines of the group, who sidled up behind the big guy. She reached out to him. Don't touch the hair, I said. Confused, unaware there was anyone reaching out to do any touching, the big guy twisted around to look, and then startled, flipping around 180 degrees before sprawling on his back, hands behind him. Helen had paused, meanwhile, to look at me. She gave me a roll of the eye, where I could see a sliver of her eye through the hair. I'm just saying, I told her. She continued moving, reaching out with a shaking hand, and she touched fingers to the hairy guy's cheekbone. She smells like blood and death, the hairy guy said. Yeah, was all I said. Helen smiled, and her hair hid a lot of the smile. She bared a lot of teeth, and it looked very alarming. He's your responsibility if we're keeping him, I told her. She looked up at me, and the smile was one intended more for humans than for. I wasn't even sure what label to slap the big guy with. I almost wanted to say gladiators. Fighters, scrappers, people who had been taken from bad and hurled into worse, and who had somehow worked out that the only way to keep going was to fling themselves into worse things still. People who had a vicious edge that might never be tempered. I looked back in the direction of the giant. Where Cynthia was, if she hadn't already been killed. Cynthia was one of them. Not an experiment, but someone who had started out in violence and who would conclude in violence. You're fine, I told the hairy guy. But stick close to her. He nodded. Jessie was quickly sending away the remainder of our army, leaving me with only the bare minimum needed to keep these guys in check. You guys, stand up, leave, or come stand behind me. You're all fine. He's dangerous, but he's too hurt to do anything with. Then a cluster of dangerous ones. I didn't want to go left to right as I sorted or they would know what I was doing as I skipped them. I looked to Jessie. How are we doing for time? 17 minutes. Right, I said. I chose a different section to pick through. You, stand up. Get out of the city or stick with us. As the group got smaller, I began picking out the remainder. The relief of the ones who got up gave hope to the people that were going to be troublesome, the violent ones, the more monstrous ones. Not that monstrous necessarily meant being altered more than the next guy. You, I pointed out some more. I gestured. 3. And you, I said. 2. 1. Jessie drew her gun as I gave the signal. I saw the remaining 5 stiffen. Some moved, lunging, in very calculated attacks, a tendril lashing out for the nearest rebel guard we had, another looking to run, hurling himself back toward the door. Jessie picked them off, a series of shots. 5 shots, 5 dead or dying enough that it didn't matter anymore. I don't like that, Gordon too said. Shooting prisoners. If SY says so, they were going to make themselves a problem, Jessie said. I think I like that sentiment even less than shooting prisoners, Gordon too said. If you say so. That's a lot of trust to put in you too. Weren't you just saying that you should trust me more? On capability, not necessarily morality, Gordon too said. Yeah, I said. That's fair. In the distance, a building was toppled. When I looked, Neff was using one hand on a building to try to push himself to his feet. It looked laborious. I wasn't sure how much of it was because he was hurt, and how much was because he'd been built to be big in a way that tested a lot of rules and demanded a lot, and he wasn't so readily equipped to go from a near horizontal position to a vertical one. Everything he had was meant to keep him more or less upright. SY, Jessie said. You and I, we have a place to go, for the evacuation. Do we? I asked. She nodded. I was going to follow behind, make sure the other experiments we scared off aren't going to double back and harass our guys. BEA? Jessie asked. Davis? Protect the others, troubleshoot? This bit is something Helen, SY, and I need to do. It'll be 5 minutes, which will give us time to catch you all as you start heading back. Sure, Davis said. I gave Jessie a curious look, but she gestured, and I was willing to take her cue. Me alone, I don't think they'd listen, she said. I'm a girl, and I have the wrong image. They. She touched a wall as we ran past it. I caught a glimpse. Ah. If it hadn't been for that, I might have realized when I heard a crow's caw. Convincing enough to have been a real crow, but most real birds had fled for wilderness when the whole city started rumbling with Nef's activity. It took only a minute of running before we got into the thick of it. It looked like a neighborhood that had started construction and abruptly stopped. Materials needed elsewhere, funding dropped, health scare when they found a graveyard under land plots. I'd heard any number of reasons for places like this. We approached the center of the undeveloped area, and I brought my fingers to my lips. I whistled. It took a moment, but they popped out of the woodwork. The caw had told them to go into hiding, and the whistle had drawn attention. A half-dozen youths. Jessie reached out, pressing something into my hand. Behind us, Helen and Harry were only just now catching up. The item in my hand was chalk. Briar Jack works, Jessie said. On the wall, large enough to be seen at a distance, I drew 3 lines that crossed in the center. The briar, or the jack from jumping jacks, and very rarely the caltrop. A dangerous place. I circled it dramatically and then underlined it for emphasis. I heard the shouts and the orders. I saw scared kids 2 or 3 years younger than me acting as bosses, ordering younger ones. There were a good number of mice. More than I might have expected for a city this size. Street urchins who had no doubt been huddled around stoves and heat lamps inside, enduring the winter. We're evacuating, I told the first of the elder children to approach. Entire city is going to go. You've got a bed and food as long as you're with us, and if you need, we should be able to ship you off to somewhere longer term. Where you from? An older sister asked. Radham, Jessie volunteered. Don't know Radham. Foxes and mice, Jessie said. I traveled for a little while on the railcar. Trying to get as far away from home as I could get, the sister said. Foxes and mice were closer to home. Northwest, Jessie said. Yeah, the sister said. You've got food. Might be shitty food in the immediate future, but it's food, I said. And we need to leave now. Let's go, she called out, and her vote of confidence was enough to get the others moving. Hurry hurry. Helen and Harry pointed to give direction, and Jessie and I followed. I'm glad you didn't forget the Briar Jack, Jessie said. So am I replied, watching the children hurry. But I'm trying and I can't even remember the name of the gentle smuggler we put in charge of the orphanage back in West Corinth. I didn't even think of the mice when I was thinking of people we ought to save. I would have looked for schools, or for orphanages, and the mice escaped me. I didn't want to be the person who would leave them behind, and I was worried I might end up becoming one, when push came to shove. I fussed over the numbers and transactions for good reason, because sooner or later, I was going to have to start making more calls, as my brain gave me less and less room. I studiously ignored Mauer as I shouted, gave direction, and tried to steer the group. It was better to focus on better things, like the fact that fleeing children drew attention from adults, almost giving them permission to be scared about what was going on. This wasn't everyone, and it wasn't close to everyone, but I had to accept what I got, whether it was in my head or in reality. Nef was fighting well beyond the point that a human with equivalent injuries would have. Somewhere along the line, somehow, Cynthia's people had found a way to set him on fire twice. One of the fires had been an explosion, the other something closer to a boat filled with chemicals. Had he wanted, he could have stumbled over to the harbor and thrown himself in the water. Given the chemicals, that might not have fully extinguished the fire, but it would have cooled him down. The heating was more an issue than the damage the fire at his shins and feet was doing. He steamed, and his mouth worked open and closed like a nutcracker working a stubborn nut. He moved even more recklessly than before, with less accuracy and efficiency, almost as if he was blind, though his eyes were intact. I gave Helen's hand a squeeze. She didn't squeeze back. We'll get you someone, I told her. Or we could send you back. You could sell them on you being shot and crawling back. Pulling a Mary, Jessie said. I jabbed her. She jabbed me back. Helen was shaking her head. No. I asked. Because of it. She nodded. There's a chance we may run into him, Jessie said. Is that going to be a problem? Do we have another Mary parallel? Helen didn't respond. I volunteered, I think it doesn't matter. Helen nodded. We need to give Helen a working voice again, or you two are going to drive me crazy, Jessie said. You should know by now, I said. If you tell me that there's a blatant way to get your goat, that's an incentive. I move that we leave Helen voiceless for the indefinite future. Helen, standing beside me, simply shrugged. No strong feelings, one way or the other. But if she can't speak, she can't articulate if she wants Possum and the kitchen crew to make carrot cake, sugar cookies, or red velvet cake, Jessie said. Helen made an almost inaudible gasping sound, with a rough hitch in it, as if a very different creature was trying to gasp, and the sounds overlapped. Dirty pool, I said. Jessie smiled. Helen, meanwhile, started tapping my shoulder, pointing at her mouth when I looked her way. We'll get you fixed as best we're able, I said. I'm just worried the patch-up job we do now is going to hurt you in the long run. She indicated her mouth. First priority, we fix your mouth, I promised. Even though I'd rather we had someone good work on your face. She nodded, apparently satisfied. Nef had slowed down enough that he was no longer zigzagging between groups. He staggered toward one group, which I imagined would head around a corner, and then Nef would start getting shot from behind. I saw cannons mounted on carts in places. I couldn't imagine that was sustainable with the way the cannon fire would rock the carts and startle the horses, but it was a good approach for staying mobile. There was an explosion from a source I didn't see, and Nef fell, collapsing against a building. We should go, Jessie said. Make absolutely sure everyone's clear. It's been 40 minutes since we said it might be 20 minutes. If we don't get results, if we don't see for sure that that's what the academy was doing, then people will be disgruntled. They'll start saying I made it all up. If it turns out to be a bioweapon meant to level a city, it could reach us. Airborne parasites, another plague, biting insects with a taste for humans and very lethal poisons, any gas that's effective at 1 part per million with a short lifespan. I bit my lip, watching. Or you can hem, ha, and delay on leaving, and the decision will be made for us. I think I need to see for myself. Never mind everyone else's opinions, dissent in the ranks. I need to know what they're doing, how badly they want to deal with us. If my feeling is right on this, if they're willing to sacrifice a city to eliminate one Cynthia, one Sylvester, or one Frey, how badly do they want it? How far are they willing to go? You needed to put the fine touches on the versions of our enemies that are living in your head, she said. Something like that, I said. But I don't think the Infante is going to be one of those enemies. You don't. Neff tore away a part of a building and hurled it, trying to make up for his inability to catch up to Cynthia's spears with a form of ranged attack. The chunk of building disintegrated as he threw it, with more landing on Neff's own head than atop the group. No, I said. I don't think that's how it works. The spears responded to the thrown building chunk with a coordinated battery of cannon fire. There are rules at play, even if they're twisted Sylvester rules. If the Infante ever starts talking to me and he's not actually there, I think that's it. That's as far as it goes. Put me down. Sure, SY. I can do that, Jessie said. She rested her head on my shoulder, holding my injured hand in her own with a delicate touch. We watched Neff find his feet again, then fall within seconds. I tilted my own head, and I knocked it into Jessie's. I did it again, then again. Trust you to ruin a nice moment, she said, lifting her head from my shoulder. I leaned over and kissed her. When she broke the kiss, her lips were only just far enough that they grazed mine as she spoke, trust you to ruin a nice moment twice over. That was a nice kiss. I protested, pulling back. It was a good one. I'm good enough at it that it's caused problems in the past. That was a nice kiss bookend with a headbutt on one end, she indicated the city, the dying giant. That on the other. Soon. The death of a lamb's half-sibling and innumerable people we weren't able to reach. You're so critical, I said. And you've got terrible timing, she said. But it was nice. There we go, I said. We remained like that for nearly another minute, neither of us speaking, Jessie resting her head on my shoulder again. I felt Helen's hand clench faintly in reaction to some of the explosions, as if she was feeling something like sympathetic pain. Finally, in the distance, Neff ruptured. His belly split from crotch to sternum, as if sliced open, and an oily black spray poured out. It caught in the air, liquid becoming gas. Gas unfolded further, becoming a fog. It seemed largely limited to the lower areas of the city, closer to the water level. My instincts were right. I wonder what the students who thought they'd run off and join Cynthia are thinking now. There was a lot of the fluid, and with the way it seemed to multiply into 100 times the amount of gas as it caught the air, Neff and the specks that were the spears were lost in the growing black cloud. Some of the braver members of our army and collection of bystanders were venturing up the hill, finding places where they could stand and watch. It wasn't going to reach us. It barely looked like it reached the place where we'd run into the professor and the expendable experiments. Helen raised a hand, waving goodbye to her half-brother. Why was he a half-brother, by the by? I asked. She looked at me, moved her hand side to side, as if drawing out the arc of a rainbow, then turned back to look at her brother. Makes a ton of sense, I said. Jessie elbowed me. Goodbye, Neff. You were kind of one of us, in a roundabout way, I said. Helen nodded. Jessie, meanwhile, moved away from me to wave over some students. Gordon too, BEA, Davis, and the girl from the bathroom. Shirley followed after a short delay. What is it? I asked. Plague vector. Gas. If I had to guess, the treasurer said, it's one of the quarantine measures. Quarantine measure? I asked. Blackwood, the treasurer said. He sounded as if he was in awe. No, Davis said. Is it? I'd think, but I don't like how it's not as reactive to the water. Could be the cold, could be a diluted sample, but... What's blackwood? I asked. Builder's wood, the treasurer said. But it's meant to contain and disrupt something like a self-propagating life form. Wall M in, and when the builder's wood reaches maturation, it sends out spores. Existing wood, non-meat food supplies. Turns it into more black wood, provided the raw material is there and there's any moisture. A lot of builder's wood structures crumble, I think, integrity gone. We're surrounded by forest, I pointed out. Yep, he said. But it's going to take time. Pneumonia-like symptoms for everyone in the city that breathes it in, enough to keep them put. Minor complications with diet and eating. Wood grows in at the usual rate, you could give it a few days to a week before it gets as far as the city periphery. Keeps going until a gust of wind can't carry a spore to the next bit of green. They'll probably burn a circle to control its progress. And if they don't? I asked. They will. They have to, he said. We'd never really fully discussed the extent the Infante might be willing to go to. The consequences he might put into action to silence a dissenting voice. It would work on plague, wouldn't it? I asked. The vein-like growths? Turn them black. Starve out the population. The treasurer's face was marked by a kind of frustrated horror, as if he desperately wanted to articulate a rebuttal and couldn't. There are better ways to quarantine something like this, he said. They have procedures. There are other methods. Ones that wouldn't turn a large portion of the Crown States into a wasteland of charcoal black woods. Yeah, I said. I watched as the black fog settled, thinning out. The snow that had been white before was now faintly grey. There are better ways, the treasurer said, as if he couldn't comprehend this. There are better ways, but they're willing to give up the Crown States of today, contentious as they are, for a diminished, plague-free Crown States of tomorrow that is entirely under their control. This won't be the only seeding of the Blackwood or things like it, I thought. I looked over at Jessie, then at Helen. Our hand's been forced, I said. No choice. We accelerate the timetable. Skip steps D, E, F, and G. We didn't label the steps, Jessie said. But you know what I'm talking about, I said. I nudged her. Regrettably. We go straight to the top. I turned my back on the scene. I looked at the crowd of evacuated locals, of mice and grown men, of scattered thugs and of ex-students. I saw an abstract, vague phrase standing among lambs old and young, and the assorted accompanying figures like Hubris, Quinton, and Shipman. I saw Mauer and I saw young rebels gathered around him, and I wasn't wholly sure if they were real or in my head. A dozen individual trains of thought all found their home. The things I needed to do, the things I wanted to do. There was a way forward. I have a plan, I said. Lamb, Arc 17. You've each grown and taken on a fortitude that goes well beyond what your teachers and textbooks were able to impart. Wallace called it a preservation of the favored, and you favored students sit here now, having faced the gauntlet of testing, examinations, projects, and screens. Lillian didn't want to fidget and betray her anxiety, but she did dig one nail of her thumb into the underside of the other thumb's nail. You are what we sought to preserve. Recognize and be proud of the strength you have no doubt found deep within yourself, the courage, the commitment, and the willpower. Each of you have provided a long series of minor projects and 2 major projects to the Academy and Crown, strengthening it, much as Crown and Academy have strengthened you. At the stage, Hale stood at the podium. Radham's professors, the mayor, 2 people Lillian didn't recognize, and 1 minor noble lady she had never seen all stood or sat behind Hale. A man in a white coat stood by a long table. Civil war, rebellion, religious mobs, betrayal of the Academy by its own members, and a plague that may well be covered in textbooks your children's children read. It paints a bleak picture, doesn't it? Hale asked. The grey-haired man stood to one side of the podium, not behind it, one of his hands behind his back, the other resting on the edge of the podium, periodically pointing. The deep-edged lines of his face were cut darker by the lighting. He might have resembled a fencer, given his stance, but if he was one, he was the old master. But I'm optimistic, and I'm optimistic in large part because of you. You've witnessed and endured a great deal in the past 5 years. I believe our future is in capable hands. I trust each of you in that. Some of you will be commended for your efforts in these trying times, others will receive accolades. But each of you, by dint of the fact that you've earned your seats here, are remarkable. Some of you will go on to manage clinics or work in labs, others will join the military to offer your services. Others will push themselves even further, to earn your grey coats, or even your black coats. He smiled. Lillian hadn't ever seen Hale try to be genial. She wasn't sure he was very good at it. Life, as each and every one of you know, is a remarkable thing. Your lives, dear students, especially so. You are better, and this is only the first leg of the journey for many of you. Now prove yourselves even better still, whether it's in the face of life's winding course, or if it's in pursuit of greater academia and the best that Crown and Academy can provide you. Lillian's thumbnail dug deeper into the flesh. It would have been nice if Duncan had been able to sit by her, but he was a row ahead of her and way off to the left. Her second thought was Mary, but Mary would be in the audience at the very edges of the room. I'll stop torturing you all now, Hale said. The look on his face was especially dark as he smiled. You want to hear your name spoken? I'll cut right to it. Owen Barr. The entire front row stood. Owen strode to the stage. Lillian watched as he hurried up the short series of steps and approached the table. Owen must not have slept a wink the night prior, because he had dark circles under his eyes. Had he not wanted to use medication to remove them? Owen accepted the white coat handed to him by the man at the table, shucked off his student's jacket, and donned the coat of a doctor. He shook Hale's hand, then jumped a foot in the air as Hale called out the next name the second his back was turned. William Bray. William ascended the stairs as Owen reached the lady noble at the far end of the stage. He bowed, and the noble lady inclined her head in acknowledgement, smiling. The audience at the edges of the room included powerful locals. Radham was a good academy, and by virtue of being what it was, it spawned a vibrant ecosystem of schools, businesses, industries, and military arms. The headmaster of Mothmont would be there, looking for young recruits to teach classes and tutor. He wasn't the person that had been in charge of the preparatory school when the lambs had attended or when the bad seeds had struck. That woman had been replaced. Edward Scullion was also present, a local businessman who ran a local plant and who often contracted with Radham to use the academy's facilities to handle especially big orders. His plant made pseudo-embryonic fluid for vat-grown life, custom ordered by each given client. Scotty Bexey. Even now, they were being examined. The unwitting might not have picked up on that, but very few got this far in their studies while also being unwitting. Eyes were on them. People like Scullion had come with names in mind, and they would approach the new doctors with offers ready. The people he picked would make more in a month than the average citizen made in a year, and if they could also earn Scullion's favor, which was apparently not too difficult so long as they could handle their drink after hours, they would often be paired up with a local and attractive young aristocrat. Stumble on the stairs on the way up or show fear like Owen had when Hale had shouted, and that possible future could easily be retracted. It was easy to make a mistake when nerves were this bad. I'm pleased to announce, Professor Hale said, Travis Birch, with commendation. Lillian's gaze was sharp as she watched a smiling Travis ascend the stairs. Rather than don his coat himself, he was given his coat by one of the professors from Claret Hall. After he approached Hale, shaking the headmaster's hand, Hale affixed a little silver elaboration to the academy crest just over Travis' heart. It was small, a little silver bar with a stylized leaf at one end. But that was a decoration that Travis could wear for the rest of his career. Every person who wore a lab coat knew what it meant, that he had placed himself head and shoulders above. Sometimes they were politicized, sometimes they were downplayed, or someone might comment that a given professor handed them out freely to good-looking students or any student with a nose sufficiently caked and brown, but there wasn't a student in the auditorium that didn't want to hear the headmaster announce them with commendation. It opened doors, it fast-tracked them along certain paths, giving them an automatic in where others would be questioned, tested, or second-guessed. It afforded a measure of authority, all else being equal. It, to be cynical, kept the students hungry, even after they knew they had a right to walk up on stage and claim their white coats. She joined in with the applause, she smiled politely. She felt the hunger, and it gnawed at her in a way, her thumbnail bit deeper into the quick of her other thumb as she clasped her hands on her lap once again. More names. Nicholas Booth. Sidney Brown. Luther Cockwill. It wasn't until the last names had passed into the realm of D and two more boys had their names called that the first girl got to walk up and claim her coat. Jean Dahl. Lillian had tutored her for a little while. She hoped Jean found some measure of success. Bruce Dearly. DJ. Derek. Wesley Dillon. And I find I have to pause here, Professor Hale said. Because this next name deserves special mention, above and beyond even commendations. Lillian's heart jumped in her chest. Was Duncan there, at the front of the line? For exemplary service to Academy and Crown, for showing capability, intelligence, and skill that did the Academy proud, the collective faculty of Radham Academy is unanimous in wanting to recognize Max Forden. Lillian joined the crowd in applause, watching as professors stood from their chairs, all applauding. The noble lady, too, stepped forward. Hale spoke, as multiple professors, the mayor, and even the noble gave their congratulations to Max. As a student, now a doctor, Max Forden joined 3 members of our senior faculty in the labs, and it was his keen eyes that helped us identify 2 individual infection vectors for the Carmine plague. There was no saying that someone like Max got lucky, that he had brown-nosed his way into this, that he had cheated, or that he had slept with the right old pervert. Commendations and accolades. It was the result of committee, heated debate between staff members with favorites, with agendas, and, among people with black coats, very often people who wanted to protect the reputation of the accolades they had received, once upon a time. They wouldn't tarnish the elaborate decorations on the badges they wore for formal occasions. Lillian's disappointment staggered her. For Duncan and for herself. Commendations were something that were parceled out, often with each professor handing out one at most. Accolades were a once-a-year thing. There were tales of years with 2, and a single year with 3, but Lillian had long suspected that those years had been calculated, that they were dealt out primarily to give hope whose names had yet to be called. And she did hope. It was a bad year, wasn't it? It would be a good year to be generous. With my own commendation, Duncan Foster, Hale announced. Lillian watched as Duncan ascended the stairs. If he felt any of the same disappointment she did, he did a marvelous job at not showing it. He smiled, extending a hand in a wave for someone at the back of the crowd, and beamed as he met Hale at the table, shaking the headmaster's hand before allowing Hale to help him don the white coat. Students to the left and right of Lillian were standing. Lillian joined them. She was suddenly so close to the stage. Alexander Fox, Hale announced. Alexander ascended the stairs. Lillian moved forward. One student between herself and the stairs. She could see some of the crowd at the side and back of the room now. She saw Mary in the crowd, smiling, and was struck by the memory of Mary lying on a street that was only a 20-minute walk away from the auditorium. Her own hands had been slick with Mary's blood from fingertip to wrist as she had performed field surgery on her friend, Jamie's voice calm as it spoke in her ear, helping to guide her. She saw Ashton, still so young in appearance, and it wasn't a stretch to imagine the others, as they had once appeared. Tom Gabriel, Hale spoke. Tom ascended the stairs, and Lillian felt the air move in his wake. Nothing between her and the stage now. So many years ago now, Hale had spoken to her in his office. She had been terrified of him then, much as Oliver had, earlier. He had spelled out that he needed a field medic for a project, and that the medic had to be young. He hadn't been headmaster then, but he had been a professor. He talked about time away from the academy, and how she would be compensated with allowances and some help from him and other members of the administration. He'd spoken her praises, going over her grades from academy prep and her introductory tests. Was she interested? She had almost said no, purely out of fear. She had been such a scaredy cat. But her fear of upsetting this terrifying man and dooming her career before she had even had her first midterm had won out. She'd been afraid of what her parents would think or say if it somehow got back to them that she had been singled out as special and she'd said no. Fear on one hand and fear on the other. Seeing Mary reminded her that there was more to that story. She had interacted with the lambs, one particular lamb for all of 20 minutes before she had gone straight back to Hale to ask him to take her off the project. He had talked her back into it. And I'm pleased and proud to now announce a student that I've followed since the beginning of her studies here. This exceptional young lady has consistently been top of the class or close to it, and she maintained that academic standing while traveling to war zones and cities under siege at my order. Lillian Gary, with commendations. Commendations. Lillian's eyes dropped for a second. The fingernail of her index finger bit into the quick of her thumb for a second as she felt all of the doubts and fears she'd been keeping at bay wash over her. The true nature of that noble on the stage, what she'd heard about Hale's lies and the conspiracy to keep her black coat from her, one she wasn't entirely sure she had averted. Getting no accolades felt like another play when it came to that conspiracy. For an instant, she thought she might turn and walk away. But what good did that do? What good did it do to run, when she'd found the guts to stay in this all this time? She could face down this particular monster. She could put a smile on her face, ascending the stairs, acknowledging the applause. She moved with a confidence that she hadn't been given by her parents in genetics or in upbringing, and she met Headmaster Hale at the end of the table with the coats and scrolls. The applause continued, polite applause from students and meaningful applause from others. Mary was clapping, smiling. Hale bent down a fraction, speaking in her ear. I know. I'm sorry. She shook her head, still smiling. She had fought so hard to get here, and even being on this stage was something special, a vindication of too many moments of terror, too many times that she had bled and times that she had made others bleed. Countless nights studying until her eyes could no longer track words on the page. Thank you for your help in putting me here, Headmaster, she said. The vast majority of it was you, he said. Trust me. Come to my office later tonight. We'll talk. All right, she said. The applause was dying down. He offered his hand and she shook it. She turned, allowing him to slip the lab coat into place. Her back to the rest of the stage, her eyes passed over the crowd, her smile wistful. She saw her parents, but she didn't acknowledge them, she didn't let her eyes stop for a fraction of a second as her gaze swept past them. She searched for specific, more important faces and she didn't see them. It would have been insanity to expect those faces to appear here, of all places, but insanity played a fair part in defining at least one of those individuals. I did it, lambs, she thought. Her hands tugged at the lapels of the coat. It wasn't one of the generic white coats. This one had been made to fit her. A special touch by Hale, no doubt. She turned to face him, so he could pin the commendation in place, and felt the shock of the unexpected, a hand at her arm, as he steered her, so that her turn completed without a stumble or a moment of confusion. The noble lady stood before her. Pale, white-haired, with oil black lashes on her eyes and a slender, graceful frame and a gossamer thin dress, the woman was young as nobles went, no older than 25. The noble lady's fingers were long, the painted, pointed fingernails like a brandishing of daggers that fenced Lillian off from being able to reach out and take the commendation that lay in the cup of the palm. No move was made to pin it on Lillian's breast. Automatically, Lillian curtsied. She drew on everything she had, and she maintained her composure. My lady, she said, her voice soft, almost inaudible in the dwindling applause. The noble didn't move, and the noble didn't speak. Lillian stayed still, confident, her head held high. She was dimly aware of Mary in the background, and of Duncan, who wore a troubled expression. She kept her eyes on the noble, though lowered in deference, and she tried very hard not to think about what the rogue lambs had said about the nobility. The lady leaned close. Lillian did her best not to flinch. You've been witness to the death of a noble, the lady whispered. And you've talked to so many who brought such things to pass. Lillian declined her head. She was aware that 500 eyes were watching the exchange, curious about the words being spoken. To my regret, my lady. Indeed, the lady replied. She took hold of the commendation, rolling it in her fingers. She exposed the point of the pin. Poison? No, it didn't even have to be poison. It only needed to make her bleed. It took everything Lillian could summon up to hold firm as the lady pinned the commendation in place. The pin didn't penetrate flesh. No damage was done. Lillian turned away in the same instant the noble lady did, and she measured her steps with care so she couldn't be perceived to be fleeing the stage. Chris Gateman, Hale announced the next name. You okay? Duncan whispered, as Lillian found him in the group of students that had already stepped off the stage. She managed to put a false smile on her face and nod, and she turned to look up at the stage. She wasn't okay, but she would have been hard-pressed to articulate just why. She was angry, at Hale and at her parents and especially at the noble, this moment she had worked for tainted. But she could look at the noble, and in a way, she had to wonder if the woman had acted as she had because of fear. Was that creature, supposedly once a human, now simultaneously one of the most powerful people in the world and one of the most pitiable? Charles Gateman, Hale spoke. Claret Hall was busy, as countless students were joined by parents and loved ones, gathering in the lobby and at the dining halls. There were local business owners, politicians, teachers, and other powerful figures now courting new doctors, meeting here and there, making pitches and hearing students sell themselves. Owing largely to the special attention from Hale, a noble, and to the dramatic, just long enough pause before the commendation was pinned in place, Lillian received more than the usual share of glances and stares. She ascended the stairs, and even on the second floor, there was a lot going on. It wasn't the crowd that was on the floor below, but the wide hallways and the open spaces were dotted with clusters and groups, each spaced out so they were just barely out of earshot of one another. The top floor, however, was far quieter. She passed one pairing of grey-coated man and new doctor as she walked down 2 hallways. She reached Professor Hale's office and knocked. "Come in," the headmaster said. Lillian did, closing the door behind her. "Congratulations, Doctor," Hale said. His smile seemed more natural than it had on stage. "Thank you," she said. She put her hands into the pockets of her coat, enjoying the pull of it against her shoulders and neck. "Have you had a chance to talk with your parents?" "No," she said. Then she realized how it might sound. "Perhaps after." "Perhaps after," he said, nodding, digesting that. He was standing behind his desk. He had taken off and hung up his black coat, and his sleeves were rolled up. Someone had brought him a tray of tea, which sat on the desk. One cup had already been filled and sat steaming in arm's length of his chair. "Am I here for good news or bad news, headmaster?" she asked. "Neither, I think," Hale said. "It depends what you want to hear from me. Again, I'm sorry for what happened on stage. Lady Gloria invited herself. I think she sought you out." "Why? You likely know more than I do. The politics of the crown are a storm and I try to keep this ship on course in the midst of it." Lillian took in that statement, and turned it around in her head in light of what she'd learned about the nobles and the bloc. Was Hale lying to her? Did he know? That did a lot to set the underlying tone of this conversation. "May I?" she asked, indicating the tray of tea. "Please do. Help yourself to the cookies. I'd rather not partake than deal with the heartburn or the remedy for the heartburn." Lillian poured herself a cup, and she tried to formulate a response while she did so. "Would I sound petulant if I said I deserved accolades, headmaster?" "No," Hale said. He settled into his chair, and he took hold of his cup of tea in both hands. He didn't elaborate. He seemed to leave it at that. Was it her interference? Or more politics that you couldn't handle? "You didn't capture Sylvester Lambsbridge, Doctor," Hale said. "You were put in charge of a project, with the idea of keeping the team intact, and not a single one of the original members remain." "I think that's unfair," she said. "Gordon is dead, Helen is dead, Jamie was rumored dead, and even if that rumor was false, there's some reason to think he was caught in one of the Blackwood traps with his partner in crime. A casualty of the chaos other rebels created, if they weren't the cause of the disasters in the first place. No word of the pair in months. How could I argue that case to a jury of professors?" "Did you try?" "No," Hale said. He leaned back, holding his tea. "As much as I valued what you brought to the table, it wasn't a sensible use of political capital." "I deserved for you to try," Lillian said, not meeting his eyes. She pursed her lips for a second, and then ventured, "Quiet." "Perhaps," Hale said. "I'll see about making it up to you." Lillian wasn't sure how to respond. She already felt too entitled for pressing things this far. She sipped the tea, testing the temperature, then took a more confident drink. The cookies were shortbread, and they were perfect. "I brought you here to discuss transition, change, not good or bad news," Hale said. "In the interest of making things up to you. Mary is yours. I beg your pardon. Take that in both senses it can be interpreted. Her loyalty belongs to you already. I am now formally handing you custody. The doctors I tasked with her care will remain at your disposal should you ask, but whatever path you take from here, so long as you're with the Academy, she is a project under your name, not my own." Lillian opened her mouth, trying to think of what to say, and then closed it. "As for Ashton, I've him to Duncan's custody." "That makes a lot of sense," she said. "And at the same time, I'm not sure if I should feel sorry for one of them, the other, both of them, or if it's perfect. A lot will depend on where he goes. And my situation and Mary's depend on where we go." "Yes. No changes in her health. Growths. Largely benign, lower back and thighs mostly, some on the face and neck. Manageable so far." "Good," Hale said, nodding. "Good. I'm glad. But to backtrack, you said paths?" Lillian asked. "Would I have paths? What happened to the current path?" The old professor nodded. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, tea still clasped in both hands. "The Lambs project is, in ambiguous territory. You, Mary, and Ashton, you can be given a mission and I have confidence you could do a satisfactory job. But it scarcely resembles what I was aiming to accomplish in the beginning. There are the others that we used as bait. I pay for their upkeep and I plan to do so for the indefinite future, but again, in function and form they would scarcely resemble what I hope to create." "You wanted a gestalt." "You could say that, yes," Hale said. He shook his head. "I won't say the project is finished or that it was a failure, but I think tying you to it in its current state is a crueler thing than failing to give you accolades. I don't foresee a resounding success that will launch your career forward." Lillian's gaze dropped. She helped herself to more shortbread. "There are paths," Hale said. "Right now you're wearing that white coat with a student uniform, but that's a conceit for the evening, nothing more. Tomorrow you'll wear civilian clothes with your coat. You might move on to work, interviews, or sign on for further study with the Academy. Many of your fellow doctors are in talks this very moment, deciding where they go." "Yes," Lillian said. "I'm held in some esteem, and you're held in some esteem by me. Some have floated interest in you for this reason. Others have floated interest in you purely because of your own merits. The professor reached over, and he pushed a stack of letters and papers toward her. Some were files, some were letters, and some were papers folded in threes and bound with cord. If you'd indulge me, I'd like to discuss the offers, and share my own perspective, he said. She put the shortbread down on the edge of her saucer and reached for the stack, sliding it closer to her. The letter that is on top. I put it there for a reason. I think you should read it first, after you leave. Calibrate expectations, digest it, be offended and insulted. But read it and use it as a barometer to measure the others. What is it? She asked. She lifted it up to better view it by the flickering voltaic lights. Sir Coreyland? I feel like I've heard that name. A local aristocrat. One of notorious stature. He's a bore and a pervert, he's bad with the money he got by birthright, not effort. More to the point, it's not even a secret that he has an abiding fondness for intelligent, stern women. Someone let slip that you were to be the sole female student to receive commendations at Radham this year. He wrote to me with a message to be passed on to you. He goes on at great length about the work Academy doctors have done on him, and his consequential abilities. Lillian looked down at the letter and experienced a deep, almost existential kind of horror. Are my expectations being set this low? A love letter from an embarrassment of a man. No. That wasn't my aim in suggesting this, Hale said. But, it's a kind of offer you should think about. There are other letters in the pile that are from aristocratic fathers and mothers looking for respectable ladies for their sons. I know you've talked about running your own academy. Having backing would shortcut the process, and it would make a great many things possible. No, Professor, Lillian said. Headmaster. I'm sorry. Give it some consideration, he insisted. As your mentor and advisor, I'm warning you that it's exceptionally easy for a male doctor to miss out on the opportunity to forge a family and home and to fall into the trap that the academy represents. For a young lady, who only has so many years to bear children. Headmaster, Lillian said, more firmly, shutting her eyes. He fell silent. She took a moment, waiting to see if he would say anything more, before she opened her eyes. It seems you're not open to counsel on the topic, Hale said. I understand. Lillian felt the warmth of the cup of tea in her hands. Her thumbnail throbbed. She turned the sentence over in her head several times before she decided she was safe to say, I let you dictate my childhood and adolescence, Headmaster. My relationships. I'd like to avoid that topic, past or future. Leave them untainted. The man nodded, but his words betrayed the nod. I'm concerned I've already thoroughly damaged that part of you, throwing you to the wolves as I did, or to the wolf. I'd hope to mend that damage with some guidance tonight. Lillian's mouth was dry, and she'd already downed most of the tea. If you don't mind my saying so, I don't think that's for you to do. He could have taken it much harder than he did, but he hardly seemed to mind. He took a moment to think, finishing his tea before standing to pour himself a fresh cup. Lillian reached out, picking through the letters. The first few are overtures of a similar if less lewd nature, Hale said. The first one you might be interested in is from Professor Berger. Berger. She tried not to betray interest or excitement and searched for it, making her way down the stack. It was an envelope, sealed with wax. I didn't read that one, Hale said, as it was sealed with the Duke of Francis mark. Lillian nodded, and she opened the envelope. Within were 2 bits of metal. Commendations. Pins with leaves at the end. The leaves were marked with crowns. I reached out to him, Hale said. I didn't ask for this, specifically, I merely thought he could be a resource for you as you started out, opening paths. Before even examining the commendations in full or reading the contents of the letter, her eye scanned the letter itself. She saw the frayed marks at the edges of the paper. 2, then 1, then 3. She put that aside for later, and she read the contents, which were relatively brief. 1 for me, and 1 for Duncan. A thank you for his rescue. He struck me as the kind of man who would do that. He mentions Helen, and he talks about some things that he and I discussed while we traveled back to the city. Excellent. If he's your ally, that's an immensely good ally to have. Lillian nodded, folding up the letter. The remainder are job offers. I put the one you might be most interested in at the top, near Professor Berger's. The one she might be most interested in. She picked it up, holding it for a clearer view. The office wasn't brightly lit, between the soft voltaic lights and the lamps on the desk, and the lines of the ink were spiderweb fine. Professor Ferris? Is this Viola Ferris? I do not know of any other professors by that last name, Hale said. He was smiling. I've gone on 2 trips just to hear her speak. She's an excellent mind, but she's also one of the most capable female professors in the Crown States. She runs Hackthorne Academy. She's the only female professor that isn't running an all-girls school. She almost crumpled the pages in her hurry to unfold them. Miss Lillian Gary, I'm writing to you because I've made a point of keeping my eye on the most exceptional young ladies in the academies, and I can remember our brief but enthusiastic conversation in the summer of the year 1923. I know the tales they tell about me. They call me the Hag of Hackthorne, and it would be remiss of me to neglect a rare young lady like yourself that once put a smile on the face of a hag like me. I don't remember making her smile. If you did, you were the first person in decades to do it, by all reports, Hale said. She's not often described as being kind or easy to get along with. Bewildered, Lillian read on, I put myself in direct competition with your Professor Hale in reaching out and attempting to recruit your mind and your services. I want you for my academy, Lillian Gary, to pursue a project that closely mirrors your Professor Hale's. Lillian read on. The delight faded from her features. She wants to start her own version of the lambs, Lillian said. She wants to take children, separate experiments, and to raise them as a unit. Yes, Hale said. On one level, the lambs left their mark. Professor Fairs is the type to look at what others did poorly and attempt to do it better. I harbor concerns she dwells on the cosmetic and neglects the personal, but that's entirely beside the point. What is the point? Lillian asked. She looked up at Hale. I'm not trying to sound weak or upset in a way I'm not, but this bothers me and I can't articulate why. For reasons that went well beyond the fact that Hale was the one listening to the articulation. Because you invested a lot of yourself into the lambs, and it could be that this kind of project is something you'll forever take personally. Someone who started out raising war beasts from cub to weapon of war might forever have a soft spot for the things. Especially if they were 11 or 12 when they started. Lillian frowned. There are others, Hale said. Others? Others wanting to create lambs of their own. In varying ways and directions. I thought Professor Fairs would be most interesting to you. Almost, Lillian had considered the offer. But the meeting with the noble on the stage weighed on her in a way she would likely be digesting for weeks to come, and then to hear that there were others. It was one thing to step in and have a hand in things from the beginning, she could see herself doing that, acting and taking a firmer hand, illustrating the key problems, but when this was only one drop in a bucket. There are other factors to consider, Hale said. Come around to my side of the desk. Lillian did, bringing her tea with her. Hale moved papers and books aside. On his desk, held down against wood by a sheet of glass, there was a map of the Crown States. It was white parchment, of the kind an artist used, and the map had been drawn by a hand in a forceful, sketched-out style that Lillian was almost certain was that of a stitched, a kind that drew reproductions. That paper, stained slightly by age, had been painted with watercolor, possibly Hale's own hand. There was red, and there was blue. She could infer from the placement of things what the colors represented. Very few people truly see the current state of things in the Crown States, Dr. Gary, Hale said. Her fingers touched the glass, tracing it. The red watercolor started from the northeastern states and struck out, touching all of the dots and marring names that hadn't been struck out with bold lines of Hale's pen. A full third of the Crown States were painted with the crimson of plague. The blue, conversely, it took another form. It appeared almost at random, at the southwestern states, at the eastern coast, and in the English and French-speaking north. A compass and possibly a thin brush been used to draw out circles, going by the regularity and thickness of the lines. Some of the circles had a succession of other circles or other more irregular shapes drawn out near them. Black wood. It covered far more ground than she had been led to believe. Multiple states, in some cases. Multiple weapons of the Crown released and unleashed on the world. The black wood activated in 7 locations. Preemptive burn circles. Hale tapped one of the circles drawn with the compass. Failed on several occasions, leading to further attempts at controlling the spread. We think it was Frey. A play for power that failed, a greater gambit, I couldn't guess what unfolded. But the rebels haven't made a move or even shown their faces in months now. Only Mauer is still fighting his fight after having sustained heavy losses. Lillian stared down at the image, committing it to memory as best as she was able. She would need to communicate this to Professor Berger, in case he didn't know. Again, by Hale's rhetoric and his easy lies, she was reminded of how precarious this was. That Hale could look her in the eye and speculate about who was responsible, when Professor Berger and the Duke of Francis had confided that it was the Infante. Either Hale was keeping the truth from her in pursuit of the Crown's agenda, or he was dangerously incompetent, and Hale was not a man who lent himself to incompetence. He continued, Hackthorn, right here. They're isolated by the black wood, and you'll want to factor that into your decision. Getting in and out is difficult and dangerous, for a multitude of reasons. I'm not going to Hackthorn, she said. Hale nodded, as if this made an abundance of sense. I won't steer you too firmly, given our conversation earlier. There are other offers. Doors are open to you. Ask me if you need anything, if you're curious about a name or an academy. And if I stay, she asked. With the lambs, here? Then you'll be eminently welcome, and you'll have a seat in any class you wish to take, he said. It's a great deal to think about, she said. I'd like to take some time. Please do. If you still seek your black coat. Absolutely. There are many paths that can carry you there. I know tonight was a disappointment in some ways, Doctor, but you have allies, you have a way forward. Almost, she turned to leave. But too many things were weighing on her. She wanted to be sure. Half of the Crown States are gone to plague or Blackwood, aren't they? She asked. Close to. And more damage has been done by war and by the consequences of war, wood, and plague? We're even further diminished. You may well have the sense of it. But we will endure. We have that capability. Yes, Headmaster, she said. She finished gathering up the letters, and she clasped them as a bundle in her hands. Thank you for your time, Headmaster. Thank you for yours, Doctor, he said. She let herself out of Hale's office, closing the door. Exhaling slowly, she took a moment to compose herself, moving papers between hands so she could tug on her lapels and get a feel for her coat, and then she set off down the hallway. It was after hours, and only every other light was lit. In the transition from darkness to light, Mary moved in complete silence, falling in step beside her. I'm yours, Mary said. Eavesdropping. I don't like the ownership that implies, Lillian said. I trust you. Thank you. I trust you too. We'll get you your accolades to go with your grey coat, Mary said. Lillian smiled. She picked through the papers and then handed over the letter. A message from the Duke, among many other things. I'll decode it by the end of the night, Mary said. What's your plan for the evening? Family, Lillian said. They'll be curious about the letters, Mary said. Naturally, Lillian said. Being with Mary, being away from the auditorium, away from the office, it was a relief. She could enjoy the coat, and she could put the rest behind her. Holding Mary's hand, she steered the way past crowds, through the doors to the outside. With papers in her one hand and Mary's hand in the other, she couldn't flip her hood up to shield against the rain. Without being signaled or asked, Mary reached up and over and flicked her hood up for her, before doing the same for herself. There was only a moment's confusion where they bumped shoulders before Mary realized where Lillian was going. Then they were on the same page, heading away from the thick crowd and off to the right hand, the field office. The stables. Don't listen to her, the voice reached them from the other end of the stable. I've seen miscarriages that expressed more sense in the 5 seconds they were alive than she's expressed in her whole wretched life. Terrible sister. Pitiful sister. You speak of sense and you're the only thing on this living, diverse earth that could be made smarter by being made a stitched. Yes, Ashton said. But you two like to fling insults, but you're both so mean you could make skeletons cry. Terrible, one of the twins said. Awful, the other echoed. I never wanted to play this game, Ashton protested. For good reason. You're so dull you enjoy watching paint dry. So boring you actually derive pleasure from watching grass grow. I'm fun, Ashton said. See? Good feelings. What? Let's not drug our teammates, Duncan chastised Ashton. It's not drugs, it's spores, Dr. Foster. Don't call me that, geez. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm still Duncan. You have to tell him lots. He has a brain like a cow plop. Or the smelly gunk that you get from a lanced abscess. Hoo. Wah. Lillian and Mary approached the end of the stable, seeing where the lambs were gathered at the end of the stable. Abby was asleep with an absolutely filthy blanket draped over her, nestled into the crook between a warbeast's leg and its chest. Nora, Lara, and Ashton sat on a hay bale, while Duncan and Emmett were standing on either side of another, a plate of food between them. Any word? Duncan asked, his voice dropping. From the Duke of Francis? Yes. Mary will decode for us soon, Lillian said. Excellent. As for our opposition? Errant ally? Labels didn't really suffice. As for SY, we'll be ready when he pokes his head up. Whatever he's doing, it's liable to be pretty big. I'm kind of worried about big, Duncan said. Dog eat dog 18.1. Before. I peered past my hand of cards to study the cards arrayed in a partial 5x5 grid on the stump. The second column had a 3, 2, and a king down the middle with empty spaces at the top and bottom, and my hand had a 3 and 2, among other things. 2 of a kind. The chip count was good too. I liked my numbers stacked at the top of the column. I laid down the 2, and then I laid down a 9. Pair, I said. My voice was muffled by my mask. You should have a 3 in your hand, Jessie said, her voice similarly muffled. She wore a quarantine mask, a tube running to a tank which rested on the log beside her. Every breath was a hiss, but it was barely audible with the way the wind blew. She had donned a kind of robe for her quarantine outfit, everything strapped in and then taped. Her hair peeked out of her hood, and it was already stained black on one side. Helen has the 3, I lied. I indicated Helen. Helen has the Joker, Jessie said, indicating with one gloved hand. Helen wore a similar quarantine outfit. She had painted hers with what might have been a clown face, though black dust had erased most of that, and she had also attached a hook to each glove and foot. Then call her a Joker and be done with it, I said. Jessie sighed audibly, the noise carrying with the wind. The sheet we had erected to help keep the wind from blowing away the cards was flapping violently. Jessie put down a full house using the top right and to left corners, using my 2. She put down her chit. She indicated Helen, hand extended, Joker. Helen laid down the Joker in a 9. Not, she said. Jessie sighed audibly again. I get to make a rule, Helen said. Jessie's hand remained extended toward Helen as she looked at me. What's the rule? I asked. She said, her voice picking up a burr as the filter of her mask caught the lower register of the MMM. You don't need to pretend, Jessie said. She put her face in her hands, as much as the mask would let her. I get size dessert, Helen said. No, I said. You're supposed to make a rule that benefits me as a bribe to later get my dessert. Low hands win, then, Helen said. Jessie shook her head, mask still resting in gloved hands. Low 2, 2 pair, and low 5, I said. I collected the chits I had bet on the rows and columns. The quarantine set up muffled noise, but there was no muffling the noise of the forest around us. Trees rocked back and forth in the wind, branches scraping against branch. The wind hissed as it carried flecks and particles of black, rolling clouds of the stuff that made seeing anything difficult beyond our wind-proofed area. Branches of 100 trees all around us cracked and snapped as if they were being systematically broken by a small army, and yet more branches knocked and clacked together with a deep, hollow clatter. The leaves had fallen from the trees and formed a thorny carpet on the ground, the living wood crumpling leaves as it sought leverage, before growing out into briar-like clusters of reaching branches and twigs. The trees themselves had been sucked dry of every nutrient as the wood grew on them, the existing branches breaking as the wood twisted and pulled on them mid-growth. In appearance, they best resembled trees mummified in black leather and caked in black dust. Jessie was shuffling the cards as best as she was able with the gloves on. "We could mix it up with the next rule change," I said. "I think I'm done with cards for a long while." Jessie's voice was hollow as it came through the filter. The wind changed direction, and we collectively tensed, my hands moving toward the stump, which had no cards on it. The wind wasn't strong enough to blow the chits away, but it was strong enough to carry a cloud of black dust into our campsite. Tents flapped and the ridges of the stump's rings caught the dust, infinitesimally small details marked out in stark clarity by the fine powder. All around us, black builders wood encased trees and then twisted them into pieces within the black shell as it grew thicker. The splintered wood became another in for the invader, and it crept in before expanding again, causing one straight trunks to twist even further. Only the relative strength of the black wood kept the entire forest from toppling. But gaps between trees and between branches grew slimmer, the charcoal black forest floor and the trees absorbed the light that managed to filter through the clouds. It felt increasingly claustrophobic. "It's only been 3 days for you," I finally said. "I kind of wanted to keep you for longer." Jessie sighed again. "If you want, we could go into the tent," I said. "Get out of the suits, I could give you a hand washing your hair." Jessie shook her head. "Sure," I said. I would have been lying if I said I wasn't a little put out by that. "I mean, it sounds nice, really nice," Jessie said, pausing in the calculated shuffling to look up at me. "But..." She trailed off. "It's fine." "All good, Jessie," I said. She nodded, and she resumed shuffling. "The other Helen baked me a treat," Helen said. "I told myself I would wait until tea time, but the anticipation is delicious. I might actually be drooling and..." She jerked, wriggling in her seat. Getting my arm through the sleeve and up to my face. She wriggled more, then relaxed. "Is hard. There. Not much drool. You'll get some of my dessert too," I said. "Stop. Gee whiz fuck, you'll get me going again. I think I'm going to keep my hand here for the time being. We'll see what we can do soon," I said. "Get your face fixed up proper this time around." Another professor, another 2 steps forward, 1 step back. "Soonish," I said. "Soon." Gordon and Frey moved through the trees. As if to remind me of the deadlines. It was a minute before we could put cards down, and I tried not to focus too much on the figures in the trees. The wind settled down, and Jessie leaned forward. She laid out the cards in a 3x3, then dealt out the rest of the cards. "Opening gambits," she said. We stacked our chips at different points on the perimeter. Mine were green, Helen's red, and Jessie's blue. I looked at my hand of cards, and saw how grimy they were. Every movement of branch against branch produced some, every twist and grind graded it, producing air-light flakes ranging from leaf size to the finest of specks. I held my fanned-out hand so that the faces of the cards caught more of the dust, picked out 2, and laid them out. Helen's rule still stands. Before that was Sai's rule about the King of Hearts, Sai's rule about the King of Diamonds, Sai's old maid rule, and my lunch rule, and Sai's rule of 3 winners, Jessie said. Jessie made her play, Helen made her play, and then Jessie announced, "Add to your gambits or make new ones." I stacked more chits on the thing. Looking down at my cards, finding them sufficiently dusty, I began using the edge of one card to scrape dust, moving it. I tried to look very interested in the state of the board to take focus off of what I was doing, then placed down 2 more cards. The round continued, with Jessie getting the much-coveted royal setup. "Flush," I said, as I got my next turn. I slapped down my cards. Jessie turned a black dusted mask toward me. Her expression was hidden, which was a damn shame, but I could very easily guess what that expression was. "Have you been keeping that up your sleeve the whole time?" Helen asked. "Why are there 2 aces of spades? Did you have another deck?" "I'm confused." Jessie reached down and touched my ace of spades. The spade smudged, revealing the club beneath. The wind hissed, the trees cracked and audibly splintered within their black casings, and branch knocked against branch with heavy, hollow knockings. Jessie stood from her seat, and the wood cracked and snapped as it broke away from the seat of her robe-like quarantine suit. "Sorry," I said. She shook her head, standing there. "I can't see your face, so it's hard to calibrate. I thought you'd smile and call me something unkind." "I'm about to do something uncharacteristic and stupid," Jessie said. "Please don't," I said. "But I hate this place. I hate this forest," she said. She hung her head. "I hate the lack of color, I hate the lack of anything. I hate that I can smell the stale death of every living thing that died here. I hate the waiting, I hate the fact that I can't breathe, I hate the quarantine suits, I hate constantly changing the filters, I hate this place so much I could cry." "Crying can be good," Helen said. "Crying can be good, but you shouldn't inflict this situation on yourself if it makes you that miserable," I said. "I hate the idea of you crying if it's not because of me." Jessie hiccuped a laugh at that. "Come on," I said. "Back to the tent with you. Hair wash and sponge down, I can massage and tend to any places the quarantine suit is pressing at you. I'm spending more and more time in the tent. It's only been 3 days and 6 hours. I'm already sleeping 3/4 of every day. At this rate, by tomorrow I'll be in the tent all the time, sleeping for 5/6 of the time, and then what's the point? That doesn't sound so bad, I said. Read, rest, keep the tent nice, then when I get back in through the airlock I can be all, honey, I'm home, and stuff. Jessie looked skyward. Gee, I said. I'm really not hitting the mark today, am I? Still looking skyward, Jessie said, you can't see my face right now, but I want you to imagine my most disapproving look, and then up it by a factor of 2. I bit back my witty banter and teasing. It wasn't the time, and I wasn't hitting the mark. Are you going back, Jessie? Helen asked. I leaned forward, you do a good job watching over our guys. I'd be sorry to see you go, but I'd really be happy knowing you were watching over things, keeping the peace. There's nobody I trust more than you. I might even trust you more than I trust myself. If I go back then I miss you guys, Jessie said. And I end up worrying, because the last time I checked on you, Helen was taking a break to see if she could hunt deer at the edge of the Blackwood while wearing a quarantine suit. Which I can, Helen said, waving the hook she'd attached to her quarantine suit. And you were having long, intensive conversations with Mauer. You didn't even recognize me. I recognized you, I said. I wouldn't not recognize you. But maybe I didn't think you were real. Sometimes they get crafty. Sometimes they get crafty. Yet. That makes me feel a lot better about leaving you on your own. I'm managing, I said. Are you? Jessie asked. She paused, very deliberately. How sure are you that I'm real? Right now? Right now? Geez. Well, you and Helen come as a package deal, because you're interacting and they aren't quite that canny. Sometimes they wedge themselves into ongoing conversations, like Frey did back in Sedge, but honestly. How sure? Jessie asked. No nonsense. Mostly. I asked, sounding less than mostly sure. Jessie looked to Helen. Help me out. Please? Give me something to work with. I'll watch him more carefully, Helen said. I promise. You've been here for 11 days, you too. I can barely tolerate it for 3. Most of the others can't even do a full day before their nerves start fraying. I'm worried about you too. Helen's as happy as a clam, I said. And I'm staying because I have to stay. If I'm not available when this all comes together then there's no point. So I keep going because if I stop then it makes all the suffering that led up to it worthless. I am as happy as a clam, Helen said. I caught a deer, I have cake, I have you too. I'll rephrase. I'm worried about you, SY. I hate not being able to talk to you, I hate these woods, I hate the black dust. In the workings of my head, something clicked. Transference. She was accusing me of losing my mind when. I'm sorry, I told her. The what? She asked. Then she startled a bit, before clenching her fists, because I was hiding it from you, you dolt. Helen was looking at me. I spoke before she asked the question, dropped a memory. And I know 3 is a completely arbitrary number, but I feel like 3 is it, she said. You could have told me, I said. Us. You could have told us and you should have told us. So don't call me a dolt, you nub munch. I had, Jessie started. Stop trying to make me laugh when I'm working myself into a state here. You should have told me, nub munch. I would have, but I don't want to give you added stress when you're doing this. Well, it hardly helps if you're just wrestling with it on your own and I suddenly can't figure you out, between all the distractions and you acting funny. You end up suppressing everything until you snap. Stop bottling. Okay, she said. And then she stopped talking. A moment passed. She added, we're sitting here, waiting for the perfect timing, and I'm trying not to think about the mail Jamie read that crossed General Ames' desk that talked about travel being suspended for certain locations, or additional countermeasures, or the fact that if they're doing this textbook, we don't have very long before they start releasing academy-grown monsters into these woods. I worry that this all goes wrong in a second, or worse, that this is how we while away the little time we have. We'll manage, I said. Helen would probably even get a kick out of us being attacked by academy experiments. Might do to see if we can't set up traps, now that I think about it. Something to occupy ourselves with. Helen's only at 75%, Jessie said. Her posture changed slightly. I imagined she closed her eyes, and now that I had connected to the fact that she had dropped a second memory, my mental model of her was making a lot more sense, with less surprises. I'd thought it was me, after being out here too long. 75% of a Helen is still pretty gosh darn amazing, I said. Thank you. It is, Jessie said. But. She stopped talking, and I saw her hand shake a little as she balled the gloved hands into fists. Ah, here we went. Well, what were the odds it would be a problem? It wasn't like we'd seen another living thing that wasn't one of us for the last week and a half. Jessie screamed, top of her lungs. The scream reached through the forest, and it was oddly muted, even without accounting for the mask, the hose, or the filter. In an ordinary forest, the hard surfaces of trees would have bounced back the sound, but the sheer amount of dust caked on every surface and the thickness of the dust in the air dampened the sound. I wanted so badly to hug Jessie, tight as possible, to speak into her ear, to say something reassuring and intimate and make it better. I ached to do it. I could see Lillian, and I knew that on a level she represented compassion, but a part of me still ached for Lillian's absence. I could see Ashton. It was almost as if the scream was bringing the others out. All I could do was stand, wood breaking away where it had been striving to attach me to my seat, leaving jagged spikes and splinters where it had broken. I walked over to Jessie with the branches snapping and breaking beneath my boots, and took her hand. The forehead of my mask clacked against hers. She stopped screaming. No longer taking the background to Jessie's anger and frustration, the hissing wind and pained creaking and breaking of trees resumed. I hate this, she said. Yeah, I said. If it turns out that my scream screwed all of this up, gave us away, then they'll probably mutiny. Probably, I said. But you needed to scream. I don't like being weak. I don't like being this frustrated. You're too damn stoic all the time, I said. I made the masks clack against each other again. In the distance, a tree branch broke and fell. Incoming, Helen said. It took a minute for incoming to reach us. 2 of our rebels, all in quarantine suits. All good. I called out. Don't shoot us. They stopped running. Sorry, Jessie said. Losing my mind in here. How's the watch shift? I asked the 2 rebels. Mind-numbing, the larger of the 2 said. Already looking forward to whoever's coming to relieve us. I dropped my watch in the dust and branch bits beneath the perch and it took me 15 minutes to find. I scuffed the ground with a boot. I couldn't even see dirt beneath the detritus I'd kicked aside. Yeah, I said. Tell you what. You 2 walk Jessie back. I'll take watch with Helen. Yeah, the smaller one asked. Yeah, I said, emulating his accent a touch. Go on. Jessie hesitated. I pushed her arm. Go on. We'll be fine. I'll send some people to keep you company, Jessie said. Yeah, I said. And we'll talk after. Get caught up. Cover all the bases. She nodded. I wanted to give her more support than I could hear. Helen and I left the cards behind and we began the trudge to the perch. We climbed the tree we had nailed rungs to, and we took our seats in a thicker cluster of branches. It wasn't until we were settled that I noticed one of Helen's sleeves was still floppy, no arm in it. The hook swung like a pendulum. Are you stuck? I asked. No, Helen said, implying she was. But no, really, I'm fine. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome, madam. A solid 15 minutes passed in relative silence. Helen started humming, playing with how her filter was making her voice buzz a bit around the edges, and I joined in with my own variation. Somewhere along the line, I started playing with my hand over the end of the air hose, near the filter, which I probably shouldn't have been doing, but it allowed for some interesting stop-starts. I could track the time by way of the watch that had been hung from a tiny spike of wood near my head. 50 minutes passed, as we went back and forth, elaborating. Then we both trailed off. 5 minutes passed before Helen spoke. I spy with my little eye, something black and dusty. I pointed. Funny shaped branch over there. Yes. Then. I spy with my little eye, something black with only a little bit of dust. I pointed. I think it's a dead thing in a tree that had leaves fall on it and made it crispy-ish. How long before you get one wrong? Helen asked. I can see about 3 more interesting things. So, until you pick something boring. Oh, she asked. Yeah. Well then, she said. I hear, with my little ear. A particularly crackly bit of wood. Something creaky that isn't a tree, she said. That's pulled by a war beast. I perked up. Really? No, she said. I deflated. But yes, she teased. Really? I perked up again. Well, peel my cat and call me a bastard. How far away? Not far, Helen said. Well dang, I said. Just one? If it's more, I'm going to need to see how fast I can catch up to the others and if we can get back in time, maybe further down the road. Just one, Helen said. You're sure? Positive, she said. I actually feel bad, I said. And I don't feel bad about much. Jessie's going to be so annoyed she missed this. We climbed down from the tree, and we lowered ourselves into the shrubbery. Helen's gestures, partially masked by the gloves, gave me a good indication of when to expect them. The wagon appeared, a rhino-like warbeast with 2 horns bigger than I was on its head and a chin spike below trampled the fallen leaves and branches that buried the road, and it pulled a heavy wagon behind it. Industrial strength everything, from the heavy-duty wagon itself, almost a rolling vault, with heavy wheels. The thing was meant to plow on. If it broke down, then the lone driver wouldn't be able to fix it. As it rolled past us, we pounced. I latched onto the side, and Helen grabbed on next to me, before tumbling down, disappearing beneath the front of the wagon. Any scratching or scrabbling on her part was drowned out by the noise the wagon made as it rolled over innumerable branches, leaves, and the fragile carpet of builder's wood that knit them together. 5. 4. 3. The man screamed. Right then. My models of Helen weren't that great either. I tried to make up for the time differential by moving faster, a little more haphazardly, gloves and boots slipping on the dust-caked surface. The worst that could happen was that I might slip, fall, and roll under the wheel. I managed to avoid that, grabbed the seat, and hauled myself over. Helen had pierced his hand with her hook, latching on, and had grabbed him with one hand. He was using his free hand to fumble for a gun that was positioned in a spot which was really meant to be reached for with the hand that Helen currently held. I threw myself forward, stomach skidding on the dusty seat, and reached him just as he pulled the gun free. I batted the gun out of his hand before he could get a grip on it. It was lost, off to the side, in a sea of branches and dust. I might have said that people 2,000 years in the future might find it, but I somehow couldn't picture it. Not the people part of it. The resulting scuffle was short. Helen asserted her grip and adjusted the hook, and I seized his other arm in one of my own, and once we had him secure, the fight mostly went out of him. His breath wheezed through the air filter. You have options, Mr. Driver, I said. Most of them are pretty good. I could see him taking that in. This gets a lot more pleasant if you cooperate, I said. There isn't a friendly face for 100 miles around. All you need to do is talk to me. What do you want to know? He asked. They expecting you on time. Give or take an hour, he said. Horny Ann here is very regular, but the road isn't. We sink into the soft spots. Good, I said. Good, that's just the kind of answer we need. Do you have a horn? Anything that would make a lot of noise. Yeah, he said. Trumpet. It fits onto my air filter. He fumbled at the side of the wagon. Helen took one hand off of him to grab the trumpet, showing me. She pressed it between her body and the side of the wagon and began fumbling with her air filter. Good, I said. Perfect. Is there anyone further back down the road? No, he said. Like you said, not a friendly face for quite a distance. He sounded a little bit depressed about it. Good. Perfect. If you're lying, then we do something terrible, you know that right? I asked. The rush of the capture, after so much dang waiting, it was making me heady, and that translated into me sounding almost excited at the prospect of doing something terrible, which was great. Yeah, he said. I know it. I nodded. Now let's talk security measures. Anything I need to know before we borrow your wagon and take it to its destination? Ah, he said. He paused. Ah. I'm telling you this in good faith, he said. Pay isn't good enough, I love my crown and country, but I like living too. So I want you to know I could have stayed quiet and you might TV noticed. I would have noticed, I thought. Out with it, I said. It's in my forearm. Metal, grafted to the bone. They have seahorse-eye things that look through my arms and read the numbers. Has to be the right metal too. Yeah, I said. That sounds about right. This was my last trip, he said. Ever since this black shit started springing up everywhere, it's misery distilled. Of course something like this happens when I tell myself it's my last trip before I find another way to make money. Of course. You're fine, I told him. We'll try to minimize the damage. Tooting, Helen said. I raised my eyebrows behind my mask, and then winced as she raised one hand, trumpet attached to the end of her hose, and blew. It wasn't a lips-on trumpet noise, but something more artificial, a braying note that changed as she adjusted the keys. The sound carried. Helen took her time before stopping. Damn. Helen made a smaller bwat sound. Damage, the driver asked. Well, I said. Can't trust you to take me where I want to be without saying anything, so, best way to go about this would be to borrow your arm. Then we can keep you for a while, we'll reunite you and your arm as fast as we can, and then you're sort of complicit, or we let you go and you can go home, and maybe you get pity points, but you also have to scrounge up to get a replacement arm, and that's a whole mess, and there's a third option where you kick up a stink and we put you down. He said. I'd kind of like my arm back sooner than later. Perfect. I said. I was still fairly excited at the victory. Perfect, good. That even means I can share the dirty details on what we're up to, and I can ask you questions without having to mask what I'm asking. Let's talk about your cargo, and what they tend to do with it when you arrive. Are you going to hurt people with this? He asked. Is it going to be another one of these Blackwood bombs? Inside the city? No, I said. And if you want, you can watch what we do. We're just going to take a barrel we've got stashed away somewhere not too far away, and it's got a label on it that's of the type that makes people want to keep it sealed. Stow it somewhere dark with a lot of ventilation, Helen added. And I can tell you, it's going to be me, her, and one other person in that barrel, I said. We just want into the city, Mr. Driver, and they're being rather ridiculously paranoid about letting people in or out. You want in the city, he said. What does that matter? What's that going to do? Who's that going to hurt? Present. I woke, and my arm was numb. It spawned a dozen small moments of terror as I wondered if Wyvern had prematurely started to physically affect me. There was a pressure on my chest, too. The numb left arm and the pressure coupled with an almost nauseous twist of my stomach made me think heart attack. But it wasn't. It was Jessie, lying beside me with her head on my shoulder. The covers were thick, down-filled, and heavy, and the two of us were relatively small given the massive size of the four-poster bed. I almost hated to get up when I had this. This was entirely new. I knew part of it stemmed from insecurity, but having Jessie this close wasn't so usual. Her hair was so messy, and I was just about the only person who got to see it like that. She had dents on her nose where her spectacles usually sat, and she had scars reaching around her neck and at her chest where her nightgown didn't wholly cover her, and I knew that again, I was one of the rare few that got to see it. Moving glacially slowly, I began to extricate myself, moving the pillow, trying to get it so her head transitioned to the pillow. She was a fairly light sleeper, all considered, so it took extra caution and carefulness. I didn't manage it. Jessie stirred and woke up. She smiled, and that smile was nice to see. Tried not to wake you, I said. You did a terrible job, Jessie said, yawning. She stretched. I reached over, grabbing her stretching hands, and stretched myself, waving her arms one way and the other, while she collapsed back on the pillow, rolling her eyes at me. Come on, I said. I tugged on her hands. Up. We've got so much to do. All day, every day, Jessie said. I let go of her hands, and we both rolled off of opposite ends of the bed. There was a folded towel on the dresser, and I grabbed it, slinging it over one shoulder before pausing at Helen, who had curled up in an armchair, contorting herself. Her face was only partially fixed. I nudged the chair, being careful. I trusted Helen when she was awake and in full control of her faculties. I didn't trust Sleeping Helen. Sleeping Helen had broken my hand 2 weeks ago. Helen didn't wake so much as she transitioned smoothly from rest to animation. She uncurled and stepped off the chair, heading straight for the little kitchen in the corner of the room, to prepare tea and likely to raid the pantry for breakfast cookies. All good. There was a lingering feeling of dread at this point, of Jessie waking up blank, or Helen being even more troublesome on being woken, even pouncing from the chair, but this was perfect. I walked into the adjunct bathroom, which was far too white for my liking. I walked past the woman in the tub, moved a bowl beneath the sink, washed my face, and fixed my hair as best as I could without wax or oils. I took a minute or two to preen while the wash basin filled up, before I turned my full attention to the woman beside me. Her eyes were wide enough to show the whites, and they looked in different directions, which was a nice touch, I thought. Her mouth was ajar, her breathing shallow, and she sat there like a broken doll. Her hair was in disarray, normally short and carefully curled, a natural brunette, and her nightgown was soiled at the lower parts. She had relieved herself in both senses at some point in the night, and it left a runny trail that painted a line in the direction of the drain, but hadn't actually made it all the way down. Collecting the bowl of water, which proved heavy, I carried it over to the tub, and I splashed it into the tub. It got all of the urine and only some of the other mess. Good morning, I told her. She didn't respond. This can end at any time, I said. I put the bowl back under the sink and set it to fill again. Grabbing a spare towel, I threw it over the woman's head, and then began relieving myself in the toilet. You don't get anything by being stubborn. I finished up, pulled the chain to flush, and used the bowl of water to wash the rest of the mess down the drain of the tub. Opening the medicine cabinet, I got the small case of syringes out. There were 3. I know the spinal injection goes in the spine, but I get the rest confused. Muscle relaxant, it goes in the muscle of the leg or buttock. Antidote, it goes in the bloodstream. Or is it the other way around? I asked. You say that every morning, Jessie said, from the other room. Every morning, Helen echoed. You guys are no fun. I'm doing it for effect. I think you're the only one that appreciates that effect, Jessie said. I made sure there was no air in the syringe, then jammed the muscle relaxant in the woman's throat. I depressed the syringe. I left it there while I stuck the other syringe into her leg. You get to live another day, I said, leaving the second of the syringes in place. The syringe that went into the base of her skull, however, needed more caution. I inserted it as gently as it warranted. There, I told her. I plucked the syringes out, and I cranked the tub on. Now get yourself cleaned up. I stepped out of the bathroom, and I joined the others as they prepared breakfast. Tea and bacon and eggs, and mystery meat. I used a hot ring to toast bread directly. That's a fire hazard, Jessie pointed out. Yes, but I really like toast, I said. Do we have butter? I remembered the butter, Jessie said. Give me some credit. We carried on, and Jessie stepped away to get our clothes sorted out. I was letting her pick my outfits, which she seemed to like, and it seemed today was a waistcoat. A knock at the door made us all freeze. Mail, the voice on the other end called out. Leaving it outside. Jessie signaled. High building girl queen. Rooftop girl queen. BEA. Checking first on the woman in the tub, making sure she hadn't gone and drowned on me, I saw that she had enough wherewithal to sit up straighter and grip the sides of the tub. I closed that door, then quietly slipped out into the hallway. Jessie and Helen made more noise in the kitchen to cover me. I moved quickly and quietly as I hurried to catch up with BEA. She startled as I put my hand on her shoulder. She said. BEA, I said. Everything going smoothly. Smoothly enough. There's some mutterings, people wondering about new faces, but, better than I thought. Good, I said, smiling. She gave me a soft, one-note chuckle. They were talking to me about it. As if I've been here for longer than I have. They were complaining about newcomers. Mailroom is invisible, and it implies status and trust, I said. None of this is accidental. BEA nodded. Keep things on the down low, don't try to push people to tell you anything, but do listen. We'll meet later and I'll tell you how to get people to want to confide in you. Okay, BEA said. And while we're at it. Tomorrow, if there's any mail that looks official-ish, you can knock and insist she sign for it. There's probably something that looks like it should be signed in the mailroom, but make an excuse to see her face to face and show her your face. Okay. Why? You're going to build up trust. At a later date, if things go smoothly, which they probably won't, we'll want to give her opportunities to try and get a message out. You'll be that opportunity. BEA nodded. Happy mailing, I said. She rolled her eyes. Really what I wanted to do with my academy know-how. I scooped up the mail on my way back into the room, and very carefully closed the door behind me. Helen and Jessie were conversing at the stove. I listened, and I could hear the splashing of the tub. I picked through the mail and found what I was looking for. Here we go, I said. Took its time. Both of the others turned to me, expectant. And she said no. Politely, but it's a no. Both looked a touch crestfallen. It might have been a hard sell, pushing the lambs thing, Jessie said. Might have, I said. I thought my read of Lillian was that she'd say yes, even, or especially with that in mind. I wonder if things went badly somehow, or if she got another offer, or... There could have been 100 different factors, Jessie said. Dang it, I said. I sighed. Sorry, Jessie said. Probably wouldn't have worked out that neatly anyway, I said. I put the stack of Professor Fair's mail to one side. Now. What are the priorities for our academy today? Dog Eat Dog 18.2. The professor is ambulatory, Helen commented, as Professor Fairs emerged from the bathroom. The woman wore a towel and a black silk bathrobe. She looked 30, though I would have pegged her as being 60 or so, and she moved as though she was 90, with shuffling steps in clear pain. She had done up her hair in rollers and put on makeup, but it was an incomplete portrait. Did you sleep well? I asked. The professor ignored me. Clutching the front of her bathrobe with one hand, she used the other to help her ease down into a kneeling position. She pulled the drawer open, and she stopped, staring down. We moved in for the long term, I said. It made more sense to have our clothes in the dresser. I see, she said. She was quiet for a moment. Where are my clothes? Linen cupboard, I said. I did dust before I put them away, we can't have you looking out of sorts. Yes, she said. She looked like she was going to say something, and then defaulted to, can't have that. She was slow in raising herself to a standing position. Your day starts at 8 sharp, Jessie said. Most students get their first glimpse of you by 8:05. You should hurry, or you'll be behind schedule. Noted, the professor said. She failed her first attempt at standing up, and fell to her knees, hunched over. If you're shooting for pity, you won't find any here, I said. I've been sleeping in the bathtub night after night. If any part of me presses too hard into a part of the bathtub, I bruise, I get sores. Helen turns you, I said. She should be, anyhow. Every 2 hours, Helen said. I give her a push or change her position. I slosh water on her if she's messy. I gestured, indicating Helen for the professor's benefit. Yes. Less sores, but as you might imagine, the sleep quality leaves much to be desired. Tell us what we need to know about the academy and its operations and we'll get you a cot. You'll get 3 square meals a day, and the only injections you'll get will be the antidotes, I said. She turned her head, and she gave me a venomous look. I gave her my best one back. I'll endure, she said. Then endure, I said. And do it fast. The clock is ticking, and if you don't at least look like you're in full control of your faculties and maintain business as usual, then we have to escalate. As you've told me, again and again, she said. Is this the same as what you were saying earlier? Are you repeating yourself to try and batter down my mental defenses with repeated blows to the same points? Are you like the Reverend Maurer or the crooks of yesteryear? Will you threaten me with your best attempts at hell on earth? Every day almost exactly the same but for the fact that it's a little worse, hope just out of reach. Reaching up, she gripped the knobs of the drawers and she hauled herself halfway to her feet. She panted. I don't know the crooks, I told Jessie. The professor hauled herself the rest of the way to a standing position and made her way to the cupboard with the bedsheets and towels. Jessie supplied the answer, crooks as in shepherd's crooks. Young, clandestine religious group. Mostly farmers. The parents passed on religious knowledge in secret, very fervent in portraying the academy and its doings as wrong and vile, much like the actual church in its last days. They were found out, the parents were imprisoned, 3 of the worst offenders were executed. The youths fled, spent a year staging covert strikes on the aristocracy. They made a point of torturing anyone they got. They were quite creative, Helen said. They only lasted a year. I asked. Academy intervened, the crooks made a move and failed in the face of overwhelming opposition. The captured gave up the rest. Ah, I said. That's a shame. I wouldn't say that. They were a closer analog to Cynthia than to Maurer. Maurer has a mission, but the crooks and Cynthia devolved. No cooperation, not building anything, no beliefs. Only wrath, rape, torture, drawing blood by any means necessary. Even if innocents got caught in the crossfire. They made pretty displays with the corpses and biblical passages, Helen said. I wish I could have seen them. Pretty displays or no, it sounds like it's still a dang shame, just a shame on a different front. Yes, Jessie said. They were organized, they were capable, but pressing forward when you are facing a force this daunting means having to dig deep inside yourself for more strength, more reserves. They dug up something that was awfully ugly and in pain. Why does that sound so familiar? The professor asked. She had found the clothes for the day in the linen cupboard. On an entirely unrelated topic, should I dress myself here, in plain view, so you can degrade me further, or should I step into the washroom so you don't have to see the bedsores and bruises? Sarcasm doesn't become you, Professor Fairs, I said. If you intended to bait me with irony and force me to keep quiet as yet another form of pressure, then so be it. I can endure that as well. Yeah, I said. I waved her off. Helen, will you watch her? Jessie and I will get ready. Helen nodded. Jessie and I retired to the washroom. We washed up quickly at the sink, scrubbing our faces and wetting our hair. I dried my hair and then turned, hip resting against the sink as I faced Jessie. My fingers combed through her wet hair and broke it into 3 plaits, which I set to braiding. She, meanwhile, set to work with my hair, reaching over to a jar without looking and then setting everything in place. It took more than a little coordination, but it was nice to bond. My fingers were quick with the braiding and my hair tended to stay in place better when Jessie did it. Remind me about her schedule for today, I said. You should remember that much. Except I don't. Do you not remember because I'm serving as your memory, she asked. You shouldn't lean on me that heavily. It's temporary. I need to focus my brain on other things. There's a lot to coordinate. There is. I just worry. I'm just remembering peripheral details. I'm trying to stage the entirety of Hackthorn Academy in my head for the day everything goes to pieces. I'm putting the main thrust of things aside, for you. I'm going to have a bad day sooner or later, SY. You can't go to pieces then. You keep moving. See things through. I'll try, I said. I reached up and scraped a bit of gunk that lingered in the corner of one of her eyes. Trying isn't good enough. My hands still up near her face, I put my palms on her cheeks, holding her face, then kissed her. Helen and the professor were talking in the other room, I noticed, now that our own conversation wasn't overlapping them. I paused mid-kiss, holding the edge of Jessie's lower lip between my own, and turned my head a fraction toward the door. Jessie pulled her lip free, then murmured. Fair said that the thing that bothered her most about this situation was that it was very possible she'd die at the hands of one of that Cretan's creations. Ibits. Helen took offense. Ah, I murmured. How nice to know I have your full attention. Speak for yourself, Sylvester. I pick up on all of the background details. Most, not all, I said. My fingers dropped from her face, and my hand went straight back up to find a loose thread on her nightgown. I gave it an exploratory tug, and she batted my hand aside. Now I've got to ask, did you tell me the schedule and I completely forgot about it already, or did you forget? Jessie used scissors she had picked up from the shelf above the sink to snip the loose thread. She's checking in with her pet students and bringing them as a cohort while looking after the master's birthday party, then she's meeting with a group of would-be grey coats about their ongoing projects, all followed by lunch, if there's time. We haven't seated the grey coats. No we haven't, Jessie said. What's the location? Her office. Which is actually quite inconvenient, because there's traffic all around it. Hiding under the desk? I asked. Wrong kind of desk for that. What if it was Helen? Not even Helen. We haven't had many situations come up where we couldn't seed, spy on proceedings, or verify everything was sufficiently crooked in our favor after she'd passed through. Not any so far. We talked about having her cancel a few days ago. Did we? Jessie sighed. I sighed in the same way she had, mocking her. Yes, we did. Your instinct at the time was that things are too precarious for her to break pattern, graduate students are too invested in their projects to suddenly be ignored by the headmistress, she can't delegate, and people would grumble. And 6 abstract units of grumbling becomes 1 abstract unit of difficult questions. My instincts sound about right, so I'll trust them. Any bright ideas? She asked. And did you actually tie my hair in a knot to secure the braid? It's fancy, I said, waving the end of the braid in her face. And pretty. You're the one that's untying the thing. Naturally. And yes, I have bright ideas. Not all are applicable to this situation, but give me my due. If she passes on one message by way of the grey coat prospects, all of this falls apart. Yeah, I said. I would have liked to have more control over this situation than we had. There was a chance we could come out ahead if we happened to lose control, but I wasn't so sure that I wanted to go there. Blood would be shed, not all of it theirs. What are you thinking? Jessie asked. You've got this tiny frown line between your eyebrows. I'm thinking. I need to break her down more. If she's our puppet, I don't want her pulling against the strings. Break her down how? I might scare her. Whatever you need to do. And the prospective greys. We could take cards we aim to play later and play them now, audaciously. Is this a normal person's take on audacious, or is it the take of a certain black-haired, shorter than average gentleman who has normalized audacious, who is then calling this particular play audacious? Shorter than average. Don't get hung up on labels. It's just heartless of you to make a point of it. You called me a gentleman. Don't get hung up on words. And focus. If you lose track then I have to start this conversation over from the beginning. You don't ever have to do that. Exaggerator. Focus. It's something even I would call audacious, when I'm very comfortable with things the average person would call audacious. Right. If someone was to sketch out all of your thoughts as they were right this moment, how large a share of those thoughts are trying to find other solutions? I think the share is the size of a large cat. Jessie gave me the look. Their thoughts. I'm not going to assign a number or percentage to thoughts. They get away from me and then I sound wrong. I don't want to set myself up for failure. Fine. How large a share is already devoted to finding a way to make the audacious happen? Take your pick of any animal large enough to sit on the medium-sized cat and kill it in the process. Jessie sighed. Come on, I said. We stepped into the other room, and I headed straight for my pile of clothing. Helen and the professor were still talking. Numbness. No. But the gnawing muscle makes a T-shaped connection to the biting muscle and the T feels weak, and there's an X connection between the grimace muscle and the snake mouth muscle group that's pulling more than it should. You need to make more sense, dear, the professor said. You're a terrible influence on her, Jessie whispered in my ear. Helen had turned her head. She pushed her hair aside and drew lines on her cheek, illustrating. The professor had done good work so far. Helen looked almost like she always had. Her face was intact, no damage apparent, no scars. The only problem was that her expressions weren't there. Our perfect actress was struggling to act. Her only face was the dead-eyed one from yesteryear. You two, take the bathroom while Jessie and I get dressed, I instructed. Leave the door open. I want to talk to you, Helen. What about? Helen asked, as the pair stepped into the bathroom. How is my father doing? Your father is, coming together, Helen said. I kind of want him today. Your father would decline any invitations today, Helen said. I kind of really want him today, I said. What if he was drunk? Your drunk father would possibly show his face for a short time, not staying for too long out of fear of embarrassing himself, Helen said. That'll do, I said. Maybe he could be morose drunk. Shall I fetch him when we're done here? Helen asked. Dab some whiskey behind his ears. He's a Scotchman, Helen said. We dressed, with Jessie donning a uniform while I dressed up in the clothes she had set aside. She made sure my hair was fixed, then gave me a peck on the lips. The professor emerged from the washroom, donning her black lab coat. She looked well put together, and except for some small issues in how she moved, nothing looked amiss. Helen practically flew out of the professor's apartment. My dad was probably enjoying the good life, sleeping in, I said. Probably, Jessie said. He's in for a rude awakening. The professor was quiet. I saw her eyeing the stove. Only scraps and scrapings remained. What time is it? I asked Jessie. 7:58. 2 minutes to eat, I told the professor. There was no hesitation. No grace, either, even for a woman who was normally immaculate. She paid no mind to the fact that some fruit had bites taken out of it or that the pieces of meat too small to be worth picking out now sat in seas of congealing grease. It was the eye of a surgeon in a moment of crisis, now turned to picking out the least bad pieces of food. Her steady hand focused now on keeping any mess from dripping on her clothes, stripping meat from a length of bone. She did what she could and then turned to the largest offerings. A hunk of bread and piece that I'd burned and left aside after toasting my bread, a glass of milk that had been mostly finished. She alternated the two to get the bread down. She didn't finish either before Jessie cleared her throat. Fairs hesitated, and for a moment, I wondered if her composure would break, if she would snap at us, or if she would abandon sense and go for the food. Instead, she drew a handkerchief from her pocket, and she gathered herself together. A lady in the non-noble sense, as if composure in the present could erase the desperation of moments ago. She was in the midst of daubing at her face when her body rebelled. She gagged, bending over, and froze, holding that position. Twice more, she gagged, but managed to keep from retching. Not the food so much as the gorging, if that could even be called gorging. She straightened, resuming her act as the lady, and she gave us a nod. We left the room as a trio. It was a short trip down the hallway, and then we passed through a set of doors. Spring air blew in our faces, but it was a mixed thing. A breath of fresh air, but with a bad aftertaste. Flowers and dewy grass and bitter death on the wind. Hackthorn had been constructed with a particular aesthetic, because it was an academy very focused on the aesthetic. A project from many years past had been placed as the centerpiece of Hackthorn, and if it had ever been truly alive, it would have been a half-woman, half-spiderweb counterpart for Helen's brother. As tall as any building I'd seen, she was a connection of strands and shelves that supported one another, some shelves vertical and others horizontal, akin to a bookshelf, but always with the outer form in mind, and the outer form was that of a woman. Akin to builder's wood, but no external walls had been put up to guide the growth. The story was that it had all been calculated in advance. It was her crowning achievement, her master stroke. She had pitched it as her specialist project and they had allowed it with the expectation she would fail. Instead, she had stepped up the scale. A work so impressive they had no choice but to give her a professorship, despite the fact that she was a woman. To say no at that point would have risked her walking away and leaving the edifice to fall to pieces. It hadn't been her only play over the years. Care had been given to the face, which turned skyward, and it looked like a pale woman's face, eyes closed. The shelves were now beds for plant life and growth, or walls had been put in place at the exterior, allowing for them to be used as pens or prison cells. Bristling plant growth and walls formed her exterior skin, while trees that grew down formed her hair. She draped back, with the buildings of the academy itself as her recliner, and we walked along the bridge that was one of her arms, reaching out to the main academy office and the apartments of headmistress and visiting dignitaries. Even from a distance, I could see students and staff already at work with tending to this and that. Green and thriving, against a backdrop of cliffs and ocean. But looking in the other direction was something else entirely. The walls of Hackthorn, and then wasteland, out to the horizon. Once forest, burned and then patrolled by beasts grown just for this purpose, who found everything that the blaze hadn't utterly destroyed. The black woods were only just barely visible in the distance, unable to reach Hackthorn with the wasteland of ash between us and it. We were isolated, and entry to Hackthorn meant traveling through the woods and wasteland or it meant visiting by boat and ascending the cliffs to access Hackthorn by way of the reclining woman's backside. I'd gotten a good laugh out of Jessie the first time I had pointed that out. The headmistress of Hackthorn smiled at students, and she greeted some by name. That in itself wouldn't have been surprising, as the students on this bridge were both early risers and notable students. I could see the light in her eyes, and while I could see a weariness that hadn't been there when we had first appeared in her bedroom, I believed that she was doing a good job of playing it off. Students liked her. They respected her. They knew her in the sense that they could greet her. We hadn't stopped long enough for her to do it yet, but I knew she was willing and able to make small talk with them. Each of those things was to her credit on its own and surprising when taken in tandem with one of the others. But oh, that wasn't what I was watching for. No, it was when we stepped indoors again, off the bridge and into the armpit. The labs. Students were waiting. Professor Viola Fair's select. Her favorite students, taken under her wing. They were the closest to her, they were sharp, and they were very unhappy with our existence. First thing this morning, we make sure all is on track for the young Master Bao's birthday celebration, Viola Fair said. First lab. She indicated with her hand, and the gaggle of students formed a herd around her. Jessie and I walked side by side, joining them. I could see her talking to the students. More important than any of the students' views or reactions to the professor was the professor's reaction to her students. She was built for this. However much we ground her down and applied pressure, so long as she had this, I wasn't sure I could truly break down her defenses. We were positioned, we had laid out the groundwork for a move on the largest scale, but we lacked information, and so we groped in the dark. Helen had taken too long. We descended the stairs to the first lab. It lay at the heart of the complex. Students who ascended and descended the stairs to reach any other part of the facility passed by the lab, and in the doing, they passed by branch-framed panes of glass that looked at the work in progress. Fairy tale monsters and monsters of fantasy done to scale. The sea serpent and the maiden, the big bad wolf and Red Riding Hood. The larger members of the cast remained in the vast, open-concept laboratory with its arched ceiling. The big bad wolf rested with the half-goat, half-fish of the zodiac. A horse as large as any I'd ever seen stood with spine bared, burn scars on either side of the bloody schism where its mane was supposed to be. Its bone of tail flicked left and right as it ate from its feed bag. A giant, hardly giant in comparison to Helen's brother, slumped against the wall, using his long-fingered hands to shovel mountains of loose, dry cereals into a wide mouth. Playthings. Toys. I didn't mind those ones, not in particular. I wondered, and I heard one of the members of the group comment at my wondering, though I didn't catch the words, as my focus was elsewhere. For all its fairy tale nature, all I could smell were sweat, blood, and offal. Leave him be, Fairs said. I don't see why he's even here. No offense, Miss Montague. I've heard all the complaints 100 times already, Jessie said. She ignored the implicit meaning in his statement that he didn't see why she was there either. I have as well, Professor Fairs said. I'll hear no more of it, unless you have other projects you'd like to be working on. I know, the student said. It's politics, Damien. And forcing a superior to justify her politics is not good politics on your part. I didn't listen to the rest. Most of the members of the group had commented in some fashion already. If everything was the way that it was supposed to be, she might even have welcomed the questions and challenges. She was unconventional in a variety of ways, and her treatment of subordinates was one of them. Even now, she was turning the topic around, talking about the delegation of tasks, and posing challenges to Jessie and her favorite students. I passed around a wall that blocked part of the lab off from view of the stairs. Hidden in plain sight, 1,000 students would walk by and look through the windows with excitement and wonder, but actual access to the lab was more limited. Actual access to this area was rarer. I had the keys to unlock the doors. I passed by the cells. They hadn't all had cots before Jessie and I had arrived. At our insistence, Professor Fairs had ordered them to protect her investment and work. I passed by Red Riding Hood, who would have been at home among any mouse of Radham or West Corinth. No older than 12, her face had been altered into something to resemble a deer or a rabbit. An attempt at contrasting to the wolf. Something had been done to her arms and legs. To better enable her to run when and if the scene called for it, I supposed. I walked past Goldilocks, who was closer to my age, who had locks of actual gold. Rapunzel reached out to touch the bars of her cell with one hand and a lock of hair. Past Jack and past ones I couldn't put names to. We had sought her out because of her tie to Ibit, and because Lillian had been taken with her. A part of me had hoped the woman would vindicate Lillian's opinion of her. In some respects, she had. In others, the complete opposite. As bad as Ibit, as bad as Hale. She was a major purveyor of the block, an artist who worked with children. Now playthings. Toys. I looked up and saw Helen standing in the shadows. If she was here, so was my father. I turned my eyes to the people in the cells. Soon, I said, and even though my voice was soft, no less than 30 pairs of ears listened. Dog eat dog 18.3. If you want it, you have to tell me. Water, I said. I moved my hand, 3 fingers extended, in a horizontal direction. Pole Parrot looked down at his wings. No hands to gesture with. I waited, expectant, as he moved his wings. Finally, he extended a wing, twisted so only 3 of the pinion feathers at the tip extended. He swiped it sideways. I smiled, and he smiled back in a nervous way. I gave him a little salute and backed away from the bars, saying, "Give me a moment." There was a sink at the far end of the little alley of cells. I headed to it, glancing and paying attention to each of the experiments along the way. Little Bo Peep got my attention, palm out, hand toward me. She did the gesture for water, then touched her mouth. Her facial construction was different, with the pronounced groove of the philtrum at her upper lip, a faint darker coloration therein at her upper lip. Her hair was a shaggy growth of wool. Coming right up, I said. I rinsed and filled 2 cups. Helen was just off to my right, reaching through the bars and playing some finger game with one of the smaller ones. Bo Peep took her cup, then paused before gesturing. Aggression. Then she pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead, wincing. Headache? I asked. Bo Peep managed to nod at me while drinking from her cup. Then she moved her hand. 3 fingers together, pointed up, she waggled her hand as she shook the tower to pieces. It wasn't the way a lamb would have done it, but I quite liked it. Given a chance, people were damned good at finding ways to communicate. Thinking, thought, brains. Gone to ruin. You can't think clearly. She nodded. She raised 3 fingers, separate this time. Can't see clearly? Senses fuzzy. She nodded. That'll be the drugs. Just like the ones they use to keep you from speaking or making noise. When they stop experimenting on you and start getting you to practice, they'll cut back on the drugs. They might give you others, if they need you to be able to speak so you can act or sing, or to make you more compliant. She made the gesture for thinking, except she pointed it down, reversing it, and she made a confused face. What confused you? She couldn't answer, so I tried the scattershot approach. Did I get something wrong? Was it the mention of practice? The drugs? Do you want to know what the other drugs are? The singing? Making you compliant. At that last bit, she gestured again. She used the other hand to drink more, greedily gulping water down, one eye watching me. Compliant. It means obedient, doing what they want. The reversed tower of 3 fingers flipped up. Understood. I reached through the bars and gave the 3 fingers a squeeze. Need anything else? She shook her head. The mop of white wool flew left and right. All right, I said. Give me the glass back, or people will wonder how you got it. She gave me the glass. As I turned away, she reached for and grabbed my sleeve. She gestured. Alert. You. Body. Mind. Alert. The look in her eyes was dead serious. I reached through the bars and brushed my hand down the bangs of her mop of hair in the front of her face. Stop fussing. I'll be fine. Fingers brushed down my sleeve and fingers as I withdrew my arm. Prolonging contact. Not because of any attraction, I was pretty sure. Just a desire for a friendly face to stay a little bit longer. I headed for Pole with his glass of water. Mentally, I made a note that I would have to be careful, lest I develop a fondness or soft spot for any of them. Bo Peep was a frontrunner, and the stylistic tie didn't help. I'd already run into that snag with Mary. I put my hand in the other cup through the bars for Pole Parrot, and tipped the cup back for him so he could drink. He snorted, and I moved the cup away. Hand made a blade, I held it up at my sternum. Means I've heard you, I recognize you, I understand, or thank you. He did his best with his wing arms. He was like Avis in her outfit, but without the ability to lose the outfit, no hands hidden in the rigging of his wings. Better to have him do his best, and if all went according to plan, perhaps there would be an opportunity to teach him tap code later. Good lad, I said. I turned, showing others in earshot the gesture. I heard Helen speak, and I saw her making the same gesture. Passing it on to others who couldn't see me, closer to the end of the hall. He curled his wing, setting his jaw. It was hard to track what I'd taught them, but I knew that I had taught them the core gestures that the lambs had used to generate all of the rest. It was fairly simple to work out what gesture he was attempting by process of elimination. That might not be so clear to the others. Try your foot, I said. He shifted his weight to one foot. He clenched his talon in a particular way. Aggression, pain, force. Soon, I said, echoing my statement earlier. And honestly, I don't plan to use you guys to fight. I don't want a battle in that sense. Even in the best case scenario, if I had 90% control over the situation, I don't know if you'll be in cages, drugged, fresh from surgeries, or whatever else. Okay. He didn't look happy at that. He clenched his talon again. He struck at his chest with the leading edge of his wing, what I might otherwise have called his forearm. Yeah, I know, I said. Believe me, I know. He had been altered to be beautiful, and he was. The ruby red and indigo feathers only accentuated the image. He was 12 and he was very much an idealization of a boy his age. If Lillian and Jamie had found something attractive in me when I was younger, then it was present in Pole. He was fine-boned and athletic, and could have been a ballet dancer in another course of events, and all of that stood in stark contrast to how very angry he was. If I hadn't grown up with equal parts beauty and bloodthirst, I might have been given pause by the image. There was a stirring at the end of the hall closest to the entryway. Rustling of arms against bars, movement, scuffs and light bangs. Want to help? I asked Pole. He nodded. Can I throw water at you? I asked, showing him the cup. He paused, then nodded. I smiled, and I allowed my entire bearing to change. I raised my chin, and I made the aggression gesture, hard, before throwing the water in his face. Then I laughed, and it was a mocking, hard laughter. I saw the shock on his face as he backed away, there was confusion and momentary hurt that hurt me in equal measure just for seeing it. Then his eyes moved to my hand, which was still gesturing. Feathers rustled, and he threw himself forward, kicking the bars, hard. I'd pulled away just in time. I continued laughing. Now that I'd changed my position, I could see the approaching person the other prisoners had been reacting to. One of Fair's favored students. Betty, the girl of Fair's group, or she had been before Jessie turned up. I turned to her with a smile on my face. She wore a boy's haircut, her hair considerably shorter than my own, combed in a part, but she wore makeup and white pearl earrings to match her academy blazer and skirt. Bold, modern, attractive, and very, very dangerous. Pole backed away, then repeated the attack, hurling himself forward, kicking the bars with one lone foot. Stop! Betty barked out an order to Pole. You're accomplishing nothing, and you'll only hurt yourself. Pole stood there, and the anger I'd seen moments before was out in full force. He panted, glaring, lines standing out in his neck, feathers bristling. One of his talons clenched, the talon tips digging at the floor of his cell. His face dripped. On seeing the young lady, Pole's face contorted in what should have been a scream. I could only barely hear the strangled squeak from his throat. Stop now, Pole, the student said. You know the consequences. Pole stopped, still heaving for breath. He coughed, having hurt himself in his attempt to scream, and he turned away, sitting down very forcefully on the floor of his cell. What are you even doing here? Betty addressed me. I wanted to see how the sausage gets made, I said, smirking. Call it morbid curiosity. You've agitated them, Betty. Only having a little fun, I said. If your interference leads to problems with training them, it's going to cause problems for everyone, she said. It's why access is supposed to be restricted. If they're cranky then give them more drugs, I said. It's not that simple. We're weaning them off for training in the coming week. You're clever, I said. I sauntered a bit as I approached Betty. I gave her the most patronizing pat on the cheek as I could manage. You'll figure it out. She reached up to seize my wrist. My condescending smile didn't budge. You're not that big, she said. I'm big enough that I'm over here and the hag of Hackthorn isn't dragging me out herself, I said. Like she said, politics. Her hand had tightened on my wrist when I said hag. She was wholly in the professor's corner. I can play that card too, she said. My father is Harry Washburn. I moved my face closer to hers. I don't care. You should, she said. She was steeling herself now that I was invading her personal space again. Her rebuttal didn't have as much force behind it as it should have. Do you not know how to deal with someone who doesn't shit their pants when you mention Daddy, Bets? Because that name drop might end a conversation with some commoner student, but I'm willing to carry that conversation to a proper conclusion. There's no conversation to be had, she said. She let go of my wrist, pushing my hand away. And there's no conclusion. You've been queen of every clique, you're the top student type. So tell me, why aren't you attending one of the better schools? I chose this school. Ah, so you felt inadequate elsewhere? Did you have a scare somewhere along the line? The faintest of flinches. I smiled. Better to be big fish of a medium-sized pond rather than risk attending at the capital proper and not measuring up. You're an embarrassment to the aristocracy, she said. There's an insight into how your mind works, I said. I say not measuring up and you jump straight to embarrassment. Is Daddy embarrassed of you? Come on, Bets. Do you really think he'd put any effort in at all if he got a nice pleading letter from you? How likely is it really that he makes the 3-day trip, hops on a boat and passes through the asshole of the reclining lady of Hackthorn? That might have struck too close to home, right there. It was a cheap shot, really. The vast majority of youths who were away from home and out of contact with mom and dad weren't 100% sure of their parents' love. Betty didn't give me the impression of someone in the minority. But there was a problem with the cheap shot that hit close to home. Home was home, a place someone lived. It was the familiar, and very often people were comfortable there, even if it wasn't pretty or tidy. Listen, she said, asserting herself in spite of everything I'd said, you shouldn't be here. Returning to the central argument. She had the sense to do that, and avoid letting me drive things further away. And you're here to escort me out. No, she said. No, you shouldn't be here, in this academy, in Professor Fair's classes, watching over your fiancé to make sure your family's money is being well spent, throwing your weight around. Ah. If you stick to that mindset, you'll find yourself floundering when you leave the academy, if you don't already struggle in that world, Betty. The constraints of should limit only those who allow themselves to be limited by them. I paced as I talked, and in the doing, I was able to look down the length of the row of cells. Helen was no longer at the end of the hall. The door there was too obvious for her to have used. Tradition exists for a reason, Betty said. Helen's absence was concerning. Had she not been real? If she wasn't real, that meant I needed to get things in order for the grey coats. It meant other things, but I didn't want to touch on them. Hypocritical, that, I said, absently, my mind not wholly on the argument. Hip what? People are happy to push for tradition and forget what came before. It was once traditional for violence to be the be-all and end-all. It was once tradition for slavery to be commonplace, and for every man to face the possibility of being shackled. It was once tradition, my dear hypocrite, for women to bow their heads and listen to the men, and if you wanted to stick to the shoulds and shouldn'ts, then women shouldn't wear coats, be they white, grey, or black. Betty rolled her eyes. When it's convenient, then. I asked her. I don't think I've ever hated someone as much as I hate you, she said. You're being reductionist. And you're being a hypocrite. But by all means, cling to should be when it serves you, and ignore it when it doesn't. The distinction is that tradition and establishment serve as a backbone. We hold to them when they make us stronger as a whole. When it's convenient, I said. I extended an arm. Hey. Look at this. It used to be established that communities looked after their children, but hey, it's convenient to imprison them, drug them, alter them. Them? Betty asked, incredulous, indicating the cells. Hey, look at me, I said. I spread my hands. Not complaining. You're twisting things around, Betty said. They volunteered. The drugs mean they'll forget all of this. At worst, they'll walk away richer with vague recollections of a fairy tale fantasy and the best party of their lives. Everyone benefits. Come on now, I said. And the cells. Expedients. We can't have children running around, especially with the drugs we pumped into them for surgery and to keep them compliant. Is that what Professor Fairs tells you, or did you conjure up that particular shade of horseshit yourself? It's fact, she said. Any operation looks ugly when you sneak a peek at the proceedings halfway through. There's no reason to expect this is any different. I shook my head. I can't believe I'm missing time I could be spending with Professor Fairs to talk to you, she said. She looked at the youths in the cells, then shook her head. Don't interfere with them. Let them be. With that, she strode off, back to the central area of Lab 1. Yeah, I said, my voice softening. I let the aristocratic bearing slip away, lowering the chin I'd been holding a notch too high. I hoped the transition was obvious enough to the eyes watching to let on that I'd been acting. I turned, looking at each of the prisoners I could see. My voice was soft as I spoke, I'm going to get you guys out of here soon. 3 of the 5 prisoners nearest me made the gesture I'd shown to Pole Parrot. Glasses still in hand, I walked over to the sink, putting them away, and I used the mirror over that sink to check my hair was fine. I looked over at the cell where Helen had been playing with the children. She was inside the cell. The 3 smaller children were lying down, 2 with heads in Helen's lap. Are you real? I asked Helen. Yes, Helen said. Wouldn't you say that if you weren't? I asked. I don't think so. I'm very honest, Helen said. You are, aren't you? I asked. Okay. How did you get in there? Squeezed through the bars. Of course, I said. The bars that kept children who looked to be 8 within their cell. I would have liked to be the aristocrat, Helen said. I would have been better at it. I'm really good at being a shitty person, though, I said. SHHH, Helen said. Let's not talk like that around them. They've been through so much. She ran her hand through the hair of one of the children with his head in her lap. His eyes were open, he wasn't sleeping. Somehow I thought he wouldn't sleep, that he might drink this up. You'll be okay. I asked Helen. I'll visit everyone who's hard to visit, and Jessie asked me to scout the armory. She also asked me not to kill for fun, because people are getting concerned. What things? Stitched. Experiments that make satisfying crunches when I squeeze them. When I tell these kids soon, I mean it. Can you hold back long enough if you know there's something bigger coming up? I can, Helen said. Good. Good. And visit these guys when you're free? They'll need a friendly face. Helen turned her cold expression my way. Yet? I asked. Yet, she said. It didn't look like she was going to get started with her day right this second, the children positioned where they were. I turned around, gathered myself up into a more aristocratic bearing, and strode for Lab 1. I heard bone crunch and snap behind me. Stopping in my tracks, I turned. Blood sprayed, painting the wall of Helen's cell. I remained where I was, listening to the continued crunch, grind, snap of popping bone and gristle. Here and there was another spatter of blood. Some reached into the hallway by the sink and mirror. I closed my eyes, holding my breath. I couldn't close my ears so easily. I heard the wet noises, the dry noises, and the rustling, and my very agile mind filled in the blanks. I pressed my hands to my ears, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to happen. I wanted the sound to be all in my head and for the noises to continue with my hands over my ears at the same time. I didn't want to hear any of it at all. But the sounds stopped. I exhaled, and my breath hitched. I opened my eyes at the same moment I pulled my hands from my ears. Crunch. A trickle of blood seeped into the hallway. I blinked, and the blood was gone. The noises stopped, replaced by Helen's whisper-soft humming. The children in the cells who weren't looking at me were looking in Helen's direction, listening. My hands trembled, so I put them in my pockets. I made sure my pose and posture were right, and I shot a smile at the nearest prisoners, reassuring them as best as I could. Yvette smirked at me as I walked past her. Yeah, I said to her. I left the cells behind, stepping out into Lab 1. Jessie had joined other students in working on the horse with the mane of nothing, set in a bed of scars. When it was active and alive, the black horse's mane and hooves would be alight with fire, its eyes glowing red. Entirely impractical, but this was art. Is your curiosity sated, Simon? Professor Fairs asked me. Never, I said. A shame you aren't one of my students, she said. I smiled wider. Careful there. I was about to leave to look after my prospective grey coats. I was under the impression you wanted to join me. I did, I said. In fact, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. You're always particularly engaged, after studying my work in progress, she said. An operation halfway through, I said. That got me a glance from Betty, who had donned a mask and scrubs. I looked over at Jessie. I'll catch you later, Han. When later? After class, I said. I'll look forward to it, she said. I left her to it. I joined the professor in heading upstairs. You're tense, I commented, once we'd reached a point in the flight of stairs where we weren't in earshot of anyone. Somewhat, the professor said. You're thinking that you're due for a meeting in your office with the prospective Greys, and I would seem particularly out of place there. You're out of place here no matter the office or corridor, Sylvester, the professor said. But see, I'm borrowing your power. You could make the sky crimson over Hackthorn, and if you said it was fine, it would be accepted as fine. Perhaps, she said. She gave a nod and a smile to a student who was descending the stairs. Conversation paused for a moment, and then more students appeared, and the conversation came to an outright halt. In those students, I saw a pair of mine. They didn't act like anything was amiss as they walked past me, but one did glance my way. Fairs and I made our way up to the top floor. As we reached it, I saw her bearing change, much in the same way mine had. She was a little taller than me, and so she had been afforded a better view of the people on the top floor a moment before I had. That, and I'd been watching her more than I'd been watching others. The smile was gone, the geniality she'd offered her students stripped away. She went cold in a way that wasn't so distant from how Helen did it. Because she was in the company of more common students, and because a heavy-set man with fine clothes was there. Ibit knew you once, didn't he? I asked. You know this? Just asking. He studied some of my ideas and even asked for my thoughts at one point while creating your friend with the injured face. He didn't use my thoughts, which would be helpful in the here and now, but that's beside the point. Yes, we've interacted, Fairs said. She sounded annoyed at the distraction. Yeah, I said. Seeing her go cold, adopting a crisper, administrator's bearing, it was a good reminder that she was someone with deeper reserves. She'd drawn something from less than a half-hour's time in the company of her favorite students, steeling herself, growing stronger. She'd reached this position through merit and calculation, and none of that was gone. I needed things from her. We approached the aristocrat, and Fairs extended a hand. He took it and kissed it. I wanted to wince at that, but I would let it slide. Professor, the aristocrat said. Good sir, she said, with no warmth at all. What brings you here? I could smell the touch of whiskey. He's my father, I said. Fairs' expression didn't falter in the slightest. Son, Otis' sole surviving thug said, with the paternal warmth of a dissected frog. I could smell more of the whiskey now. I was suspicious he'd actually had some. A method actor, it seemed. I see. And what's the reason for him being here? He's going to come along. He's drunk enough to barge in and both notable and eccentric enough to get away with it, I said. I find myself wondering about this. Say it with me, Professor. The sky is crimson. The sky is crimson, she said. Exactly, I said. Then to my very confused father, I said, don't worry about it. You'll watch her. I'll watch her, he said. Is this the latest in the series of indignities you're bestowing on me? Fairs asked. Students will automatically link an old maid like myself with any man of roughly my age who I keep company with. The horror, I said. Is that the threat, then? He'll be my paramour, and my reputation is ruined, or you kill me. Oh no, Professor, I said. My eye moved through the crowd. I saw more of mine seated throughout. Beetle students in Hackthorn uniforms. The fact that students were giving the professor a respectful berth meant I could talk without too much worry of being overheard. Death is too merciful, isn't it? Father, you're under strict instruction not to kill her, mind you. Noted. Son. He needed more acting lessons with Helen. I looked up at Professor Fairs. If you cross me, I'll give you wyvern, Professor. It's painful, you know. Quite, she said. But that won't be the end of it. I will make your mind malleable, and I will batter it with words. I will play on your fears and your hopes, I will find your weak points, and I will create some. Then I'll give you a week to recover before doing it again and again and again. I don't have very long before I lose my mind entirely, and so this is my last real gambit. If this plan fails, then I'll spend all the time I have left ensuring you lose your mind too. Her expression was hard to read, but as she glanced away, she moved her shoulder, one of the sore ones from the long night in the hard tub, with minimal movement on her part. I will make you stupid, Professor. I will make your thoughts run in circles endlessly. I will tear you down until you're a whimpering child in a 60-year-old woman's body. Pass on a message to the right person somehow avoid everything I've been putting into place for the past days and weeks, and I'll still manage it. And you'll let me do it, with scarcely any resistance at all. I'll let you, she asked. Her curiosity sounded more intellectual than anything else. Because if I find you too hard to crack, on one particular night, I'll turn my attention to your co-conspirators. To students and teachers you respect and admire. And you're too proud of what you've built here to allow me to do that for your benefit. She nodded, absorbing that. You're going to not only tell me what I want to know about Crown and Academy, but you're going to help me do it. Perhaps, she said. And I do see my prospective grey coats. Do I have your leave to join them, Sylvester? I almost wanted to retort perhaps, but it was because the word had caught on my brain. I waved her off, and she offered her arm to my father, who took it, walking with her to the grey coats. It wasn't a hallucination like the one I'd had near the cells, but I had a distinct mental picture of the students I'd seated into the student body in an out-and-out war with the other students. We were badly outnumbered, but the element of surprise was ours. Our students were far more prepared to fight, and we were in the process of ensuring that the scales of that fight would be tipped in our favor, the weapons in our hands. I really wanted that conflict to be at a time that suited us, not because someone had made a mistake or because the other side had gotten clever. Pierre wants to see you downstairs, Davis said. He'd approached me from the flanks. I glanced at the student council president. The student council president of Beetle, rather. He wore a white coat. Problem? I asked. Countless small problems. I don't know what exactly he wants you for. All right, I said. Davis. David. Yes, what? Are you free tonight? Potentially. Why? Because we need an inn, and there's not nearly enough time. I think the professor is about to have one of her favorite students storm off and disappear on the next boat out. I'll gather some extra sets of hands, he said. Dog eat dog 18.4. I missed the rain. Springtime in Radham had always been when the rain came down hardest, and there was something about letting it wash over me, over face and through hair, that really appealed to me. It was almost the inverse of wyvern, reaching inside of me to the very core of me and polluting me in a way that was as artificial as rain was natural. Well, most rain. A strong, cold wind blew past the dormitory window, only a portion of it actually passing inside. I stood off to one side, using one eye to watch the students who were huddled in the dim dormitory hallway as I kept another eye on the window itself. The wind that blew past my cigarette made the smoke roll off it in a thin horizontal line, everything beyond was pitch darkness. It wasn't overcast, but there was no moon. I could hear the waves crashing against the cliffs far below. I could smell the ocean. Mabel approached me. I tapped my box of cigarettes against my leg and held it out toward her. No thank you, she said. I changed the angle and tapped the box with a finger to have the cigarette disappear back inside. Want to share this one? My dad would kill me if he knew, she said. Which was a yes. I handed it over, turning my head toward the window to exhale. She took one draw and handed it back. Not your usual brand, she said. They make this one in-house. Artsy-fartsy students, spending all day dressed in white uniforms while following strict rules about sterility, maintenance, schedule, authority. Some fit that, but others need to breathe something that isn't academy air. I've seen that group. They dress civilian when they're off the clock, listen to music, congregate in the area of the dormitories. I nodded. I offered her the cigarette again. Her arms were folded, and she raised a hand a little, refusing me. Are they like B's group? Mabel asked. No, I said. They're rule followers more than rule breakers. I think they just evolved as an adaptation to the academy. Some people can go all in on the academy thing, and that's their identity. Others form a kind of two-headed identity, one face for academy and the other for themselves. Their self-identity doesn't take away from their academy identity. I think I was pretty all in. I don't know if I would have stayed that way. I didn't know what to do with life except work harder, Mabel said. Life would get in the way, and then I'd crumble. I'd piece myself together in time for the next semester. It got easier when I had an excuse to not go home for the mid-year and end-year breaks. After you got to Beetle, I assume. Yeah, Mabel said. I could say I only had a week and a half off for each of the breaks. It took 2 days to travel out, 2 days to travel back. It didn't leave a lot of time. Thankfully. Did he visit? I asked. The sheriff. Mabel's dad. Some, she said. She looked down at my cigarette. Jimmy. I was already passing it over. Reading my mind, she said. Not so much, I said. You're a step ahead of everyone. Again, not so much, I said. With Jessie, Helen, sure. I know how they think. The other lambs, who you met briefly. Same sort of thing. More Mary and Lillian than Ashton, mind you. But Ashton isn't hard to figure out. And me. I know the key points. My memory isn't good, you know my memory isn't good. I forget things, as much as I don't want to. But I hold on to some things. I don't have enough of you to hold on to. I'd planned to add yet to that last sentence, much as I'd planned the innuendo with the idea of holding on to her. Seeing her stare out the window into the darkness, I decided against the yet, let the innuendo be on its own, without emphasis or a careful eye movement. I continued, filling the silence, not analyzing you on that level. Just paying attention. I'm on edge, ready to pull a gun if I have to, so it shouldn't be odd I can move a second faster to pass it to you. I'd left the statement open for further input, a chance for her to rebut, or to build on what I'd said. She wasn't responding, and she was taking her time with my cigarette. Lost in thought. Want to come over tonight? I asked. It's gotta be about 3 in the morning right now. Your choice if we just make it high quality sleep, all together, or if we just do without sleep altogether. I'm not so comfortable doing that, she said. If it's about the old woman in the bathtub, I said. We could put her to sleep with an injection, throw a sheet over her or something. I didn't miss that she went straight to another puff on the cigarette after I dropped that thought. There had been a pattern to how long she'd waited before drawing in a breath, too small a sample size to be perfect, but noticeable to anyone who paid enough attention to her. That pattern picked up. Bad joke, I said. Sorry. Now you're reading my mind. You're clever, Mabel, you've got a fine eye for detail, but when it comes to flipping things around, I think anybody could tell what you're thinking. You might have too high an estimation of anybody, Mabel said. It's more about coming and going, I worry I'll blow our cover. I'm adaptable, I said. As for the coming, we'd be making the most noise in the dead of night, I don't think we'd be overheard, especially with the quality of the construction over there. As for the going, Jessie, Helen, and I have done fine. Only person to see you go is the hag of Hackthorn, and she's not in a position to complain. All the same, Mabel said. Someone in the cluster of students raised a hand. I pointed, and Mabel handed me what remained of the cigarette before hurrying over. I needed to teach my people to walk more quietly in spaces like this. The dormitory building was grown, all builder's wood, and the floor wasn't planks, but a controlled outgrowth. It was hard to make noise when there was something approximating a bisected tree trunk underfoot, as opposed to planks that bowed under a person's weight, and Mabel still managed to scuff the floor with her shoes. It went back to what I'd been thinking before. As a pair of eyes, a lookout, an investigator, a reader, she was good. Put her to task, she did good work. Just about tops. But as the person watched, as the investigated, the read, the person being worked on? Room for growth. I wondered if I was just thinking along those lines because I wanted to find fault. She'd left me with barely anything of my cigarette. I took one last pull to finish it off, then spat it out the window. As a point of pride, I moved across the floor without a sound, being sure to position myself so I wouldn't interfere too much with the amount of light in the hallway. The human eye was sensitive, and even the slightest of changes in light level could trip prey instincts. One of the people gathered at the door was a young male student, one of Mabel's from the green team, or whatever they were calling themselves this week. He'd started out as one of B's, and against all odds, he'd become more of a proper and dedicated student now that he'd left the academy than he'd been when he'd been part of it. I was pretty sure he was sweet on Mabel, too. Entirely fair. She was neat. That had absolutely nothing to do with the perverse pleasure I felt when my silent appearance made him jump. There were 5 of them gathered. Jessie sat with her back to the wall, sleeping in the middle of a mission. The 3 students who were kneeling at the door were wearing quarantine masks. One held a hose and a bladder that he palpated, another held something to the gap beneath the door while making sure the hose stayed in place, and the third was the fellow I'd just spooked. He was mixing a chemical that was feeding into a Y-shaped joint in the hose, bladder, feed assembly. Mabel checked the levels, taking a drop of the mixture into a vial, which she shook before checking the color as best as she could by the dim light. She gestured for the go-ahead. Her subordinate turned the key that connected the fluid hose to the bladder. At that same moment, a doorknob rattled down the hall, the door cracking open. The cluster of students all froze, and I moved. I crossed the hallway, darting to the door, staying low to the ground. As the person within stepped out, I pressed a knife to their throat. I took stock of them. Him. He looked to be a rather rough-edged young man, gangly, his hair long enough that oil and wax didn't serve to keep it all in order. He wore an undershirt and slacks, and had a proper shirt slung over one shoulder. His eyes went wide as he realized what the knife was. I moved the knife, fast, the blade pressing against his lips. Moving slowly, I reached over and closed the door as quietly as I could. He whispered. "SHHH," I said. "Quiet now. You just had a bit of bad luck, is all." I pressed the knife against his lips, harder, until I sensed that any further pressure would break skin. "It's okay," I said. "You'll come for a walk with me, while these guys do what they're doing. Then you'll disappear. Maybe for a little while, maybe for good. It depends how much you cooperate. How quiet you are. Understand?" I gave him my best reassuring smile. Unwilling to nod and slice his lips open, unwilling to make a sound, he closed his eyes very deliberately, and then he opened them. "Good," I said. I moved the knife to his throat. "No noise now. Come." I heard the whisper behind me. "Mabel. He's one of ours." "Is he?" I whispered back. I looked at the guy. "Think so. One of B's." The flat of the knife point rested against his throat. My grip on the knife was light, so I could swap hands or shift my hold at a moment's notice, and I could feel the vibrations of his pulse making the knife move. Slowly, he nodded. I pulled the knife away. "We've talked," he said. "Have we?" "I went out with BEA after Fang did? And we played cards in the big tent while on watch in the middle of the Black Woods? I did the second shift. Day 2. There were a lot of days, a lot of faces playing cards," I said. Did we talk about girls?" "No." "Oh. Well, that was a less than stellar guess." "Shucks. Now I feel like a heel." "I really don't know what to say to that," he whispered. "Come on," I said. We joined the others. The palpating of the bladder had resumed, and a little mixer or fan whirred at the Y-shaped connector. "What were you doing here anyway?" I asked. "It's the girls' dormitory." The young fellow looked startled at the question. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. "Right," I said. "Good night." His smile widened. He had the decency to look sheepish. "Almost ready," Mabel said. I'm going to get clear. Unless you want to let Jessie keep sleeping. We need her, I said. Then I'll get clear. Come on, Happy. Happy. Right. We'd brought a blanket and several canvas bags, and I'd draped the blanket over Jessie while everything got underway. Supplies had been left on and around her. I reached over and touched the underside of her chin, lifting it. If you were anyone but SY, I'd have stuck you with a knife by now, she said, as she woke. I put the gas mask on her face for her, fixing everything in place. I can get away with a lot, I said. I set the blanket aside, then took her hands. I hauled her to her feet. Right at the last second, I pulled her off balance, making like I was going to drop her. I caught her, hand at the small of her back, and flourished, the pair of us every bit the ballroom dancers. Jessie drew her knife and made like she was going to stab me. She stopped just shy of actually doing it. Not that much. Not when I've just woken up. I grinned. Mabel glanced back at us, as did Happy. The others were pulling equipment aside. The wadding at the base of the door was pulled away, and I could see the wisps of vapor. I popped the door lock, which was of the mass-manufactured sort that assembly lines of stitched worked on, so easy to break that it really was there for show and propriety. There were 2 students to a room. Betty had divided the room up with a black-skinned girl who slept in a bed on the far side of the room, and from the looks of it, it really was more of a division than a sharing of the space. There wasn't a line of chalk or paint drawn down the center of the room, but it was absolutely clear which side of the room was Betty's. The gas was pea soup thick. One student pulled a towel down from where it hung on the back of the door to keep more vapor from leaking into the hallway, and the other 2 looked to me for an A-OK for permission to illuminate the room. The gas isn't flammable, right? I asked. It'll dampen the flames, but won't put them out. I nodded. The 3 students in the quarantine suits gathered the blanket, and they worked on rolling up Betty in the thing. Jessie and I gathered the canvas bags and began methodically working through Betty's space. I packed up the clothes, 3 academy uniforms with 7 smocks, 5 days' worth of non-academy clothing that I suspected she hadn't worn much, a seemingly disproportionately large number of underthings, and an even more disproportionate number of socks. I swept all the jewelry into the bag. Jessie worked through the bookcase. She picked the books with cracked spines and wear and left the more pristine ones. We worked swiftly to ensure the bags were neatly packed. It was only enough possessions to fill half of a room and one small closet. In the thick fog, it was the little personal touches that were easiest to miss. A doodle from a notebook stuck between wall and window frame, so it was close to the pillow while she slept. Similar ones along her closet door, running from top to bottom. Quotes of the motivational sort, drawings, cryptic research thoughts that had probably struck late at night and needed to be written down lest they be forgotten. As her bundled form was carried out of the room, I moved my attention to the bed. Betty here was a vague and flowery narrative in a number of senses. She'd told herself stories about how the work she was doing was justified, but there were themes running through all of this. A fantasy in the notes she wrote to herself. Create beauty. The fact that 3 out of 4 doodles were of fairies. I lifted up the mattress, searching. I reached into spaces between bed and bookshelf, searched under the bed, and then pulled out drawers, checking that nothing was stuck beneath and that there were no secret compartments. SY, Jessie said. She held up the diary I'd been looking for. Sitting on the bookshelf, within the folds of a larger book sleeve with no book. If that had been found, it would have raised questions. We erased the existence of Betty as much as we could. I did a final sweep while Jessie stood at the desk, using Betty's stationery, pen, and handwriting to pen out a letter. Going down to the city, don't look for me. No, Jessie said. A postboat leaves tonight. She's hitching a ride. I worry about that, I said. There's a reason we didn't boat in. There's security. Oversight. And Betty is determined and well connected. We point the direction, people won't know where she is, and they'll have to assume she left by boat. I winced. You don't think it'll work? It might. I just worry about. I used my hands to gesture. I tried to sketch out a shape. Diamond with a wizard hat. There's too many edges, too many angles others can come at it from. There aren't many places for her to go, SY. The boat timing works. Anything else and they might look for her and realize she isn't anywhere to be found. It's not like she's going to hike the wasteland and black woods. They won't be able to verify with the boat. No, Jessie said. Not quickly enough to matter. Then what's the motivation? Us. You and me. She doesn't like what this has become, she's mad at the professor. She's questioning the sheer number of rural folk and strangers who've been escorted through the Blackwood and allowed to take refuge at the foot of Hackthorn. It's going to draw attention to us. We're close, Jessie said. Things are coming together. I cracked the window open so the gas could escape. I checked the room one more time, walked over to Betty's roommate, and checked the girl's breathing and pulse. Sleeping. You're in a rush, Jessie, I said. Yeah, SY. I worry about how much time we have. She means to say she worries how much time she has. Or maybe she really does mean to say how much time we have. As a pair. I just don't want to cut corners and have things fall through at the last moment. Yeah, she said. A smile touched my face, and I heard a sound from Jessie, through her mask. A short laugh. The same thought had hit us both at the same moment. The role reversal. Jessie being reckless, me being the rational one. We bent down, and we collected the bags that hadn't already been carried out by the others. And Betty's gone, I whispered, closing the door. There was a larger group waiting for us outside. We passed the heavy bags of books and clothes to others. Back to our rooms, the treasurer asked. Even in the gloom, I could see that he was doing better. He'd been solid, stoic, a reliable member of the team with a good head on his shoulders, especially when it came to his field of specialty, but seeing him now? He'd filled out, he stood taller, and he looked more ready to take on the world. Davis had perhaps gone in the other direction, but it wasn't wholly bad. He'd always been a pair with Valentina, and Valentina had moved on, alongside a small handful of others. The showing and the whole situation with Neff and the Blackwood had done a lot to earn the faith of our people. The change to Davis resembled someone who had gone through hard work and come out of it without an ounce of fat on him, but on a spiritual level. Mabel had left with the others. I'd wanted to finish my conversation with her. Not back to our rooms, I'm thinking, Davis said. Not when everyone's active and around. No, I agreed. There are things to do. I let Jessie do the gesture, and I watched as our people moved in response. A dozen of our guys and gals who weren't already seated throughout the academy. The buildings of Hackthorn were like the fingers of a hand that held the great reclining woman up. In the moonless night, she scintillated, countless labs and chambers with lamps and candles within now glowing orange, the light scattered among leaves and foliage that bristled along her skin. At the base of that hand, however, the landscape was uneven. The place wanted to be a city, but no two buildings were really seated on the same section of flat earth. Even some buildings were staggered, the foundation split across 2 to 4 levels. It did its darndest to be a proper settlement, but it was an individual, separate beast. It served more as a spot of ugliness to offset the beauty and art of Hackthorn's buildings and reclining woman than it did any other purpose. All the roads were winding, stores remained open late, and it seemed like every other building was a place for students to meet for drink or food. Like the smoking students, it was a way for students to breathe and escape the pressure. It wasn't a thing that a lot of academies had. It was presently late enough that half of those buildings had closed or were in the process of closing. We walked past several places where windows were being shuttered and containers rinsed out outside, and we scarcely got a second glance. The cafe we stopped at was closed. I approached the door and knocked. Shirley, Pierre, and a bulk of the refugees from the city where Neff had died were gathered within. They sat at benches and tables and formed a cluster, and most of the light within came from the fires burning in the kitchen and at the other end of the building, at the end of the cafe's dining area. You grace us with your presence, a fat man said, with a fair bit of irony to the use of grace. Few are more graceful than we, I said, holding Jessie's hand, holding it up. How are we doing on the ground level? Jessie asked. Straight to business. We're doing quite well, Pierre said. With the abundance of focus on the cosmetic, someone had tended to his head, and he looked far better. Still ghoulish, but better. Are we seated? I asked. We're seated on the ground, Pierre said. I rummaged through the things I still had with me, and I found a small bag. Talk to me about distribution, Jessie said. Military. They wanted more bodies, what with things on the horizon, the fat man said. We weren't able to get many in, but we got some in. Not going to have a regiment under your control if something goes south, but you could get information, or keys to the right locked door. That might give us the control over weapons we need, I said. Given timing and everything else. I brought the bag to Shirley, who stood in the threshold between the dining area of the cafe and the kitchen. Politics? Jessie asked. The groundskeeper's stitched had an unfortunate accident, went to pieces, the fat man said. He was forced to hire someone. Pretty young lady who is entirely loyal to us. The groundskeeper, because having an actual mayor didn't make sense, given the local dynamic. That's thin, as seeds go, I said. Shirley had undone the bag. It was a bit redundant, given that she was running this cafe, but I'd included some pastries, a trinket and a little bottle of non-alcoholic blackberry cider that Jessie had said Shirley adored. Shirley gave me a kiss on the forehead for that one. Not that a little gesture like this was anything close to what I owed her. It's thin, but they aren't happy about all of us moving in and taking up space. They don't want to give us work. I'm proud of that one, the fat man said. He had a tone of belligerence that suggested he was drunk, when he actually wasn't drunk at all. He was just loud and perhaps a little wanting when it came to inhibitions and delicacy. Factories, labor? Jessie asked. We've got a lot going on. They were happy to have the extra hands. They stored a lot of lumber in advance of the Blackwood coming in. Now they're processing it. Good, Jessie said. Then, in case this boils down to a siege, we should talk food. We've got tabs on the food, Pierre said, speaking softly. He clasped his hands in front of him. We made that a priority. Good man, I said, voice soft. Pierre shot me a salute. If we can control that and not lose it when push comes to shove, we can win in the long run, Jessie said. I'd rather not have it come to the long run, but I do like having that security. She was so focused on time. It pained me a little. Then, I said. Let's talk about food in a different sense. Let's say there was an event. Let's say important people came. Festival, celebration, a need to please. If the high cuisine came in, needing to be stored, would we have a stranglehold on that as well? I think we would, Pierre said. Good, I said. Then I think we're moving forward nicely. Are you thinking of the young master's celebration? Jessie asked. No, I said. I drummed my fingers on the table for a moment. No, I'm thinking of bigger fish, Dog Eat Dog 18.5. Professor Fairs was a fantastic actress. In some ways we had lucked out in picking her. In other ways, that sword had two edges, and it made for some dangerous handling. We'd hit her where it hurt, and the metaphorical sword was being drawn out now. She acted like nothing was wrong as her favorite students started their work in Lab 1. Her favorite students -1, of course. It was a beautiful thing, from a certain perspective. I'd grown up around Helen, and I was strongly suspicious that Ibit had been inspired by Professor Fairs when he had designed our winsome, woesome lamb. Long exposure to Helen, years of my own earnest attempts at acting and being up against some of the best around gave me a deep appreciation for Fairs' act. The face that betrayed nothing, the fact that she could smile and act as though nothing was wrong when she was battered, bruised, and tired. Even if I hadn't had an agenda, it might have been worth doing this just to see how someone capable approached the problem. That, and I did have reservations about targeting a youth. Betty was almost our age, but there were groups of mice that might have taken her in, had her circumstances of birth been different. Pressure and the fact that I really didn't like Betty had helped me cross my personal line in the sand and break my own rules on this. Fairs didn't miss a beat as she gave instructions. The graphs for Itsy Bitsy are in the cold room. Alvin, would you prepare to take Betty's position in the surgical theater in case she doesn't turn up? I'll send someone to check on her the moment I'm free. Not one glance toward Jessie or me. It was good, considering that she had to suspect. Jessie was talking numbers, rattling off equations as the others talked. For all that Betty had complained that I didn't belong here, there were no loud complaints about Jessie. She hadn't earned her place in the way that Betty, Alvin, Leland, Wilbert, and the other favored students had. She'd dealt with no grueling tests, she hadn't had to prove herself, but she was holding up her end now that we were here. Everything she did was strictly by the book. Literally. Fairs continued to give instructions. I was focusing almost the entirety of my attention on her while she was working to ignore Jessie and I. I was noticing the ticks and the tells, the little catches. It had been day after day of being drugged overnight, of paralyzing chemicals, tense muscles, bed sores or tub sores, fatigue, and insufficient food. Pressure, tension, dehumanization, and likely a fair amount of fear as well. All while doing an eerily good job of acting as if nothing was wrong. Leland, Wilbert, you've been mulling over the nightmare for 2 days now. I've tried to be patient, but I need you two to step it up. Yes, Professor, of course. If you haven't found a working solution by the end of the day, I'll be taking you off that project and doing it myself, and I won't be happy about it, Fairs said. Jessie started gesturing as she talked, punctuating reams of ratios and 10-syllable compound names with hand movements. I'd already noticed what Jessie was tipping me off to. Fairs was speaking faster, more aggressively. It was minor, hard to pin down, but when it came to a formidable character like Fairs, I was willing to take any cue I could. With a grain of salt. We've been weighing a few ideas. We could rush it, but you said you'd rather it was done well than fast. I did say that, Fairs said. She paused, and her demeanor shifted slightly. What's troubling you? Carbon chain boundary. I think we're covered on that front. It's the fuel injection. Leland thinks if we provide the fuel by way of channels in the shoulder and let it flow back, scar tissue and other buildup will block it. I was suggesting a stronger scapular floor for fiercer contractions, push through the buildup, but Leland worries it would be too spurty. I think you're both right, the professor said. It wouldn't do to have our antagonist spray flaming ejaculate all over our juvenile audience, and it could be quite the spurt if we tried to counteract the full buildup. Yes Professor. We agree. How long would it perform? 10 to 15 minutes. We'll need twice that if we're to hold to the script. 2-line regimen of GHI, increase its diet, standing guard in case it becomes hostile. Excise the upper portions of the ventral serratus if you have to make room. Room 4. Wilbert asked. You tell me, Fairs said. Go for a walk, find Betty, figure out how she's doing, and have 3 good ideas in mind by the time you're back. Wilbert straightened. The girls' dormitory? But if anyone asks, I sent you. Now don't tarry. Wilbert nodded. His departure fell just short of a proper run from the premises. Academy students were sometimes like pigeons. When one student scrammed, others would take off too out of herd mentality. Looking silly for running on 1,000 occasions was a fair trade-off for the one time it meant getting a head start against an ominous, onrushing cloud of gas or cloud of insects loaded to bear with fun drugs. It was a rule in periods of peace to avoid running wherever possible. Professor Fairs continued to assign tasks and lay out everything that needed to be done, keeping tabs on the various projects and suggesting adjustments. Jessie gestured again, and I took note of the gesture. Jessie was keeping time, marking the fact that Fairs was much quicker to do this than she had been on previous days and weeks. Fairs was rushing, because she wanted to move on to other things. To me and to her favorite student, little Miss Betty. I walked over to the table at the far side of the circular room. There were 4 exits to the room, with 2 being staircases on either side, 1 being access to the cells and storage rooms, and the last one being the access to the operating theater. The table was closest to the operating theater, and I could see Alvin laying spider limbs as long as my arms out on one table. One of the children in the cells would be put under and go under the knife. Lillian stood by the table, and her stare was accusatory. I looked away from her and turned my attention to the papers on the table. Each set of papers was bundled together into contained booklets, titles inked out on the front pages. Names of the experiments. Bo Peep, Itsy Bitsy, Pole Parrot. There were others I hadn't recognized right off. The 3 youngest children that Helen had been snuggling with would be the 3 blind mice, after their surgeries were done. One young lady would become the unicorn. The books had terminology, codes, and shorthand throughout, and I could only deduce some of it. Instilled instinct, compulsion, chemical triggers, training. The individual lines, passages, and behaviors were ranked by importance, reinforced by various factors. If it was wholly up to the experiments doing what they were supposed to in order to enact their play, then making them stitched would have been enough. But there were other factors. These weren't actors meant to play out a series of shows and stories the audience had seen countless times before. They were toys. The audience would interact, step in, and change the course of events. Fairs was designing the various characters to appeal to a swathe of tastes and age groups. That meant countless bases needed to be covered. If the young master's cousin found Bo Peep to their liking and wanted to play at tea with the girl, then Bo Peep was to oblige. "You've taken my student, I gather?" Fairs asked. I paged through Bo Peep's file, not looking up. Red pen had been used to label and mark out pages. The section was simply titled Story 3B.2, The Wolf Wins. The notes were scattered in intent, written by Fairs for Fairs, referencing people she had met and what she knew about the young master's family. "If you take all of them, then people will wonder." "It hurts you more than it hurts me," the professor said. "If there was a lull in the night's entertainment, then the big bad wolf would rouse and stalk its prey. Red Riding Hood would be stalked by the wolf, which would speak and taunt her while staying out of sight. Children in attendance could decide the outcome, by intervening, by cheering for one side. The needed verbal cues, tones, and situational cues were marked out clearly, mapping out how this would come to pass. If the young lads cheered for it, then there would be violence. The wolf would be emboldened, would close in, and Red Riding Hood would die a theatrical, gruesome, and very real death. Then, depending on the collective response to that, other antagonists would step in while the wolf retreated to the background, having raised the stakes for the evening and kindled imagination, or the wolf would even take center stage, picking off characters one by one. Bo Peep was number 2 to die, if the young boy at the center of the party willed it. Red Riding Hood's emotions would be very real in the midst of it all. So would Bo Peep's, if the party took that particular course. Fairs wasn't willing to discount that possibility, and she was putting considerable effort into planning for it, making sure the big bad wolf was something that could be ridden. I'd sat back and watched things for some time now, the idle bystander while Jessie and the other students worked on this project. I'd read these scripts enough to have a general sense of the web of interactions and narratives that played out across them. There were stories for grand violence, stories for intrigue, stories for heroism and valor, for being the gentleman that saved damsels in distress. Fair's focus was to ensure that the young man at the center of the party received his highlight moment, whatever he chose to do. "Are you ignoring me to get a rise out of me?" Fairs asked. "No," I said. "I'm ignoring you because my attention is elsewhere. The thing about having a shoddy memory is that I can put a book down and pick it up later and read it as if I'd never read it before. Every time I read through these, I pick up something new. I revise them regularly. That might play a part." "It might," I agreed. I put the booklet down, letting it fall to the table with a slap of paper on wood. Now that my attention was fully on her, Fairs seemed oddly composed. She really wanted to push me on this, to ask about Betty, but she didn't want to give up the appearance of power by asking a question she knew full well I wasn't going to answer. It would be groveling. Still, I'd expected to see more weakness in her, a glimmer of something. Why the rush through morning preparations then? Why hurry through her tasks with other students if she wasn't hurrying to any place in particular? I'd expected a more heated confrontation, one where she might even have raised her voice at me. "It started as something far smaller," Fairs said. "One scene, a speaking lion for a young girl who loved lions. Child's play, in both senses of the word. But every prominent aristocrat wanted to top the last, grander displays, more involvement. I received funding for my academies and I was able to pursue the kind of work I wanted to do most. At the expense of children," I said, my voice low, "and let's not pretend all of the children you bought off the block were volunteers, whatever you told your students. Very few were, I imagine. Means to an end. If the young master and his friends are bloodthirsty or if their military fathers egg them on, then they might call for blood and be applauded for it, and that will be the evening. But it's by no means a sure thing." "Yeah," I said. "Sure, whatever. You don't have to listen to me. If you don't like my answer, you're in a position of power over me. You could tell me to change my stance, you could threaten me or hurt me for saying something you disagree with. Whatever you imagine. I'm hardly going to do that," I said. "You've done it countless times over the past several weeks," she said. "Indirect hurt," I said. "I feel like actively slapping you or putting you in screws is a little bit too brutish for me." "Such a gentleman," she said, and there was enough venom in those 3 words that some people on the other end of the room caught it and glanced our way. "All of this can end, all you have to do is tell Jessie and I how to contact certain prominent professors and nobles, and help us keep abreast of any changes or developments in the big picture. We'll handle the rest." "Oh, I've little doubt you will, young sir," she said. "But the moment I tell you that, then I cease being useful to you. You'll infect my academy with blackwood and ships won't even come to port if they think their hulls might suffer. I'll be one step among a dozen that see you do grievous damage to the academy. You'll fall on the sword, suffer for the good of academy and crown. I'll endure," she said. Yeah, I said. "You keep saying that." She smiled. Again, that look. The calm in the face of the storm, from someone with very little to reach out and grab hold of. I'd pushed her and I'd taken away a vital handhold, very possibly her favorite student of the now, and as weary as she was, her emotions frayed, she wasn't faltering. She should have been given more pause by this. It was concerning, because she should have come across as more unsteady. But something about her demeanor in this moment made me think that yes, I'd been right that she was fond of her student Betty. Yes, this had bothered her. Yet I harbored a suspicion that if I made her entire academy and every soul in it disappear, she would still hold fast. I was beginning to grow suspicious of why, now. Itsy bitsy spider needs his grafts, she said. If you wanted, you could exert your power, twist my arm, and spare him the procedure. I do want, I said. But, she asked. No but, I said. Spare him. Postpone it. Again, she smiled slightly. Why was this a win in her book? People would wonder, and wondering with the right voices finding the right ear would unspool everything for Jessie and I. It was Jessie and I making a play against her and seeing her refuse to budge, while she made a minuscule power play and she made me concede ground. A small price if it helped Itsy bitsy. I'd have to let others slide. I knew that. It would blow our cover in the whole ruse if we refused all operations and activities on Fair's part. But right now I wanted to focus on Fair's and the current dilemma. Did someone mess up drug doses? I heard the question from the far end of the room. It was Leland. Why do you ask? Fair's asked, stepping away from me and the table with the scripts. The cast members are dead quiet, Leland said. I thought they had actually died, but they're awake, they're at the cell doors, and they're just watching while I get them water. Leave it be, I said, under my breath. I didn't miss the fractional pause before Fair's replied to Leland, saying, leave it be. I'll check on them shortly. It's creepy, Leland said. Focus on the nightmare, Leland, Fair said. I expect more, better answers from you than from your partner in crime, who should be coming back with at least 3 ideas. Yes, Professor. Betty's kidnapping had barely made Fair's miss a step. Fair's grew distracted with the activities of the others, who were working on the nightmare and the giant. She was in the middle of the room and in Jessie's earshot, so I deemed the situation calm enough to exchange words with Jessie. She's got something, I said. Something? Jessie asked. Fair's. She's got a card up her sleeve. It's the only thing I can think of that accounts for just how hard she is to crack. I'm trying to play her as if she's got only a few handholds left and she's acting like she's fine. She could be very good at lying. Or she's got a card, I said. Both are equally worrying. What card could she possibly have that she wouldn't have already played? Jessie asked. I don't know, I said. But if you'll have a look-see. I turned to look through the glass at the stairs. I'd noticed the people and the general commotion. Our card is playing out now. It was Wilbert, returning from his excursion to the girls' dormitory. Jessie and I hung at the periphery of the group as they approached. Wilbert's expression was severe. She left, Wilbert said. She drugged her roommate to avoid any commotion, packed her things, and left in the dead of night. Into the wasteland. Fair's asked. By one of the postal ships, Wilbert said. We don't know how she got on, but she seemed confident she could if she needed to, going by the letter. Do you have it? Fair's asked. Wilbert handed it over. What a shame, the professor said. A damn shame, with the worst possible timing. The effect was more profound on the other favored students than it was on Fair's. Jessie and I stood close to one another, and we watched as she spoke, we watched her move, and we even saw her eyes grow moist. Fair's is the warm individual. Unlike Helen, I fully expected that the warm, living, emotional face was the real one, the cold persona the mask. But emotions weren't a weakness, not always. Fair's wasn't budging at all, and it was proving to be her best asset. They want to talk to you in the post area, Wilbert said. There we go, I thought. I'll see to that. Talk with Leland, get your plan straight. I expect a thought-out plan by the time I'm back. I'll come, I decided. My speaking drew several glares of the hostile we didn't ask variety. I returned them with a smug smile. The stairwell was full as students hurried to their morning classes. I spotted Yvette, and I saw Lillian again. I saw a glimpse of Mauer, and I saw a multitude of friendly faces. Students and workers seated here and there. You've taken over the post system, the professor asked. Is the plan to send poisoned envelopes to major figures? I remained silent, walking with her. We were in the central building of the academy, the core of the reclining woman's torso. The academy's post office was a short trip. Getting service once we were there, even with one half of we being the professor, well, that was a different story. We had to wait for the last of the mail to be hauled up by stitched crews and the one post worker on duty. Rather than shove paper forms and the like for Professor Fairs to sign, the post worker simply opened the side gate and let us into the back. The benefits of access. I closed the door behind me as I stood in the entryway to the mail room. Parcels and stacks of mail were already partially sorted, and stitched workers picked through mail before deciding where it was supposed to go. It was a tableau of sorts, a scene where laborers worked and gave the illusion that they were doing something that they had been doing 5 minutes ago and would be doing every 5 minutes for years to come, if they were given a chance. They sorted mail, questioned obstacles, and played it safe. Sitting in one corner was the cage. A young lady slept a drugged dream within it, her face a touch swollen. Is that supposed to be Betty? The headmistress asked. We changed her hair and face, I said. It wouldn't do if the others recognized her. Others. Fairs asked. Your favorite students? Betty's old colleagues, I said. You had a fit of inspiration, didn't you? You'll tell them you're adding a new character to your performance. I wasn't wholly sure, but I saw the first real crack in Fair's performance at that. She covered it up well, but doing so necessitated looking away from me, hiding her expression for a moment. She likes fairies, I said. Possible prey for the nightmare or the wolf, do you think? Or for a smashing by a giant, for a visceral impact. I saw Fairs shake her head slightly. Don't worry, Professor, I said. Remember what you said. The audience might call for blood, but that's by no means a sure thing. She could be fine. The crack ran deeper. I saw the defeat reach her shoulders, as the strength in them subsided. I wasn't sure if she had properly let her guard down or surrendered a stray thought while she'd been our captive. The momentary slump marked an occasion where I knew I had her. Why then did I still feel she had a strategy to play? One that she was so determined to hold back that she would surrender before she would use it. An ominous backdrop for our ploy coming together. Dog eat dog 18.6. You changed her face, Fairs said. We were outside, standing on a patio where many students lunched. It wasn't the lunch hour, however, which meant that the only students who would be out here at this hour would be conspirators and students looking for a space to discuss a project. The wind was brisk enough that none of them were near. Our vantage point to see the scenery was fairly stellar. The scenery itself wasn't. Wasteland and black woods as far as the eye could see to one side, and fog-shrouded ocean to the other. Implants, just under the skin, I said. Quick, easy. If I'd moved forward and called your bluff, then the implants would be found fairly quickly. Probably, I said. But you're quick enough to see what happens if you don't play along. Your other students come under fire. I watched her, and even though I couldn't read her expression well, I was wondering if she was calculating whether it was worth it to take that risk. Not just your favorite students. All of your students. If I wasn't in the room and you were free to act from the second Jessie or I gave the go-ahead to watching eyes or listening ears, you still wouldn't be able to get ahead of what we have staged. So you say. I smiled, tapped a cigarette out of the box, and hunched over, hand cupped, to light it in the brisk wind. When I was done, I leaned on the railing, looking out at the wasteland. Fairs remained close to her academy, arms folded, back to the exterior wall. The reclining woman of Hackthorn's breasts jutted out overhead. In judging their size, I realized that Fairs had modeled the breasts on her own, probably. On her younger selves, anyhow. I looked away, watching dark clouds roll in. It looked like a storm was on the way. Tell me, I said. When you first thought you were going to join the academy, did you tell yourself, hey, you'd cut open kits and use them to make art pieces for some aristocratic brat to play with? A little reductionist, that. That work allows me to fund and support research that does actual good. If you want to play that game, the reductionist sword cuts both ways. The children were doomed to begin with. They're better off. They can choose if they get restored to normal by the junior students of my academy or if they wear those modifications to their own advantage. Others from the block face far worse. You academy types love to focus on the physical and gloss over the emotional and mental. I don't know what an academy type who focused on the emotional or mental would look like. I made a sound. Which is still sidestepping the point. I do good work, Fairs said. Be it with those children or in my research. I know you grew up with close ties to a young lady that was also an academy student. Without me to help pave the way, she might not have found her place by your side. Perhaps, I said. I don't want to sound as if I'm bragging, but do look at the big picture. I try, I said. And in that big picture, honestly, I think both I and the young lady might be in agreement that my side was a pretty crummy place to be. You might not have done any favors, putting her there. I'm kind of a bastard. Ah. I'm being facetious. I do think you could have paved the way without, so very many casualties. How many casualties have you racked up, Sylvester Lambsbridge? 83, directly, I said. 9,721. By the time I'm done with your academy, I'll likely have racked up an even 10,000. Ah. I didn't really keep count. I just wanted to get the last word in. The door opened. Jessie and Helen. Jessie closed the door behind her and joined me at the railing, leaning with her back against it, her arm touching mine. Helen remained closer to Fairs. Fairs was about to tell us things, I said. I suppose I was. What do you want to know? Fairs asked. Eerie to suppose that my voicing that question aloud completely and utterly ends my career. Don't be silly, Helen said. Your career was over the moment we ambushed you in your bedroom. I turned around, leaning against the railing beside Jessie. I turned my head a bit so my smoke didn't blow in her face. Fairs frowned. She made an odd mirror to Helen. Older, not as natural a beauty, or not as unnatural a beauty, depending on the lens one viewed Helen through, but there were superficial similarities in how they held themselves. I spoke. There's a code you use when communicating with other professors, academies, and nobles. A higher level of security. Is there? Fairs asked. I raised my eyebrow. She sighed. There is. For all that your abilities are vaunted, you lambs haven't been able to crack it. We know where the numbers are. Stop gloating and just tell us what the numbers mean. Implants. Mine is under my left thumbnail. It looks like blood but isn't, it's an agent with a specific chemical balance. It takes 2 minutes with the lab in my office to extract and find out the current percentage. They'll check the date and time of any messages I send against the number in the margins, match it against the same chemical they have in their offices. No bruising? Jessie asked. I haven't seen any physical markers. That would defeat the purpose, Fairs said. It's all very complicated, I said. They pushed for higher security after the infiltration of the communications office in Radham. We did have measures before, but we had to change them when she went rogue. I elbowed Jessie. Home sweet home. Was more a home for you two than for me, Jessie said. Suppose so, I said. You spent, what, less than half your current life there. I think of Tineware when I think of home, Jessie murmured. Or of Sedge. Home moves from place to place. With me, as it happened. I leaned over to give her a kiss on the shoulder. Professor Fair's tone was bitter enough to serve as a reversal in tone from the moment with Jessie. If I didn't already win CE at the mention of Radham because it's where that Cretan Ibit works, I'd be doing it now. Nothing but misery stems from there. Don't be silly, I said. There's plenty of misery everywhere. All Radham got was a few little lambs to help bring it to the surface. Fair's smile was thin and humorless as I looked back at her. She said, you lambs, the rogue Mavis, Frey, and the red shepherd. True, that. Cynthia too, I said. She came from elsewhere, Fairs said. She popped up in a few places, as did her colleagues, Jessie said. It might be worth thinking about why they stopped in Radham when they did, for as long as they did, but I think we're getting sidetracked. We've dealt with our share of rebels rising and falling on the eastern half of the Crown States, especially in the wake of Frey's stunt with the water supply, but the ones from your region have proven tenacious and especially irritable. Whole tracts of the population being sterilized will act that way. Being told you need a prescription to leave the region doesn't help, I said. They were freely undoing the sterilization, which would work for the current generation, and by the time the next generation cared, it would be normalized. All the same, Fairs said. Especially irritable. Yeah, I said. Blame the constant rain over there. And tenacious, Fairs said. Blame Frey for that. She organized them. For a little while, anyway. I find myself wanting to express blame at a number of parties. I could talk for days on the subject. I won't. Reality is what it is, and I count the fact that I haven't had to set foot in Radham as one of the very few mercies I've been afforded. If the spread of the Red Plague has forced your lot into my corner of the Crown States, your collective leash is artificially extended by the Crown's attempts to keep its population alive, then that's something more I'll have to endure. You keep saying that, I said, while making a mental note to see if there was any way I could get all of us or even just Fairs into Radham at a later point. Endure. 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 Well, I suppose I've reached my limit. You've broken me, targeting Betty and my children. I throw myself on your mercy. Why did she not sound wholly sincere as she said that? The trump card again? You won't get much mercy, I said. You'll get a bed, proper food, whatever else it takes. Your children will be left alone. That's what you get for talking freely to us. You know what happens if we catch you in a lie or half-truth. I do, Fairs said. Several possibilities played through my mind once I realized you had her. I tend to look forward. You would have made me decide. Yes. What to do to her, when? To keep up the ruse. More of my students would disappear. If I had to, I would have let the drugs wear off. Freed up her vocal cords. Given you time for conversation with her. If you proved particularly stubborn, I might have had you spend the night in the cell with her. That would have sufficed, Fairs said. The wind picked up. To my right, Mary's skirt, ribbons, and hair blew in the wind, brushing up against my face and leg. Helen's body language was as expressive as her facial expression was cold. Fairs was taking a moment to digest the idea, and I was working through just what needed to be hammered out. Radham was sticking in my mind. Your file said you were gentle with children. I looked over at Fairs. Still caught up on that. I'm fatigued, and I've surrendered. Do me this small courtesy and sate my curiosity. Sure, yet. I'm gentle with kids. Is that gentle enough, given circumstances? If there's a 2 in 3 chance that I'm bluffing, you still can't bring yourself to call that bluff. I put it at a much higher chance than 2 in 3, but you're right, Fairs said. 5 in 6 chance, perhaps. I shrugged. I didn't want to betray that if I'd had to guess at my own willingness to cross a line, I might have given exactly that number. There was a reason Lillian hadn't looked at me all day. But you're desperate. All 3 of you are expiring, Fairs said. She paused, then sighed. It complicates what would otherwise be simple. I'm at your disposal. Good, I said. Then we'll need you to write several letters. To professors and nobles throughout the Crown States. Exactly, I said. I looked at Jessie. What's the word? Emily, Chance, and Lainey are willing to help if we need it, Jessie said. I gave Fairs a long look, trying to figure out the way forward for this. If you're looking to me for answers or input, those are all names I don't recognize, Fairs said. The Baron Richmond's fiancée, I said. And her 2 traveling companions. The import of this is lost on me, except that the Baron was closely associated with places where the plague originated. An aristocrat's daughter, I said. Should be immortal, or close enough to it that it drew the Baron's attention and wasn't entirely refuted by his doctors. Yes. She lived in Lug before leaving in the Baron's company. Immortal. This is the carrot you are dangling before them all, to draw them here? I've acquired the Baron's fiancée and through her I've stumbled on true immortality. To draw them wherever, I said. It's a carrot we're considering. But there's a flaw with that particular carrot. Too, really? Too connected to us? Helen asked. Yep. That's the second flaw, I said. And not enough people know the story about what Emily is and why the Baron was interested in her, Jessie said. And there's the first, I said. Well, we've discussed this, Jessie said. I already knew the answer. PSH. There are other possible discoveries, other than immortality, Jessie said. Stable, controlled primordial life. A discovery of the century, if a bit of an oxymoron, plausible. As much as they might celebrate the discovery, however, my seeking it out would be sufficient excuse for them to execute me and erase my name from history. A new ratio to complement Woolstone's set. I asked. Fairs snorted. If the people you were attempting to bait in were first-year academy students, perhaps. The rest know better. Revival of the dead with regenerated memories. Jessie asked. Possible, but the road to that particular discovery is a long and narrow one. True immortality is something that could be uncovered from a number of directions. True revival would require dedicated focus, and that's far removed from anything I've really dealt with. A hard sell to claim I've done it. Then, Jessie said. She frowned. Shape-shifting. Helen jumped in. Or deciding one's own pattern. If you mean a new discovery that's noteworthy enough to draw attention, then we're 50 years to a century away from that. Anything else would be too mundane. There's a gap in our abilities and tools, and claiming I crossed that gap would be far-fetched at best. But not inconceivable. I asked. Not inconceivable, she said. Then we'll put a bookmark by that page, I said. And come back around to immortality, unless someone has a better idea. For immortality, I've dabbled in such things, Fairs said. Not extensively, but others know I've dabbled in it. We know you've dabbled in it, Jessie said. It's why it came up in the first place as an idea. We thought of Emily, formerly Candida Ann Gage, and the possibility of tying things together. If we could assign some credence to your claim by saying she had fallen into your hands or willingly turned to you, and you were able to use her incomplete immortality to devise true immortality. Then you draw in the important individuals you seek, for your nefarious purposes, Fairs said. Which brings us to what we needed to get you on board for. The letters will need to be personal. There will need to be a strategy as if you are making a bid for power. I don't want to trip anyone's prey instincts because you are acting funny. Prey instincts, Fairs said. Yeah, I said. So there's a narrative we're going to need to discuss and outline. And in that narrative, I'm going to want you to draw the attention of certain notable individuals. The Infante. Him among many, I said, smiling. I wouldn't underestimate him, Fairs said. You'll tell me what I need to know about him, or where I can get information about him, using the bait of immortality. Still with the two big flaws, Jessie said. Maybe, I said. I smiled, maybe. I rubbed my chin. You don't need to drag this out, Jessie said. You knew how to end that sentence from the moment you suggested we put a bookmark by pattern determinism. I dropped my hand from my face, and gave Jessie my best frown. Out with it, Skipper. You're really no fun, I said. I wanted to do the brilliant reveal, pace it out. She poked me in the stomach. We don't try to assign claim by trying to pretend Fairs got her hands on Emily Gage and figured it out from there. We let someone else do it. Someone else in the other lamb's sense. Jessie asked. You did have Candy come visit us to let us know what was going on, Helen said. Emily, Jessie corrected. It was a name she chose, we should respect it. Should we? Helen asked. Should we really? You respected mine. Yes, Helen said. But, and this is my counterpoint, Candy is the best name. Because Candy. Jessie shook her head. Involving the other lambs makes people wonder if we're involved, I said. Jessie and Helen nodded at that. Raises suspicions, I elaborated. You're thinking of someone, Jessie said. Only other survivors of that scene that really matter are. Mauer, I said, jumping in before Jessie could finish the sentence and cut me off, because I wanted that reveal at the very least. You want to work with Mauer? Jessie asked. And in this, she was very much on the same page with Fairs. See? That incredulity? That's why the Crown won't immediately jump to thinking of us. The Red Shepherd has been dangerously quiet lately, Professor Fairs said. Or dead. Jessie glanced at me, not many places for him to hide. The Crown states are being overwhelmed with Blackwood, Red Plague, and the cities that haven't fallen are either under hard security with condensed forces and manpower from all of the evacuated academies, or they're remote, like Hackthorn. Hackthorn is also filled to the gills with condensed manpower, Helen said. Her tone didn't match her dead facial expression. The extra manpower is actually our rebels, though. Our hostage and the headmistress of said academy didn't look particularly impressed with that. Fairs, I said. I prefer Professor Fairs, or my actual name, but yes. All doctors, specialists, and professors were picky about that. Always a good way to needle them. You get regular reports on the troublemakers, don't you? Twice a month at the minimum, with further reports as fast as the mail can reach me, anytime there's a significant update. Mauer won't be there, but I'm interested to know what measures the Academy is using to try and find him and deal with him. We have an idea of where he should be, but given our isolation, he may have moved. I'd like to minimize the running around. I trailed off. Professor Fairs wore the face and body of a woman half her age, but as the conversation had continued and her reality had sunk in, it was as if the years were tracing themselves on her. In posture, in expression, the way the light hit her face, her coat billowing out as if her body had no shape at all to it, she might as well have aged 12 years since stepping out onto the outdoor patio. When the wind blew past her, she grimaced a little and looked another 5 or so years older as she bore the brunt of it, hair pushed out of order, her arms folded. Like a witch out of the storybooks. The pretty ones dressed themselves up like crones, and the crones dressed themselves up like maidens. Not that 60 was a crone, exactly, but still. She finally ventured an answer. I'll show you the papers. What's mine is yours, it seems. Very cooperative of you. Helen, would you shadow her and ensure she gets there without incident? I want a word with Jessie. Of course, Helen said. She curtsied. We can have a conversation about your face once there, Fairs said. I assume you don't want to be seen interacting directly with me, so I suppose I'll see you there. Yes, Helen said. Wonderful. Fairs turned to the door, still braced against the strong wind, and let herself back inside. Helen moved to follow, hand on the door handle. She paused. Problem? Jessie asked. People are talking, Helen said. I've been keeping an ear out. I've heard some of it. We'll be careful, Jessie said. Helen nodded. Then she was gone, keeping an eye on our professor. The dark clouds were getting darker. At the very horizon, they were near black, and the lines of where burned wasteland met dark wood and where dark wood met sky were nearly indistinguishable. It was as if black treacle stretched in goopy lines from sky to ground, smearing the definition out of nearly everything. Gordon was watching it all, with hubris standing with paws up on the railing. Mary had moved over to stand next to him. The little lambs were at the garden at the far end of the patio, Ashton included, while Yvette said words I couldn't make out and tapped her fingers on a branch with the tap code I'd gone and forgotten. Lillian stood off to one side, in Frey's firm grasp. Keeping warm, I supposed. I took that cue and put my arm around Jessie's shoulders. From there, I drew her into a hug. She didn't resist much as I pulled her to me. She was warm, slender, and starchy, the last bit being the fault of the crisp academy uniform she wore. I had mixed feelings about the uniform. Clothing of choice for my first love, third heartbreak. You wanted to talk to me alone? Jessie asked. Yet. You know I've read her mail, I know more than she does, probably. Probably. But before we get into that, is the gig up? I asked. What with what Helen was saying? No, Jessie said. But people are noticing that things aren't making enough sense. It's bound to happen when you stick 320 students in an academy and expect them to keep a story straight. I've overheard whispers from more suspicious Hackthorn students and seen too many people stop talking when one of ours enter a room. How bad? It's inevitable that they'll start talking and they'll put the pieces together, if they don't revolt entirely. But that's not going to be today or even tomorrow. We could pull the trigger now. Jessie shook her head. Soon. Soon, then, I said. All right. Her breath was warm against my shoulder. Frey wasn't embracing Lillian the way I was embracing Jessie. It was stiffer, Frey upright, looking out into the distance. Lillian stared at me. Cold, Jessie said. I hugged her tighter. I could feel the warmth of her, but that warmth wasn't what made me feel properly nourished. No. I'm thinking about whether long-term, Jessie said. I'm thinking this moment with you is awfully nice, for the record, I said. Well, I can't think about multiple things at once quite as gracefully as you do, SY, and there's a lot to think about. I tisked with my tongue. We'll get our us time tonight. Is that a promise? I asked. I made a pleased sound. We have time constraints. The coming storm may limit our movements. I made a displeased sound. Then I asked, which? Are you thinking we'll need to catch a boat? Possibly. Do we have the means of finding Mauer without getting on a boat? Jessie asked. The man doesn't want to be found. But I don't think he's one to sit still and keep quiet, either. Rumblings. Something closer to what he tried in Radham, perhaps, I said. Still moving steadily toward a goal. Fair's papers suggest some noise, but it's almost the inverse of ours. To the academy, Frey has all but disappeared. No word, no rumblings, no suggestion of activity. They're nervous about it. Mauer, meanwhile, has disappeared, and there are rumblings, but they're having trouble pinning them down. They've got experiments passing through every settlement, and there isn't a single whiff of Mauer to be had. And meanwhile, for us, the animals Mabel created and loosed before we reached Hackthorn are traveling this way and that, confounding the sniffers. They're dispersing our scent as well as some other pheromones usually reserved for when academies want to control their warbeasts. I nodded, smiling a little. It might be better to do this with the shape-shifting, Jessie said. Because if you want to push the immortality thing, involve Mauer. We might have to split up, I said. Too many bases to cover to do it as a trio. SY, Jessie said. I don't think any of us are in a position to do terribly well on our own. If any one of us have a bad day, on top of dealing with dangerous situations like Hackthorn being on the brink of erupting, or Mauer. Or everyone else perking their ears up when a few of the most powerful nobles and professors start paying attention to something in little ol Hackthorn. I asked. Or any of it. Dang it, Lillian, not taking our offer, I said. Would have made life easier if we had a few more lambs. We're at the stage where we could reach out, but... More splitting up, I said. Not just a 2-1 split, but a 3-way split. One set of eyes on Hackthorn, one on Mauer, and one voice reaching out to the lambs. We should go before those dark clouds hit, make sure our rebels know what they're doing, fill Helen in, Jessie said. Else it might be troublesome to get clear. Her arms were around me, my arms around her, her breath warm against my shoulder. We didn't hurry, much as we should. Dog Eat Dog 18.7. The rain was starting to come down. With it came an awareness that the reclining lady of Hackthorn had some very minor design issues. Aesthetically, she was pleasing, structurally she was sound. But the curves, valleys, the windows, and jutting walls did not amount to a wholly ideal flow of water. It was a stark contrast to Redham, which had been bent beneath the rain for decades, where the attempts to control and redirect the flow of water were somewhat haphazard and forced. Eaves and the placement of gardens did an incomplete job of keeping bridges and balconies dry. I walked over to one edge of the balcony, where a deluge of water streamed off of a shelf high overhead, forming a sharp spray as it glanced off of the wall to one side. The eaves overhead didn't block all of the rain, not at the far left corner, if I stood up against the railing. I turned my face skyward, spray and rain drenching me. The combined downpour was enough to make it difficult for me to raise my arms. We'd spent what felt like forever in the Blackwood, and it had been 2 weeks with minimal rain, and it had been a minimal rain I hadn't been able to properly experience. Then we'd had a dry spell for our stay in Hackthorn. Being able to actually stand in the downpour helped me get centered and feel cleansed in a way that no bath could accomplish. Even if some of it was gutter overflow. I waited until I grew cold enough to start feeling numb before stepping back under the eaves. The others were gathered as I turned around. Other lambs, crowding the balcony. Mauer, Frey, and people who felt painfully familiar, who I felt I should have recognized. I opened the glass doors, stepped through, and closed them behind me. "Why? If we're going somewhere, I want to come," Helen said. "I didn't come with you guys to be all alone." "It won't be for too long," I said. "Any long is too long," Helen said. She turned to look at me, half of her face hanging off, long pins sticking out from between eyeball and socket, more pins wedged between muscle groups that were pulled so tight that the metal fixtures were bowing and bending. "Stop moving," Fairs said. "Stop talking. There are things to discuss," Helen said, firmly. "And there's not a lot of time." I didn't want to agree with Fairs, but I couldn't shake the mental picture of Helen's facial muscles moving, constricting, and the metal pins snapping in explosive and sequential fashion, each snap leading to 2 more, leaving her face a mangled ruin of torn muscle and broken pins. There was a lot of power in those muscles. "I want to invite Professor Crawford," Jessie said. She was standing at a table, penning out a letter. "Him?" Fairs asked, turning. "Justify it." The professor frowned. "Crawford's the brain, isn't he?" I asked. "Yet. Pioneer in neurophysical design." "And you're dripping," Jessie said. She reached over to a chair, and threw a towel at me. I caught it, and draped it over my shoulders, before starting to dry my hair. I volunteered a justification. Emily's immortality was one that came with consequences, mentally. Fairs knows this, she volunteers that information, and says she's sure enough of her work here that she'll allow her work to be checked by one of the best people in the Crown States when it comes to brains. "Good," Jessie said. She looked at Fairs. "What do I need to know about you and him?" "Politically," Fairs said, "he and I had drinks, it must have been 11 years ago." "Romantic drinks?" Helen asked. "We sat at the same bar, after attending a speech. We talked. It's hard to articulate just why my reaching out to him now would draw concern. We had zero interest in one another. No common ground. If our conversation were I don't know, a battlefield? A sparring match? It was one that saw both of us deciding the other was a non-threat. Aggressive non-interest?" I asked. "Enough that it's a problem. I've never had to say it aloud or give words to explain the social phenomenon among professors," Fairs said, as she worked on Helen's face, setting another pin in place. "Scar tissue blocking the pneumatic channel in the second complex levator anguli oris. Remember that for me." "Noted," Jessie said. She had been writing when I stepped out onto the balcony, and was still writing now. While working out what to write in the letter to Crawford, it looked like she was writing form answers and incomplete letters to others, with details to be filled in. Fairs continued, "Rising through the ranks is a struggle. It's a crab bucket, and any attempt to climb out sees others dragging you down. You learn to assess people efficiently to better find your way to the top of the bucket." I sat with Crawford, and it was the briefest of justs. We talked about what we were working on, and in the doing, I sought to find out if he was a rival, or if he was useful, his knowledge a possible way of advancing my own work. He wasn't either. We talked about who we each knew, and cross-checked each other against the web of interactions, key individuals, political gains, and political threats. He hinted at the romantic, in case we could partner up and work as a pair, but I already had no interest in that and turned him down. So it went. Jessie spoke. "You believe you came to an agreement, based on your non-involvement with one another. Asking for his company now would make him wonder why." "Exactly. If he were more of a rival or an ally, my invitation would make more sense." "Don't explain it," I suggested. "Leave him wondering. He would ask questions," Jessie said. "He's cautious, deliberate, he runs a lab with an aristocratic sponsor, he's able to operate with relatively few power games. The only solution would be to invite everyone, Fairs said. That would be hard to justify. I leaned against the wall, towel in one hand while I rubbed my chin with the other. No, Jessie said, to me more than to Fairs, as if she could read my thoughts. What if you're trying to make this as explicitly unpolitical as possible? I'm always political, Fairs said. What if you're retiring? Stepping down from your position, leaving only this finding as a final legacy. I don't leave obligations unfinished, and I have commitments for the next 2 years. Well, I said. What if you don't trust your hands any longer? Or your eyes? A motivation to seek out immortality and eternal youth. Justification, but thin, and a long road to travel to draw this particular man in, Fairs said. I might suggest instead reaching out to Professor Brad Austin. He and I are rivals, he's a close second to Professor Crawford in the field, and it's far less of a reach. He would come. He wouldn't ask why. He would hope I was wrong and that I would make a fool of myself, while fearing I was right and that I would surpass him in every way. I glanced at Jessie. Jessie nodded, and set to writing a fresh letter. How do you reach out? No nonsense, no flowery language, except where necessary. He is cordially invited to see my name placed in the annals of history. It would delight me, put a little flourish on the penmanship of delight, if he would be present. He'll be present. Noted, Jessie said. Then the aristocrat John Loft. Same as I would have addressed Professor Corder. Pleasant, genial. I remember, Jessie said. Pes. Pleasant will do. Jessie continued to rattle through names, making mental note. The storm was picking up. As the wind changed direction, rain hammered the glass doors I'd recently passed through. Does that free up the other side of your face? Can you smile with just that side? Fairs asked. Helen smiled. I could see a kind of light in her eyes as she did. I think we found the source of the lock, then, Fairs said. I can restore your face. It will take the entire night, but then we should be done. We didn't have the entire night. Not if we wanted to get ahead of the worst of the storm. It was looking to be the kind of dark and stormy where crossing the wastes or the dark wood would be next to impossible. Wading through a soup of black mud while trying to keep a lantern in hand, unable to see farther than the light could reach. We need to figure out what we're doing tonight, I said. Who goes where? I was thinking I might go for a walk. As I said that, I gestured. School. Attack. Now? I thought you were putting that off, Jessie said. Her voice was very calm, curious, and unbothered. The look in her eyes was focused. She didn't gesture, as her hands were full with writing implements and paper. Storm isn't going to get any better. Time. We had a deadline. You're already dripping wet. It'll raise eyebrows. I don't think it matters, I said. Prepare. Helen stay. If Helen was staying, the best thing to do would be to ensure that at least the initial stages of the takeover went to plan. Helen go, Helen gestured. Stop fidgeting, Fairs said. If I slip with this incision the work tonight will take another hour. Helen stay with Rebels. With Professor. Medical, I gestured. Jessie continued to write, her eyes moving between Helen and me. Helen go, Helen gestured again. I heard the professor hiss with irritation. There were 3 bases to cover and 3 of us. It wasn't the easiest thing to wrangle. We could change the division, have 1 lamb handle 2 tasks, but it made for a wobblier path. 1 lamb to reunite the flock, 1 lamb to the shepherd, and 1 lamb to remain behind. I'm so restless, Helen mused aloud. Is this another form of torture? Fairs asked. Meticulous work with an unruly, talkative patient. I'm so restless I could kill something, Helen said, expanding on the thought. Fairs' work with the scalpel stopped. You're being uncooperative, Helen, Jessie said. She managed her half-smile, using the part of her face that didn't have skin and fatty tissues pared away and needles wedged into what remained. I'm in an uncooperative mood these days. You know that. It's why SY wanted to keep me with you. Ah, the latent threat. We're all wrestling with our individual issues, Jessie said. We push through. Helen rolled her eye, the other one held in place by the pins. I wanted to say that this was Helen's belated adolescence, but Helen had been and might remain a creature of countless adolescences. Countless small shifts, leaps, rebellions and adjustments. Helen might. She reached up, pulled a pin out of her face, and while Fairs wasn't looking directly at her, plunged it into Fairs' eye. Do something like that. The professor dropped, screaming, hand at her eye. The needle was already so slick with fluid that she couldn't pull it out. I go, Helen said, firmly. You go, I said. Jessie's eyes were wide and her expression concerned as she looked at me. She'd stopped writing. Fairs' screams continued. I go. Helen asked, happy. I looked back at Helen. The screams continued in my ears even as Fairs remained where she was, standing by Helen, working on Helen's face. Just a very realistic simulation, when and where imagined Helen and real Helen had overlapped. A very realistic depiction of how the scene might play out. Not directly, but in the long run. To Jessie, I'd jumped to a conclusion. Jessie didn't have the benefit of being able to see how Helen might act if left to her own devices here. She'd said it outright, she'd laid out her boundaries. I didn't need a hallucination to tell me that Helen was a danger. But I did need it to remind me of what the consequences could be, and how devastating a mistake could be. You go, I suppose. You have to, I said. I don't like how you got when you were alone with Helen in the Black Woods, Jessie said. She doesn't keep you thinking straight. It's a bad riddle, isn't it? I asked. Like the sort that Hale used to give us. Scorpion, centipede, butterfly, all need to get from A to B, but leave one alone. Am I the butterfly? Jessie asked. Or am I the centipede? Let's not overanalyze it, I said. All right, Jessie said. Her eyes were downcast. She fidgeted in a way that had nothing to do with gestures or signs, as she became very aware of the pen in her hands. I'll be with Helen for most of it, I said. Jessie nodded. We'd go together through the Black Woods. We'd part ways when she hunted Mauer and while I rounded up the lambs, or vice versa, and whoever finished first would help the other. A few days apart, if we were lucky. While I stay here, managing things, Jessie said. Her voice was a notch quieter than before. She fixed the volume as she said, it makes the most sense. She didn't want to stay. She didn't want to be alone. She was trying to be brave, and I really wondered if she would break into tears right here and right now. The rain found another direction, and it ceased drumming on the window. The spray hissed as it hit the balcony outside, instead. Or we stay together, I said. Jessie spoke, this is the crossroads we're at, isn't it? We stay together, and we keep each other company while accomplishing nothing, or we enact our plan, but we're separate. There's a very real chance that we part ways and it's a forever goodbye. Yeah, I said. I know I'm strong. I hold up pretty well, most of the time. But I didn't do well while you were in the Black Woods. Yeah, I said. Jessie had lost memories, but she had always lost them when alone. It wasn't a definitive thing that it had to do with her being isolated, but it was an indicator, a bad premonition. It reminded me of Jamie, and Jamie's experience along those same lines. None of us wanted to be the one to remain behind. Whoever remained behind might break. That was what we were, now. What if, Jessie started. I knew how that question ended. 3 lambs afield, leaving the pen empty. I asked. Jessie nodded. No sure way of knowing if the wolf will be laying in wait when we return, I said. You've trained very nice, very capable rebels, Helen said. We have, Jessie said. But there's a lot they can't do. We'd be asking 500 people to maintain control over a population of 15,000, give or take. If they lost control, I don't think we'd be able to regain that same control over a wary enemy. And it wouldn't be fair to them, I said. Jessie nodded. There was no good way to handle it. Mauer was standing by the door, attention keenly on the situation, eyes bright. Yvette was sitting on the bed, smirking. Frey stood with Ashton, one hand on his head, messing up his hair, while he stared at us with a blank expression. Fairs, meanwhile, was very, very still, as she listened. The hag of Hackthorn was terrified. As terrified as she had ever allowed me to see, even. She was hearing us talk, hearing things come to a head, and her academy was at stake. Leave me behind, I said. Alone? Jessie asked. Not quite alone, I said. The rebels are almost another lamb, collectively. Jessie stared at me. And, you'll be there, I said. That's what concerns me, Jessie said. In a different sense. Just, let me believe that you're coming back. That you'll be back with the lambs. I can look forward to that. It's not something that leaves me empty and hollow. It can keep me going. I can tough it out. Jessie shook her head. Helen wants to be out and about, and if she's in your company for most of it, she'll be okay, right? Helen nodded. Jessie looked more dubious. You've listened and watched with one eye as Fairs worked on Helen, haven't you? You can do further repairs for the other half of her face. Possibly, Jessie said. It's not the worst thing if it's not possible. I'll manage. You two should go, I said. I'll entertain myself. That's another thing I'm worried about, Jessie said. You being entertained. It's the best way forward, I said. Jessie nodded. Helen's hand snapped up, seizing Fair's wrist, where Fairs held the scalpel. She smiled that half smile. You don't need a scalpel to put my face back together, Helen said. I'm leaving soon. So please, if you would. Professor Fairs stared, still frozen. Slowly, she let the scalpel tumble from her fingers and fall to the floor. She reached over with her free hand, reaching into her kit to get the chemicals and tools needed to seamlessly close up Helen's face. Helen released her other hand, still smiling. I'll get us started, I said, standing. Jessie nodded. Her smile was a sad one. I was still quite damp as I exited the apartment and ventured into the hallway. 2 of B's people were standing guard. I gestured at them, and they fell in step with me. The torso of the reclining woman was the center of the university, the point from which all other elements flowed. Core labs and exhibition halls made up much of the center portions, set so that other areas could look through windows or down from raised areas to view the ongoing proceedings. Many students were gathered at tables and seats throughout one of the exhibition halls, which was in the process of being set for the young master's birthday party, later in the month. Stage decorations were partially grown and partially built. In the meantime, until faculty came marching through at 11:30 to midnight, it was where boys met with girls, where student workers and staff took off their shoes and talked. Friends gathered and talked about work and about fanciful ideas and dreams. The various leaders of my groups all met here too, passing messages between them. Each and every last one of them was gathered here. Shirley was sitting at one table, where she had been talking to Possum and Rudy. Rudy was doing tons better, but he still needed crutches to get around, and the crutches rested against the table next to him. The fact that I was drenched, still periodically dripping, it drew attention. I appreciated that among my people, there were some that kept talking, conversing without much break in stride. It might have been problematic if my arrival had been followed by utter silence. My hand moved subtly, and a score of eyes watched it. The movement of my hand gave the signal that they had collectively been waiting for weeks now. School. 2 fingers held high, hand in a fist. Very close to the sign for mind. Fall. Pinky and thumb extended, swept down. I watched as the ranks stood as a group. They marched off. They'd been content to hang in the background, mingling with B's group. But they'd been the rank before they'd been hanging out with the rooftop girls, and as the rank they'd brewed chemicals as a collective, for sale elsewhere. Drugs chief among them. Getting them placed right had been about ensuring that they had lab space, little oversight, and access to key parts of the academy. Posey in particular had been focused on the mechanical aspect of it. Gas. It would sweep through whole sections of the academy. It would take time. That was a part of it that had to start sooner than later. I gestured for the others to hold on, then took a seat at the table, moving a chair and spinning it around so I sat backwards in the seat. I suppose I'll get us started, Mabel said. She sat at the next table over, with many members of her green team. I really didn't like that she stood just as I sat down. I'll come with, Shirley said. Mabel nodded. I could see that Shirley looked at ease, that she wasn't running from, but running to. I valued that a hell of a lot, when it felt like everyone was drifting away or moving away from me and that I had to fight to keep them close. I still owed Shirley so much. Mabel's green team would be focused on Hackthorn's right hip and leg. The leg was the path down into the small town below Hackthorn, the passage to the cliffs. Controlling it would be essential not only because it was a key choke point, but because it was a key place where food was stored, where the stables were. Measures were already in place to ensure that there would be no war beasts available to anyone who tried to hold Hackthorn against us. Shirley was traveling in that same direction, but she would carry all the way down the leg, where she would talk to Pierre and our gang members, minus Archie, who was still posing as my father, an aristocrat of note. The people who had evacuated the city when Neff had spread black wood over it were in Shirley's company now. The Mad Baker was somewhere among them, as was the old man. There was a good number of students in the labs the last I checked, the treasurer said. He stood, and he gave me a 2-finger salute. The labs were easy. A small team would see it quarantined. It was a process that took time and careful attention to reverse, however. I was reminded of the bowels, of being locked within with Sub Rosa. The treasurer's group would need to be reinforced. Davis was meant to be second in command, in charge of that aspect of things when I wasn't present. I knew from his expression that he was fully aware that my absence meant he was being forced into a position of leadership again. Every group had a place. There were things to look after. BEA was dressed in an academy uniform with no jacket and an apron instead of a coat, was representative of the students who worked at helping keep things running. Some were assistants to faculty. Others delivered mail or ran errands. BEA smiled, and she almost looked as if she enjoyed this on a level nobody else had indicated, except for me. The rooftop girls had been rebels before they had been rebels. At B's behest, they would act within the next 30 minutes, turning on the faculty they had been working for. A small share of that faculty would be sequestered away and imprisoned. Cut the head off the dragon. We'd marked out the reclining woman as someone else might dissect a body or quarter livestock. Gorduz would be working as a liaison between Davis and the treasurer. He'd overseen a handful of projects. War beasts, chemicals. They would be our attack dogs, watching bridges. For a time, we would keep students confined to the dormitories, and the projects would help with that. Other students in the exhibition hall were looking restless. Too many of our people were marching off with a mission. There was nervousness apparent throughout, and that nervousness communicated itself in little ways to the bystanders. You'll need to control the room, I told Davis. They're getting anxious. Davis nodded. He was hesitating. But he gathered his courage, and he turned to one of his subordinates, who sat next to him. A junior member of the student council, young. In another world, if Beetle hadn't fallen, the boy might have eventually succeeded Davis as student council president and gone on to lead the student council of Beetle, a nice little note in his record that would give him a leg up. The boy ran off, to spread the word to the able-bodied Beetle students and the other rebels we'd collected who were confident with guns. I really hoped we wouldn't have to use them. Davis remained seated, thinking. He wasn't fond of the role, even if he was good at it, and for the time being, he was introspective, preparing himself for what would come later in the evening. His job wasn't pretty, and I was already planning to shoulder the bulk of the burden. At our behest, Fairs had made sure that the Academy's native security forces were at the perimeter, facing outward, in a manner of speaking. Watching the wastes in the water, while trouble brewed within the heart of Hackthorn. Davis' group would see bloodshed before the night was out, handling that side of things, reinforcing groups as the native population of students fought in defense of their academy and, for some, their homes. The weather outside was whipping itself up. Rudy had his hand over Possum's. Possum would be running the kitchen. We had 12,000 students in the school. There were more people in the city below, running the essential services, the shops, and more, but in keeping students sequestered and the situation under control here, keeping the masses fed would be a task. Possum would tackle it, with Rudy encouraging and reassuring. But that came later. Possum's job for the now was to wait. That'll do, I said. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Running an errand. Davis nodded, still introspecting. I suspected he even knew where I was going. A quick skip downstairs. Past students who stared or looked concerned. One even tried to call out, asking me why a dozen students had been hurrying downstairs. I didn't answer. Lab 1 was lit by lanterns, the voltaic lights off. Most of the lanterns were set up in one area. Alvin was burning the midnight oil, it seemed, looking over notes and scripts. He didn't notice me as I approached. I was tempted to slit his throat, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to play violent when my hallucinations were already trending that way. Not when Jessie and Helen were leaving me alone. I pressed the knife to his throat instead. What? He asked. He turned his head just enough so he could look back and see my face in the gloom. Oh no. Yes, I said. I knew there was something off about you, he said. I get that a lot, I said. Stealing projects? Spying on fairs, he asked. No, I said. Oh no, no. Alvin, sir, you're about to realize this is far, far worse. We were well ensconced within the academy, with staircases and hallways separating us from the exterior walls. But the wind blew, and with it, the reclining lady shifted position. The building creaked. I believe you, he said. Walk with me, I said. With Alvin at knife point, I walked to the cells. The children within the cells reacted to the light. Faces appeared at the bars. Thank you for your patience, I said. Reaching into Alvin's pocket, I produced the key. I stuck it through one lock, opening it. Goldilocks took the key I pressed into her hands, and went to the next cell. They're supposed to be drugged, Alvin said. They are, I said. The drugs were in their systems. Switched the usual drugs with sugar pills. I gave them evening doses instead of the morning doses. Haven't gotten around to tonight's. Alvin grew more and more tense as the number of youths and experiments around him grew thicker and thicker. Some were irate. Intense, hostile. I could sense the anger, and I knew that Alvin could tell as well. That this was a mob that had been sleeping a few moments ago, that was quickly stirring itself up. Before anything could happen, I flung Alvin into a cell. I slammed the door. Pole Parrot looked even more dangerous in the gloom, his feathers crimson, his eyes a glare that suggested killing intent. Others had more mixed emotion. Faces that had tracks of tears on them, before they turned away or tried to hide their expressions. Bo Peep flung herself at me, wrapping arms around me, soft wool pressing into my neck as she buried her head in my chest. Others looked more lost and unhappy than they had been when they'd been resigned to their fates. Come on, I said, barely sparing a glance for Alvin. Everyone stay together for now. Jessie and Helen were in Lab 1 when I emerged from among the cells. I'd almost missed them, making sure that the littlest ones were being watched. The 3 blind mice chief among them. Jessie navigated the mob of children. She gave me a kiss, and in the distance, I could hear the alarm bells going off. The quarantine, the alerts that the academy was under attack. Different parts of our hostile group would hear the sounds and use them as a cue to mobilize. My hands went up, to hold Jessie, to draw her close and keep her for a little while. Her hands went up too, fending me off. She broke the kiss. If you hug me, I don't think I'll be able to let go of you, she said. I didn't speak. Be sane when I get back, she asked. I'll try, I said. I've got these guys to keep me company. A box of bugs that's been nicely shaken. I'll endure. Jessie nodded. I thought I saw the glint of a tear in one eye. With the lights off and the lanterns in the background, it was hard to tell. You have to do your part too, I said. Be Jessie. I'll try. She stepped back, and as she pulled away, our internet fingers pulled apart. My arm fell to my side. Be good, Helen, I said. Though Helen had already faded into the gloom, following Jessie. Be good, SY, she echoed me. I stood there, my hands tingling with what might be my last contact with Jessie. Small hands found their way to my hands, clasping them, gripping them. Other hands touched my forearms, and clutched at my shirt. The crown had made the crown states small, so the nation was easier to control. They had isolated, so it was easier to exert power over populations. We'd simply taken advantage of that. Now we did much the same, dividing and conquering that which had already been separated and left vulnerable. We had turned academy against academy. Students stolen and set against other students. Faculty stolen, used against her own kind. The nobility would be next on the chopping block. Enemy I, Arc 18. He walked slowly, taking in the scene. He hadn't walked slowly in a very long time. It wasn't how he operated. It wasn't what he was. He always had a mission, if not several, and that mandated that he constantly be in motion, or that he be set in place, doing what the crown needed him to do. His memory was exceptional, his brains the best brains the crown could provide. When he turned those brains and that memory to the task of thinking back, trying to picture the last time he'd strolled, as one might stroll in a garden, he only found scenes he'd staged, scenes where he was conveying an image. In those moments, his brains had been set to the task of focusing on the individual or individuals that he was strolling for, so it was never truly an opportunity to stop and smell the roses, so to speak. But it was important to convey that he was unruffled, whether to an ally who needed reassurance or an enemy who needed to know their enemy was invincible. As he dug through his memories, he had to reach back to childhood to find a time and place where he truly focused on the moment and not the destination. He'd been confined to a chair, legs missing, his upper body as much a series of containers and vessels for organ systems and ongoing work as it was actual body. He'd pushed himself, while his team of doctors followed behind. He couldn't remember the why of that moment. He'd been upset, angry at a relative, and he had wanted to think, so he had pushed himself out into the garden, and nobody had stopped him or wrested control of the chair from him. It was curious, because it must have been a justifiable anger, but when he'd found himself in the garden, the anger had faded, and he'd been free to witness the moment. Even now, he wasn't sure what it had been about. It was a very different sort of garden that the Infante found himself in now. One hand raised, he held it up, and he watched as red petals blew in the wind, brushing his hand and fingers. His fingers traced the growths that sprawled across the city. A system of water absorption and transfer drew water from the coast and fed the plague growth that smothered the city. At the water's edge, tendrils like the ones that had snared the plague victims floated on the water's surface, a film that was alternately pink and brown, depending on how the light caught it. It might gain ground on that front if the ocean currents started to push a great deal of seaweed or other material toward the coast. The ocean here didn't smell like ocean, the city didn't smell like city, and the countless dead who scattered the streets, buried under the carpets and tangles of red vines. Here and there, desiccated bodies lay, mummified by the environment, faces pulled into mocking smiles by the retreat of skin and the pull of the vines that were still hooked into them. Everywhere, red flowers carpeted surfaces. From a distance, it looked like the buildings and streets were drenched in fresh blood. From as little as 10 paces away, they looked like flowers. When he reached out to tear one free of the vine and held it before its face, the makeup of it looked more like a chimerical hybrid of a starfish and a snowflake. No weeds grew, no birds roosted, no rodents or insects crawled through this very alive place, that whistled with the wind and gurgled with the movement of fluids. Only his professors kept him company, and they kept their distance, hanging back. They wore quarantine suits and were accompanied by gargantuan stitched servants in shrouds, with modified quarantine masks. The stitched were 10 feet tall, and they shambled, bent over by the burdens they bore, laboratories packed into 500-pound boxes. They were wearing robes that trailed on the ground behind them, and their expressions were limited to what the sculpted masks. The Infante walked with his hands clasped behind him, drawing in a deep breath. His throat and lungs prickled with plague and the responses of the implanted countermeasures fighting it off. His professors were the only souls around for a considerable distance around. The plague ensured that no others were near to see or to study him as he moved through streets and past war-torn buildings without particular pattern. They might wonder at what he was doing, but they would never voice any of it. After investigating a series of alleyways, a narrow market street, and a winding street with empty crates stacked on either side, threatening to lose the professors that followed behind him, he stepped out onto one of the wider streets, stood in the middle, and stopped. It gave him a chance to let them find him and catch up, and it gave him a chance to stop. He could see the whole shape of this red-stained city, which hadn't been a place of much worth before the plague had found root in it. At one edge of the city, an academy creation had crawled onto land and summarily died. There was sufficient bacteria, algae, or other material clinging to it for the plague to have crawled up onto it, embracing it. A great sea-born war-beast skull, returned to its original function as an anchor for a greater system of living material. His deep breaths were mechanically powerful, forceful enough that if someone had clapped their hand over his mouth, he could have pulled the hand into his mouth with the power of the draw and even broken fingers in the process. This was a principle that applied to every part of him. It applied to his legs as his professors emerged, finding him, and he started forward once again. A part of him felt like a child unfettered. He breathed this air in the same way a child ate candy. It was prescribed as bad for him by the people who looked after his well-being, but so long as there weren't too many watching he would indulge himself. He felt it in his hands, and he felt it on his skin, countless spores trying to find root in his flesh. He liked to understand his enemy. He went where the petals were thickest, and where the spores were heavy enough to appear as a fine red mist, that beaded on surfaces. There were many red herrings, misleading areas where the plague had found root in burned buildings and where bodies of plague victims had been stacked 3 high by the unwitting. His stroll came to an end after he had made his way from these dense areas and macabre scenes for nearly an hour. He'd found what he'd come looking for. In some places, the bodies were embraced by the red vines, a papery, dry skin drawn tight around bones and the networks of vines that stretched beneath skin. In other areas, there had been bones, some pulled away from the bodies by the pull and spread of the plague growth. In this particular garden, he had seen child and parent, a man and his dog, he had seen rodents aplenty. But this was something else. It wasn't anything natural to the crown's earth or derived of its denizens. The formation that peeked through a gap in a wall that the weather had cracked hadn't even been fabricated, really, by any man. It had fabricated itself. The Infante had to reach out and pull down a wall that was newer and more sturdily built than many of the ramshackle constructions in the area. The bones were marked, as if 1,000 deep cuts had been made into each bone, some at angles from one another. To do it by hand would have required wire to get into the crevices, and it would have required 100 years. There was no flesh to draw tight against these bones, for it had been burned thoroughly. Quarantine chemicals had been thrown over it and catalyzed. If anything had remained alive and functional, trapped within char and gristle, it had been sealed away from the world by the clear crystalline growths that had resulted. A bug trapped in amber. At least Maurer was thorough in his handling of this. He looked back at his team of professors, and he raised one hand, bidding them to remain still. He ventured into the space. The thing was headless, but its central column had something akin to ribs, which would have supported other parts. He thought of it as a rack, almost, with a play on words as he thought of the familiar torture device, and of rack in its root words in Middle Low German. To stretch, to reach. It yawned open and apart, the individual spires, growths, and complex geometries of the rack like teeth in a wide-open screaming mouth. A man's ribcage opened up and splaying apart when he was being serviced in surgery or being tortured in inventive ways. A crown lying on its side, its tines spearing in the Infante's direction. I would like to name you, but it's not my place, the Infante spoke. My antithesis, the Infante spoke. Much as it had been a long time since he had taken a walk to enjoy the journey, rather than to position himself at his destination, the Infante hadn't spoken for a long time without a proper audience, without modulating his powerful voice and keying it to optimal effect. They made you a tool to prop up the desperate multitudes. I was made and given the duty of constraining and punishing the few at the top who warrant it. You destroy, you lash out blindly, and you salt the earth. I create, I order, and I make the world fertile for future generations. He reached up, touching the encasement. You were temporary. A stroke of lightning. Your desperate action had ramifications that may well be felt for 1,000 years or more. Your plague is stubborn. I will live for a century and exercise a power you never had, and yet I'm only one piece of a greater system, performing a role that history will forget. For an instant, he had the urge to reach up and turn his prodigious strength to tearing down the quarantine encasement, breaking one of those bones so that whatever lay within them could be exposed to the world again. It would be a foolish action, and one that might well kill him, either at the hands of primordial parasites or by the swift reprisal of the crown. It would also be an action that was entirely his own. It would be a legacy, even if it was a grim one. Red flakes of the plague's flower-like growths were collecting all around the Infante, obscuring what lay beneath them. If you thought to hurt us, know that you only made us stronger. You've given us an excuse to shutter the windows, lock the doors, to burn it all down, and step away with intent to return to a clean canvas in the future. In challenging us and trying to claim your own portion of this nation, you've been our greatest ally. He walked around the formation, touching different parts of it, studying the art of a creature that had painted itself. Not a reality uncommon for a nemesis or antithesis, I find, that paths run in parallel, he said. He trailed off. He remained where he was, hands clasped behind him, and he contemplated the writing on the wall, very literally. The creation had been injured enough that it could be made to stay still while it burned. The burning had been followed with chemicals, which formed a solid and clear binding chemical. After the binding chemical, walls had been erected with the creature at the center. All Mauer's work. To do anything less would have been tempting fate. But there was one wall that had been part of the adjoining building, and that wall had a message inscribed on it. He had to push down part of the roof and exterior wall to allow sufficient light into the dark, enclosed space. Once he could reread the message and be sure he'd read it right the first time. It named itself God. The Infante had taken all of this for an indulgence, a step away from the normal routines and responsibilities. His desire to know his enemies had brought him here, so he might find the source of the plague and look it in the eye. Mauer likely hadn't seen the connection between primordial and plague clearly, or hadn't wanted to. Few others knew enough of the full details while also knowing that a primordial could even do something like this. The epitaph scrawled on the wall had taken all satisfaction out of the study of his enemy, and it had taken the pleasure out of the indulgence, leaving only the bitter aftertaste. His conversation partner had kept a secret from him. He turned away from the primordial's corpse, walking in the direction of his professors. Have your stitched seal it in securely, with all measures we have. Repair the walls and seal those as well, he said, without stopping. He walked with purpose once more, ruffled in a manner he couldn't quite put a finger on. The train whistled as it vented pressure. Lug sat on the horizon, stained red. Tineware was at another place on the horizon. Where Lug looked like diced chunks of raw flesh scattered in a pool of blood, the spires of Tineware and the damaged walls of living wood that riddled the city made for an image more like blood-spattered stakes or knives gathered in a cluster. They had paused at a crossroad. At the point where the tracks turned sharply away from Lug and toward Tineware, as if repelled by the sprawling rebel city, Academy had set up a waypoint, and buildings had started to appear in the vicinity, complementing the Academy institutions and forces. The intent had been that scientists working the plague cities could fall back here, a safe distance away. Other cities had fallen to plague, and this stop was little used. I suspect we'll have to take you apart, Lord Infante, his chief professor decided. The Infante turned his head to stare down the man. To be absolutely sure, my lord. I am hyper-aware of my own function, the Infante said. I can turn my mind's eye inward and I'm aware of every component of temperature and nutrition levels. I am intimately aware of every weapon stored within me. I am very much aware that the plague has not found root in me. The exposure level you just endured was unprecedented, Lord Infante. Others have faced the same, the Infante said. If you mean the ones who now lie dead, then I have to protest, my lord. I will take that under advisement, the Infante said. Sensing something was amiss, the professor bowed and retreated, finding his own seat elsewhere on the train. Another professor stepped onto the train and made his way through security. He approached the Infante, bowing, and handed over a stack of letters and papers. Any news? The Infante asked. Nothing of note, my lord, the professor said. The letters were important. Plague and Blackwood had served to squeeze all who lived in the Crown States. Refugees from plague-ridden areas flooded every city that hadn't been caught by plague. Blackwood strangled the smaller towns and the hiding places, and it ensured that the Academy's food supply was the only food supply. Blackwood would soon be employed without quarantine measures or acreages of burned land to suppress it. The rebel factions would be blamed. Plague, as was its penchant, would carry on. He had done this before, in a half-dozen variations. He did it efficiently and he did it ruthlessly. The letters, for the most part, were the responses from professors and aristocrats, from lesser nobles of the lowest tier. What was normally easy in practice was difficult here. The chemical leashes had been given to a large share of the population, and some members of the upper class were strictly leashed in place. The crown had spread the necessary chemicals needed to keep the leashed alive throughout the crown states, but putting that same thing into practice on the other side of the ocean was a far more difficult task. There was very little elbow room in the crown capital. To bring thousands of individuals and maintain the leashes, putting all the necessary labs into motion to produce the right chemicals, it invited negative attention and potential disaster. It posed a dilemma. To rescue all people of note and invite problems from the capital, or to leave them behind. Leaving them behind meant potentially losing good people, or worse, it meant that if and when the crown returned in the future, that there might be survivors angry enough to point the finger and ask why they hadn't been invited to leave. Killing them all was another sort of problem. In this, he was the figurehead. The crown would take the blame if anything went wrong, when leash, chemicals, mass sterilization and the treatment of the vast public were really the province of the academy. Men in black coats bowed and scraped before him, and obsequiously they addressed him with honorifics and careful mind to his tastes. But at the end of the day, when all else was said and done, the academy ruled. A farce really. It was a farce he entertained and played a supporting role in, but a farce nonetheless. Maddening. The Baron Richmond had learned of the farce and had gone properly mad. The Duke of Francis hadn't. It had played a role in the Baron being demoted to a lesser noble, the Duke taking a firm hand in broader procedure and operations on the crown's end of things. Most others fared somewhere between the two ends of the spectrum. He sorted through the mail, scheming each letter. Chemicals in one side of his throat allowed him to track and remember the numbers used with the security measures on mail. With each such letter with a number in the margins, he was able to verify that the sender had used the appropriate codes. If resources would be expended to keep the right individuals on the other side of the ocean, then he had to be careful not to accept too many. The letters contained refusals and carefully worded pleas. Others were entirely oblivious to the true and imminent dangers of plague and wood, their attention rarely extending beyond their labs or homes. He reached a letter from Professor Hale. A clever man, Professor Hale, but one without a great deal of clout. The nation was a sinking ship, and the rats were clamoring for a chance to exit safely. It was an exit only the crown was equipped to provide, a roundabout way of saying that it was an exit only the academy could provide. Professor Hale, for all of his forward thinking, was electing to stay where he was. He wanted to continue to run Radham. With thought of Hale came other thoughts. The Infante continued his search through the mail. A day of travel into Lug and a day of travel out had allowed the mail to accumulate. There was a possible breakthrough, by the woman professor of Hackthorn. He would attend that. And there was a letter with a black resin seal. The message within was printed with a machine, and the Infante, again, had the means of deciphering it built into his neck. The Duke of Francis communicates, but only to the lambs. They conspire. The Infante leaned back in his seat, custom made to his frame and weight. The source was a trusted one, a spy who kept and maintained a pet experiment, a crawler in walls. The thing was blind, with an ear keener than most, and the spy was competent enough to cover the other bases and double-check everything pertinent. The message would have been next to impossible to forge when the forger had no idea of how it was deciphered. There was merit to this accusation. This was sound. There was no need for a proper court or deliberation. The lambs had made themselves dangerous. He would see to that before he saw to Hackthorn. Dog eat dog 18.8. Anger keeps you going, Mauer said. He kept his voice quiet and seductive. Sometimes it's all you've got left to give. The very upper floors of the academy building were burning now. The inhabitants were stubbornly staying put. The fire wasn't really making its way down, but it still took a stern spine to remain in a burning building. A stern spine or a degree of determination. This was a problem. I think, and I said the words carefully. I don't have a problem going. If I'm going to run into problems, it's going to be stopping. I stood at the top of the stairs. At the upper level of the Lady of Hackthorn's torso, this staircase led to the head, which was a higher security storage area for materials. Incidentally the place where I'd been deposited after being brought into the academy. I had a view of the upper floor of the torso, and windows and openings in the architecture also let me see along the length of her arms and where the one dormitory burned. Mauer, Mary, Yvette, and a few nondescript characters kept me company. Below me, rebel forces moved at a run. Hand gestures were commonplace with leaders and subordinate. It was a good thing, because a lot of people were shouting. The fire was a universal concern at this point. One of the Lady of Hackthorn's arms was reaching out to touch the dormitory building. If the fire spread, then that bridge could burn. It made accessing the dormitory difficult to impossible. If the dormitory couldn't be accessed, that would be another kind of problem altogether. We needed that fire put out. We'd sequestered students in the dormitories, among other areas, knowing they might try something. We'd searched them and searched their rooms, anything that might be used in biological or chemical warfare chief in our minds. They'd gone for something more basic. They'd lit a signal fire. There's an obvious solution here, Mauer said. Speaking of my having trouble stopping, I said. Yeah, that's the entire wrong line of thinking. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Put that brain of yours to good use, Mauer said. Consider all the options. Killing an entire dormitory of kids is a sharp, jagged rock I'm supposed to hit way further on in my tumble down this mountainside, I said. I guarantee you that this particular strategy is being driven by a few key actors, Mauer said. Turn things around. Think of how the lambs interact. One lamb suggests the reckless plan. Me, I said. And pushes for it to become reality. You put your meat where your mouth is and take the associated risks yourself. Only natural, I said. Less than you'd think, Mauer said. I've known generals and leaders who choose the dangerous road and make others take the risk, and I've known berserkers and monsters who take that path because it's the only one they've been given, as a rule. For you, and I would say for the students leading the rebellion in that particular dormitory, there's a greater sense of what's in play. The plan takes on a special importance. You and they put themselves into the plan, stake something personal in it. Taking the lead is a way to force the hands of allies. Manipulative, Mary said, looking up from the blades she was sharpening. If you made someone else take the lead, they could abandon the plan or balk. You know you won't. The students who came up with the fire there know they won't. That's one side of the coin, Mauer said. The other side draws on unity of the group. They reluctantly accept the need for the plan, their comrade or comrades take the lead, and now they're forced forward. To hesitate is to let their ally charge in and die without support. Like I said, manipulative, Mary said. Which is all a roundabout way of saying, I said. I left the statement open for Mauer to finish. You'll only need to kill a small handful to wrest control of the situation back from the students there. I laughed at the audacity of it, loud and abrupt. Rebels on the floor that weren't actively in the middle of doing something stopped to look up at me. I'd been sitting in the mostly unlit stairway, taking in the situation. Now I had an audience, and this was more of a stage. Damn it, Mauer, I said. I smiled. Forcing my hand. Entirely you, Sylvester, he said. Mary looked up. Are we doing something now? Suppose, I said. I made my way down the stairs, fully aware that people would expect me to arrive with a plan in mind. Having a deadline, even one that was a matter of seconds from now, it really helped me get my thoughts moving. Yvette stuck with me, but she was like glue at this point and was liable to be until the lambs returned. She was keeping her mouth shut, at least. Mauer remained in the shadows of the staircase, happy to have planted a thought in my head. Sylvester, Davis said. This is a problem. Mail boat arrived and left without incident, I said. I think they wanted to set the fire so the boat would see it while leaving, but it took too long with the rain. I don't think we have any boats due anytime soon. There's no need to panic. I'm pretty close to panicking, SY, Davis admitted, at a volume that was just for me. The mail boat isn't the only boat that comes. We very rarely get a boat in the evening, I said. Sometimes we do, he said. He was pretty close to panicking. There was a point in fear, anxiety, depression, all of the negative emotions, where the person afflicted was almost captivated by the emotion, and argued with any attempt to pull them out of that state. Listen, I said. I put a hand on his shoulder. We have boats. See if you can get anyone who can sail. Pierre will know if any of the people we picked up in Neff City have the know-how. Get boats out there. If we can get the word out there first, then we control the story, change expectations. Tell them we're smoking out a very intractable warbeast we were making into a fairy tale monster. Davis didn't look very happy with that. If the boat's searchlights are turned in the direction of Hackthorn, as if they're keeping an eye out for the monster on the cliffside, it'll sell better than most of the other explanations we give. Quarantine raises questions and doesn't wholly explain the fire. Telling any degree of the truth is the sort of thing that gets reported to aristocrats, nobles, and other academies. Yeah, Davis said. He shoved his hands into his pockets, but the moment he did so, his foot started tapping, as if he couldn't keep still. He was frowning. Want me to take over? I asked. He raised an eyebrow. I sort of expected you to jump at that and say yes. It's been 3 days of maintaining the siege from within, 3 days since Jesse and Helen left. You're giving me every impression you're needing a relief. I am. I've had some people take over, but it's during the quiet periods, and I'm not sleeping a lot. I'm constantly worried something's going to happen when I'm not looking. Like this. Then take my offer. Take a minute where you can put this whole thing in good hands. He started. He's not able to relax if it's you, Mary spoke in my ear. All right, I said, jumping in as she finished talking, so that I wouldn't do the thing where I was pausing too long while listening to others. I barely had time to feel stung by Davis' opinion of me. All right. How about this, instead? Let me take lead. You back me up, since you know people and you can be the level head to balance me out. He still looked reluctant. I glanced at Mary. You're a perfectionist. I get it. It's hard to give up control once you've invested yourself into this. It's not me, it's you, he said, again in a volume that was chosen so only I would hear. Again, that stung a bit, even if I knew it was the case. I was in the middle of dancing around that particular reality, as a matter of fact. You're talking to yourself an awful lot, he said. Your eyes track things that aren't there. I knew it happened sometimes, but it seems like most of the time now. And it doesn't inspire confidence, I said. I'm in charge here because of a whole succession of times when I was forced to take the role, and a whole succession of other times where I volunteered to take it. I've fallen into this role. I know an awful lot of faces there, people I'd be putting at risk. I feel a responsibility. And that's fine. That's good. It's a large part of why I respect you as much as I do, I said. And nothing I want to do is going to contradict that. All right, Davis said. He sighed. The near panic wasn't the only thing he was clinging to, it seemed. He had to work to let go of his stance here. A deeper-seated insecurity was in play here. I could address that later. I need a bit of explosive, a way to make smoke, some shackles, and I need you to get your people ready for me. If and when there's an opening, you'll be able to take advantage and get that fire under control. I'll handle the rest. No risk to your own. Easy enough, he said. I walked over to the stairs that led further down into the body of Hackthorn, while Davis went to go get everything else in order. From where I was at, I could see the bridge and the northern face of the dormitory. Lights were on throughout, and students within were watching proceedings. This wasn't a duel with a great mind-like phrase. It wasn't a contest where one side took the upper hand and felt secure. There was tension on both sides. 100 boys and girls on both sides of things were close to crying, or to pissing or shitting themselves, they were so scared. Scared about what was happening, what the future held. It was a fight with the academy, after all. With the crown, in a roundabout way. You're keeping the army back. Is it because of what I said before, about the ways different leaders handle reckless plans? Mauer was back, it seemed. Maybe this isn't so reckless, I said. In fact, this might be a nice way to stretch my legs, a casual way to keep my skills honed and stay active. Maybe, Mauer said. He used his voice to give the word the perfect sort of emphasis, mocking but not mocking, but also emphasizing it in a way that highlighted how maybe that maybe was. Then he was gone. I wanted to smoke, but I doubted I had time, and the actual cigarette would be dangerous when handling explosives and when trying to be covered. I didn't like sitting still. Smoking kept my hands busy and made me feel like I was more in this world. It made me aware of the smoke in my lungs and the acrid smells, the sensations of touch. The smoke that obscured my vision helped my eyes slide off the things I was seeing. And all the other excuses. There you are, Davis said. Here I am. How much explosive do you need? He asked. He held a small wooden box so the edge of the box rested on his beltline. Not a ton. Let me eyeball it, I said. I peered over the edge of the box, and I claimed several sticks of dynamite. I stuck them down the front of my pants, so they stuck up and out, then pulled my shirt down over it. He handed me a canister. I hooked it to my belt. He provided the shackles. I'll whistle, I said. Keep an ear out. I will, Davis said. And if you want to make a commotion over at the other arm, move a lot of lanterns and lights over that way, even turn on lights in that direction, that might help, I said. I pulled off my shoes and socks, and popped the window open. Going by the company, Helen, Mary, and Yvette were joining me on this excursion. The wind was utterly merciless, and I was still indoors. The rain wasn't great either, but I at least had the benefit of the armpit and other structures above. They'd avoided any outgrowth, garden, or other things that might have given the illusion of armpit hair for the lady of Hackthorn, but there were eaves and shelves that jutted out. The water wasn't so bad. Not here. It would be worse in other places. I climbed outside, finding handholds and footholds as I went. It took almost a full minute for me to make the transition from windowsill to being fully outside and situated on the wall outside the window. Are you going to be all right? Davis asked. I would have spoken, but my body was pressed tight against the wall, and I really did believe that speaking might involve motion and an expansion of my chest that would cost me my perch. I gave him a smile instead. It was slow going, and the clouds were heavy. I could taste the smoke in the air from the fire blazing at the top of the nearby dormitory, and the water that ran down over me was cold. As I made my way further under the armpit, I found one of the places where the water ran in a near-continuous stream down the wall. A miniature waterfall. The downward pressure of the water was one thing, threatening to wash me off and down. But today was not the first or 10th time it had rained. It had rained hundreds of times since Hackthorn had been erected, the water had found its way down this same path in varying intensities, and cracks that might have served as normal handholds had been eroded down to smooth it out indents. Keep your hips against the wall, Helen said. It's easy to overthink hands and feet and forget about the hips. In the gloom, barely visible, perched on another part of the wall, she swished her hips back and forth, water streaming off of her wet skirt. Had she been anyone but Helen, it might have been tantalizing. I drew my knife, and I stabbed it into one of the handholds that had been washed out. I repeated the process, stabbing through the waterfall, and even with one arm in the downpour, the force of the water was enough that it almost tore me down in a way. After a few more stabs, I reached over, and dug my fingers into the gap I'd hacked into the dense, smooth wood-like material that formed so much of the Lady of Hackthorn. The water was washing away the loose splinters, but there were less loose splinters. I decided that splinters were fine because they were grip, and I pushed the pain out of my mind. I hung from that notch I'd hacked out, stomach pressed against the wall, and swung around so I was most of the way through the waterfall, my back against the wall. I made sure to follow Helen's advice and keep my hips against the wall throughout. Back against the wall, hanging by one hand, water pounding down on me, a good 600 feet of empty air beneath me, I swayed for a minute, waiting for the wind to stop pulling at my feet and changing the direction of the water. Once things seemed mostly settled, I very carefully transitioned the knife from my mouth to my free hand, and stabbed out blindly, aiming for the same general area. It took a minute before I managed to land enough strikes in the same general area that I felt like I could get any fingertips into the notch. It was a relief to get out from under the water. I climbed up into the armpit, happy to find handholds now and again. Any passage over the bridge would be noticed. Under the bridge, I was entirely out of the light from the fire above. The wood had cracks, knots, and seams. They were growing pains. On other parts of the academy, they'd been places for scattered seeds to take root, and make the Lady of Hackthorn a little more green. They served as places for ivy to find a hold. Sometimes small birds nested in the spaces. Now I moved along the underside of the bridge arm, and the handholds I'd made use of earlier were still here, but the process of using them was different. I needed to exert more strength, periodically needed to wedge fingers in. Mary and Helen climbed with me, and in an abstract way, they were likely serving as a way for my brain to remind me how to climb, a way for me to track the handholds and footholds. Where my head and hands went, I needed to note places for my toes to wedge in later, places for my feet and toes to press or hook, and so my weight wasn't hanging entirely by my hands and arms. Mary climbed ahead of me, and from my vantage point, I could see more of her legs than I normally might. Her clothes were wet and clung to her. All practiced strength, grace, and concise movement, she was perfect Mary in that moment, and it was an utterly fantastic image that hit me in a rush. I had a thought, imagining a situation where too much appreciation of Mary's form might push my hips a prince's span away from the surface I was clinging to. The thought of me falling into the wind and darkness with a full-fledged appreciation for Mary at the ready made me laugh out loud. The moment gave me strength. I moved with more confidence. What could have been 2 or 10 minutes later, in a time span punctuated only by a hammering heart that wouldn't slow down in a course of adrenaline, my feet slipped. I dangled from my fingertips, my arms trembling with strain. My midsection protested with what I was asking for it as I arched my body, bringing my feet back up to the surface above. I was going to feel that tomorrow. I continued my climb. As the angle of the arm changed, I had a slightly less horizontal surface, one that was still dark and fairly dry. I reached the dormitory. A vertical surface. The next best thing to a horizontal surface that was actually under my feet instead of over my head. What now? Helen asked. Now, you might want to look away, I said. I shifted my hold on the wall, and I undid my fly. "Sy." Mary admonished me. Well, if you're going to protest, you can look if you want, I said. It's cold though, so there's less to look at than usual. What are you even doing? She asked, turning her head away. Being very, very relieved, I said. Felt like I was going to piss myself a few times back there. Might as well celebrate my victory over that particular feeling, yet. Why? Mary asked. Well, for one thing, I just haven't had a chance to go in the past while, and now that the adrenaline isn't suppressing normal urges to relieve myself, I really had to go, I said. I cleared my throat. For another thing, keeping in mind I'm halfway done. Gross, she said. Or 3/4 done. Here we go. 1 second. I don't need the moment-by-moment updates, Sy, Mary said. I zipped up. Yab. That's probably the most exhilarating leak I've ever taken. Highly recommended. She made a sound I couldn't make out. I glanced at Helen, who hadn't looked away or complained, who simply gave me a smile and one shoulder shrug. I don't understand how your mind works sometimes, Sy. Yeah, I said. Well, few people can. It's an advantage, I said. Getting back on track, Mary prompted me. Why are we even here? Well, for this, I wanted to thank Mauer for getting me to think about how the opposition here thinks. They're insecure leaders. He compared you to these leaders, for the record, Mary said. Shush, I said. Come on now. Don't be peevy with me now. They're insecure leaders. They're worried that if they don't control the situation, take charge, and take the lead, then their people might lose momentum or surrender. Right, Mary said. So, natural conclusion of that. They're managing the fire. I can hear the chopping of wood, Helen said. I could, too. It was distant, but the dock noise could be heard past the bluster of wind, patter of rain and the hiss of water pouring down the side of the dormitory. Taking furniture apart, I said. Or they'll start taking parts of the dormitory building apart. Most likely, the wood of the floors and walls are fire-resistant, not fireproof. But that's not something that they need to control. Their focus is on us. They're terrified of what unfolds if we attack, or if we deploy something. They saw us use the gas in other parts of the academy before we shuffled them over to the dormitory buildings. So if they're the type that has to lead from the front. I climbed. I'd chosen the under-the-bridge route to keep out of sight, because they would have 100 eyes watching the bridge to look out for potential attack, because it was sensible and because they were scared and emotion dictated the same. Now my approach brought me up around the side of the bridge. Unless they were outside or actively leaning out the window, which they wouldn't be in this gloom, they wouldn't see me standing right at the door. I pressed my hand against the wall, visualizing. If they were the type to lead from the front, putting themselves between ally and enemy, so their allies wouldn't flee or surrender, then they would be by the door. Standing guard not just against potential incursion, but against potential excursion. I set a stick of dynamite into the wall above the door. Then I took a moment to judge the construction, and decided against using the second stick. Mauer's urgings to kill were in the back of my mind, and I was happier with playing it safer. I hung my jacket over the stick to keep it mostly dry, and lit the wick, which was now sheltered from the downpour. Swiftly, I ducked down under the side of the bridge. I clung to the exterior wall, with the idea of putting the thick and sturdy bridge and the fingers of the Lady of Hackthorn between myself and the imminent blast. I was glad that the nature of the growth of the arm and bridge and its interconnection with the dormitory building gave me sturdy handholds. The blast was more intense than I'd anticipated. It wasn't intense enough to send me flying, but it did knock me for a loop, my thoughts and senses rattled. I gathered myself together as quickly as I could, and rose, climbing. The blast had affected the ones sitting in chairs a short distance from the door, damaging thick exterior walls with the shockwave knocking them out of their seats and sending them sprawling. They'd been hit worse than any of the others, and now some of those others had already rushed to the defense and aid of the two stunned individuals. They didn't even see me. They'd taken it for a cannon shot or mortar rather than anything else, as far as I could tell, and the idea that an enemy might be right outside the door, on a cracked bridge, it didn't even occur to them. I threw the smoke canister, throwing myself into the room a moment later. I disabled, rather than hurt or maim. It was a fight in smoke and gloom, only a few moments after an unexpected explosion. Nobody was about to open fire on what might include friendlies, and I suspected that even the students that were hurrying into the dormitory lobby to see what was going on were still unaware that there was even a person present. I pushed away the helpful bystanders, grabbed the ones who had been sitting by the door, and hauled the first and most active of them back. He didn't have a sense of balance, and getting him to move where I wanted required only a few timely pushes and shoves. He tumbled to the ground, and I used the shackles Davis had given me to connect him to the railing that ran along the bridge. There's someone there. They're attacking. A girl called out. There weren't any alerts. There's 100% someone there. They got Eric and Neil. Feet tromped on floorboards. I screamed, and I made it the scream of someone who was being hurt. A gargly tortured person scream, or the scream of a person who'd just been stabbed. Neil, the girl who'd spoken before shouted. Guess I knew who she was sweet on. Poor Eric. The scream had given hesitation to people who had been relying on this pair for their forward momentum. I grabbed the second of the pair and hauled them back. They weren't as responsive and they weren't trying to climb to their feet, so I couldn't direct their movement. I had to drag, and I wasn't strong enough to drag someone. I got him a few feet, and then I noticed the smoke was clearing up. Where's Tommy boy? Tommy's upstairs. That was another problem. Small in the grand scheme of things. I tugged again on the heavy lad, dragging him closer to the door, then finally got him close enough to his buddy's ankle. I wasted no time in immediately heading to the wall. Every part of my fingers and feet protested, my stomach clenched into a knot as I made yet another climb. Tommy boy or Tommy was the very first person they thought of when their leadership disappeared. They were a trio, very likely. They might have thought along the same lines we were thinking, in choosing to take shifts, to conserve strength, and play the longer game. Tommy had rested so he'd be more alert later. He'd have heard the explosion. What had I seen inside? I tried to think of the lobby and its layout, and to correlate that to what I knew was outside. Damn my short memory. I made my way to the first window. It was shuttered, and the latch for the shutters were inside, but that was easy enough to fix. A swipe of my knife through the gap lifted the latch. I had a chance to peek through. I saw Tommy run by, flanked by a small crowd of students. The lobby was an open room with stairs running along one side, leading further up into the building. Tommy made his way down to the lobby, and stood well back from the door as he stared at the scene: a destroyed door and slightly damaged frame and exterior wall, the other two shackled to the bridge outside. It wasn't no man's land, but it wasn't safe either. To help them they needed to step outside, expose themselves to gunfire or other dangers. There was a girl in an academy uniform talking to Tommy, telling him about me, no doubt. That something had been there in the wake of the explosion, pushing her away. Their focus was on the outside. I simply needed to be where they didn't think I would be. I drew my gun, mindful of what Mauer had said and taunted me of, shifted my position, and then broke the window with the gun handle. Before they could react, I had my gun trained on Tommy, pointing at him through the window. Slowly, he raised his hands in surrender. You're going to put out the fire. Whatever you can't put out, you let die. I could feel the tension, see the people exchange looks. So very many eyes were looking to Tommy for guidance. It said a lot that his hands were already up. Yeah, he said, his voice carrying to me. Taking out these individuals was the linchpin here. Tommy raised his hands in surrender, and without the forward impetus of their leadership, everything in flux, the rest lost heart. I signaled for Davis, with my best sharp whistle. We had ears that would catch it. Some of the ships are staying out there, Pierre said. I thought about being more stern about coming back, but I don't do well with confrontation. It feels unpleasant. I don't like being the one that's staying put while others are moving. It's fine, I said. Not the part about you being uncomfortable, but if that's what they want to do, it's good. It's a lot of resources we have to put in, to ensuring they have food, that they're not overtired out there, he said. It feels very spread thin. It's really fine, I said. It's about control, isn't it? You usually use that word as if it's an epithet, he pointed out. Well, look who's paying attention. But it's really fine. They want to play their part, have a role in this. They're keeping an eye turned outward, for external threat. If it reassures them, let them. Pierre nodded. We sat at the dining area above Lab 1, below the top floor where I'd had a view of the fire and Davis' efforts to organize his rebel soldiers. This was the heart, a fantastic place to see just about all of the movement here and there through the center of the academy. Paul, formerly Pole Parrot, was sitting with other kids, eating. He'd had too many surgeries in the last few days, and he looked drawn out, not enough body fat, but he was smiling, laughing. He ate with one hand. Even with good students and doctors turned to the task, we'd only salvaged one arm. The other was a stump, and we would fix that soon. He sat with Mauer, which was my own affectation, a younger parallel. He ate with soldiers, which was his own affectation, a good indicator of his mindset, that the anger was still there, and the possible direction he might take from here. There were others gathered. Many of Fair's experiments had been glad to get their modifications removed and undone. Some of the more extensive ones had been harder to fix, put off until later, or until we had the resources. We didn't have a spare human face for Red Riding Hood. No arm for Paul. Do you think I should go under the knife? Pierre asked. Not my decision to make, I said. Might be that I'm thinking about it, he said. Yeah, I said. It had been so long that I'd known him, that I hadn't asked. I'd felt like I couldn't. That it would be crossing a boundary. If you told me to, I probably would, and I'd probably be happier for it, he said. Maybe I like you the way you are. Maybe you like you the way you are. That's true, he said. I saw some students come down the stairs. It wasn't an outright defection, but some of the students from the dormitory had changed their minds about things. They were working for us in a limited capacity, with a strong guard. Fearing for their security more than they likely ever had in their lives, they'd taken the security we offered over the security they had as prisoners. An academy can't run like this, you know, Lillian said, from further down the table. She'd seen me looking. With only a few hundred, when it needs more. Even this small defection, it's not enough. I agreed, but I didn't want to go and talk to Lillian when I was sitting and eating with Pierre. That would look curious, give others more reason to worry. There was so much more to do. Power and control. The students we'd heard it elsewhere were elsewhere as a group. They were banding together, becoming factions unto themselves. The fire at the top of the one dormitory was one thing. There was another dormitory that was actively trying to fight back. We had access to the academy's guns and arsenal, we had barricades and the war beasts, chemicals for gas and more. They had sheer numbers, and weapons of a medieval sort, improvised and fashioned using resources they'd had in the dorm. Curtain rod spears, pokers, knives and clubs made from bedposts. The others had wanted to gas them, but I was hoping that we could get them to expend their strength and stamina. We needed to turn some of them. Everything was about appearances here. On the topic of appearances, I watched Mabel hurry down the stairs, taking them two at a time, one hand on the railing so she wouldn't take a spill. She gave me a glance and a smile. She's going to avoid me, I said. Did things sour? Pierre asked. No, not sour, exactly, I said. Mabel saw me and gave me a little salute. I gestured. Come. Sit. Brain work. Mabel signaled. Hands. Research she couldn't leave alone? She didn't glance back at me before hurrying on her way. Maybe I shouldn't push it. Just bothers me sometimes, I said. People avoiding me. I've experienced that too, Pierre said. Sometimes it's the way things are. I nodded. Someone settled onto the bench next to me. Bo Peep. 12 or so, dressed in borrowed clothes that were too large for her. Reaching up and over, she took hold of my arm, hugging it. Hey critter, I said. Her head rested against my shoulder. I shifted my position, and I hugged her closer. Still haven't gone under the knife, hey? She shook her head. "'S all right," I said. "Another time maybe." She shook her head again. "No. No," she said. Her voice had a bit of a croak to it. Newly fixed vocal cords. "No more surgeries." I looked over at Pierre. His expression was unreadable, but his ears had an angle that made me think of worry. Well, she wasn't the only one who had expressed the sentiment. "Well, would it bother you if I said that at least you have the best head of hair in the world, so if you're going to keep it, it's a pretty neat thing to keep." She shook her head, then said, "But it's a head of wool." "I stand corrected," I said. She nodded in response, her head rubbing against my shoulder. I wasn't sure it counted for a lot, that she said she wasn't bothered. I could have told her pretty much anything, and she would have bought it. I'd rescued them, and that counted for an awful lot. I wasn't sure that was a good thing, that I had their absolute trust. "Did you just need a hug?" I asked her. "Always an option." She shook her head, then seemed to remember that she had a voice, and that she wasn't largely limited to head movements and gestures. She stated a simple, "No. No. Not always an option. Or you didn't need a hug." I wanted to say, she said, and then she hesitated. She pulled back a bit and looked up at me anxious. "Can you stop talking?" "Stop talking?" I asked. My head went through all of the paradigms, trying to figure out the angle I was supposed to interpret that. Did she want the hug, without words attached? She was 5 or so years my junior and that wasn't really a thing. It was. "Stop talking to them," she interrupted my thoughts. "People who aren't there." I opened my mouth to respond, then stopped. It hadn't been an angle I'd considered. No Lillian at the table. That much I'd known. But no Pierre either. It makes me uneasy. It makes others uneasy too, and I don't like them being uneasy with you. "It's okay, Peep," I said, jumping in before she could say any more. "I get it. I get it. I'm sorry." She nodded, and then she hugged me tighter. I gave her mop of wool a tentative, reassuring pat, and she nodded again, as if this was good. Setting one elbow on the table, fingers pressed against my mouth, I used my other hand to stroke her hair while she sat next to me, clinging to me. Sitting next to Paul, Mauer looked my way. I thought of the conversation, about moving forward and about stopping. I don't think I can stop, I thought. Let's at least hope the others are moving forward. Lam I, Arc 18. Mary stood atop the wall. There were people on the other side, keeping their distance from the Academy's vat beasts, which paced back and forth, shoulders brushing against the walls. The beasts, by contrast, had been replaced recently. They appeared similar to naked mole rats, but they had teeth, claws, and bone hooks at their joints that would have done any predator proud. They were somewhat lopsided, and they had muscle to spare beneath their pink flesh. They had sunburns, even though the rain from Radham reached the town. Not technically war beasts, they were mass-produced in vats, expendable, entirely instinct rather than training. They patrolled where there were scent markers, attacking anything that came too near, and they left a scent marker. Once the first batch had been walked along the patrol route, they were collectively good to guard that route. The haggard and dirty people didn't look particularly scared of the beasts, which meant they had been there for some time. They'd had time to get used to the things and learn how they behaved. They'd also had time, Mary suspected, to get desperate. Enough so that they'd started flirting with the idea of fighting the beasts. There were many who were gathering poles for more tent construction, each pole sharpened on each end so they could be planted in the ground. That's the lie, anyway, Mary thought. That lie was what kept the peace for the moment. Refugee and Academy both pretended the sticks weren't spears being stockpiled for future incident. Both sides hoped for a resolution that didn't have one. The patrol of the vat beasts had turned grass at the base of the wooden wall to a thick soup of mud. 100 feet of grass separated the band of mud and the beasts from the refugees. Trees had been chopped down and pieced together into haphazard shelters, and some material had been used to erect tents, but the omnipresent rain and the sheer number of refugees posed their own problems. Tens of thousands of people were out there, Mary guessed. Tens of thousands of people had to walk, they had to eat, and they had to go to the bathroom. The ground level of the refugee camp was quickly becoming a sty, any ground not covered already by some form of shelter quickly becoming a stew of mud, shit, and piss. On the other side of the wall, Lillian was hanging back while a group of doctors talked with the town's city council and prominent citizens. The ground there was a wicker basket weave of grown wood filling the plaza. There wasn't much mud at all, and the rain had washed away most of the dirt that had been tracked in when others had entered or exited through the gate. Vats sat by the wall, as did the wagons that had brought them there, and the stockpiles of food and chemicals to sustain them. More vat beasts were within, and yet more creatures sat near those. A circus show of monsters and beasts lurking near where the food was handed out and where the overhang of the wall's edge helped keep the rain off them. They included all types, from the aquatic to the reptilian to mammals. Most were hairless and mostly unclothed, and most were bipedal, drawing inspiration from their creators. Mary's thoughts touched briefly on what Sylvester and Jessie had said about the block. Her thoughts touched briefly on the vague image of this noble that supposedly shared blood and history with her, and the glass coffin the noble had laid within. How many of those monsters had been human once? How many others had been pieced together from components that were obtained from human donors? Any one of them could have benefited from root cells, muscle transplants, or sections of brains, if not whole brains then molded with drug regimens. Lillian was watching the beasts while the conversation played out next to her. Mary wished Lillian wasn't being so quiet. She could see what Lillian was doing, but it wasn't actively serving their purpose here. Glancing up, Lillian met Mary's eyes. Her hand moved in a gesture. Eyes. Then before she could communicate anything more, someone in the group said something to Lillian, taking up her full attention. It didn't seem urgent, whatever it was Lillian had been conveying. Looking back in the direction of the refugee camp, she saw that one of the bystanders closest to her had his pants down. He was actively jerking his hand back and forth, furiously enough that she thought he might hurt himself. He pulled his hands away in a very dramatic way, raising them with middle fingers raised at her, and shouted. The distance made his words inarticulate, but she could guess what he'd said. He'd illustrated, in a way, with the forward thrust of his hips coinciding with each word. He screamed over and over like a small child having a tantrum, rage and desperation boiling over. When she didn't react or move, he added variation. She could almost read his lips, and pair that read with the distant cry. Screw you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you all, screw yourselves. Trying to get to her, to bother her, hurt her like he was hurting, even if it was through a kind of self-abuse and humiliation. She could be clinically empathetic, but she couldn't quite bring that empathy home and feel it. Things were the way they were. She couldn't do anything for him. She would support Lillian, trusting that Lillian would make things better. She fixed the hood of her raincoat, turned away, and walked down the stairs that led from the wall top to the plaza below. As she made her way down, she could see the full assortment of the Academy's monsters. Most existed for utility purposes, it looked like. A solution for every problem. The council was already starting to depart when Mary reached them. The general was saying we have a few days to figure things out, the mayor said, his voice lowered a bit, so the rest of the city council wouldn't hear as they walked away. He thinks the vagrants outside the wall are going to stir themselves up and try another attack, so we don't have much longer than that. We'll see what we can do, the lead doctor said. If they have a way into the city, we need to know about it, the mayor said, insistent. There's rumors that some out there are sick. Not the Red Plague, but any sickness is bad when we're already pressed in. Rest assured, we have the situation in hand, the lead doctor said. The mayor didn't look convinced. Let us know if you need anything. With those parting words, the man struck the wood-woven street with his cane and limped away. It was telling that the group of Academy doctors were silent as the town's council left the area. They didn't want to be heard. Lillian glanced at Mary. Mary moved her hand. I see no. Lillian signaled. We agree. They'd both figured out the answer. Speak, Mary urged. Wait, was the response. Mary pursed her lips. The Infante should be by before nightfall, the lead doctor said, checking his watch. No more than 2 hours. There are rumors that other populations have been crossing the burned acreages to reach Blackwoods and collect the wood for use against the crown. He thinks, if there's a trend, that it might occur here, close to Redham. Don't make me look bad. Mary and Lillian exchanged glances. We'll check the vat beasts for drugs, the lead doctor decided. If the vagrants are getting in, they have to be getting by the vat beasts somehow. I can only imagine a rebel group with access to medicine using darts or drugging food for the beasts and slipping by. Yes sir, was the muttered reply. Mary didn't feel compelled to respond. Station some scratchers on the wall. Turn their ears toward the vagrant mob. See if they can't hear and scratch out anything suspicious. We'll need to set up something to keep the rain off of them and their papers, another doctor said. Mary looked at the scratchers, which were sitting in the rain. Their heads and ears seemed to make up half of their bodies, the rest of them spindly. They resembled hairless cats minus the tails, or hairless bats without wings. They looked less fond of the rain than anything present, human faces on bestial bodies with long fingers, sulking as they sat slouching in puddles. Do it. Recruit help if you have to get the materials or building done. Requisition the writing supplies if we don't have enough. Volume of material is better than anything else, and if the mayor says we can ask if we need anything, we might as well see if he's telling the truth. I'll handle that, one doctor supplied. The lead doctor nodded, folding his arms. He drew in a breath, and in the process he managed to puff himself up a bit. Finally, he relented and asked, any other ideas? Speak, Mary gestured, again. Wait, Lillian gestured, before asking, can any of the experiments at the wall talk? Some, I'm sure, if only barely, the lead doctor said. Why? If we haven't asked if they've seen anything, I don't think it'll hurt. The lead doctor looked fairly unimpressed, but that wasn't anything new. You're here to lend your particular expertise, as Professor Hale touts it. I was hoping you'd impress me with something more concrete, miss. We know what the answer is, Mary thought, before gesturing again. Speak. I'm confident in my abilities, doctor, Lillian said. She'd emphasized doctor a touch, as if to make a note that she was using his title while he insisted on calling her miss. He didn't respond to that. Instead, he looked at Mary. You have a guest, girl. Mary was surprised at that. Do I? Your parent. They're at the north gate. I was called away from other duties to receive the message and carry it to you. They're waiting for you now. I see, Mary said. She saw the expression on the doctor's face, put on her act as a young lady of Mothmont, and curtsied. I'm sorry for the trouble. I already think very little of you two being here. It's dangerous, the vagrants could reach their tipping points and attack any day now, and you girls seem more interested in sightseeing, playing about, and apparently visiting with family. Again, I'm sorry for the trouble, Mary said. She curtsied, and this time she kept her head down. After a moment, the doctor sniffed. Get going. Mary turned to Lillian. If I may. I'll look into some things and meet up with you later, Lillian said, as her hand moved. Think. Water. Sleep. Agree, Mary gestured. Lillian would work on this some more, wash, and then nap. They'd traveled overnight to get here. It was overdue. It still frustrated Mary, that Lillian was keeping quiet on something essential. They'd come here to accomplish a mission, and it was an easy mission. The refugees were being collectively driven out of town and city by the spread of Blackwood and plague. This was one of many locations where the refugees had traveled in hopes of finding a new home, only to find a barrier. Some refugees were slipping past, despite a population of vat-grown beasts that were supposed to be on watch, with senses that allowed them to feel the vibrations in the earth from tunneling. Hale had volunteered them, and they'd been happy to accept, really. They had skills in investigation and infiltration. Investigating infiltrators was second nature. They had their mission. The broader, larger mission was to build up Lillian's reputation. Getting her grey coat would require sponsorship and funding. Each academy had only so many labs, and an overabundance of specialists. Lillian was positioned to get lab space, and even to use her ties to Hale to have her own exclusive lab, but after some discussions over tea with Hale, they'd decided that taking advantage of that connection in the now would potentially leave them short of political capital later. Lillian needed to prove her worth in a way that gave her a history she could clearly point to. References, completed missions, and being a cog in the war machine that had won. Both of them knew that the refugees were tunneling after all. Lillian had seen something within the city that had helped her realize it. Mary had seen from the wall how the refugees were setting up the spears, yes, but also that they were camouflaging the hole they were digging, while simultaneously guiding the flow of rainwater to better flood areas. The tunnels would be waterlogged as a consequence, but the actual movement of earth and footfalls underground would be muffled. Lillian knew and was staying quiet, when they could have challenged the annoying doctor's perception, proven their worth, and finished the mission in record time. If they could do that enough times, Lillian could make her name as a problem solver. Mary was annoyed, frustrated, and a small part of that had to do with the condescension. It was a bad tone as she found her father by the north gate. She found him at the gatehouse, talking to a military officer. On seeing her, he broke away from the conversation, raising and opening an umbrella in the same motion. He was a man who dressed well. He liked the tailored suit jacket, the tie, and the triangle of a kerchief in the pocket of his suit, color matching that of the tie, though it was plain while the tie was patterned. He wore round glasses with gold frames and kept his hair oiled and parted. The look was old-fashioned at the same time as the glasses, tie, and kerchief were bold decoration. "Father," she said. "It's a surprise to see you here." He reached her, and with the umbrella in one hand, he embraced her briefly with the other arm. She allowed it, maneuvering so he wouldn't feel the press of blades or weapons. When the hug broke, he remained close enough that they could share his umbrella. Mary lowered her hood. "We made plans," he said. "I know. I was called away." "As you often are," he said. She didn't have a response for that. It wasn't that she was speechless or troubled. It was that he was right and she didn't really see the issue with that reality. He sighed. "We only ask for your company 3 or 4 times a year or so. In recent years it's been only twice a year. Last year it was once." Mary thought again of the noble girl who shared her blood. This man's real daughter. She had only maintained limited contact with her supposed parents, for appearances, at Hale's request. They had maintained a concern that embedded programming would make her turn on them and on herself in a violent way, and it had taken some time to ensure that wasn't the case, with the help of pictures and incidental exposure while she remained restrained. It had been necessary to be sure, even after learning the truth about her trigger phrase and Percy's intentions. But she hadn't gone to any lengths to do more than the bare minimum in seeing them. It was an inconvenience. Their depth of feeling for her made her lack of feeling for them an uncomfortable lack. "The messenger brought your note, and I hurried to see if I couldn't see you at the train station before you left." "We didn't take the train," Mary said. "I know. I found that out. I went asking, and I heard you were here." "I heard, worrying things." "Things?" Mary asked. He liked to be clean-shaven, without any facial hair, and even with the overcast weather and the shade the umbrella provided, she could see a muscle stand out as the corner of his jaw as he glanced away. "If you asked girls at the dormitory, you should know they're catty, they like their webs of rumor and deceit, to cut down the other girls. Whatever it is they said." "I asked at the orphanage," he said. "Where you stayed so you could be closer to the school. Are the webs of deceit cast by girls of the academy that insidious, that someone at the orphanage a 10-minute walk from the academy's doors would say the same things?" "You were apparently busy." "I was," he said, and that was very nearly a sentence on its own, but he continued, "wanting to know my daughter." Mary glanced away. She wondered what the noble lady had properly looked like. She wondered if there was something she could say that would make this man stop trying to cling to her. As she looked up at him, he held himself stiff, chin firm. Her own chin was raised, held steady, so she could meet his eyes without wavering. "I sent you to Mothmont because I believed it would provide you with opportunity," he said. "Because I work every day with wealthy and powerful men and I can see that there's a divide, a chasm between me and them. I am good at managing money, but I could do my best work every single day of my life and I wouldn't ever be their peer. I wanted Mothmont and the connections it gave you to at least give you the possibility of being great. I know. Things happened, unfortunate ones. But in the midst of them you found a direction. I trusted you to walk that path you chose." Trusted. Past tense. "I never fully understood what you were doing, and any questions were met by your insistence it was classified. I've wrung my hands over it, talked with your mother. We decided each time to trust you. Have I betrayed that trust?" "Have you?" he asked, not turning it around, but making it a genuine question. "I think I would need to know the accusations before I can answer that question." "You and Lillian. Spending too much time in each other's company." "Mild, as accusations go," Mary said. His expression changed, hardening a bit, looking more wounded, making it more clear what he was meaning to say. "No, father. She has a boy she likes." "Gordon, you met Gordon." "He died some time ago, Mare," her father said, his voice softening. "And I could almost understand, almost, if it was your heart being tender after a loss, but..." Mary held firm, remaining silent. "It's been some time, and I haven't known you to be tender for quite some time." "It's something I'm not terribly good at," Mary said. "I wondered about you, but I trusted you," he said. "I want you to know that. But I've heard things and stewed over them for the entire trip here. I don't know you and I'm unsure about the path you're walking. Girls and boys from multiple places remarked on you. Saying that you share her bed. That you're her servant, following her around like a dog. There was speculation you take combat drugs, that you've been experimented on. That's only venom from a nest of vipers, father." "Convince me," he said. His knuckles were white as he gripped the umbrella. The umbrella's waver betrayed his. "Please. It's all because I'm not the girl you're looking for. Percy was my father more than anyone." "I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say," she said. "I can protest all day, but you'll wonder all the same. I don't know where you're going, I don't know where you are. I don't know how you got this way," he said. He sounded oddly less plaintive, even as he pleaded. "I don't know you." She reached up, fixing her hair. It was damp from some of the spatter of rain, and she pushed it up and away from her forehead. "It's classified," she said. So I'm expecting you to be discreet." He shut his mouth. "There was the incident in Mothmont. I was homesick. I fell in with a bad group." That muscle at the corner of his jaw worked again. Should I continue? Mary asked. If I carry on, I'll upset you. If you don't, I'll be more upset. Are you sure? She thought. She spoke, I partook in the mass poisoning. She studied his reaction. She watched the thought process, as he tried to put it all together while still not having enough information. They're the reason I'm not tender. Them, but especially the man who led them. She thought about elaborating. Calling that man a father figure. The twist of the knife that would ensure she was never inconvenienced by this man again. Lillian wouldn't have wanted her to. My stay at the academy was to watch over me, ensure I wasn't a danger. It's why they didn't let you visit. Lillian is one of the few who know where I came from. But the rest of it? The classified jobs. I was asked to accompany them because they were keeping an eye on the Reverend Mauer. Who you introduced me to. Who was revealed as a secret rebel. Again, that muscle at the jaw. I knew enough that the academy didn't to be useful. I've learned skills. The only things they've done to me are to ensure I'm alright, even if I'm not tender and haven't been for a long time. So that's what happened. That's where you were, all this time. Yes. He looked, to a degree, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. As to where I'm going, what lies at the end of this path? For an instant, she floundered. Giving an answer that tied her too closely to Lillian was problematic. I want to teach, she said. Teach. He sounded surprised at that. When she answered, she spoke the words and knew they were true at the same time. I want to train a proper army, and I have for a long time. The path I'm walking, I think I can get there. I'm enough of a perfectionist that I wouldn't be satisfied with anything less. So you are my daughter after all. The perfectionist. She felt uncomfortable at the idea, but she kept her mouth shut. I have more questions, he said. About what happened at Mothmont. Just what you've been up to. They may have to wait. If I can even answer them at all. He nodded. But for now? I really do have a job to do. And speed is of the essence. I'm going to go. If I stayed in town, could I see you again? If you're in town when the Infante arrives, you may find that the roads are closed and security redoubled, Mary said. You should go soon. I'll see you later this year. He somehow didn't seem very hurt by the bluntness. It could have been that he valued being taken into confidence. It could have been that he had largely come to terms with the distance between them. Clinically, she could tell that his eyes were sad, his smile genuine at the same time. I don't need to worry about you and Lillian. She'll run the academy, and I'll handle the military arm, Mary said. She has that boy she likes, and I just need time. Time being the integral component. This dream might have been feasible, if only barely, but time was the thing she needed most, with more time giving her more room to accomplish it. She would expire, sooner or later. It's not what I envisioned, when I held you in my arms, he said. Again, Mary didn't have a response for that. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Thank you, she said, her voice soft. They did need help. They needed contacts and resources. Maybe all of the discomfort and distraction involved with maintaining this family would prove useful. Maybe. Hood up, he said. Don't get too wet. Unless you want my umbrella. She shook her head, reaching up to lift her hood back into place. They parted ways. You deserve a better daughter, Mary thought. Not a ghost. Not an offshoot. The line of thought about the teaching and training soldiers stuck with her. It kept her company alongside less comfortable, easy thoughts that lingered from the conversation. She had been happy to exist, to keep people she valued close. She honed her skills and proved her worth, and she was content in that. At the same time, she had avoided thinking of the future, until pressed to paint one for her father. It all would have been easier if she had ignored the man. She might have, if the image of her counterpart didn't nag at her, if her original self was dead 5 years ago, reduced to nothing and boiled away in a vat, instead of mere months ago, keeping company with nobles. She valued how she was evaluated, liked being the best Mary she could be. Seemingly effortlessly, someone else had surpassed her in that. Yet talking to her father was supposed to fix that? She didn't like the way that idea rested in her head. Lillian was supposed to be back at their temporary accommodations, stealing a nap before the Infante came. There were things to be discussed and considered before then. Mary would get the answer as to why Lillian wanted to wait instead of seizing the most political capital possible. She felt restless. The building was quiet, its other occupants out for the day, or at least entertaining themselves with books rather than music boxes and conversation. Many refugees of higher standing had been allowed into the town, and many places were crowded, but this building had avoided the worst of it. She unlocked the door and let herself in, looked at Lillian sleeping on the bed with a towel around her head. Mary used every trick at her disposal to minimize noise. The bathwater was still lukewarm, so she made use of it. She wanted sleep more than she wanted anything else, so she was efficient. She peeled off her clothes, damp even though she had been adequately protected by her raincoat. Her fingers brushed over 100 tiny scars, a dozen less tiny ones, and a half-dozen clusters or longer scars where she had been opened up. Brown and black smudges grew here and there, or formed hard nodules. She was a copy of another person, and she had spent the first few years of her life in a vat. She had hit the ground running, growth-wise, development-wise, and even as her growth had been stopped, her body maintained a different clock, and her development had taken a fresh direction, with an overwhelming and eager focus on her training. But cells copied themselves over and over again, and the combination of that reality and the odd clock she kept, with the copying of copying, it meant things were running aground, flaws finding reality. There were times and places where her hands didn't move quite the way she wanted, or where muscles caught. She was careful to tell Lillian about each of them, and with Lillian's care she was allowed to pursue her perfection again. Lillian's soap and toiletries rested on the bath's edge. On impulse, she left them alone, choosing the coarse lye soap instead. She scrubbed herself until her skin was pink and tingling, then rinsed herself off. She dressed light, so she wouldn't rumple her clothes. She would want to look good when the Infante arrived. Lillian looked so tired, even in sleep. The black coat remained the goal, it had to be. But this job and jobs like it, they felt like small steps. They needed to accomplish something more. They needed to not wait when they had answers others wanted. Not when time was so elusive. Mary took a moment to tie her hair back with her ribbons, then climbed onto the bed. She remained there, poised, on her hands and knees above Lillian. Gently, she lifted Lillian's hands, moving them out of the way. Then she leaned down, touching her lips to her friend's. Soft, almost imperceptible. Lillian reacted, exhaling softly, and Mary moved the towel to cover Lillian's eyes as she made the kiss more perceptible, momentary touches instead of feather-light ones. Lillian, more awake, raised her head up, reaching, and Mary met that response with something substantial, then a touch of tongue. It was about drawing it out. A quarter of the way, each time. Then as Lillian responded more, halfway each time. Lillian arched her back, reaching up with her whole body, while her wrists were held down. The progression, logically, meant the next step was a three-quarter one. Body to body. Instead of this, Mary moved her knee, placing it on the bed between Lillian's legs, firmly, insistently pressing. She could feel Lillian change the angle of her hips. A part of her liked getting this right. Like managing the perfect maneuver with the knife and wire, precise acrobatics. It made her think of being in lockstep with Gordon, Helen, or Sylvester. Lillian made the most delicate of moans, and that response merited another three-quarter of the way their response. A kiss, a tightening of her grip on Lillian's wrists. In the midst of it all, the moment passed. A change in the responses that each action got. In the immersion she was maintaining. Mary let go, and sat back. Lillian reached up, taking hold of the damp towel that had been draped over her upper face, and pulled it down, clutching it to her chest. What gave me away this time? Mary asked. Lillian shook her head. She was breathing hard, and she didn't speak immediately. Mary let herself topple over, lying on the bed to one side. While she lay there, Lillian took her hand, fingers traveling over Mary's fingers. Fingertips traced calluses. From handling knives and razor wire. They're not his hand, Lillian said. Her voice was soft enough it crackled a little bit. She sounded sad. Ah, Mary said. I can do something about that. As she looked over at Lillian, however, she could see that her friend's eyes were sad. Unless you want me to stop. Lillian shook her head, but she didn't look sure. You look so sad, after, Mary said. It's nice to believe it, just for a few moments, Lillian said. I don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe I'm not letting it be a clean break. I don't know, Mary said. I'm so twisted, Lillian said. The lambs are all twisted around, aren't they? I'm not the one to answer that, one way or the other, Mary said. It's more or less all I've ever known. Still holding Mary's hand, Lillian knit the fingers of their hand together, staring at the hands, which were held up as they lay there. They remained like that for several minutes. I don't want to bore you, Lillian finally said. Or for you to think less of me. I'd never think less of you, not for something like this. And I like the challenge. Seeing how close I can get, Mary said. But if you want to talk about irritating me, why did we wait? I knew you were going to ask. Mary sat up, abrupt. I want us to progress. This is progress, Lillian said. This is choosing our time to make a move with some wisdom. You're cautious, Mary pointed out. You need to make bold moves. It's not that. I knew almost right away that I'd need to wait a measured time. I saw dirt patterns almost right away too, but still, no, if we act too soon, it'll seem uppity, like we're showing them up. They don't like you, or us, Mary said. However you do it, they won't like it. All we're doing by waiting is giving them the chance to find out the answer first. With the track they're on. Lillian asked. She shook her head. No, no. This is right. They won't admit they're impressed, but it gets us the most traction. It'll count for something. I'd rather finish sooner, Mary said. Move on to something more meaningful. Lillian huffed out a sigh. There was some residual frustration in that huff. What? Mary asked. And a part of me doesn't want to say no, to people who want someplace safe to go, Lillian admitted. I don't want to be that kind of doctor. I want to offer a better solution. Mary nodded. She let herself fall back down, collapsing onto the pillow. I know, logically, it makes more sense to gain power so I can help people, but I wonder how many tell themselves that, Lillian said. I was thinking about that, as a matter of fact, Mary said. About where we're going. What we might do, if there's time. Lillian turned her head. Before she could respond, however, a knock rapped at the door. Lillian jumped as she heard it, then sat up partway up as she recognized the pattern. Tap code. Lamb. Mary reached over to the bedside table, and she drew her gun. She had one knife under a pillow, and as she reached for that, Lillian slapped at her hand. She would make do with the gun. Come in, Mary said. The door opened. Jessie. She wore a raincoat and a long skirt, and she'd chosen not to wear her glasses. It wasn't until she lowered her hood and moved her braid into place at one shoulder that she looked more like herself. She drew glasses from her pocket and set them in place. Did something happen? Lillian asked. Mary didn't miss seeing how Lillian unconsciously clutched at the sheets as she asked. Jessie shook her head. Then, with an entirely different kind of tension and fear, Lillian asked, Did you hear? Not so much. I surmised, Jessie said. While Lillian flushed, Mary stepped in to rescue her. Why are you here? We want to gather the lambs, Jessie said. We're pulling everyone together. Why? Mary asked. Something about the look in Jessie's eye was answer enough. The desperation, the anger. Mary had seen that on too many faces recently. Jessie, at least, wasn't reenacting the desperation and anger that the man standing outside the wall had. The situation outside the gates is most of the answer, isn't it? Jessie asked. You know who's really behind it. We need to answer that. Someone does. There's a lot of people responsible, Lillian said. It's too big a problem to tackle. We're in the middle of something big. And we're drawing a lot of people in, Jessie said. Lillian pursed her lips. And you won't tell us more in case we don't say yes, Mary said. Jessie shook her head. You didn't become a doctor to be complicit in that, Lillian. I don't think you became a lamb to be complicit in it. You wouldn't have killed Percy one of the first times I met you, if you were willing to let this slide. And don't tell me if we're patient that this will get better. Because it isn't getting better. Jessie's tone was changing as she spoke. That anger was there again. It wasn't really born of empathy, though if Jessie resembled Jamie at all, she did have her share of empathy to spare. No, it was an anger born of a refrain. Not enough time. Repeated endlessly with periodic variation, as if enough insistence and the occasional variation could somehow break through and achieve the desired effect. Mary had experienced some of that. Something like it had spurred her to act and reach out to Lillian. I don't. Lillian started. SY couldn't come himself. It didn't work out that way, Jessie said. Logistically. We thought staying behind and keeping an eye on things would be hard, and he wanted to endure it himself. Because he's a moron, Lillian said. There really was no good way to do this. There's no good way to move forward with our plan unless we have the lambs all together. Lillian started to say something, and then she stopped. Mary felt a sense of dread. The current situation, the stall in the forward momentum, as they made the leap from getting Lillian's white coat to getting the harder to define grey one. The refugees outside the wall. The Infante, and the problems there. Missing Sylvester. Missing the lambs being together. Lillian couldn't give a firm answer because she didn't have one. If anything, Lillian was giving it serious thought. Mary's thoughts touched on her supposed father, inexplicably. They touched on the idea he had helped her conjure up, of teaching soldiers. Of wanting time, which the academy could provide more than anyone else. What if I say no? Mary asked. Lillian looked at her, and Mary knew in the moment that they stood on different sides of the decision. Or if I need time to think about it. Mary amended. There's no time, Jessie said. The Infante is coming. You said it yourself, when you were talking to Mr. Coburn, security will increase, roads will be closed. We'll manage, Mary said. But don't pull the oldest trick in the con artist's book, and choose to have this meeting here, now, when there's a time limit, and force a decision. That's not how I operate. It just happened that way, Jessie said. I agree with Mary, Lillian said. I need time, too. You're asking me to put so many things behind me. You know how hard I worked for my white coat. I know, Jessie said. But if we wait for the Infante, the city will lock down. It means we aren't meeting with SY for a few more days, at a minimum, and that's a lot to ask. It means added danger. At the very least, come out of the city with me. We won't be here, and that's easier to explain away if you decide not to go. Lillian clutched the sheets again. No, Jessie. Whatever you and SY and Helen are brewing, you can't just not be in touch for months on end and then suddenly show up and expect us to leave everything behind. We were in touch. We sent you a letter from Hackthorne. Lillian stopped in her tracks at that. Ah, she said. I wondered about someone like her wanting to make lambs. I thought it would be a mockery, all appearances. Jessie shook her head. We're in touch with the Duke, Lillian said. We're situating ourselves to help him stop what's going on. We'd be leaving him stranded. We'll rope him in too, Jessie said. No, Lillian said. It's not that easy. There's Ashton and Duncan, and they're complicated too. I'm just worried if we do this badly, it'll divide the lambs again. It sounds like you're trying to find a reason to say no and it doesn't sound like you're convinced by any of them, Jessie said. I have 1,000 not entirely convincing reasons. Lillian said, raising her voice. Everything I've done here has been not very convincing. But it's not like Sylvester offers better. What you're describing sounds terrifying. What we need is terrifying, Jessie said, and she said it in the calmest voice. One that suggested that the anger and fear and the need for time were all answered in those 5 words. And those 5 words spoke to something in Lillian too. As much as she'd managed to fling herself into the no side of things, she found herself straddling the fence. Mary, not quite straddling that fence, moved her hand, situating the gun on her knee. Jessie met her eye. We'll need time to discuss, Mary said. Go. Please. We'll find you. And if I don't move? Jessie asked. Will I find that passion and strength and desperation, as my body gives up on me? Mary wondered. Maybe we'll see. She pulled the trigger, and as the room rang with the sound of the handgun firing, Jessie dropped to the floor, blood painting the door beside her. Lillian's yelp and her voice shouting into the midst of the ringing didn't help matters. Before Lillian was out of bed and all the way to her, however, Jessie was standing, one hand at the graze on her thigh. Give us just a little bit of time, Mary said. Dog eat dog 18.9. I wasn't good at being alone. I tossed and turned. I hadn't slept for a few days, and I was at the point where I was looking to sleep and I couldn't. Somewhere along the line, I had tried to force a mental image of one of the lambs into the bed beside me, only for my scattered thoughts to turn to the fighting and violence. I was really hoping that the blood that soaked the sheets next to me was an imagining that wouldn't go away and not something real that I couldn't remember the source of. Fairs, I spoke, my voice feeling very small in the professor's expansive bedroom. What is it? I heard the voice. Well, she sounded snippy. Well, you sound snippy, I said, voicing the thought. Can I help you with something, Sylvester? She asked. Less curt than before. She sounded tired. Did you go into this with dream of doing good? Was it always about the art? Oh, so it's the personal questions now. I could ask you other questions, but I think you are one of the people that's furthest from my comprehension. It was both, but the art was a constant throughout. From my first days in academy prep, I would trace the diagrams and sketches in the textbooks. The diagrams inspired by Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, only with the wallstone ratios applied, the anatomy sketches, the sketches of chimerical work, the dog variations with different second and third ratios. I could visualize each of them, even if I had little experience with those things. When you apply to the academy, it isn't invite only, but they ask you to prove your knowledge, and you don't get that knowledge without having practical exercise first. The academy prep schools help, but it's not an absolute. Especially for a young lady, at the time I was seeking entry. I closed my eyes. A steeper hill to climb. It's the very start of a long series of small political games. You need someone to help, and either you prove yourself as a cut above, or you put yourself in that individual's debt. The latter is often better than the former. Is it? I asked. I was trying not to think, to let my thoughts ease down, and listening helped. The question was automatic, just keeping things going, more than anything I analyzed. If you're a cut above, others will look to cut you down. If you're in someone's debt, then that someone is motivated to help you move on to better things. I was both, but I hid my strengths. I paid attention to the local professors, and I gifted some sketches to the one I liked most. Art based on an article of his I didn't even understand at the time. That was my in. My inspiration was always my way in, always something I had in play for each turning point in my life. What part of it was about doing good? I put a smile on that man's face. I created things that made people smile and marvel at the wonder of our world. You created those things at a cost. Each smile paid for with someone else's tears. For self-aggrandizement. Ah, and now we move on to the verbal abuse. Are you deflecting? No, she said, and she sounded that much more tired than before. No, Sylvester. By all means. Castigate me. Attack me with words. I was silent. Something about her tone. I opened my eyes, and in the doing, I realized I had company beside me on the bed. I wished I recognized them. There was a boy, his sandy blonde hair parted to one side, wearing a long raincoat of the sort that students liked, long enough to touch the top of his shoes. The style served to emulate the flutter and majesty of a proper white coat. He sat on the bloodstain, hugging his knees. A girl lay beside him, sprawled on the bed, graceless, arms and legs bent at odd angles. Her red hair was slicked close to her head, wet, and she wore very plain, basic clothes in far too many layers, an undershirt worn over a slip, worn over a dress. Her throat had a choker at the neck, a collar held close to the neck by a ribbon, a buttoned uniform collar around that, and a looser collar around that, low enough it might have shown décolletage if she hadn't been so ensconced, and if was old enough to have any. Her legs were nearly lost in the folds of a slip, a plain dress, and a pleated skirt. She was more modest than many of the random girls that appeared to me. The room was lit only by the light of the moon coming in through the window, but the red of the blood on the other side of the bed was very clear. As I shifted position, the girl on the bed raised her head a fraction, and I could see the blood on the one side of it, both dry flakes transferred from sheet to skin, and the still to dry damp of it. Some of it had found its way into the corner of one of her eyes, diluting through the moisture there to color the one eye red. If she'd blinked, she might have blinked it away, but she didn't. She only stared at me. Fairs, I said, to distract myself. There was a pause. What can I do for you, Sylvester? Well, she sounded snippy. Why don't you seem to care if I call you out on your amorality? Pot and kettle, isn't it, Sylvester? She asked. I heard her yawn. Is it? I asked. They don't have names when they come to me, Sylvester. They don't have histories. I reached out for the hand of the girl in the layered clothes. She wore fingerless gloves over regular gloves over elbow-length ones. It took me a second to trace my finger down the long gloves until I touched her upper arm. She was ice cold. I felt a stab of fear, pushed harder, as if to push through, and she pulled away, slipping from my finger as wet soap might. I followed, lunging across the bed, and was immediately put in mind of a comical scene of me trying to grab soap, it slipping from my hands to pop into the air, my second grab doing the same, my third grab repeating the effort. That image made me think of the lambs laughing, gave me a fleeting memory of the lambs altogether, no Ashton but Gordon and Mary definitely there. All of us in the sun, somewhere away from Radham, stripped down to underwear for the boys and slips for the girls, while we were washing ourselves in our clothes at the edge of a river. I'd done it on purpose, for laughs. The memory was too short-lived, too incomplete. The laughter didn't echo in my head as I thought of it. The lambs didn't appear. There was only the boy and the girl I didn't recognize, the boy hugging his knees while looking at me with narrow eyes. The girl had fled my touch and was now curled up at the corner of the bed furthest from me, leaning against the footboard, watching me half the time, spending the remainder of the time glancing down at Fairs, who slept in the cot at the end of the bed. A bit of a reach to say they don't have anything to them, Fairs, I said, after I remembered the conversation I'd left trailing. I heard Fairs shift position. What's done to the children on the block is done long before I get involved. And if you weren't dipping into that particular stock, others would, and nothing would change. If enough people stopped, it would raise questions and would break the unique life cycle of the nobles. I frowned. Those weren't my thoughts, but they were conclusions that were in my head, and they were conclusions in my head because we'd had this conversation before. You know, Fairs, I said. If you want this to let up, maybe you could start thinking more about your answers. Then I won't have to hammer you with the questions. The answers are honest, Sylvester. Keeping me up for hours with lines of questioning won't mystically make the truth any different than it is. Hours? I reached out for the boy with the narrow eyes, then thought twice about it. Maybe I'm trying to wear you down, I said. If you are, you're doing an exceptional job at it, she said. I have to ask, to what ends? What do you want from me? Because I'll supply it. If you'll stop waking me up every 5 to 15 minutes, I'll give you whatever you want. I want to know what you're keeping up your sleeve, I said. Oh, she said. Of course. The springs on the cot creaked as she shifted position again. It was an odd answer. Of course. Yeah, I said. Of course. Blood had transferred to my hand sometime around the point I'd reached out for the girl in the layered clothing. I wiped it on the sheets, and then stared down at the trace streaks of blood. Restless, I swung my legs off the bed and stood. And now for the pacing, Fairs said. Wanting to prove her wrong, I didn't pace, but instead strode across the dark room and into the washroom. I stopped in the doorway. Fairs was in the tub, wide awake, staring at me. She wasn't drugged, either. There were 3 children huddled under the sink, whispering together, 2 boys and a girl. Another girl perched in the window, swaddled in a blanket. I pushed forward, driven by a desire to avoid being seen hesitating, a desire to look confident and strong. Whether it was Fairs in the other room watching me from the cot, or this Fairs watching me from the tub, I wanted to look as though it was business as usual. I headed straight for the sink, bent down and washed my hands, the moonlight streaming in through the open window striking white tile behind, which helped illuminate the pale bowl of the sink. It made for contrast with the pink ribbons that streamed from my hand to the drain as the blood washed off. I washed my face, then straightened up, leaning heavily on the sink. My eye traveled to the chain by the toilet, where a number of tools dangled, stuck through the spokes. Scalpels, a small hand saw, a pen, a tin kit that would contain a needle and thread. More littered the side of the tub and the floor around it, sitting in spatters of blood and unspooled coils of bandage. It would have been dangerous to leave Fairs unmedicated with so many tools within arm's reach, yet this wasn't dangerous at all. Fairs wasn't sitting up in the tub. She lay within it, eyes only barely capable of peering over the edge. Both of her arms and one of her legs had been surgically removed. Streaks, smears, droplets and arterial sprays of blood painted the porcelain and tile near her. The whispering of the children beneath the sink continued, as a constant refrain. What does it take to get you to talk, I wonder? I asked the Fairs in the tub. She closed her eyes, and it was a timid, trembling close, as if she couldn't quite bring the 2 eyelids together, because every impulse in her body was keeping her in fight or flight mode and she couldn't quite bring herself to let her guard down and actually close them tight. Then again, a moment later, as her teeth chattered, hard, she screwed her eyes shut, flinching in reaction to something I couldn't see. The room was warm, not cold. It was the Fairs in the other room that answered my question. What if I've already talked? What if I've told you and you're simply forgetting, and we go in this dark, miserable, sleepless circle over and over again? I bent down, touching my hand to a bloody handprint on the tub. It matched my own. The bloody fingerprints on a scalpel that had fallen and come to rest beside one of the tub's clawed feet were my own, as well. I'm pretty good at figuring things out, I said, to both of them. You are. Your memory might not be that far gone, Sylvester, the Fairs in the other room said. But there are things you want to forget, things you hold on to and things you let slip away. Perhaps this is a thing you are willing or wanting to let slip away. I shifted position, turning around and sitting on the bathtub's edge. The Fairs in the tub flinched as my hand moved toward her face, stopping at the tub's edge before gripping it harder than was necessary. The flinch had been as dramatic as if I'd swung a club directly at her, not casually moving my hand within a foot of her head. The girl in the window had company, scratching and scraping while making high-pitched noises. It fled under the swaddling blanket as I glanced up at her. Not so dissimilar from the grabbing soap touch, only it was sight. I glanced toward the door, beyond which the fares in the cot lay, supposedly shackled to the foot of the bed. I looked the other way, at the fares in the tub, who shrunk back from my gaze like a small child that had shirked their homework, only far more grave. I looked between the two, smelled the blood in the air, and heard the scratching of the thing in the window, listened to the three that were huddled under and around the pedestal sink. I heard the chattering of teeth beside me, and changed the angle of my head slightly. Please, the fares in the tub whispered, as if she'd read something into the angle of my head. I still held the scalpel with the bloody fingerprints on it. I changed its angle so it caught the scant moonlight from the window. Please, she said, more insistence. What do you want? I asked. In exchange for my card? One I might have already tried giving you, only for you to refuse it. Fares asked, at the same time she spoke in the reediest whisper, please don't take my other leg. You've already taken my hands. I paused, closing my eyes, trying to stop, to take it all in isolation. Which had spoken first? One of them had spoken to fill the silence around when the other had. One had had natural timing in response to my question, the other had been squeezed around it, and I knew I had the ability to decipher that. Could I convince you to let me and my favorite students go free? Even if they replace the arms, there's no guarantee they would fix the nerves. I'd have to relearn how to use my hands. Relearn how to create, practice medicine, relearn how to draw, if it's even possible. Stop talking, I said, irritated that they had interrupted my train of thought. No. They stopped. The whispering had stopped, as had the scratching and the high-pitched sounds. I wanted to bury my face in my arms. I felt profound loss, and it had been especially pointed since I'd thought about the lambs at the riverbank, since a little while before it, when I'd imagined someone singing me to sleep and failed to recall who it was. I stood, reached for the door, and felt how slick the doorknob was. Carefully, I toweled it clean. I washed my hands and the towel at the same time. More pink water down the drain. A slick doorknob and pink water in a blood-stained bed I couldn't pin down as real or not. I remained stone-faced, using all the tricks to keep my expression straight. I took deep breaths in as I washed hands and towel cloth together. I was careful to use measured, controlled motions, so neither of my hands was ever just there, not touching something. So long as I had my hands on my hands, the towel, or the sink, I could use those things to steady them. Fares, wherever she was watching, and I couldn't give up my upper hand there, if I had it. The little girl that was stroking her pet while she sat in the window, the three whispering children by the sink, the boy with the raincoat, and the girl with too many clothes were all watching and they felt hostile. I wasn't sure anything would or could happen with that hostility, but I wasn't sure it wouldn't or couldn't, either. I'd already dealt with one loss of control, and I didn't like the idea of what might happen if these ones found their way to the driver's seat. It didn't feel like they liked me very much at all. It was well beyond the point of being very much ready for the lambs to get back and greet me in their individual ways. I would have settled for one of the lambs in my head paying a visit. I would have settled for them coming when called, except the last time. I thought back. The last 3 or 4 times I'd tried, I'd had small disasters. Other things instead. Things that bothered me and left me unsure enough that I didn't want to push any further. The bloodstain on the bed was one of them. If it was one of them. I took a deep breath, and it was hard to get the breath around the lump in my throat. I hung up the towel, then dried my hands, before stepping back into the bedroom. I got myself dressed. The whispering and scratching in the other room was getting more intense. I looked at the two on the bed. The girl with the layers of clothing smiled at me, and it was oddly motherly, and the feeling that she was dangerous wasn't any less intense. Fares said something as I headed out the door of the room. I wasn't sure which one it was, and I didn't particularly care. I slammed the door shut behind me, as if somehow that could keep the new visitors where they were. The slam had drawn attention. Students on the bridge, now coming down the hallway at a run. What to say to that? Problem, the one in the lead asked. He was flanked by 3 others. He was one of ours, I knew. Rebel. 2 of the others with him looked like they were Hackthorn students. Defectors, ones who thought it was better to stick with us than to be prisoners. The 4th wore a uniform I didn't recognize, like a military cadet. I smiled, shook my head, and tried to figure out how to respond. No problem. Underestimated the weight of the door. I've done that myself now and again, he said. Very light, very easy. What's going on? What to say, when I wasn't sure what the scene inside was. Best to be vague. Could you handle the professor while I take a walk? I need her tidied up and in one piece. You can send for help if you're not comfortable with it. Yes sir, he said. No need to call me sir, I said. I gave him a half smile. Yes sir, he said, clearly joking. That got a proper smile from me. I clapped a hand on his shoulder as I passed him. I realized only as I passed by that the young man in the military uniform was closer to being like the 3 children under the sink or the girl in the window than to being one of my rebels or any of the Hackthorn defectors. There were others here and there. They stood on the bridge, a lot of them children in cadets' uniforms, a lot of them urchins who could have been mice, given the chance. Each sighting and each face I couldn't recognize was another weight on my chest. It almost made me tear up when I saw Yvette, standing at the archway at the edge of the bridge. She smiled as she saw me. The feeling that welled up in my chest was one of fondness, of familiarity. Another lamb. That was her trap, perhaps, to stage things so I had nobody I cared about close at hand, only for me to bump into her and be caught by surprise. It very nearly worked. I'd almost let my guard down. Almost. The surge in my chest became all the more hollow as I walked past her without glancing her way. I wasn't sure of the time, but it was late at night. I was summarily surprised to see my rebels gathered. All of the team leaders, plus one or two more that had taken up leadership positions as our numbers had swelled with defectors. None of the defectors carried weapons, but it was an uneasy thing all the same. There was someone else present. Another face I didn't recognize. He was larger than anyone present, though very clearly younger than anyone else here, and he was very much like Yvette in how he was put together, only to a whole other level. Yvette was unattractive by conventional standards, even ugly, to be unkind. At the same time, something about her was alluring, if one could step away from human standards. This fellow who sat across from me was that many times over. It was hard to look at him and awkward not to look at him, given his size and presence. When I sat at one end of the long set of tables that had been pushed together, I was effectively sitting opposite him. Sylvester, Davis greeted me, as I pulled my chair in. Was there something in his tone? Had I somehow caught him off guard? Mutiny? No. I didn't get that vibe. Not exactly. Handling things? I asked. You'd like how much progress we made, Mabel chimed in. Yeah, we're handling things, Davis said. I smiled to myself, even if I didn't feel a whole lot like smiling. They'd met and were moving forward and they were doing it without me. Because they didn't trust me. I couldn't even respond to Mabel with certainty because I wasn't sure she was actually present. What would it look like if I answered someone who wasn't there, in front of everyone? Need me for anything? I asked. Don't think so, he said. The people in the South Dorm are making noise like they might play ball. One of them is suggesting we poison them. I had to be so careful about how I talked and who I talked to. Was I absolutely positive he had said that last line? That sounds positive, I said. I made my expression a little amused. The line of thinking is that if we poison them, something mild that will definitively be in their system, they'll be loyal, and if things go sour and we lose in what unfolds next, they've at least got an excuse for having defected. When what they want is better food and not worrying about being raided, BEA said. I nodded at that. They're willing to cooperate under that condition, and Junior thinks we can balance it so it works, Davis said. South Dormitory is mixed boys and girls. I asked. Yeah, Davis said. They're pretty reasonable and haven't been much trouble. Good, I said. That's really good. That should be enough bodies to put on a good show. Should be, Davis said. We're just talking about how we want to tackle the negotiations. Without me. Negotiations were something I was fairly good at. Was the idea that I would scare them away? But Davis was putting on a show, so I wouldn't look bad to the people who didn't know I was being kept out of the loop, and I didn't gain anything by getting in his way. Sounds good, I said. Who's handling it? Davis and me, Mabel said. Perfect, I said. To Davis' credit, the discussion moved on, and he looked entirely natural with me sitting in. It was almost enough for me to wonder if I'd had the wrong impression on sitting down. Then I saw the wary look, as he glanced my way. The people at the other end of the table were talking, while the young boy with the strange features steadily ate from his plate. While the collective focus was elsewhere, Davis leaned closer to me. I'm sorry. I shook my head and smiled, even though I didn't want to. I'm saying this with full knowledge of how it sounds, but there is something that probably only you can handle. I'm being asked to leave. No, he said, very quickly. No. Not at all. But in Lab 1. Got it, I said. It's just a little out of hand. I got it, I said. All fine. Heads turned as I pushed my chair back, the beetle rebels glancing my way. I made it look as if nothing was wrong, and gave them a mock salute. Keep up the good work. Most of the smiles I got back were genuine ones. The large boy watched me as I headed to the stairs, taking them two at a time. Madness reigned. The inmates were in charge of the asylum. The natural order overturned, with the most troublesome faculty and students in the cages, and the experiments in the hall between them. I could hear the shouts and banging on bars well before I entered the hall. Red and Paul were somewhere near the head of this storm. There were students present too, and not all of them were Beetle students, either. A small handful looked like they had been Hackthorn students. Taking the leap and ending in too deep? It was easy to do, when they felt the need to prove themselves. There were others too. Ones who didn't feel comfortable with the students upstairs, who didn't feel safe enough to retreat to their beds at this late hour, and couldn't quite bring themselves to join this collection of 50 or so. Bo Peep was among them. There were shouts as I was recognized, even cheers, and it was a warm thing. Dangerously so. I touched Bo Peep's head as I passed her. I snapped my fingers in the tap code I could remember for the 3 blind mice. Red wore the face of an undefined prey animal, with the eyes of someone that might be alright with killing, and she threw her arms around me, burying her face in my neck. I could smell alcohol. The tighter she squeezed me, the more I felt like I could breathe. She was laughing for reasons I couldn't decipher, and it was like I was underwater and she was supplying me with much needed air, only it was good humor, transferred from chest to chest. Holding me close, rather than shying away. As she spun me, as if to pull me into the dizzy, spiraling, crazed festivity of prisoners turned captor, I could see a glimpse of Bo Peep. She'd been paying as much attention as anyone and I could see the concern in her eyes. I put hands on Red's shoulders and I moved her away. I gave her a brief kiss on the forehead to let her know I wasn't mad, because I didn't trust myself to speak. Goldilocks was at one of the more packed cells, and she held a broom. She was jabbing it through the bars, aiming for bellies, foresides, and armpits and groins. Someone inside the cage grabbed onto the broom, and immediately, it became a tug of war. 2 or 3 people inside grabbed at the broom, and one of the delinquent beetle students joined Goldilocks in wrestling for the broom, to pull it back out. I approached, and I grabbed the broom at the middle. I turned my attention to the people within. 2 faculty members. Let go, I ordered. Their grip already slipping away, they did. As the broom came free, pulled by Goldilocks and the student, I gripped the end. We stopped, now me on one end of the broom and the 2 of them on the other. The picture made everyone more or less stop what they were doing. You're scaring the little ones, I said. The likes of Goldilocks and Red had the decency to look ashamed. I wasn't sure about Paul, or about all of the students. The pair let go of the broom, letting me take it into my grip. Just needed a little sanity. I gotta ask you to leave them alone, I said. I looked into the cells. I could see where some were soaking wet. Some were bleeding, if only a little. We need them, and in an ideal world for everyone involved, they'll be cooperating. This doesn't encourage that sort of thing. I could see Paul's feathers ruffling. So to speak. I thought of the little mutiny upstairs as I paced. I approached Bo Peep and she rose to her feet. She hugged me from the side, and I set my hand on her head. How did it go? So many of us exited the world in a way similar to how we came into it. Teetering this way and that on unsteady feet, shitting ourselves, not fully at grips with the world? I wasn't about to exit this world the same way I'd come into it. Not as a pet experiment of academy people who thought they got to make the calls. I wasn't sure that was the direction this was going, but I didn't want to take it lying down if it happened, either. I need to know I can trust you if I need you, I said. Bo Peep clutched me tighter in response to that. The words were heavy on my heart, sitting right beside my desperate, unspoken desire. I needed the lambs back sooner than later, to save me from the forces that were aligning against me, whether it be the ones in my head or the rebellion I'd drawn together. Enemy 2, Arc 18. I wonder sometimes, sir, at the darkness and the quiet. It was anything but dark or quiet, Mauer observed. The wind had picked up, the rain came down as the faintest of drizzles, and the dogs were barking. 3 of the 4 other people present were seated around a tall fire that had been given far too much wood. Isaiah, Will, and Limps. Dalton stood with his arms folded, but would soon resume pacing, his face illuminated by the blazing fire. But Isaiah wasn't talking about the darkness and the silence here. Not in the physical, tangible way. I don't think he's silent, Mauer said. I didn't mean to insinuate, Isaiah started. He stopped as Mauer raised a hand. Let me continue. I don't want to imply you're wrong to say this, and it's a good point of discussion. Let me think of how to gracefully word this. It was important to choose words carefully with Isaiah. The man was a competent soldier, a remarkable shot, and if told to march he would march until he was physically unable, and from that point the man would crawl. It was possible that if the academies were to conduct their tests, that they would find something wrong with Isaiah's head. Mauer himself had spent some time trying to decipher the young man, after discovering how very sensitive he was. Isaiah would kill without remorse, but would sulk for weeks after a stern verbal rebuke. He was one of the more common people to show up when Mauer sat himself by the campfire, perhaps too eager to ask for guidance and too unlikely to seek his own. Mauer had met Isaiah's mother once upon a time. He would have liked to have her counted among his flock, as she was a woman from one of the countries to the south who had participated in the fight against the crown. She had sought out the meeting, and much of it had been to evaluate Mauer. In exchange, while Mauer hadn't outright asked, he had been able to verify that Isaiah had been this way since he was small. Isaiah was nearly 30, but he looked very much a boy, here, leaning forward, waiting for his answer like a boy wanting his 40 pence in allowance. Though Isaiah's deep brown skin, very green eyes and chin with a deep-set dimple had any number of young women cooing over him, Mauer knew Isaiah was entirely innocent. He was a peculiar lad. Whether he makes himself heard relates to whether we listen. Again, this isn't to say you're wrong, and I know you read your passages, I would never say you don't try. Isaiah nodded. But hearing him is a skill. It takes time and practice to learn that you hear him not with your ears, but with your heart, Mauer said. He touched the fingers of his good hand to the respective body parts. As if to remind him of its presence, his other arm almost vibrated with restless pain. All of you 4 have already come that far. Where it gets harder is when we lose sight of how open we are, or if other things stand in the way. The others were listening. Limps was an old man, an infrequent visitor to the campfire since Mauer had picked up the habit, one who rarely talked without being addressed first, and didn't seem to need much more than a friendly voice late in the evenings. Limps was the hardest to speak to, because he gave so little feedback, outside of a nod. Best to leave him be. Fear. Doubt, he said. The words were meant for Isaiah. He said them as if he spoke of fear and doubt that might be experienced by the smallest child in the deepest darkness. The next word was for Dalton, spoken to address a man, though Dalton was but an adolescent. A desire for revenge. Dalton, by contrast, had only been visiting in the last week, 6 visits in the last 7 days, after years of being content to follow orders and keep mostly to himself. He was a teenager, and when the academy had wrought its mass sterilization, Dalton's mother had spontaneously aborted the child she was carrying. Dalton had spoken of it to Mauer once, when he had first joined, had shed no tears when describing the blood and the 2 funerals that had followed. Mauer had his doubts the miscarriage and the death of the mother had to do with the drug, but he wasn't about to argue that a good soldier's reasons for joining the war were wrong. He wouldn't take that belief away from Dalton when Dalton had nothing else. The boy had no family but the other soldiers now. He kept company with a few soldiers and camp folk his age and with a fury of a different brand than Mauer knew. The boy didn't sit, but mostly paced, periodically leaving, only to return and throw something more on the fire. He wanted badly to confess something, Mauer surmised, or to seek advice, but it had been a week and he hadn't voiced it, whatever it was. Dalton's anxiety was the reason the fire had been made as large as it had. Other needs and wants, Mauer continued, and he said it as if it was to nobody in particular, but it was a statement meant to come to rest between two particular ears. He didn't look at her, but he somehow doubted Will had received the message as intended. Even I feel I need to look inward and double-check myself, he said. Think twice about what I'm doing and why, and if I'm serving God. Yes sir, Isaiah replied. Would you like some tea, Reverend? Will asked. The timing of the request in her blithe tone suggested she wasn't taking his hint. She didn't want to take his hint. He deigned to nod. Just bring me the hot water. And please, again, I must insist you not call me that. Yes, o' course, she said, in a way that suggested it had gone in one ear and out the other. She went around the group, offering tea. Only Limps accepted the offer. She dressed like a soldier, she followed orders, she knew her guns, and she called herself Will rather than Wilma. Mauer didn't welcome vulgar talk in his immediate vicinity, but he knew soldiers were soldiers and he had overheard men talking about willing cunts and wet holes, trying to bait something out of Will, and they had been effectively silenced when she had gone on at length about twitching rods with eager dew at the tips, about hardness meeting softness and, turning their words back on them, her own wet cunt. He'd had words with her after that, about how she was conveying herself, how he expected more of her, yet as effective as his words usually were in giving guidance and direction, he worried she heard only what she wanted to hear. It was almost as if she wanted to be dressed down, as if her insolence begged it, because it was attention. In the midst of it she took his words and gave them an entirely new tone and order, taking away their power. Wants and needs. What was more, she straddled a line of propriety and masculinity with very clear distinctions that likely made sense only to her. She played at a male vernacular, but when she spoke her voice was soft wherever she could get away with soft, and whether soft or delivered as an order or insult, she spoke with an especially country crown accent of a sort normally heard an ocean away. She normally wore her uniform clothes, but given a chance she would flaunt a dress, often flaunting at him in particular. He tried to let her be, to not feed her the attention, but she often appeared at these campfires, at an hour when many had gone to bed. The pain of his arm often kept him awake, and rather than lie awake, staring at the walls of his tent, he came out here, to listen to those who needed listening to offer prayer and reassuring words. Will turned up almost as often as Isaiah did. She was gone for the moment, but she would soon be back with the tea. Isaiah spoke up, is it possible that, given where we stand, it's harder to hear him than it was? Where do you think we stand, Isaiah? Mauer asked. I worry about the plague, and this blighting, which is almost a plague unto itself, sir. I feel as though we've meddled too much in his creation, played at being God, and he's pulled away from us. No, Isaiah, Mauer spoke. Not so. It is them who meddled, them who played at being God. You and I, Dalton, Limps, all of us, we're fighting. We're fighting on his behalf. The words felt hollow on his own lips, but he could see the effect that they had for Dalton and for Isaiah. Dalton's anxiety eased and Isaiah seemed to find strength and direction in that. He could paint a clearer picture, he knew, outline a way forward, and they would follow that path, but he didn't. For the time being, they had retreated to an island in the midst of a lake, more or less outside of the reach of the blight. If he gave them a goal and inflamed their passions, it would do even more to ease Dalton's restlessness and erase Isaiah's doubts, but it would only backfire if and when he didn't carry it through. No use giving them motivation with no power or allowance to enact it. It would only frustrate. He could hear the dogs barking. Will returned, holding a kettle and 3 teacups, 2 of which were full. She handed one to Limps and set one down on her seat before bringing the remaining cup and kettle to Mauer. He took the cup first. With his good hand, he handled the teacup in one hand, running his fingers along interior, edge, and handle, his eyes turned to the surface of the cup as the firelight lit it. He could feel the warmth at the handle where Will had been holding it. You have the oddest rituals, Reverend, Will said. Please, Will. I'm not taking that role at present. You've done a fine job the last few nights, if I may say so, she said. Even tonight, Isaiah said. Mauer shook his head. He balanced the teacup on his knee. He held out his hand for the kettle and asked, who boiled the water? Lieutenant Joncombe, Will said, handing him the kettle. I can hold that cup for you, if you'd like. No, he said, before she could. You have the oddest rituals about tea that I've seen, she said, her voice soft. About your meals too. About many things. Many were lessons I was taught when men didn't take precautions, he said. Cum was a known factor. But the barking of the dogs and the fact that he didn't wholly understand how Will operated, it was cause for him to be cautious. He shrugged one shoulder, letting his coat slip from where it was perched on his shoulder and draped over his bad arm. The act revealed his arm, and he knew that all present were looking. He held his bad hand out, and he poured steaming water into the cupped palm. Reverend! Will exclaimed, eyes wide. It hurt, as boiling water poured directly onto flesh should. His flesh was callous thick, yet it would blister and burn. Growths ran through it, resembling a fungus or plant, but they would crack and bleed as any flesh did. He had grown used to pain. The arm always hurt, from shoulder to each of the blunt, crude fingers. The water escaped through the gaps between fingers, burning as it trickled through. He closed his eye, feeling the agony of it, while trying to show very little of that pain. He tried to focus on the other sensations, to feel for grit, for the weight of the water, and how it moved. With one eye, he watched Will and her reaction. She seemed horrified, broken out of the spell that swept over her when she was around him. He felt sufficiently satisfied that nothing was amiss, no parasite or particulate was present, and that she wasn't putting on a show. He moved his bad hand, and the corner of his mouth pulled back with a twitch as a physiological reaction to renewed pain touched his expression. He took the modest cup in a large, burned hand that could have closed fully around the kettle, and set the kettle down on the bench beside him before drawing a leather pouch from his coat pocket. He kept the tea bags on his person, in the pouch with a small spoon. Mauer prepared his tea with care. Tea bag in, a set number of turns of the spoon, at a pace he had rehearsed many times. He turned the spoon over and rested it at a set angle, and he eyed the small bubbles on the surface of the liquid that continued to swirl after the spoon had ceased moving, doing so with a mind to amount and to pattern. It was quiet. There wasn't a sound except for the stir of wind and the distant lapping of water on the shore. It seems most have retired for the night, he said. He took a sip of his tea. Dalton, you pass by the supply tent and makeshift watchtower on the way to your tent, don't you? Yes, sir. Tell them to wake all of the patrols. They're to tell the patrols to do a sweep, be watchful. They're to be more careful than kind. Wake others up if they must, but let's ensure we don't have any trouble. Anything remotely suspicious gets reported. We'll pick up and move to another location tomorrow. Limp spoke for the first time since asking for his tea. I heard the Crown was close to finding us. Sniffers. Are you thinking they might have found us already? They've been drawing closer, Mauer said. If it were that alone, I wouldn't want to take such precautions. If it's not that alone, what else is there? Dalton asked. Mauer took a sip of his tea, the dogs were barking. Past tense, Limp spoke, realizing. Everyone present, Mauer accepted, reacted, hands touching pistols at their waists, their attention extending beyond the circle of light at the campfire. Check the dogs are all right while you're at it, Dalton. Mauer asked. I'll go now, if that's all right, sir. Please do, Mauer said. He liked the way they responded. The questions they asked. They were good men and women, overall. They were believers, even if some were believers in him and some were believers in God. Where are we going? Will asked. She'd seated herself on the edge of the bench Mauer sat on. I don't reveal destinations to anyone but my key personnel, Mauer said. Well, I'm only going to say, sir, I might have got family in these parts. We'll see, he said. He finished his tea, handed his cup to Will, and then he stood, collecting his coat and draping it over his shoulders. I'm going to retire. Limps, will you look after the fire, or find someone who will? Dafton built it, so if he returns, you can tell him I asked him to mind it. I can, sir, Limps said. If he's left to his own devices, he might leave us with no wood and a signal fire that they can see from New Amsterdam, Will said, joking. I don't think that's going to happen, Mauer said. He drew in a bit of a breath, then addressed the trio with more assertion, good night. I'll be awake for a little while yet, in case there's a problem, but I'm not to be disturbed otherwise. Yes sir, repeated an overlapping 3 times. He didn't like that he had to specify that. God be with you, he said. God be with you, was the echo from the other 3 mouths. The camp was dark in contrast to the fire. There were tents throughout, and he was very aware of the numbers, that his army was presently very small. There were boats propped up, used as a roof or one side of a more structured tent, supplemented with tent cloth and all lashed up with rope and careful knotwork. His own accommodations were similar, only they came close to being an actual home. The boat had taken nearly everyone to move away from the water and turn over, with boards, railings and other furnishings coming away to serve as benches and other furnishings. God be with you. His own words echoed in his head. He was very tired, and he'd been getting more tired as of late. Whenever he ruminated on that growing feeling of exhaustion, it was always the same image and sound that sprung to mind. One of his primordials had spoken. It had named itself God. It was a voice and a sight that had tainted every mention of him since. He couldn't even call it a device of the crown, calibrated to sow unease in his mind. His God had been pieced together by his effort and by Genevieve phrase. He lit candles, and as he did, he checked the papers that were stacked and scattered throughout his quarters. An academy in the west had fallen to plague and Frey had braved that area to acquire a map. That she was willing to brave that kind of environment suggested she might have been hiding in the midst of plague as he hid in the midst of water and blight. The map showed the spread of disaster. It showed which of the academy's weapons had been released, and the paths they had taken or been given. There was not much ground left for the staging of a fight. The reported movements of nobles in higher UPS was suggesting that they would vacate, only a skeleton crew of academy professors left behind to administrate. Experiments created to brave the plague and blight would stay behind, policing a smothered continent. The fingers of his good hand traced over the images, drawing out imagined paths for academy, refugee, rebel, and crown. He wanted to stay up to keep an ear out for trouble, and he busied his hand with the tidying up of papers. He kept his eyes active by glancing over letters and messages, correspondence from members of his flock. The alertness granted him by the tea gradually faded, and he heard no commotion. After what might have been an hour, he hung up his coat, then unbuttoned his shirt at the shoulder and side before pulling it off. Disrobing was a painstaking process when he had only one hand and he had his bad arm to work around, but he was careful to fold shirt and pants. His monstrous hand quenched candles, pinching away the flames. He retired, laying on his back, head on pillow, arm heavy enough at his side that it meant he slept on a faintly angled surface. He draped the crook of his good elbow over his upper face, shutting away the faint light and the light of the blazing fire that seeped between the wood of his accommodations and the ground. It took a lot of focus to take his mind off of the throbbing of his bad arm. It felt as though it had been flayed alive, every inch of it hurting. The burn in the palm and fingers was of a different sort, more focused, reacting to every change in the air. It was something to focus on, a change from prior sleepless nights where the pain had trained him to remain awake until he fell into sleep with no progression or process that could be interrupted. He didn't dream, but he did sleep, and he did wake. It was as though he was laying in bed 1 minute, feeling cool, and in the next moment he was snapping to alertness, the temperature different, the feel of the thin stuffed mattress and sheets different. His revolver was tucked between mattress and wall. He collected it, cocked it, and aimed it into the gloom with the same motion of his arm and hand. He waited, and he waited for a considerable amount of time, aiming at only darkness, letting his eyes adjust to the light level. The fire deeper in the camp had shrunk by a fair margin. It would be close to 5 in the morning, if he had to guess. Mauer waited, all of his instincts from the battlefield primed. He shifted position on the bed, and in the doing, he used the thumb of his monstrous hand to flick a knife from under his pillow down the bed, closer to his waist. Easing down, he pretended to relax, even as he took up the knife between 2 fingers of his monstrous hand. He set the revolver down. All of this was something he had done 1 to 10 times a night for years. Being ready, being hyper-alert, as if every night's sleep was something stolen in the midst of an ongoing fight. The dogs barking and then settling down had him on edge more than usual. In many ways it was. This long period of dormancy was one of the longer breaks he'd had from the fighting since he had been setting the stage in Radham. It was different this time, though. That had been more of a beginning, and this felt like the approach to the end. He was tired, and he hadn't been before. He used the same techniques to fall asleep, dwelling on the pain of the burn, controlling his breathing, relaxing various muscles. Again, he fell into sleep rather than fading or slipping into it. Consciousness dropped away, and seemingly a moment later, he felt the movement of air across his burn. His hand lifted, knife caught between 2 meaty fingers, and he backhanded his assailant. He struck the figure down, pinning them against the luggage container that served as a bedside table with the back of his hand and the blade of the knife on opposing sides of their throat. "Oh," the voice said. "Female." He remained silent, waiting for his eyes to adjust. "Sorry," she said, with her Crown accent. "I don't know what came over me, that I found myself here like this." "Not wise, Will," Mauer said. "No," she breathed. "Apparently not." "Did something come up?" he asked. He hadn't released her. "I was hoping to contrive for something to come up," she said. Was that it? It wouldn't be the first, 5th, or even 10th time that Mauer had drawn that kind of interest. Twice it had been insinuations from men, even. He'd never reciprocated. It was an unfortunate consequence of his ability to draw people in, sometimes he drew them in too close. People who were looking for something often found that something in him. "I'm a man of God," he said. Again, the image of his primordial flitted through his mind's eye. "But you're a man, aren't you, Reverend?" she asked. And she sounded less sure of herself than he'd ever heard her. "Don't I've told you time and again, don't call me that." He released her, moving the knife away. There was the revolver to fall back on, just in case. He felt the movement of air, and then her weight was on top of him. He brought the revolver around, and fingers closed around his. He was strong enough, fitter than the vast majority, and yet he was matched or beaten in physical strength here. Her fingers tightened on his, and he felt the pain of cartilage grinding and flesh giving way as the vice closed his hand around the hardest parts of the revolver. He grit his teeth, and swung his bad arm up and at the weight on his chest. It was 2 legs that caught his bad arm, toes finding holds in the gaps and hollows near his hand and wrist, the strongest part of her legs and hips stressing the weakest parts and angles of his shoulder and elbow. He knew what she was, too late. "Lambs," he said. She giggled. It didn't sound like Will anymore. 2 of her arms caught his good arm, one of her hands over his, the other on his forearm. The weight of her body rested across his, and her legs had his other arm. She was astride him. "How many of mine have you killed?" "None," Helen said. "The dogs. I've left the dogs alone." "Will you leave them alone as you make your exit?" he asked. "It depends on how this conversation goes," she said. "A conversation?" She said. She laid her head on his chest. The angle of it was wrong, her head positioned too far down. She shouldn't have been able to place her ear over his heart. She wasn't wearing much. A nightgown, perhaps, or just a slip. For the ruse of pretending to be Will? She would have had to hear Will speak, or even overheard their interaction, which meant she had been close for some time. "I remember," she said, and she moved his destroyed hand with the revolver. The flat of it rested against the back of her head, on her hair. "Our first real meeting. You pressed a gun to my head. I do recall something like that. You've been in my thoughts ever since. I could have approached you another way, but Sylvester did say that you shot him on sight." "Sylvester," he said. "Are the lambs still coordinating as a whole, or?" I defected. I'm officially dead, but that won't hold up for very long. He said. If you talk to Sylvester you know he and I parted on, not the worst of terms. Oh, I know, she said, her voice a whisper. She shifted position, and in the doing, she made the harder part of her ribs grate against his. But I just... He took the opportunity and moved his gun hand, and made it only inches before something in her seized up, reflexive, the hold on his arm becoming a stranglehold, as tight as his movement had been quick. As he relaxed, so did she. I just really wanted very badly to hunt you, sir, she whispered to see if I could. To be here, like this. Is that so important? He asked. It's my everything. He knew about inflection, about emphasis. The way she had said it, he absolutely believed it. That she'd gone as still as she had after uttering those words, not even breathing, her heartbeat barely perceptible as his own heart drummed its war beat, it drew out that statement, begging him to dwell on it. You have lines in your face you didn't have when you pulled the gun on me, Reverend, she said. It's been many years. Hasn't it? You've changed considerably from that small child. I have, she said. I used to be softer. As she said it, she changed position. The cushions of hip and chest rested heavily on him. Now she moved one leg away from his arm, bringing it up so it rested across his lower body, bent. I had innuendo in mind, but you're not cooperating. Humor is often lost on me. Amusement is, apparently. He wondered at his ability to use his arm, with all of its composite mass and muscle, warring with the strength of her one leg. He was stronger, he suspected, but she had the all-important leverage. The question was whether he could do sufficient damage before she ended him. There was a similar problem if he raised his legs up, then brought them down to generate the momentum to stand and try to topple her from where she rested on top of him. She still had her grip on him. It'd be my first time, doing this with an emotional connection, she whispered. You were on my short list. So was Frey, and many of the lambs. I wanted it to be special. He tensed. I've had my dalliances, but they were purely physical, she said. Flesh and flesh, with very little meaning. But this. I think you're losing sight of what you came here for. This, she whispered. This would be the sort of instance where I could give someone a happy ending. Except you came here to have a conversation with me, you said. You're talking in woods and coulds. She laid her head down across his chest, and she pulled his arm down and in front of her, so the length of his forearm was parallel to her body, hugged close to her, his wrist between her breasts. The revolver was close to her chin, but his hand was too mangled to do anything particular with it and the angle of the shot was such that it put his own head in the line of fire. My passions are reserved for God and for justice, he said. Foreseeing this greater battle through. I'd say I'm sorry to disappoint, but in this instance I'm really quite glad. I'm interested in the battle too, she said. Hot blood pumping, muscles tense, the blood, the screaming. It's all very lively and interesting. Again, inflection and emphasis. She wasn't talking about seduction, she hadn't been from the start, aside from the teases. That left him to wonder what she meant by first time, when he had little doubt she meant violence. Execution with an emotional component? Again, he said. We're getting distracted from what you came here for. A conversation. A conversation, she said. We would like your assistance. We're staging something. What are you staging? If I told you, you'd interfere. We might welcome some of your involvement and interference, but not at this stage of things. For now, we want to get their attention. We have to be indirect. We want you to allow one of your own to get captured and it'll need to be someone they know you'd miss. To what end? They'll confess that you knew about a girl that had attained immortality in Lug. That the Baron took her with the intent of marrying her and obtaining her secret, and she fled when the Baron died. These things were truth. He had paid attention to that whole proceeding. He just couldn't see where it all led. What do I get out of this? A victory. A true, honest-to-goodness victory, Reverend. And it will be one that has implications for the world. A hollow victory, if it's one I can't even see the shape of. It's a victory, and whether it's hollow or not doesn't matter. Unless you're about to tell me that self-aggrandizement or pride take higher priority than besting them. No. I won't say that. We're prepared to leave you the secret of the block, she said. As an incentive. To say that she now had his full attention would have been disingenuous, as she'd already had it as part and parcel of having his arms in her death grip. Still, he hadn't expected this. This was everything he wanted, vague and unfulfilled as it was. I could be convinced, he admitted. Yet, she asked, raising her head. In that instance, she sounded very much like the little girl again, and not the young lady of 18 to 20 years of age. Tell me what I need to do, exactly. You sacrifice your pawn, someone you can trust to endure under pressure. Someone who will experience torture and drugs and will convey only what we need you to convey, either because they're that capable or because you can manipulate them to that degree. They'll tell the Crown that you, the Baron, and others were interested in a Miss Candida Gage, who was an imperfect immortal. She's in Brickton. They'll look there and they'll follow the trail elsewhere, finding their way into our trap. They're not gullible. But this will be very convincing, Helen said. He considered. He weighed the merits. I'll want to be in touch. We'll arrange that, she said. He had plans in the works, but they were hollow ones. Gathered students, projects, wars on multiple fronts, targeted assassinations and kidnappings. The problem was that so much of the academy had condensed. There were more resources in a smaller area, and it made doing the things he wanted to do that much harder. It was a choice between this vague errand or a hopeless series of battles before his army crumbled in entirety. The sacrifice of one of his people versus committing the entirety of them to a losing fight. All right, he said. It can't be you that you send, you know. They'd be suspicious, and you'd draw more scrutiny than the message did. I know, he said. Good, she said. Perfect. That statement uttered, she remained where she was. Somewhere outside in the camp, someone was rising early. Likely one of the cooks. They scuffed the dirt with their footsteps. However, Helen said. We might have run into a difficulty. If you're concerned I'll stab or shoot you the moment you let go, then we're starting this arrangement on a bad foot. There needs to be a modicum of trust, he said. He was careful not to point out his injured hand. No, Helen said. I'm having trouble letting go. What brand of trouble? My mind accepts that I need to, she said. My body doesn't agree. Her breathing had changed. I'm afraid I may break you, despite everything, she said. I was worried about this. This seems like an oversight, Mauer observed, though he was more nervous than he had been since the beginning. Was this everything coming full circle from where it had started in Radham? It wasn't an oversight. It was very sighted, Helen said. We knew I might have this difficulty. A grave mistake then, Mauer said. There were no good answers. Had it been Sylvester you wouldn't have heard him out. Had it been Jesse, you. Who? Jamie. Had it been Jamie, there would have been difficulty communicating. You occupy different wavelengths. Ah, the one who had read off the list of the supposed dead, to destabilize his hold on the mob in Radham. And putting Jamie Jesse here raises its own questions, because then it's either Sylvester visiting the others, and that isn't about to go well, or it's me visiting them, and I'm not so sure I'm equipped to visit them and then leave again, or to say everything that needs saying. And if any of us stayed behind. You're rambling. Not that I particularly mind knowing just what you're all up to, but I'd rather address this crisis of yours. She flinched. Please choose your words carefully. The way you said crisis, it almost made me snap. Words? What words are a problem? The word problem is. So is crisis. Strong words, words that mean trouble or bad things. Threats and provocations. Were his words, a gift that God had given him, going to now be his end? He fell silent, waiting. She was breathing very rapidly now. I'm trying to be still, she said, her voice soft. I'm trying to be easy, to be quiet, when every inch of me is wanting culmination, in its bloody, bent glory. Mauer waited, tense. He wasn't sure those last 3 words were the sort of words she should be saying. Challenging her might have ended up being the provocation that made her snap. Mr. Reverend Mauer, Helen whispered. That might be one too many titles, he said. I need you to do something for me, she said. I should be able to oblige, he said, picking words to sound non-threatening. It wasn't as if he was in a position to refuse. He was very cognizant of the fact that not long after the cooks were awake, others would check on him, or would expect him to be up and about. He didn't sleep much by habit, and his staying in bed would make others worry. It would make them knock, an intrusion was entirely something that might provoke this lamb. As I eased down, I need you to be still, she said. I'm going to let go of you, and I need you not to do anything. Don't flex a muscle, don't move too quickly, don't move slowly. If you do anything, I might react reflexively, and then you're broken up into useless little bits, or we're at the very least right back where we started. You need me to be still. I need you to relax, utterly, so I can follow your lead. I need you to stop fighting. Stop fighting. He hadn't done that in a very, very long time now. I don't know if I'm capable, he said, modulating his tone to sound non-threatening. Your life may depend on it, sir, she said. If I was capable of it, I would have done so at some point in the last decade, and I would have given up entirely, he said. He was still trying to avoid aggressive words like fighting, war, and died. I wouldn't be here before you now. That does pose a problem, she said. I'm very terribly sorry. Her hands were trembling as she held him. We'll try, he decided, knowing that it was a task they were bound to fail together. Trying, she said. It was a glacial process, and one that was hard to measure, as she didn't relax progressively or in a particular order. It was more as if she was holding steady, trying not to act, and gradually, muscle by muscle, she released her hold. The moment he had a meaningful chance, he would act. He wasn't capable of proper surrender, not like this. He would act. She relaxed gradually, and the only sound was his own breathing and hers. She panted, and the pants grew further in between. If she took her weight off of him, he would act. If she let go of an arm, he would act. I'm having difficulty moving further, she said. And others were waking up throughout the camp. Was it closer to 6 now? 6:30? How long before a loud sound spooked his foe here and drove her to act, explosively constricting around him, twisting his limbs out of sockets or snapping his neck. She'd stopped, and she was frozen now, so unwilling to move a muscle that she wasn't willing to breathe. He still had the pistol in his ruined hand. What had been his good hand, something absolutely vital to him. His index finger was near the trigger, but the cartilage at the knuckle had been torn to shreds, and the finger might have been broken in 1 or 2 places. It wasn't mechanically possible to pull that trigger. His other hand was empty, and she had covered that base too thoroughly. Can I move my good arm? He asked. Just a small amount? It's cramping. He watched her eyes move. He watched her eyes stop short of looking directly at hand or gun. If he said gun, she would act, he suspected. If she looked at a gun, it might be the threat that activated her. Yes, she said. She knew about the gun. She knew what he had in play. His arm moved. He made it a few inches before she tensed up in multiple places. Just a small amount more, he asked. A small amount. Again, she tensed. He sensed the threat of it, read it in her. She couldn't bring herself to let go, and he couldn't move any further, nor could he surrender to help her in letting go. They remained like that for what might have been a minute. Move your shoulder, she said. My shoulder. Yeah, she said. Like that, he brought his shoulder forward a fraction, drawing it inward. It was a movement on his part, and it drew a reaction from her, instinctive, when she was a small fraction of reason in a larger sea of something more dangerous. She moved her hands, seizing his shoulder hard enough to hurt. She'd let go of his arm, and he was free to aim the revolver. He didn't. Instead, Mauer moved the revolver as if he was throwing a punch. He struck her in the shoulder, the angle of the strike meant to catch his own ruined finger to drag it against her bare skin, to pull at the trigger, to shoot. In the wooden hut formed from an overturned ship hull, the sound was impossibly loud. The pain of his finger was mild compared to what he was used to, but it distracted, took his mind out of the moment. He'd caught her across collarbone and upper arm with the bullet, and she'd released her grip on his other arm. He used the strength it afforded to reach out and grab her, and when she didn't let go he aimed and used the revolver again, in much the same fashion, grabbing and pulling on the broken finger with his bad hand. She tumbled to the dirt floor of his quarters around the same time his people arrived en masse, having heard the shots. He stood, shaky, as they entered. His lieutenants, his best soldiers, all armed. The real Will and Dalton and Isaiah and Limps. Put the guns away, he said. I'm really not enjoying getting shot so much, Helen said, from where she lay on the ground. She had a bullet through one wrist and another bullet through collarbone and upper arm. Mauer remained silent. It would be so easy to order her death. It would have been so safe. Can you make your way back on your own? I can, Helen said. Slowly, she picked herself up. She had to do it without much use of her arms. Let her pass, he instructed his people, and he made sure through tone that there was no room for argument. The crowd parted. He watched as she walked away. God had spoken to him through the mouth of a primordial, so to speak. It said something that his prayers were answered by a monster with the appearance of an angel, this time. It said something that he was being asked to sacrifice one of his own. He wasn't sure it was something positive, but he wasn't about to quibble. Lamb 2, Arc 18. Lillian stood from the bed, putting the bulk of it between her and Mary. She approached Jessie, only for Jessie to raise one hand, motioning for her to stop. Stopping, heart pounding, she turned to Mary. What's wrong with you? A part of her actually, honestly wondered if Mary would turn that gun on her. Mary had started out as an enemy agent, had then changed hands to the academy for several months, as she was vetted and leashed, and she'd never really moved to the same tune as the other lambs when it came to doubting their employers. It was a fleeting thought, one that ran in contradiction to the "we need more time" line, but as it crossed her mind, she felt her heart as though it was a Zotaoan life form, all frantically grasping limbs that simultaneously around the idea and recoiled from it. What if Mary was always on their side? No. But just as fleeting, just as heart-wrenching in its desperate, wild way, was the idea that Mary might have been genuine all along, but still be a trap, with the passcode phrase made to work in the event that the right criteria were met. Neither was right or fair, but neither was shooting Jessie. Jessie stood, leaning against the doorframe, one hand to the gouge in her leg. Lillian imagined the vascularity indexes, the blood maps, and tried to use the shorthand to calculate Jessie's height and body weight. Let me bandage it, she said. You're not in danger, but... Jessie was already shaking her head. No time. Exactly, Mary said. She was still sitting on the bed, still had the gun in hand. I'll be around, Jessie said. There's blood in the water, so I guess I'll be dodging the sniffers. There are 3, Lillian volunteered. Sniffers, I mean. I saw 2 of them getting fed, and usually it's 2 at home and 1 on the hunt, Jessie said. Yeah, Lillian said. Lillian, I know I'm the odd lamb out in a lot of ways, Jessie said. You could argue I've spent less time with the lambs as a group than anyone. If people wanted to argue my attachment to the group isn't as cemented in stone as it should be, I don't think I could argue it. But you visited me a lot when I was. Jessie floundered at that. Blank and relearning. Lillian offered. Yes, Jessie said. I'd like to think we got along. We talked a lot. We did. Yes, on both counts. You brought me books and articles and things to proofread. Jessie paused as Mary stood from the bed, still holding the gun. One hand still to her bleeding leg, Jessie glanced over her shoulder to check the coast was clear. I'm in a weird place, Jessie said. I want so badly to say that I was cheering for you as much as anyone when it came to you getting your white and black coats, but I'm against unfair competition. S.Y., Mary. Lillian nodded. I think back to that period when I was empty, blank, and lost, when I try to imagine you possibly giving up almost everything that makes you you. I empathize, I really do. I know it's an idea that deserves a lot of time. But that's time I don't think we have. I don't want to guilt you, but... Lillian could finish the thought. Why? If you think back and think of Sylvester when he was struggling the most, Jessie said, I want to tell you that his good days these days are like that. Lillian swallowed. Yeah. Except I'd be lying, Jessie said. Because even on a good day today, he's even worse than any bad day a year or two ago. I don't think you saw him after he lost Jamie, Jessie, Lillian ventured. I saw him when he lost you, Jessie said. Then Jessie looked over her shoulder and stepped backward through the door, before moving out of sight. That's not fair, Lillian thought. None of this is fair. Mary looked as though she wasn't even bothered. Seeing how very cold her best friend was in this moment, Lillian was spooked. Mary was getting dressed, her movements precise and practiced as she used ribbon and razor wire to position the knives she hid on her person, the ribbon protecting her body from the wire. We're all so far apart right now. I don't think we come back together so much as we crash together in a heap. Some of us might not even walk away. They're coming in through the building, Mary said, as she placed a knife in the midst of her hair. Yeah, Lillian said. She reached out and touched the wall with her hand. The building creaked, and the impact of footfalls traveled. I'll need help with this, if it's no trouble, Mary said. You shot Jessie. Yes, Mary said. She donned what might have been called a necklace of razor wire, ribbon, and knives. She must have pulled it off as one interconnected piece before her bath. Can you hold this ribbon? You do realize I'm mad at you? I'm not even mad. I'm appalled. That's allowed, Mary said. But I would still appreciate help. What I was saying, what Jessie was saying, is there's no time. They're coming upstairs as we speak. Save me some time and hold the ribbon. Please. I don't like this side of you, Lillian said. She took the ribbon. Jessie is stubborn, Mary said. With the one ribbon secure in Lillian's hands, she was free to weave threads and more ribbons into it. It doesn't shine through very often because she's also soft-spoken and she doesn't tend to take center stage. It takes unreasonable amounts of force to make her change her mind. It's why she can weather SY as well as she does. What breaks another person only chips away at Jessie. Breaks. Lillian weighed the word in her mind. She didn't like how it sat. But by that same token, if she says she's not going to leave, she won't leave, Mary said. Hold this knife. Careful, there's wire attached to it. I know she's stubborn. I know who she is. Who Jamie was, anyway. I still don't understand any of that Jessie-Jamie thing, except maybe wanting to leave it behind. But you shot her. Her mind is like a fortress. Carefully constructed, and very hard to change, Mary said. She said it very patiently, but she managed to avoid sounding condescending. Unless the foundation is shaken. You shot her, Lillian repeated for emphasis. Mary sighed. I can handle the rest myself. Get ready, and bring your gun. Lillian let go of the knife, letting it fall between Mary's shoulder blades. She turned her back. Getting herself ready was as simple as gathering the clothes and kit she had set aside and getting everything on. Socks, waterproof boots, hairband, belt pouch. She hesitated as she held her lab coat up. Mary gestured. Incoming. Yeah, Lillian said, still looking at her coat. She still jumped a little as a knock came at the door. We're getting dressed. Mary called out. Soldiers pushed the door open, as if that was more invitation than deterrent. Mary was buttoning up her shirt, her back to the door. She had no boots on, and her jacket was closer to the door than to her. Ma'am, the lead soldier said. He was only a few years older than Lillian and Mary. He looked at Lillian, and appraised her as she pulled her coat on. Doctor, ma'am. We're getting dressed is not an invitation to enter, Lillian said. She wanted to project authority. We could have spoken through the door. Yes ma'am, he said. What was the gunshot? There's blood on the door. That was me, Mary said. We had an intruder. An acquaintance. She'll be on the run, and she's bleeding. I'd follow the blood trail now, because she'll staunch it or she'll disappear into the rain, and then you won't be able to find her. You'll want to signal the sniffers as well. He took stock of that, then glanced at Lillian. Please do as she asks, Lillian said. That was as good as an order. He turned about face, and he and his men jogged off, following an apparently distinct blood trail. Lillian gave Mary an unimpressed look. If the Infante is coming, we need to look like we're doing our job, Mary said. I just wish that we could look a little less like we're doing our job when nobody's looking, Lillian said. They you the lambs as a whole, if I discount myself, you have so much to deal with, I don't want us to make that road harder for each other. Mary picked up Lillian's bag and handed it to her. You should count yourself among us. You've earned that place. Lillian wanted to say something to that, but she wasn't sure what. And while you're doing that, remember that we're strong, we're capable. Be proud of your strength, Doctor. Recognize our strengths. I can make Jessie bleed and set the dogs on her and trust she'll manage. And that's different from Sylvester putting a bullet in your knee. Only barely, Mary said. We should walk. Lillian held her medical bag, the strap not yet over her shoulder. What are you thinking? Mary prompted. That you made the decision without me. Postponed it. And that something happened to make you change direction like this. What are you thinking? What even happened, Mr. Gage? Mary smiled. She gestured, and Lillian nodded, slinging her bag over her shoulder. They exited the apartment, and Lillian locked it behind her before placing the key in one of her countless pockets within the lab coat, buckling it before withdrawing her hand. I don't know. We had a nice conversation, Mary said. I told him some of the truth, and some lies. I think I put his heart at ease. There are only a few times I've seen you this, Lillian floundered for a word. She felt flustered, sleep-deprived, and anxious, too unprepared to tackle everything that was being thrown at her in the here and now. Unpleasant? Mary asked. No. Yes, but that's subjective. I'd almost say cold, but that's wrong. You're this, hard. To think I was saying much the same about Jessie. You're alike, you two. You don't budge. You set something in place and you hold fast to it. Except for you it's something felt, it's practice and routine and execution. It's something constructed, like you say, when it comes to Jessie. Mary thought about that. Before she could say anything, more soldiers appeared. Mary pointed down the hall, in the opposite direction she and Lillian were traveling, and the soldiers hesitated. Lillian, for her part, was already drawing her badge from her pocket. She flashed it to the group. The Radham crest and a paper with signatures, both in a tidy little leather package. The soldiers marched off. Lillian continued, where things are flipped around is that it's normally you on the offense, trying to achieve the goals, while Jamie was always the one on the defensive, being careful, one eye on the clock and on all of the little details. You said Jamie, Mary pointed out. I meant Jamie. I can't be definitive about Jessie, because I can't say where Jamie ends and she starts. But I know that when they were acting the way I remember them acting, they were Jamie. Mary nodded. More soldiers approached. The fact that others had no doubt come this way was enough of a point in Lillian and Mary's favor that they barely glanced at the badge. There was a lot to be said for image, for the white coat and the medical bag. I'm not good at this, for the record. Wrapping my head around whatever that is. Jessie's business. You're doing fine, I think. Lillian was still upset about the way Mary had handled things, about the hardness, that her reflexive impulse was to say something negative back, to snap about being condescended to, maybe. She bit it back. She hated being upset with Mary as much as she hated the reasons for being upset. If I had to give you an answer, then in talking to my dad, I was thinking about what I wanted. Something beyond wanting to support you, Mary said. If it's something I can help you find, Lillian started. You leading an academy, me training the soldiers there. Making them elite. Something honed, that gets the respect of other academies and imparts some of it on you. I like to imagine your kind, you'd lead an academy that would do good things, and I could offset that. By being Lillian started. She almost said unkind. Hard. It's not like that. That's not the road I want to take to get there. But I've only barely started putting the idea together. Then Jessie showed up and she asked us to abandon everything. You reacted. No. Not like that, Mary said. But I don't like the idea of not getting to think about it and then regretting it. The exact opposite for me, Lillian thought. I've sat with this idea in my head since I could write. I've worked at this so hard, built it step by step, assignment after assignment, terrifying day after terrifying day working with the lambs, bleeding to make headway, my heart breaking to make headway, hurting and helping to kill people to make just another few steps of progress. Her fingers reached for and clutched the front of her white coat. They stepped out the front doors of the building, and they stopped there. Others were approaching. What happened? The head doctor asked. Lillian's de facto superior for this whole exercise with the refugees. Someone else got in, Lillian said. Someone we might know. The head doctor's face transformed as he took that in. It looked like he was going to say something. We told the soldiers to track our intruder, to rouse the sniffers and put them on the trail. Half the city's going to be active and looking shortly, especially with the Infante's arrival imminent. You should have come to me first, the head doctor said. Time was of the essence, Lillian said. The kind of intruder this is, the trail goes cold in less than a minute. A handful of seconds, even. We specialized in dealing with this kind of threat for a long time. The doctor frowned. He was a proud man, but he wasn't an unreasonable one, she hoped. Which one out? She had a sense of how others like Helen or SY handled these things, and confidence was often key. Showing no hesitation, driving forward. The problem with those who specialize is they often miss the big picture, the doctor said. If your socket graft patient is facing a cardiac ejaculation and you have a heart and a graft specialist offering you assistance, it would not reflect well on you if you turned them down, Lillian said. She was happy that she'd found the word choice mid-sentence, focusing on how things would reflect on the head doctor. Carry on then, he said, and he almost sounded like Mary as he said it. Mary when Mary was being much too focused and intense. She departed in a way that made it look like she wasn't fleeing the scene. She executed a half-dozen little tricks that the lambs had painstakingly taught her, that she had turned into something natural, and now almost did without thinking. Quirks of body language, of pacing out her movements. Mary matched her, and the matching of character and intention without overtly observing Lillian was something exceptional Lillian couldn't have learned if she had another 10 years with the lambs. He wasn't happy about that, Mary observed. Once they were out of earshot you'll have to end that particular fight later. We know how, Lillian said. We know about the refugees. The value of biding our time with that particular chip, then. Lillian smiled. Things were picking up. More people, more de facto guards, soldiers, and military. Everyone who had a uniform to put on to join the local forces was outfitted or getting there, a gun in hand. Preparation for the Infante on one hand, not to mention that the local forces had already been on high alert from a few scattered individuals making their way into the town and stirring up trouble or trying to secure accommodations. There had been fire and sabotage, and now a gunshot from one of the buildings. The net is closing, Mary said. I know, Lillian said. I don't want to go with Jessie, Mary said. I know. You made that very clear. I wanted time to think. You seem very decided. No, Mary said. She sounded exasperated. Don't let me decide. I can go where you go. What are you thinking? You and Jessie were talking about SY. I don't want to go to him if it's just to see how very bad he is on a bad day. Lillian started to speak, then paused to take note of where she was. It's complicated. Her hand moved in a series of gestures. Reflecting status, then the basic sign for emotion and socialization, all followed by a series of descriptors. High heart small poison man. I love him, she thought, translating it. Add high heart cutting metal dancer, Lillian added. I love you as well. Mary reached out, taking Lillian's hand in her own, giving it a squeeze. I don't know what to do, Lillian said, whispering. I can't make a decision like this on short notice. No, Mary agreed. That's the problem, isn't it? But this isn't a short notice decision either, is it? Thoughts whirled through Lillian's mind. She felt as scared as she had felt when she was new to the lambs, when Sylvester had been so very nasty, and when the monsters had been so much more incomprehensible. That had changed over time, seeing some monsters on operating tables and others lying dead on battlefields. They were still scary, but she understood them now. She didn't understand this. The rain was pattering down, and the water traveled in tiny contained rivers, between the folds and slats of wood throughout the city. Soldiers were everywhere, patrolling, scouting areas for possible trouble, hunting for Jessie, or hunting for any refugees that might have gotten in. Others had collected near the gate, with the bulk of them being stitched forces, massed in case the refugees beyond the gates used the opening of those gates to rush within. There was a barking sound, then a bark of gunfire further down the street. Lillian felt her blood run cold. It ran colder still when she saw the soldiers in question. They'd raised and fired their rifles, almost casually, tagging their target. The barking a sniffer? Jessie? She did her best to hide her emotion, to bury the tells and walk like nothing was particularly wrong. The target was one of the refugees, it looked like. They had been dashing down the street, going by how the blood splatters were spaced out, as if they'd continued to run for another 5 strides, with a bullet hitting them each time their foot touched ground. Now they lay in a heap, bleeding. She wanted to help them. She wanted to do something so badly. It all feels so far away, Lillian reminded herself of what they'd been talking about. I want to be there, at the destination, but I'm so very sick of this journey. I know I could do it, but I don't know how much longer you'll be with me. The others too. It becomes me and Duncan and Ashton, with the new lambs. It's so much mud to wade through to get to the end. So much looking past the bad, telling myself I'll be able to fix things when I get to the end. You're worried you'll change before the end. I'm worried a part of me already has, Lillian said. I'm worried I won't have anyone with me by the time I get there, and then who keeps me on the straight and narrow? Who keeps me sane? You're looking to the lambs for sanity? Mary asked. Yeah, Lillian said. The gate at the north end of the city cracked open. There was shouting from beyond the gate, of refugees. But the Infante was making his entrance in style. Along his trip to this town on Radham's very periphery, the noble had picked up an entourage. The entourage had been changed to be uniform. Lillian recognized the work, and connected it to what she had seen written about in articles as theory, only months ago. The chrysomelon. Drawn from an effect seen very rarely in nature, they ate rust and they absorbed the metal into their bodies. In practice, they were quadruped war beasts and biped soldiers. All were large and muscled, though the muscle wasn't always symmetric. Shells formed around heads, making the soldiers resemble gladiators, the war beasts appearing to be great reptiles with heads encased in helmets. All of them had shells crusting their bodies elsewhere, a mingling of actual iron, mollusk shell, and keratin, like that of the fingernail. The metal was black, the keratin pale, and the combined effect something like a translucent marble. They walked in procession, and almost effortlessly beat back or struck down any refugees or other troublemaker who ventured too close. It gave them a kind of aura, where people backed away from their presence. Out of time. It's not possible to make this decision, is it? There's no magic answer. I haven't seen my father, Mary remarked. It would be nice if he got out all right. Lillian glanced at her friend. If only because he's a contact we could use, Mary said. I suppose, Lillian said. He's been kind, all considered. He has, Mary said. The parade was making its way into the city, and the Infante's carriage appeared. It was drawn by the largest of the war beasts, one twice the size as the other reptilian hulks with its helmet and patches of grown-in plate mail. Lillian turned away before the Infante was so far into the city that she would be obligated to bow and to stay bowing until he gave the go-ahead to stand. She didn't want this to be the deadline. She wanted more time and she wasn't sure if she could even come any closer to an answer if she had it. The Infante was as evil a man as she'd ever come across, if it was true that he was leveraging plague and blackwood to grind away at the Crown States, so it could be left to go fallow for future generations, if he was complicit in the block. She felt almost nauseous, her heart hammering, as if she was facing down any of the worst monsters, and its sights just so happened to be set on her. Except it wasn't any monster, she was fairly sure. It was the decision. Every passing minute made it worse. Striding away from the street with Mary in tow made it worse still. She remembered a desperate SY calling to Jessie for help, and for an instant, she considered doing that. In that, at least, she found a glimmer of an idea. It wasn't an answer, or even a path to an idea, but it beat doing nothing. She gestured, indicating a building. It was, as it turned out, a mostly empty building, guarded only by a skeleton crew. It was government, a local politician's office, and she didn't even need to flash her badge to get in. The white coat fluttered around her legs, and it counted for a great deal. There was that, at least. It's early afternoon, she asked. Hard to tell with the weather and my nap. Early afternoon, Mary said. Lillian nodded. She made her way through the empty office until she stood at a desk. A telephone sat there. Picking up, she pressed the button. Operator speaking, the voice came across fuzzy, in and out from half second to half second, waxing and waning in time with the cumulative heartbeats of a school of organisms somewhere along the line. How may I connect you? I want to speak to my father, Lillian thought. She set the earpiece down on the hook, and then stared at the phone. She couldn't even say it aloud. Everything about her just felt like a morass of things she thought she wanted, sitting in the way of things she wanted but couldn't wrap her head around. She thought through all of the thoughts she had tried to articulate as they'd left the apartment. The difficulty in deciding. The fact that she'd be disappointed in herself and she would be disappointing people like SY and Mary who had given so very much to help her find her way, if she didn't carry forward to get her black coat. But she would be disappointed if she didn't go. It all contributed to her feeling trapped, panicking as the walls closed in and none offered anything good. What would she have said to her father? What would he have said? That he was upset that she hadn't reached out in months. Their relationship had foundered ever since she had learned they had tried to delay her from getting her black coat. If they'd had their way she wouldn't even have her white coat now. I remember when Sylvester left. He said goodbye to me, and then he grabbed you and left to go fight the Baron. Yes, Mary said. I remember he said, if I couldn't get my black coat, it would kill me, Lillian said, and her voice was quiet. I can't even remember how I worded my response, if I even verbalized it, but I know I wanted so badly to say no. That he was wrong. I wanted to say it and I saw the look on his face and I told him yes instead. You do, I think, Mary said. You want the black coat? Did, maybe, Lillian said. I think I wish I'd gone with him. I wish more of us had gone with him. Maybe we could have done more about the plague, or stopping the Blackwood. We could have done something about the Duke. We all did what we thought was right at the time. That was it, wasn't it? It was the complete wrong answer and it was the complete right answer at the same time. What had the head doctor said? That she hadn't looked at the big picture. She'd tunnel-visioned in. She'd failed to keep the key points in mind, the most important lessons she'd learned. Trusting the other lambs was one. She wanted to go. She might even be able to convince Mary. The questions, the doubts, even if Sylvester was as bad as Jessie said, S.Y., Jessie, Helen, Duncan, Ashton, Mary, they could all help find the answer. They were so capable when they were together. But how to even communicate that to Mary? She felt relief and new fear in conjunction, and she knew it was close to what Mary had felt on deciding her direction only to have it threatened. The sick, nauseous, trapped, Zodoan feeling hadn't left Lillian's breast since Jessie had been shot, and it was only now abating. Which made it feel almost 10 times worse as the front door to the building opened wide. Hinges creaked and groaned in the opening, because the hand that pushed the door moved the door at an odd angle, bent the metal and tugged at the screws and nails. The door would deform from the action. The Infante was capable of gentleness, and he'd chosen to damage the door. He spread his arms, as if to welcome himself more than to greet them, magnanimous. Lambs, he said, and his voice reverberated through the empty space. Automatically, Lillian dropped to her knees. She could feel the floor of the building shake with each heavy footstep of the noble. As she stared at the ground, her eyes were wide. I believe you've heard, the Infante spoke. This town has fallen to plague and blight. It was a set of statements that played into each other, and they implied two very bad things. That the Infante knew about the Duke, for one, and that they'd been communicating with the man. And that he'd condemned this town. A tragedy, to be sure. A great loss for the Academy. Every single resident has been lost, slain by circumstance, you lambs included. Dog eat dog 18.10. Sylvester, the voice was firm, and the speaker was both male and young. Wake up. We have a lot to do. I draped my arm over my face, so I could shut out the light and block the world. My eyes were damp, as if I'd been crying, yet I'd been firmly asleep. Sylvester. I almost spoke, responding, before I shut my mouth. Speaking was dangerous now. At any point, it could spell disaster, talking to someone who wasn't there. I had allies I needed to preserve and other allies who could very easily become adversaries if they lost any more faith in me. I let my arm fall from my face, and blinked my eyes dry as I could get them. An arm draped across my neck, making breathing and sitting up more difficult than they had to be. I slept in a pile with a number of others, and I couldn't name very many of them. If the hallucinations and twists of the mind were always bad, always hostile, it might have been easier. I could have steeled myself, turned my brain to the task, and found a way forward. I wanted to believe that. But they weren't always bad or hostile. They supported me, they kept me company, and they kept me warm when I felt cold. The sensations were largely imagined, I knew. The touch, the feel of clothing on skin and skin on clothing, of breathing into someone else's hair. I'd slept, at least. Going by the light, it was dawn. That meant, 3 hours. A step forward from no sleep in the 2 days prior. We were sleeping in a barn, apparently, in a pile of old blankets draped over a haystack. Red Riding Hood lay on one side of me, her breath sour with last night's alcohol. The girl with the layers of clothes spooned me, her arm the one that had been making it hard to breathe and to rise. There was a red-headed girl and a girl from the eastern crown states that I couldn't place or name, a boy who slept with his back to me, and 2 delinquents, one of whom had done the body modification thing, with 2 sets of horns and some scarification of the forehead. There were bottles and some food on the ground. I could only remember parts. A whirl of hallucination and dancing, of the Hackthorn experiments and delinquents. I'd wanted to ingratiate myself, to ensure I didn't burn bridges with the ones most likely to hear me out and not fall back into academy ways of thinking. I'd had something to drink, but the effects were somewhat muted. It had been a dizzy spiral down into sleep and rest. All we want is a voice, the boy at the doorway said. He'd been the one to urge me awake. A voice? The hallucinations wanted a chance to speak? He shrugged with one shoulder. He looked angry but didn't have a seeming target for that anger. The night's festivities had left him with dark circles under his eyes. He was the one I'd seen on the bed in Fair's room, with the yellow raincoat that vaguely resembled a lab coat, like aspiring doctors sought. He wore an apron beneath it, and I didn't miss that he'd stashed a knife in that apron. He looked at me, that's the plan? You don't get shut out of things, we get a voice. And us woebegone fairy tales get our chance to be on top for once, Red Riding Hood said. She sat up and stretched. Get some catharsis. Get some revenge. Yeah, if that's what it comes to, the boy in yellow said. Not that I care, but I'm willing to do what's necessary to get where we need to be. Try to sound less like a jerk, Red said. She looked at me. The sleeping hero awakes. Good morning. I looked between the two, blinking, trying to sort out the conversation. Was she not? I grunted, quizzical. I said I slept surprisingly well considering this blanket smells like wet dog and old cow. Good morning, sleepy hero. I didn't want to respond, to get caught up in things. It would be too easy to ask a question and be offered another statement that begged yet another question. These hallucinations were a product of my mind and I was 100% aware that my mind was very good when it came to that sort of thing. I almost didn't want to move. I was surrounded by mostly girls, I was cozy, and I worried that once I started moving I wouldn't be able to stop. The decision was almost made for me. Our conversation had stirred others. It's too early, one of the delinquents said. If SY wants to get up, we get up, Red responded. Fuck SY up the bumpipe with a lumpy branch, the delinquent said. I cleared my throat. With a not lumpy branch, then. You're quiet, Red said. Are you mad? Did I bother you, last night? I barely remembered her role in last night. I shook my head. Not up to talking, she asked. You're in pretty good company then. Beside me, the girl with the layers of clothing reached up, using her fingers to tidy my hair. I shook my head a little, running my fingers through my hair to fix it, and then stood up, extricating myself from her. We're up. Red said, full of good cheer, and that same cheer played into the groans her voice was eliciting. I walked straight for the open door to the barn, where a rain barrel was set beside the boy in the raincoat. I saw Bo peep on a bench by the door. She watched me, eyes large, and drew her feet up from the ground to the edge of the bench, so her knees were tied up against her chest. I gave her a wave, even though I didn't want to gesture, even mundane gestures, for much the same reason I didn't want to speak. After a moment, she waved back. Red reached out for her, as if to muss up that woolly head of hair, and Bo Peep swatted at the hand, far more forcefully than necessary. Had I done something? Had Red? Was Peep jealous? There were so many questions and I wasn't sure I had the resources at my disposal to answer them. I felt rested, I was only a little hungry, and yet I'd been awake for a few minutes at most, and I had already faced a number of challenges. The energy and focus I had were things I'd need to ration for the day ahead of me. I'd need to save up a number in case I faced a larger crisis. Mutiny, combat, an uprising from the academy we were holding hostage, another downturn in my mental health, or if the accumulated positive elements of my mental landscape turned on me, if the lambs appeared, real or not, and if they weren't friendly or kind, it was something that could leave me in shambles if I wasn't prepared. I needed to be ready, whatever the day brought. The irony was that devoting time and attention to conserving mental and emotional resources was in itself draining those resources. The boy in the yellow coat stood at the rain barrel with his hand out, letting the water run off the gutter and into his open hand. I watched as he clenched that fist, squeezing out the water. Beyond him, the sky was mottled with clouds just thin enough to take the blue out of the sky and thicker clouds that looked almost black. The sun had risen just enough that the light came from one direction but didn't color the sky pink. We can't let them ignore us, Sylvester, he said. It's what they do. They marginalize, they set up a system, and then they twist it to their favor. Power and control. I plunged my head and shoulders into the water of the rain barrel. Cold. I kept my head there, where the rest of the world couldn't bother me, gripping the edge of the barrel with more and more intensity as the cold crushed in on my head and stabbed through skin to make my skull hurt. I withdrew my head and straightened. The moment my eyes opened, the boy in the yellow coat was rushing me. I stepped back, and in the doing, I cracked the back of my head against the edge of the door. He grabbed me by the collar. You little shit. You think you can ignore me? Right when I was saying we get a voice. I raised my hand to grab him, to pull him off me, and in the doing I brought it up to where the rain barrel pressed against the exterior wall of the barn. How to get my hand around that simple obstacle was a thought process that eluded me in the moment. Realizing I had another hand I could use took me a full second. As I raised it, Red brushed against my arm, approaching the rain barrel. She put her hands in and flinched. Lords and ladies, that's cold. You put your head in. I shrugged. I realized I had one hand raised halfway up, and I'd left it hanging there. The phantom in question was no longer there, no longer grabbing my collar. The snarl and thought process that had made getting my right hand up and out of the space between me and the rain barrel was gone. She bent her head down and splashed it, yelping as she came in contact with the water. She had been modified to have facial features reminiscent of a deer, rabbit, or another prey animal. The fur was soft and so fine that the places where fur started and ended weren't clear, brown-gray fur blending into brown skin with the fine and sparse hairs that all people had. Her eyes were larger than normal, more expressive, and they had almost natural makeup with black skin at the edges of the eyes, the dramatic highlighting of the furrow by the tear duct, and long black eyelashes. She'd wanted to go under the knife and she likely would, but she wanted to have an actual, normal face, and working out that particular puzzle out was a task that would take more than a week, if scars were to be avoided and all features were to look normal. She smiled as she stepped away from the rain barrel, face beaded with moisture, and she ran her wet hands through mostly dry hair. Are people going to wonder where you've been, hero? I almost kept silent, but I worried my silence would be just as worrisome as my speaking here. Hero. My question coincided with the bulk of the group exiting the barn. Bo Peep and the girl with the layers of clothing among them. I saw the triplets, who I'd first seen under the sink, whispering to one another. Paul was present too, and from the straw stuck to him and to Goldilocks, I was guessing they'd found a secluded corner of the barn to bunk down in. I watched a boy of 15 or so twirl a stick with his fingers. He looked a little more worse for wear, as if he'd had more to drink and a few other things beside and he'd woken up with the worst hangover, for the past 100 days. He contrasted that with very posh clothes and blonde hair that he'd slicked back, close to his head. He spooked me a little. He was closer to the whispering triplets than to any of the others, and he set my instincts in overdrive. That might have been his role. Putting me on edge, representing something alarming without actually clarifying that something. You saved us, Red said, smiling. You did, Paul said. We owe you a lot. I grunted. I stood back while others took their turn with the water barrel. He's not talking much, Red said. All right, Paul said, firmly. Well, we've got a few like that. We'll manage. He seemed to make it a statement, meant for the group, as if to ensure that I wouldn't be looked down on, or so I wouldn't run into trouble. Maybe it was self-serving on his part, ensuring his group was fine. Maybe it was that he was actually an all-right person. We'll manage, yes, as we get done with all that we need to get done, spoke the boy in the yellow raincoat. Speaking of, where are we going? Goldilocks asked. What's next on the agenda? I want to stay, Bo Peep said. Stay? Paul asked. Lays around in a musty barn all day. We can't stay, the boy in the raincoat said. There's an agenda. There's stuff to do, I said. I didn't want to be accused of ignoring the boy in yellow again. There are things that need doing that only we can do, one of the triplets said, almost echoing the boy in yellow. His voice sounded as though he had a cold, in contrast to the indistinct whispers. We're talented. We have to put those talents to use. I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry, Red said. I'm alright with being hungry, Bo Peep said, more insistent. Let's stay where we are. It's safe. The academy is ours, Peep. Red said, smiling. It's theirs, the boy in yellow said. Don't lose sight of that fact. Don't be silly, it's as safe as it'll get. We're as safe as we'll ever be, Red said. I'd been awake for only a few minutes and I was wondering if I had the grit needed to get to noon. This was too much, and it wasn't enough. It was worse because I couldn't be sure if people were saying things to others or if I was making mental revisions to make it seem like they were. I'll keep you safe, Paul said. Whatever it takes, little Bo. I'll be your personal bodyguard. Yeah, that was a large part of why Red and Goldilocks and so many others were fawning over Paul. It wasn't so much that he was devastatingly beautiful, and devastating wasn't a word I was about to use lightly, but he had a good heart beneath that righteous anger of his. I don't care, Bo Peep said. Not about me. I care about Sylvester. I know it'll bother him if I say it, but I think it'll be worse if I don't say it. He's not well. He wasn't well last night. I want to stay here with him and not do anything. We just have to wait until his friends come back. So long as we stay put and we don't do anything, nothing can go wrong. 20 sets of eyes turned my way. You're not well, Sylvester? Paul asked. I felt like admitting it out loud would have said something, and I couldn't bring myself to deny it. I shrugged yet again. It felt like I was trying to buck the weight on my shoulders that was accruing there over time. We've all got our quirks, Paul said. Neuroses. Sylvester exemplifies that. But we're capable, we're strong. Some of us even got changes that made us better than we would have been. I say we move forward. We've got little ones to feed. You guys can go. I'll stay with Sylvester. We can talk, and you can bring food back to us, Bo Peep said. Her hands clutched at her skirt. With so many eyes on her, her small voice pushing against a very large group, she couldn't quite keep her head raised. Please. That sounds like a bother, Red said. Please. Bo Peep asked. Please, I'll never ask for anything again. I'll be good, I'll do one favor for everyone here, I'll do chores, or I'll knit something for everyone, if you'll give me time, or... She seemed to sense that she wasn't making much headway with the group. She took a half step toward me, then hesitated. I dropped to my knee, so I was more on her level. At that, she threw herself at me, her arms around my neck. I returned the hug, and I felt her heart beating like she'd just run a mile. Please, she said. I'll do anything and everything you want. I'll go away forever, or I'll stay right next to you forever. But can't we please just stay here? We can talk, and you can tell me or tell all of us stories of you and your friends. That sounds nice, I thought. Soothing, almost. I could almost frame it in a way that taught lessons, gave tips on how to be an effective investigator or infiltrator, how to act in the acting sense, and how to manipulate. So long as I was addressing a group, I could even talk freely. The fact that I couldn't talk to anyone without knowing for sure if I was just speaking to open air was paralyzing, a weight on my throat that coincided with a lump there that wasn't going away. You said things last night that scared me, when you were talking to others that weren't there, she said, and the words were so quiet that she couldn't form all of the sounds. I'd had to fill in the gaps and reason out many of the words. She went on in much the same fashion, and Red Riding Hood caught wind of it and she egged you on, and Paul liked the way you sounded when you scared me most, and now I don't like them anymore. Stories? I asked. I was warming to the idea. I wasn't sure I liked having my guard down, doing nothing while things happened elsewhere, but I wasn't sure I liked having my guard up, either. When you all were young. The good days. And I know your memory isn't good, but you could make up stories and I bet they'd still be good. Helen was telling us that before, you would imagine things so very well that it felt real to you, and now it's hard for you to tell the difference between what's real and made up, but if maybe just telling stories and not worrying about any of it would be nice. That could be really nice, I said. I couldn't sleep all night because I was worried about the things I heard you all saying, so I watched over you and I thought hard about it and I came up with the stories as a thing we could do, she said. She sounded even more desperate now that I'd indicated I was interested. It made sense. The boy with the stick approached me. I knew he wasn't real, but something about him made me worry. It was less the latent danger he posed, less the anxiety that surrounded him, and more that. I wasn't even sure how to word it. I would have described it as a mousetrap, waiting to be sprung, everything straining, packed with potential energy. A collapse waiting to happen. To keep Peep away from him, I stood, still holding her tight in my arms, effectively picking her up. I kept my back to the boy, and I saw the girl with the layered clothes and the boy with the raincoat standing with his hand in his deep coat pocket. Something alive was in there. There were many others, I realized, now that I took in the crowd as a whole. The number had been 20 earlier, but now it had doubled in size. Too many were made up of boys and the rare girl in uniform. Girls who wore only the stripped-down academy uniform pieces, no jacket, just the white blouse and dress. They were easy to overlook because many students were doing that now, to cut down on the laundry they had to do. I turned as much as I was able, while the boy with the stick paced around me. I started. As he spoke from a position behind me, the boy's voice didn't match his haggard appearance and it didn't match his dapper clothing. It was too deep, too ragged. It reached into the deepest parts of me and shook me. If you don't get moving, we'll make you kill that girl in the worst way possible. Bo Peep's heart continued to beat its relentless pace, my own now caught up to it, matching it in tempo. Wish I could, I said. I set her down, with a bit of effort to pull her free of me. I really do. She flinched at the words, then she nodded. I didn't miss the way she hung her head, or that her hands went to her eyes. Let's go eat. I know a good place, I said. Then, as a concession to the boy in yellow and the stick boy, I added, then we'll see about getting down to business. I had to double-check to make sure Bo Peep was with. The spot was only a little distance away. I wondered if I'd chosen it subconsciously. The mob followed behind, the rough-edged, the altered, the recently repaired. The building was quaint, and that quaintness was contrasted by a heavy regiment of stitched guards. While I figured out what the best way past that regiment might be, a face appeared in the window. Shirley unlocked and opened the door. "SY," she said. She smiled. "Any chance of breakfast?" I asked. It still felt strange, talking, but at least in this, I felt like I was pretty safe. It was a known location, and the door had been unlocked and opened. Absent Shirley, it wouldn't have made sense. I don't have my wallet, but I figure maybe you'd extend me a tab. Don't be ridiculous, Shirley said. I know I'm a bit of a liar and a troublemaker, but I wouldn't say it's ridiculous, given our history, I said. Of course you can eat here, SY. For free. Come on in. Your friends too. I've got some oatmeal on the stove and a batch of cinnamon twists in the oven that we were going to send up to the dorms. We'll give you guys the twists and send the next batch up to the dorms. How's that? That sounds pretty amazingly close to perfect. There were some whoops and cheers as the crowd filed in. It was positive, good. Bo Peep was a contrast to that. I felt a pang. Feeling like I could trust Shirley and that the world made sense was a big deal. I liked feeling like I was trending closer to sanity, some scares aside. I felt like I owed that to Bo Peep, to the 3 hours of sleep I'd got, and the feeling of having some company as I slept. That was the good. The bad was, harder to pin down. It felt like it was still there, still growing, and I was having trouble grasping it. It was less like the negativity wasn't there or looming and more like I simply couldn't see it. It was soon chaos within the cafe that Shirley was managing. This was our meeting hall in the city itself, and Shirley was apparently continuing her cover in keeping it running, even though the cafe part of the cafe was no longer necessary. She could have stacked up the tables and chairs and ignored them, only ensuring that employees kept the kitchen going so the students in dormitories could be supplied with food, treats, and other necessities. Shirley looked happy. There were others present. The large child from the previous night's meeting was sitting at one table, gorging himself. I found myself staring for a long time at another set of individuals. 2 girls and a boy that was slightly older, all with long blonde hair. Was it a code? I'd trained myself to look for patterns. How had they appeared? Boy in yellow, girl with the clothes, triplets, girl in the window. 1, 1, 3, 1, did I read anything into the fact that the boy in yellow and the girl in the window had pets? Who had come after? The large child. Yes, then the boy with the stick. Now this set of 3. There was the plethora of boys in uniform and girls in white, but I hadn't kept count and if I was entirely honest, the cues my hallucinations tended to give me tended to be cues of a sort that I knew and appreciated. I wouldn't have set myself a task better suited to Jessie or Mary. No, I wasn't sure if my brain would have posed a riddle to me in terms of math or science, not that kind of pattern. Pierre, meanwhile, was wearing checked pajamas, sitting on the end of the bench closest to the kitchen. Wasn't expecting guests, he said. I'm barely decent. I smiled, took Bo Peep's hand, and led her to Pierre's side. Come on. Have a seat. She sat, head still bowed. I'll look after her, Pierre said. Thank you, I murmured, she's quickly catching up to you, Shirley, and the lambs when it comes to my list of people I really owe. Getting support, backup, and smart support backup is pretty invaluable when I find I'm low. I'll definitely look after her, then, Pierre said. I'll be right back, I said. I got food for myself and for Bo Peep, and I brought it over to her. I separated myself from the larger storm of discussion and sat with her. We're sitting here on our lonesome over here, talking about FAV0RIT animals, Pierre said. Well, clearly, lambs are the best, I said. Lambs grow up, and then they aren't lambs anymore, Bo Peep said. I felt a stab of something horrifying at that thought. It wasn't that the sentence was so poignant, but I wondered if it cast a shadow of doubt on Bo Peep, a thought that didn't match her. Not that I knew her that well. I think we can all hold on to the best parts as we grow up. It's part of what growing up is, I said. I really want to think that, she said. You're a good one, Peep, I said. Please don't let anyone, me especially, convince you that you aren't. More people kept filing in. I was well aware that many were my hallucinations. I was aware that there was a lingering sentiment of hostility, and that the boy with the stick had threatened to do something to Bo Peep if I didn't keep moving. But this was nice, and it was essential. I needed to make it up to Peep, get my ducks in order, and figure out what I was doing. Peep finished her breakfast and moved on to the threat that accompanied it, the cinnamon twist. Dough, sugar, cinnamon, more sugar, at a guess. No word from the lambs, Pierre said. We checked all avenues of communication. It's going to be a few days more at a minimum. They were painful words to hear, when I felt like getting to noon was going to be hard. That feeling faded into the background when I saw how much Peep was enjoying her cinnamon twist. She was smiling again, after I'd disappointed her. I could see if there's another, I suggested. I was supposed to get one, Pierre said. I would have brought it to you if I started. He was waving me off. Give her mine. I'll grab it, I said. Too many hostile eyes watched me as I stood and headed to the kitchen. Too many eyes that were filled with expectation watched me, waiting for me to disappoint them. It was the eyes of the most insightful people here that I tried to stay most cognizant of. Shirley, Pierre, Bo Peep. It felt like they saw the real me, or had at least spent long enough with me to see through any veneer of bullshit I put up. I was still in the kitchen when I saw the latest batch of arrivals turn up. I recognized one of them as BEA. She made a beeline straight to Shirley, giving some hard looks to some of the delinquents who'd been out with us the night prior. I remained in the kitchen, hanging back. Shirley looked in the direction of Bo Peep, pointing, but she didn't spot me. She'd thought I was still sitting there. I watched Bee's face and I translated what she was saying by watching her lips. Headmistress, bad. We don't know what we're doing. Sylvester. Someone moved between me and her. I missed the latter part of that sentence. In the bathtub. It's going to take work to get her standing again by the time the Infante turns up. Shirley's hands went to her mouth, also happening to block my view of her lips. After a few moments, she lowered her hands, still speaking. His reasons. Bee's expression hardened. Whatever it was she said, it had a question mark as part of it. Who knows, possibly. I collected the twist, and I tried to figure out the best way forward. That ominous feeling was starting to take shape, now, and feel less vague or indistinct. BEA was just now gathering others, giving them instructions and complicating the already complicated situation. Paul said something, challenging BEA. In another time and place, they might have gotten along famously, but this wasn't that time or place. BEA was transforming, day by day, week by week. She had more to lose, and she wanted to be a leader, not a ringleader. Paul, meanwhile, was balking hard at the continued presence of the academy as an interfering factor in his life. I navigated a crowd saturated with opposition, with more added every few seconds as BEA gave orders. I watched as Paul and his backers formed a line, pressing back against the agents BEA had sent at us. So long as I remained, I was a catalyst for trouble. I delivered the treat to Bo Peep, gave her another silent wave, and then I ducked into the areas of the crowd where it didn't look like trouble waited. I made my way back to the kitchen. There was a door there that had no exterior handle, necessitating that travel be either from the inside out, and that anyone who made the mistake of letting the door closed would have to walk around the building perimeter to get back to the front door. I was glad I was traveling from the inside out. I stepped out into the light drizzle, and I moved quickly, aiming to put as much distance between myself and them as possible. It was all accumulating, and Bo Peep was entirely right in that I needed to move as little as possible. Except doing nothing at all would exacerbate problems. I would need to find a niche I could fit into. I could hammer out some key points, identify weak points and security at the periphery of Hackthorn, and stay out of the way. I hoped I could. I'd keep my hands and head busy and try to see my way through to noon, then I'd adjust, and I'd figure out what it took to get me through the afternoon. I wanted more time in the company of the others, but they were too difficult to wrangle when outnumbered and packed into a cafe like sardines. I felt better than I had the last few nights. That feeling was caught in my chest as though I'd been grabbed, as I rounded a corner and saw a pair of figures. 2, for this part of any pattern, if they're hallucinations, I thought. One was a boy, fat. The other. Mary, I called out, despite myself. She turned. Not Mary. Young, yes, but far from being Mary. The clothing was wrong, the eyes showed no familiarity with me, and there was something separate about the way she moved. In that sighting, it dawned on me just who and what the countless new hallucinations represented. Past and present caught up to me in an instant and dashed all hopes that I had of feeling better off. No, this was so much worse. I could work backward from this moment of recognition. I could assign names to the boy and his sisters, because I knew just about all of them. I could assign names to most of the non-soldier ones. I'd deciphered the pattern and it had nothing to do with numbers, it only had to do with the fact that they were so often something constructed or engineered. Manufactured in sets. Just as the lambs were. I fled that scene of the pair, putting distance between myself and them and myself in the cafe. The ominous, hollow feeling I'd had was coming full circle, my eyes widening. This was so much worse, even if it just stopped at this. It wouldn't. I knew full well the course this took. That was why this was as bad as it was. I was slipping away, violence was happening without my being aware of it, and as I slipped, dangerous players were trying to control me. It wasn't just horror in retrospect or horror in the moment. It was horror because I knew who waited for me, just steps down this particular road. I'd told the others to kill me if I fell that far, and they weren't here to execute that particular standard. Lamb 3, Arc 18. Jessie peered through the binoculars. Her vision was hampered by the fact that her view was through windows and that those windows had branches dividing panes of glass. The Infante had cornered Lillian and Mary. His soldiers were gathering in the area surrounding the building. The helmed, Jessie termed them. Beast and biped, they were moving out through the city alongside soldiers and doctors leading teams of Warbeast and Stitched. They moved with a mission, securing major points, the gates to the city, the intersections of major roads, and the larger institutional buildings, like the hospital, the schoolhouse, and the merchants' hall. They were securing the city. The fact that the city was surrounded by refugees complicated matters. If the populace realized what was going on and fought back, they would have to contend with a fight within their city and enemies outside the gates. Jessie had seen this play out in too many permutations to have any illusions about what was really happening. The Infante intended to squash this city, and from his body language, he intended to do much the same to Lillian and Mary. Jessie would need to help. Her mind was architecture, every memory a brick set in place. She thought of her memories as cards, coded in placement and color and in terms of what they were, but the mental construction wasn't a house of cards, it was far more stable. Taking stock of everything she had collected since visiting the city, touching on all points of reference, she reoriented her memories as if they were a pop-up book coming to life, the individual rows and columns taking a geographical position in her head. She could, at the speed of thought, move through the city, analyzing the details she had catalogued. She had noted details about houses and what she had seen when looking through windows, and she could cross-reference that to make educated guesses about which houses might have guns on display or in places she could access. She could think of 4 places where munitions or things she could turn into munitions were stored. There were places she could set fires, if she wanted to alert the populace and change the tone of things. There were places where civilians would be gathered, and she could go there to make an appeal. In rural areas, the Crown had a different image. She thought of Jamie's writings about Mauer and his rhetoric, about Sylvester's rhetoric, and she had some tenuous ideas on what she might try to say. Her recent failure to get Lillian and Mary on board sat heavy with her, casting doubt on her ability to actually execute those ideas. None of those things were likely to stop the Infante. Enemy forces were drawing too near. The Infante had stopped, only periodically taking a step forward. He was talking. Jessie focused on his mouth. Control. The Infante spoke the word as the last utterance of a longer line, and then he smiled. He held up his hand as if he had something in it, but it was empty. 80 feet away, at the other end of the expansive office, Mary kept one hand on Lillian's shoulder and held a knife in the other. The Infante didn't even seem to recognize the knife as a weapon. Jessie stood straight, drew her gun, and aimed high. Her brain worked through countless similar cases, times when she had aimed high, aimed low, the various wind conditions, and the places the bullets had struck home. She aimed, and she fired, wincing at the sound, binoculars still held in place. She didn't see the bullet strike home so much as she saw the white dot appear on the building's surface, a short distance to the left of the window. She aimed again, adjusting, then fired twice in quick succession, before dropping the binoculars. Soldiers in other areas were turning their heads at the sound of gunfire. They hadn't seen her, but she was concealed, tucked into the shadows between a window that jutted out of a rooftop and the rooftop itself. In the distance, the window shattered. She might have hit the Infante, but she doubted she'd accomplished anything. It would have to do a distraction, and a signal to the other lambs that she was here. There were two ways to read the tap code, depending on if they'd heard the initial shot or just the two follow-up shots. If it was just the two follow-up shots, the code was no. No, she wasn't here, no she wasn't able to help just yet, no they couldn't rely on her. If it was the first shot, then two in close succession, it was the same meaning as the sixth gesture, the flat hand with fingers curled in, a sign that meant to hold position, patience, to wait, to guard something. Protect yourselves. Hold on. I'll try to help, just give me time. Jessie moved from her hiding place at the side of a window on a rooftop to the ground, and then wove her way through the streets. She hadn't decided on a destination or answer yet, but she had a sense of where the greatest number were. It was a path that took her directly away from the other lambs. Hello, Lillian's voice was hesitant. He wasn't confident enough in his speech to give a proper answer. The memories and instructions in his head were sparse, lessons learned over the past several days, and he was inexperienced in bringing them to bear. It was slow going, ensuring everything was organized in ways that wouldn't get in his way later, slower going to reflexively tap that information. He knew the words, but bringing tone into things was complicated. Even thinking about gestures, the simple act of raising his hand in greeting, it was hard. Yeah, she said, and her voice broke just a little bit. She was sad. Hi there, Jamie. I thought I'd stop in. She wasn't the only one that was sad. Jamie was miserable and lonely, and the way the doctors talked past him without actually talking to him had made it far worse. I'm guessing you're overloaded, Lillian said. You've had too many lessons today, and you don't need me putting anything more on your plate. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. Lillian kept talking, I have homework. I thought I'd keep you company. I brought candy, from this shop downtown. You liked it, before, and it makes good medical sense, sugar for the brain, and... She held a small paper bag, raising it like she was going to hand it out, but then she stopped short, hesitating. She broke through whatever was holding her back, pushing herself, and handed him the bag. Don't chew it, she said. You'll break your teeth. He nodded, reaching into the bag, retrieving a hard candy, and putting it in his mouth. Lillian took a seat at the desk, moving papers aside, getting her bag, and taking books out. She rubbed at one eye and swore under her breath. I told myself I wouldn't cry. Except, as SY keeps saying, I'm a bit of crybaby. I hope you don't mind, she said. Jamie would have gestured, but Lillian was sitting so Jamie was to her left and behind her. Instead, Jamie ventured a, no. Jamie was a good friend. He was gentle, well-read, patient, and all around lovely. We all miss him terribly. I didn't want my visit to be all tears, you know. It's why I waited just a little while. Turns out I'm crying some anyway. It's okay, Jamie said. I'm sure you'll be lovely too, Lillian said. She managed a smile. I hope so, Jamie said. His overtaxed mind was working hard to catalog all of the things about Lillian's words and movements, the little details about her, the taste of the hard candy, even the ambient changes in the room. It was too much stimuli, but Lillian's presence in the room helped on other fronts. Jamie stood from the bed that had been placed next to his throne, the edifice that connected him to the greater caterpillar. He approached Lillian, watching over her shoulder as she penned out her homework. She looked up at him, and she smiled again. She raised one hand, and rubbed his upper arm. Warm, kind, unsure. If this was what the lambs were, then things might be okay after all. She hated leaving Lillian and Mary. Jessie might as well have put her foot through a tripwire as she rounded the corner. She'd tracked the movement of the soldiers throughout the city, watched as they mobilized, and she had a sense of how fast they moved, ideas on where they could go. It was, for example, very unlikely that they would backtrack. It was unlikely they would take winding courses through narrower alleys and roads. They would move along main roads unless the narrower paths took them to a place of interest. From there, it was simply a question of keeping track of timing, adjusting the cards and knowing the most likely positions of the enemy. People were predictable. The tripwire, so to speak, wasn't a person. Jessie had chosen speed over silence as she ran, shoes tapping the road, and something had heard. She recognized the snort, not from this creature, but one very like it, and she recognized the snuffling, the drum of paw on road. Sniffers. The warbeasts were canine, large and covered in rolling locks of white fur, their eyes large and unblinking, their noses like something sculpted, highlighting wide nostrils with ridges of tissue and flesh. They had gone to great lengths, working with Mabel and the rest of the green team to produce a countermeasure to these warbeasts and things like them. They had released their own warbeasts, ones that carried scents almost indistinguishable from their own, and on sending children to West Corinth and other locations, they had had the children release the countermeasures. Jessie's leg hurt where she had been shot. It had been a graze, barely an injury at all, but now that she was running it was worse. Worse still when she was running with renewed intensity. The war beast was faster than her. Her mind's eye still held the likely positions of everyone present, blurrier in parts where their objectives or paths were less sensible. She made a beeline for a covered wagon she had seen 2 minutes ago, trusting it would be present. She would be able to reach it before the war beast reached her, but what happened when she got that far was a bigger question. She could remember the construction of the wagon, and drew correlations to wagons like it. She'd seen the exteriors and interiors. She'd seen the wagon driver's bench, and the steps leading up to it. Even before it came into view, she was mentally reciting the steps she would need to take. She rounded the corner, coming face to face with the wagon and the stitched horses that drove it. She saw the driver, who was craning his neck to try and peer past obstacles and see what was going on elsewhere in the city with soldiers and the helmed fanning out. She'd very nearly been run over in crossing paths with the wagon that in dodging the trotting horses her shoulder brushed with one of theirs. "Get down," she shouted, as she leaped, setting foot on steps at the side of the wagon that she'd barely had time to verify were indeed there. As the sniffer shied away from the horses, she stepped up to the bench, climbing over the driver. She stepped onto the bench, the back of the seat, then the covered part of the wagon. It would have been easy to set foot on cloth and have her foot go through it, but wooden bracing kept the cover in place, giving it a nice arch shape. She carefully set foot on the places where the bracing was likely to be strongest, hidden beneath the canvas cloth, and hopped over to the low-hanging roof. The sniffer, in hot pursuit, crashed into the side of the wagon, demolishing a share of it where the steps were. The driver had thrown himself down into the groove where his feet and bags normally rested, sheltered by the overhanging bench. He yelled as the sniffer clawed and clambered up, an awkward vertical climb onto a moving vehicle on the sniffer's part. 400 pounds of warbeast managed to climb up so it was partially astride the seat and bench, lunged to follow Jessie's route, and collapsed into a heap of canvas cloth, shattered wooden bracing, and whatever supplies the wagon had been carrying within. "Go," the driver shouted, "get." The instructions coincided with him hurling himself off the side of the wagon. The horses galloped, carrying their cargo away, the cargo being a warbeast that was fighting to free itself of cloth, netting, and uneven footing. It would get free and it would be back. It was what the sniffers did. She wished she was brave enough to follow it as it collapsed onto the wagon, to fight it there, while it struggled, and to put a blade through a vital spot, but that wasn't her strength. Sy might. Mary would. Gordon could have. She would have to do something bold to answer the Infante. She was of little use in a direct confrontation and getting involved would potentially risk Mary and Lillian. It wouldn't do to step in their defense only to find out that they were negotiating, downplaying their involvement with her and Sylvester, or taking another course. A gun wouldn't work, and neither would a knife. There were other options. The city had been aware and prepared for war against the refugees beyond the gates for some time now. That meant they'd needed soldiers, guns, weapons, and stockpiles for a potential siege. There would be banks of stitched waiting and charging in case they were needed, and there would be chemical weapons of war. Wiring systems had connected the banks of stitched and the biovoltaic generators in nearby buildings, and Jessie had seen those wires, noting them. Buildings that housed the soldiers who were on call for confrontation at any time were located in specific areas, with certain required dimensions. There were regulations, and Jessie could think back, go over the books and papers she had read, and recite them by heart. From there, it wasn't terribly difficult to work out which buildings held other stockpiles. Close to the gate, certain building sizes, reinforcement, set with a certain distance from other critical buildings and infrastructure, in case of accidental or intentional detonation. Her enemy here was watching for trouble from the refugees beyond the gate and focused on a potential war with people within the city. They milled throughout the area surrounding the gate, but it wasn't with an eye for danger. She found the lock, and she recognized the make and model. She didn't pick it, settling for jamming her knife into the lock itself. Once within, she immediately went to the mortars, collecting one, and a strapped-together stack of rounds in tidy wooden boxes. Both the mortar and the strapped-together crates were arranged so they had wheels on one end and handles on the other, so they could be pulled along. Checking the coast was clear, she hauled them behind her. Minutes passed as she got from the gate to a point close enough to the government office that Mary, Lillian, and the Infante were in. 40 precious seconds were wasted, waiting for a patrol of 10 men to jog down the street. She could have chanced 30, but there was a risk they would have heard the wheels of the mortars clicking and clattering over the wooden road. She kept an eye out for the sniffer as she got to where she needed to be. She climbed a fence to stand on it, looking clear of shrubbery and short trees. Her heart pounded, and it wasn't because of the exertion of hauling a 91.7-pound contraption and the rounds behind her. "I'm too used to working with SY, trusting he'll scrape on by, find answers, and manage while I'm getting things organized." She almost didn't want to look. There was no architecture, tag, or system of threats that really touched on why she had such a bad feeling. Only her knowledge of the threat the nobles posed. The Infante had barely moved from where he stood, but his forces had closed around the building. Mary was holding one side of her face, moving unsteadily. She had tried something and been struck, at a glance. 2 men stood on either side of the Infante. They looked like soldiers, but they weren't officers. Both stood in ways that made them lopsided, as if they couldn't hold themselves entirely upright. Both were coughing, or doing something like coughing, with whole body jerks. As unsteady as they were, their upper bodies almost flopped around with each of the jerky little motions. Lillian looked so very scared. She had a pistol in hand, not pointing it at anything. The Infante spoke, his lips moving. Obedience in action alone is worth nothing to us. Mary responded. Obedience has to be earned. The Infante smiled, arms wide. Obedience is taken, clearly. Lillian shook her head. Then, as she mouthed the word no, she put the barrel of the gun to her temple. It said a great deal that Mary didn't stop her. Shock gripping her, her senses shaken to the point she could barely track her own breathing and heartbeat, Jessie hopped down from the fence. The mortars were in an older style, but she was happier with that, knowing they were similar to the ones that their rebels had been devising. She had a larger catalogue of memories when it came to those, to trajectories and patterns of fire, and they weren't so old that the barrels weren't rifled. It was fast to set up the mortars, to deploy them. She hadn't actually performed the task herself, but she had seen it done, knew the motions. Only once or twice did she run into snarls, moments where her shaking hands didn't cooperate. She cut a strap, tore open the wooden box with its lone shell within, and loaded the mortar. She couldn't see the Infante from this angle, couldn't peer through the window. But she could extrapolate, imagine where he would be if he'd advanced at his typical slow pace, she could place him if he'd remained where he was. He wasn't one to step back. He wasn't one to meander. It was a narrow range of possibilities, and she chose an angle that aimed to put the mortar in the middle of that range. She held her arm to one side of her head, the hand at the end of that arm clapped over her ear, and she fired. The blast of the mortar took the breath she'd been holding and shook it loose. Teeth grit, she slapped the wooden box away from the top of the stack, tore away the lid, and retrieved the next shot. The metal of the mortar was hot to the touch as she loaded the next round. She heard the distant gunshot, followed soon after by another. Again, she hopped onto the fence. The sniffer could be on her trail any second. Nearby soldiers might have heard the origin or seen the mortar start on its course. She had no time. No time. The idea echoed Mary's words. If only they'd come. She looked through the binoculars, to see where the shot had landed, to see how the scene had played out in the wake of it. The two soldiers that had been flanking the Infante were on the ground. The side of the building had been torn open, the blast taking out much of the structure. The devastation and fragments of ruined building were scattered around the Infante, even some splinters and dust on him. It hadn't penetrated the side of the building, hadn't actually hurt him, where it should have at least bowled him over with the shockwave. His head was turned in her direction. Mary and Lillian ran for it, taking the opportunity to go for the doors. Both fired their guns at the Infante as they ran. Again. Another shot, with no time to waste. Jessie hopped down, dragging the mortar to one side, changing the angle. She fired again, hoping to time it to catch the Infante as he followed them out of the building. A third shot. The last of the ones she'd been able to bring with her. Again, she loaded it so she could fire as quickly as possible after glancing at the scene. She worried she wouldn't have a view of the scene, that intervening buildings would block her. It would mean shooting with a higher risk of hitting Mary as she engaged the noble lord. She had prepared the shot and was ready to open fire when she heard the sound behind her. Her memory had perfectly transcribed a dozen individual snorts and snuffles like it. Barely looking, she hauled the mortar around, hitting the catch that kept it anchored at a set angle. It collapsed, the barrel dropping. She didn't have time to protect her ears as she saw the sniffer dash toward her. It was midair when she hauled back on the trigger. As such things went, the explosion was such that she was only barely out of the worst of it. The second worst of it was bad enough to knock her over, to send her glasses flying from her face. Overkill, to shoot a war beast with a mortar and turn it into bloody ruins. It only stood a chance of being sufficient harm for the Infante. She didn't even look for her glasses. Her first 3 steps saw her traveling in a steep arc, 1 step north, 1 step northwest, 1 step west. She bounced off of a wall. Her vision didn't focus and her ears rang and the lambs were in danger. Danger enough that Lillian believed it right to shoot herself rather than let the Infante do what he'd planned to do to her. Jessie didn't find her bearings, but fought for them, clawed them forth. She searched her memories for tricks and found little. Similar instances were still too different from this to be any kind of resource. This was new ground, such as it was. A desperate road. The second shot hadn't hit the Infante. She wasn't too surprised. He would have delayed, anticipated it, or listened for the distant sound of the mortar firing before its projectile reached him. He was faster than he looked. All power, all force. Jessie was far enough away she couldn't reasonably feel it, but she imagined the ground shaking with every footfall. He was heavy, and he had no difficulty at all in moving that mass. Mary ran and she dragged Lillian behind. It meant that when the Infante reached them, it was Lillian he grabbed. Jessie could hear the scream. It was a sound she'd never wanted to hear from her friend, her romantic rival, her fellow bookworm, though she'd never been the bookworm Jamie had been. Taken, the Infante pronounced. It is time you all realize you exist at our mercy. Mary aimed her gun, and she opened fire, putting bullets in the Infante's head, emptying the gun. He had to close his eyes and twist his head to one side, but he barely reacted outside of that. Please, Mary said. Please. I'll lead you to Sylvester. If you do, it will be because I will it, the Infante said. Not in any exchange. I brook no disloyalty to the crown. Lillian thrashed, fought to escape the one-handed grip on her neck and shoulder. The struggles increased as the Infante lifted her, bringing her to a position where her back was to his chest. His hand moved to cover her nose and mouth. Lord Infante! Jessie screamed. Jamie Lambsbridge, the Infante said. He turned slightly, to better face the two girls. So to speak. I know she started. The words trailed off. The angle the Infante stood at gave her a view of Lillian. She could see Lillian's continued struggle, and she could see Lillian's eyes roll back in her head. Lillian's throat distended, then distended more, until it threatened to split down the middle, as if an ordinary-sized man was shoving his full arm down her windpipe. Her body arched, hands clawing at the Infante's, then at open air. "Stop," Jessie said. "I'm most sure that you know how to properly address nobles," the Infante said. Mary took that opportunity to attack, approaching at a run. The Infante's hand warded her off, at first, but 2 swift kicks with blades revealed from her boots allowed her to dig the knives in, and use those footholds as points to leap forward. She lunged for his face. Treating Lillian as if she weighed nothing at all, he used the hand that held the lamb's medic to swat Mary out of the air. She landed on her feet, ready to renew her assault, and stopped short as the Infante let Lillian go. Lillian dropped to the ground, still writhing, coughing and gagging in an attempt to dislodge that which had found its way into her throat. 2 tendrils like that of an octopus, one large, one small, both encrusted with horn-like growths, were thrashing out of her mouth. The longer one groped at her nostril, looking for a way in and finding it. Lil Jessie started. The tendrils contorted, becoming squat, rather than long, and in the doing, produced spikes. Sharp points penetrated Lillian's nostril, cheek, and 3 points at her throat that Jessie could see. Lillian spasmed in one moment, then went limp and still in the next. The recent disorientation of the nearby explosion coupled with the disorientation of this to all catch up with Jessie, dropping her to her knees. "Stand up," Mary said. Jessie's hands shook. "Stand up, Jessie," Mary said. "I know we've had recent differences, but this is where we need to be together." The Infante almost ignored them. He held up one hand, and one tendril like that of the horror he'd just unleashed on Lillian was slurping its way back into a slit in his heavy palm. As it disappeared within, the slit closed, indistinguishable from a line in the noble's hand. "Stand up," Mary said, as if it was a refrain. Jessie did. "A weapon of war, this," the Infante spoke. "I keep an assortment, change it out, to remind myself. These ones, like many of the ones I carry, are the sort we rain down on battlefields and unleash on places under siege." "Shut up," Mary said. "To terrorize, destabilize, and to create openings. Marvelously elegant and nuanced, believe it or not." "Shut up. And only one of 5 weapons I bear with me today." "Shut up, you malignant child." Mary roared the words. A single tear touched her cheek. "Why would I do as you say?" the Infante asked. "What purpose does it serve? What do I gain? I will not stop speaking. I will let you know exactly what happens next. You will try to destroy me, and you will fail. I will make you an example much as I did her." Jessie breathed hard. What were the options? What chance was there? "Shall I make you bear the plague, Mary Coburn? It's a burden, to carry this one. For every hour I leave it unattended, I must spend an hour under the knife, ensuring it doesn't get a grip on me. Would you like it if I put you up for display? I could do it so that as it crawls over you, it makes you a diorama. A centerpiece to the greater scene, as Maur's god is in Lug." Mary straightened. She held a knife in one hand, the other hand empty and behind her. A fencer with a foil, but her foil was only 9.7 inches long. Mary took a step back, adjusting her footing as she did so. As angry as she was, she moved in a measured, practiced way. Jessie had seen the practice. "This isn't a strength of mine. I know. But I also know you have the capability," Mary said. "I'm not him," Jamie said. "I'm not my predecessor. Again, I know that. But there's no reason to think you couldn't do it if you wanted to. Let's try it again." Jamie almost said no. Every part of him hurt, and it was a hurt deep enough that he couldn't tell if it was the bones or the muscle protesting. His legs had been strained until they were columns of throbbing, and his breath hurt in a ragged way, as if he was breathing in the coldest air and it wasn't that cold out. But he could see Mary's expression. They'd just lost Gordon, there was a void yawning in the midst of them, and for Mary, this was how she dealt with loss. It was the relentless, mad way she dealt with everything. Working harder, pressing on. He was so worried about how Sylvester was doing, about Sylvester's conversation earlier in the day, a hint to Duncan that he wasn't satisfied with the status quo. There was a rift, a schism, and it looked like the group would split at any moment. Better to give Mary what she needed and try to bind them all just a bit closer together, than to help that schism open any further. "You can't expect it to be like it is with Sylvester," Jamie said. "I don't. It won't be. But I know that if and when you learn it, you'll remember it. So let's learn it. I'll need a weapon." "Another weapon, anyway," Jamie said, holding out his hand, as he took a step back, then to the right, matching Mary's movements. Jessie took a step back and to the right. She held out one hand, and saw the flash of the knife moving through the air. She didn't look up or away from the Infante. She trusted. The knife almost bounced out of her hand, the blade nicking the webbing between finger and thumb, but it landed, and she was able to close her fingers around it. Mary lunged, and it was the kind of lunge that was meant to do terminal damage. No nonsense, no question. They had rehearsed the steps, but it wasn't rote. There were paces to go through, but it wasn't the same attack every time. There were trends but no rules. What was a stab one time would be throwing a knife the next, reeling it back in with a pull on razor wire. It was about attack and movement. Never defense, never pausing. Jamie knew to move only because Mary was first to attack. She was more comfortable attacking, deciding that first move and dictating what would follow. Jessie moved, trying to maintain a position that would keep the Infante perfectly between them, unable to look at the two of them at the same time. It was a distraction, something that begged a moment's thought from the opponent while Mary moved in. Again, Mary used the boot knives to penetrate flesh, to scale the Infante as if he were a mountain to be hurdled, positioning herself to attack the face and head. He reacted quickly, slapping Mary down before she even got that far. Mary would only redouble the assault if Jessie didn't seize the scant opportunity afforded her. It wasn't much of an opportunity. A half second, while Mary was adjusting her footing. Failure to capitalize on this meant only misery, a break in the exercise, a return to the beginning steps, where Mary was on the offensive. Jessie attacked. Slashes, cuts. A man this large needed support, and every cut was at the knee, with one chance swipe at the ankle as the Infante raised one foot. It was brief, the initial foray meant to only let the Infante know she was present. All to grab attention, to seize it. Almost without having stopped after being struck at, Mary returned to the fray, going low this time, tumbling down into a roll, before striking up, at the Infante's inner thighs and genitals. The memories merged with reality. This was where Jamie grabbed Mary, to put her off balance. Jessie grabbed Mary, hauled her to her feet, pulling her up and away as the Infante shifted his footing, kicking and only grazing Mary. As adroit as she was, Mary wouldn't have successfully gotten out of the way. Jamie matched strikes with Mary, again, never pausing, never defending, always either moving or attacking. Jessie did the same. In this, they attacked in concert, two sets of attacks from two directions. The Infante moved to deal with Mary, who was no doubt cutting more effectively, and Jessie redoubled her attack, gripping the knife handle with both hands to add more strength to the cuts. It was meditative, it might even have been calming, if the circumstances were different. Pain and fear and desperation flattened out, the frenzied immobility of shock meeting the peaks and valleys of highest and lowest emotion and finding something in between. It was easier to stick to the recitation, the dance they had worked through, Mary's therapy. The problem, then and now, was that Jessie wasn't a fighter. In this, she was much like Sylvester, dependent on another. The Infante changed tacks, choosing to go after the weaker of the two interlinked individuals, his sights falling on her. The moment he turned on her, Mary was on his back, dealing as much damage as she could with her blades. She produced loops of razor wire, and they moved almost impossibly slowly through the air as they approached the Infante's head, threatening to wrap around his face. He struck at Mary, then swiped at the wire, brushing it out of the air and lacerating the back of his hand with the force of the movement and the sharpness of the wire. He was strong, and Mary wasn't invincible. But her technique and skill was such that she could move with the blows. Razor wire connected elsewhere allowed her to haul with one arm, and pull herself slightly out of position. Knives jutting out of the toes of her shoes stabbed into belly and back and allowed her to kick out, move up, or step down. In this way, as much as he hurt her, he didn't remove her from the fight with any one strike. Mary hit the ground, rebounded, and was on the offense again, while Jessie focused on movement, on not being in a position where she could be grabbed or struck down. She wasn't so adroit. She maintained her end of the dance, as best as she could. His reaching hand was surrounded by loops of razor wire. They tightened around his fingers and palm, and the wire didn't penetrate the thick skin. He hauled his arm forward, and Mary skidded, skipped, and fought to get her balance. That alone wouldn't have been so bad. But as Jessie maneuvered, pushing herself to move just a little bit further, a little bit faster, a hand gripped her. Lillian stood, her body lopsided, as if one side of it was heavier than the other. Her mouth was open, and she coughed, gagged, groping with hands, to seize, scratch with nails. Not Lillian's actions, but the parasites. It was all the Infante needed. He stepped in, reaching, and Jessie didn't have the opportunity to slip away before the noble seized her. Jessie was lifted clean off the ground. The Infante swatted at Mary again, then held out one hand, palm out, as if one hand was all he needed to keep her at bay. Now. He glanced down at Lillian, then touched her cheek with two fingers, turning her head by force, so she looked at Mary. Lillian took 3 staggering steps in Mary's direction, making guttural sounds. "Shall I use spiders that stitch you into a cocoon of your own flesh?" the Infante asked. Slits and folds in his arm yawned open as if reflexively answering that question. "No. You wouldn't remember that one. It wouldn't hold the same meaning." He shifted his grip, and pressed his hand over Jessie's nose and mouth. The first of the tendrils slithered into her mouth, like a long, wet tongue. It was covered in hard growths like warts, ulcers, or small horns, and each periodically stabbed and pricked, producing the spikes it would use to no doubt impale her spinal column and get near permanent leverage in her throat. They struck out at nerves, numbing and paralyzing when and where they made contact, unnumbing and freeing the part as they withdrew. A wet member slithered into her nose, then scraped against her upper lip as the rest of the thing hauled itself deeper into her throat. Her throat distended. She couldn't breathe. It sucked at the air in her lungs and took it against her will, in one end, out the other. It angled the spikes to better its grip, to ensure that any ground it gained going in and down was ground it didn't give up. It numbed and paralyzed to close the throat to coughs, to keep the gag reflex there but unsuccessful. She hurtled this way and that as the Infante moved, addressing Mary. She closed her eyes, remembered the dance, the steps taken. Jamie set his foot down and exhaustion won out. He staggered. Mary, anticipating something else, had to fall on top of him to avoid hurting him. In that, Jamie thought of Sylvester, smiled, and moved his own knife toward Mary's throat. She caught his wrist and rolled her eyes. The sacrifice play. No, the reaction, allowing the injury to happen. The Sylvester play. Jessie remembered what she'd seen Lillian do. The spasm, the stillness. She emulated it, body arching, a whole body flinch. Then. She didn't even have to go any further. The Infante looked her way, curious. In that instant, standing 5 feet behind him, Mary lashed out. 2 knives attached to razor wire flashed out, each traveling in a half circle in each direction. The blades struck home, each one slicing the Infante across one eye. Superficial damage. Not complete blindness, but partial blindness at the least. But she repeated the strike. Flicking knives on wire, one after another. Each one furthered the damage. When he raised one hand to cover his eyes, she opened other wounds. He dropped Jessie, and she collapsed. The horror still lurked in her throat, tendrils reaching down past epiglottis toward lungs and stomach both. Her fingers found little purchase on the thing's skin, and even the horn-like growths weren't enough. Tendrils wrapped around her face and neck, trying to secure the thing's position. You know my reinforcements are approaching even now, the Infante said. I know, Mary said. You won't win. I know, Mary said. Jessie stabbed at the thing, the blade sticking through a cluster of tendrils and biting into the wood of the road. The struggle that followed was a hellish thing, because it mandated she take the hardest road and threatened to end her if she hesitated for a second while walking it. She dragged the thing free of her sinuses, throat and mouth, inch by inch, and it made sure that every inch felt like she was hauling knives and fishhooks out, the points facing in the worst directions. It felt like it was grabbing the inside of her chest. It closed its airways and tried to starve its host of oxygen so she might relent. A tentacle touched her eye, and threatened to find a gap to disappear inside and unfurl hooks in there. Let us go, Mary said. You know we'll cross paths again, if you understand me at all. You won't be seen fighting and doing anything less than your best against the likes of us, you won't be seen bleeding, not like that, and we get to live another day, the Infante said. Jessie hauled the thing free, then stabbed it, and stabbed it again and again and again. Is that a yes? Mary asked. It's a yes, with the promise that I'll have far worse in store for you on our next meeting. Jessie finished stabbing the horror to death. She looked up, panting. The experience of the thing lingered in her head. It was a card of the wrong shape and size, one that threatened to scatter the others if she placed it wrong. She could remember every detail of it, and she did remember every detail, as it lingered in her mind's eye, not yet positioned or sorted out. She looked at Lillian, then hopped to her feet. She rushed Lillian, throwing herself at her friend, and was clawed at in return. The parasite ruled here, the parasite decided the order of action, lashing out at movement or at faces. Jessie endured the scratches and injuries, reached into Lillian's belt pocket, and retrieved a syringe. She plunged it into Lillian's throat. Tranquilizer. She didn't deploy all of it. Some of it she reserved. Pulling the needle free, she stabbed the horror, depressing the plunger. She kept it there, ducking her head down, burying it against Lillian's shoulder, so the scratches wouldn't do too much damage to her face. She endured, waiting, until something jostled them. Mary. Lillian's strength was dwindling as the tranquilizer took hold. The horror increased the intensity at which it fought, but the tranquilizer had its effect there too. The spikes began to retract, and the horror's movements grew more sluggish. We need to go, Mary said. I know a way out. Enemy 3, Arc 18. Genevieve Frey was very still as she sat on the wall that overlooked the gates. Warren sat with his back to it, facing the city, while Ava stood on the battlements, facing the sea, a blanket wrapped around her and her wings. Wendy was with Warren, chattering incessantly and brightly, the Stitched's finger pointing at things that drew her attention, while Warren solemnly looked on. The Academy city sprawled out before them, and from a certain perspective it appeared almost frozen in time. The birds were active, as were the rats, stray dogs and cats. The clouds flew across the sky as if time was passing at twice the speed it was, while nearly everything else looked like a very realistic painting. Efforts to control the city had the bulk of the population quarantined. The only groups that moved now were the rebels and the necessary few who were relocated from one place to another. Squadrons of Stitched guarded areas, weapons in hand, all wearing raincoats that hid all but the lower half of their faces. The faint steam that rose off of each cluster was all that really moved, while the Stitched themselves remained as still as the dead. The lambs still aren't here, Ava said. Genevieve Frey nodded. The only lamb in Hackthorn was Sylvester. I see a thing. Wendy said. She pointed. Look. It looks like it's half rat and half cat, it's on the peak of a roof over there. Why would they mix a rat and a cat? What do we even call it? They both end with it. Warren set one over-large hand on Wendy's head. It had a bow in its fur, Wendy pointed out. Someone must have loved it, or they love it. I like that. Warren nodded. The last of the boats had come and gone for the time being. Barring surprises, no more boats would arrive today. There was always the chance of a boat arriving outside of schedule, but there was a chance of many things happening. The odds were good that the lambs wouldn't turn up tonight. It was a 2-day trip from Radham to Hackthorn, and it had been 6 days in total since Jessie and Helen had left Sylvester. She was here to communicate a message to Sylvester. That would be her role in this. He was stopping to rest. He had barely eaten, and though he was hydrated he had gone at least 12 hours at one point without drinking the water that managed his chemical leash. The fact that it had been some time since his leash had last been reinforced meant the consequences hadn't been dire. The modified molecular chains had been shed as they were replaced, cast off with replacement cells, but the leash nonetheless demanded its due. The most sensitive parts of the body would be rebelling, eyes sensitive to light, ears ringing, stomach turning, the brain throbbing with a headache. The muscles and bones wouldn't shed the leash so easily, and would feel it more. Even sitting still, caught up in his thoughts, he fidgeted and shifted restlessly, trying to balance the fact that muscles twitched and cramped when still and both muscle and bone ached when he moved. He stared off into space, lost in the moment, his body almost operating by a different apparatus than his brain. He seemed almost oblivious, even though he was surrounded by his people. It's now or never, Avis said. It would be better if the lambs were here, but indeed. Sylvester was arguing with himself and losing. What started out as a single incident that he barely registered quickly became the new normal. The parts of his brain he could negotiate with Wyvern became non-negotiable, and he was quickly approaching the point where he lashed out at others like he had done with Professor Fairs. Frey stood and she approached Sylvester. All around her, children turned to follow her approach. Sylvester's eyes were flat as he looked at her. He had been aware of her for some time, but he hadn't acted on it. Even now, he almost looked through her. Frey laid a hand on one of the children's heads. The child looked up at her. Yvette. It would help if you actually spoke, Sylvester said. Frey remained silent. Yeah, Sylvester said. Right. That would defeat the point. Every one of you represents something, and you in particular represent me not having a danged clue. Frey broke into the abstract. Different faces looked in different directions. One of those faces looked at Sylvester with sympathy. She reached out for Sylvester, reached out to take him in her arms. He flinched away. Yeah, enough of that. If you want to help, how about you get lost? I know you guys don't actually listen when I tell you, but it'd help. My thoughts are so scattered they've actually grown legs and are walking around, they're talking over each other. Can you just, not be one of those things I've got to deal with? Frey let her hand fall. Please, he said, without much emotional affect. His eyes remained devoid of focus as he looked at everything and nothing at the same time. Sylvester's thoughts turned to other things, and Genevieve Frey ceased to exist as a more concrete entity. We need to keep moving, the boy in the yellow raincoat spoke. Sylvester acted on that without argument. He stood, wincing at the muscle aches. As his eye traveled, his mind moved by the same measure. Figures in the crowd became defined as Sylvester's thoughts did, and to him the concrete manifestations of ideas and thoughts were indistinguishable from reality. In the moment, feeling the pain, his mind's eye drew images of academy doctors in the guises of children, drew an image of the fat fishmonger as a child, of a child noble with black hair and a cane, who whispered of pain and punishment while a sickly boy with his own stick nodded. It was the boy in yellow who walked beside Sylvester, now. They were joined by a retinue. The boy in yellow looked unkempt and wild beside his friend, but his friend was so very put together that he might have made anyone look less, wearing dapper clothes that included a coat that clung to him. The boy in the yellow raincoat was rough around the edges, his outfit improvised to serve a functional purpose, with a butcher's apron instead of a medical one, a raincoat instead of a lab coat. In this, he was a stark contrast to his friend. His friend's clothing served a more ideological, psychological purpose, almost assuming the role of doctor without claiming it. Sylvester had deciphered them and named them appropriately. It wasn't that hard, even, especially after he realized that the boy in the neat clothing paid particular attention to a young lady who resembled Mary Coburn. The boy in yellow was the snake charmer, the immaculate boy was Mary's creator, Mr. Percy. The pair, like so many others, writ in youth. This is doable, the snake charmer said. It's all going to pieces, and it has been for a while. It's corrupt, it's poisoned, and it's doomed. If it's crumbling, then we recognize it and work with it. Capitalize on it. That's what you do. It's what you've always done. Are you talking about my mind or society? Sylvester asked. It's unclear. I'm talking about everything, the snake charmer said, with a note of anger. We're going to need to improvise. We work with broken pieces and fill in the blanks. The devil spoke, the sickly boy with his cane, speaking with the guttural voice of a monster, cut down those who get in the way. Hurt them badly enough that others think twice before doing the same. Sylvester shook his head a little, trying not to listen. There was a system in place. Sylvester had once switched perspectives and skill sets with ease. He had been able to calibrate his brain and take on any role. In the constant reorganization, these things had been lost in the shuffle, partially overwritten, remnants drawn out, filled in, and then shuffled back in, over days, weeks, months and years. The slate, however, had never truly been wiped blank, only set out of reach. Comparisons could be made to the gestures. Broad ideas encapsulated into something that could be used. Sylvester, scattered, almost didn't exist anymore. Each idea and thought process existed in the form of a figure that accompanied him. The devil was such a thing, speaking of things that Sylvester had always feared lay beneath the veneer of his humanity and civility. In his existence as a sickly boy with an unholy voice, he would bring those things to pass if given a greater role. The snake charmer would help that to come to be if it meant achieving the necessary goals. Keep the plan in mind, Percy said, adding his voice to the conversation. We wanted to get the attention of the people at the top. We maintain that course. It is something we can very much do. You're contradicting each other, Sylvester said. No, Percy said, at the same time the snake charmer shook his head. One of you is saying to let it go, use what I can, find a new direction. One of you is saying to keep the plan in mind. Keep the end in mind, Percy said. But stop focusing so much on maintaining the same steps, the same prerequisite steps to fulfilling it. Use resources at hand, use what's easiest and most freely available. Capitalize on any and all vulnerabilities, use any and all footholds. Sylvester reached a crossroads. He paused, looking down each street. The streets were largely empty, but there were stitched further down the road. The girl in the layered clothing, ever silent, rested her hands on Sylvester's shoulders, and he flinched at the contact. Damp from the rain, her red hair stuck to her head, her clothes flattened out with colors bleeding between the damp and transparent fabric. The clothing looked less like cloth now. Lines of floral patterns became vein-like in the right light. She hugged Sylvester from behind. Her hand formed a gesture, and the line between the crowd around Sylvester and his lambs blurred further. Wait. He waited where he was, eyes closed. Any and all vulnerabilities, any and all footholds, Sylvester repeated Percy's line from moments ago. Absolutely, Percy said. In your original interpretation, that included exploiting and stepping over the bodies of children. Repeatedly. It did. Many of your rebels aren't fully grown adults, Sylvester, Percy said. You've always been fond of your mice, of your lambs and bo peeps. Sylvester didn't have a response to that. In the moment, voices overlapped, ideas becoming words that became noise, a constant static of shouts, threats, violence, and whispers, with very little that was comforting. The idea was always to achieve big things, Percy said. Sylvester nodded. He could question, challenge, and he could keep his guard up, not quite letting any one figure take the reins, but he was physically and mentally exhausted, and he conserved his strength carefully, in vain hope that he would be able to correct his course or stop things if a moment called for it. In this, he didn't question and he didn't fight. Percy got his points, working his way in deeper. Still hugging Sylvester from behind, Sub Rosa gestured as a small group of rebels approached the Stitched. Go. Sylvester crossed the street. Stitched reacted to the sighting of him, but they were a hair slower than humans were. The students who were addressing and examining them had their backs to Sylvester, and as they turned they would only see a glimpse of Sylvester. Move fast, the snake charmer said. They'll ask questions, and they might realize it was you. We want to be gone by then. Sylvester nodded. The snake charmer indicated the way. Between buildings. Sylvester saw another cat-rat hybrid, but this one didn't have a bow in its fur. They weren't too uncommon. He wondered if he could catch and cook it, if he had to. We'll get proper food. Priority number 1 is to get ourselves sorted out, the snake charmer said. Clothes, food, allies. We get things laid out so we can get back to the mission, Percy added. You guys keep contradicting each other, Sylvester said. No, Percy and the snake charmer said, at the same time. Percy deferred and the snake charmer spoke. The world and the system they've established don't give us any advantages. It's up to us to take them. There are rebels, delinquents, and freed experiments who only want to see us put something great into action. They're talking amongst themselves about the fact that we carved fairs up and they believe it's right, or they're sitting in the background, believing it without the opportunity to say it. Clothes make the man, Percy said. Style and grace matter. You can pull that off, even while you're hurting like you are. Food, well, that was more S.C.'s purview, getting the meals sorted out. So you're agreeing, Sylvester said. He stopped in his tracks as he reached the end of one alley, and saw where the course had taken him. He was back at the foot of Hackthorn Academy. The reclining lady of Hackthorn stood high above him, back arched, one arm folded beneath her, the other outstretched. And you led me here, he said. He turned, and his eye swept over the crowd that surrounded him. Every face was one he should recognize but needed interpretation at the same time. All had been translated into an age appropriate for lambs, for sympathetic reasons, out of his desire for companionship. They included countless slain and maimed soldiers and ghosts, the plague men and the Stitched. They included experiments. Great war beasts now looked like boys and girls with body modifications. Sub Rosa stroked his hair with one hand. We're all in agreement, the snake charmer said. That's worse, Sylvester said. Sub Rosa pointed, directing his attention. There were guards. Not many, but enough that getting in would be difficult. 3 teenage boys and 1 Stitched that kept them company, a very large man who wore no shirt, the namesake stitches crossing his chest and forming the Y-shaped intersection at the chest, flesh of the torso and neck bulging where hardware had been stowed within. He was made to be strong, not to be pretty, clever, or effective. Sub Rosa stroked Sylvester's hair, her hand moving in gestures. Sylvester closed his eyes, feeling the sensation of the hand moving through hair, and he could remember one of the lambs doing the same. Had it been Lillian? Something tender, occupying long minutes between other moments, where she might kiss his eyelids, his forehead. Had it been Helen? She had always liked hair, combing it, the beauty of it, the aesthetic, young Helen being gentle one moment and chewing on his scalp or ear the next. Younger Gordon, in the earliest days, after his appointments when the pain was still a thing he hadn't gotten used to, back when girls had been ick and Gordon had been a pal he confided in and trusted in moments of weakness. The opposite end of things, timeline-wise. Jessie? Fingers combing through his hair as if she could make it make sense, only for it to spring back up, wild and uncooperative. The intimacy between them had always been a thing they were constantly figuring out. He'd had relationships and flirtations with others, and yet the one with Jessie had felt the most like a real one, finding a faltering, eager, quiet way forward, not teasing but clutching for someone with need, when the rest of the world wasn't looking. Had it been Mary, consoling him. The feel of fingernails against his scalp was a thing that suited her, like knives or crisp lace against tender skin. It might have been her, as he tried to place the sensation. She had been with him when he had lost Jamie. Jamie. There was a sharp pang at the fact that he was surrounded by people he had killed or played a role in killing but that Jamie wasn't present. It felt so very unfair, especially given it was the one that mattered most. The sensation of moving from the line of thinking of the lambs to his present circumstance resembled stepping from a doze in a warm bed onto a cold floor, from soft vagueness to reality. He wasn't standing where he had been. He'd followed one of the guards. The teenager had walked a distance away from his friends, and was unzipping his pants. Almost, Sub Rosa, the snake charmer said. Almost got in. But that's what you're good at, isn't it? Sylvester felt cold, empty. Loneliness gripped him. It would be so easy to act automatically. Dredging up and making up memories would be some consolation. He could live in fragmented sensations and ideas. Sub Rosa could give him that. She was security and insecurity, he knew. The guard was watering the weeds, at the point where the reclining lady's leg merged into the earth. He sang. We know what you're doing, Liam, another of the guards called out. Don't have to sing to cover up the sound. The guard sang louder in response, prompting some laughs from the others. Sylvester was very still, random muscles cramping and twitching spasmodically, his bones aching where he rested his weight on them. The crowd around him had fallen silent, but for the ghosts, who were free to communicate, unheard and encoded so only the other ghosts heard them. It was a choir of girls who existed in odd sets, like bouquets of flowers, each with one redhead, one blonde, one Eastern girl, and so on, all wearing white dresses. They sang in a harmony of cricket and cicada chirps, nail on blackboard scratches and knife on plate squeals. The sound was unpleasant, and even though the day was nice enough, Sylvester was weary enough that the damp of the periodic drizzling rain and the wind combined to make him outright cold. The only warmth was Sub Rosa's body pressed against his back, with all its ridges and folds. The sensation of a hand running through his hair was almost hypnotic. Go, the snake charmer hissed. Sub Rosa gestured the same. Pushed forward and away, Sylvester followed the instruction. Sylvester was aware that the falconer and the devil flanked him. He knew the pain and danger they posed. Lethality on one hand, torture and agony on the other. He couldn't stop without getting caught, and he couldn't get caught, but in moving forward, he couldn't sort out his thoughts enough to decide on a plan of action that wasn't doing what the falconer and the devil wanted him to do. He thought back. The snake charmer. Sub Rosa. They wanted clothes, goals, security. It was Sub Rosa's methodology that was in his mind as he approached his target. He reached for the back of the boy's head and hesitated. And she drank, her wonderful compound, and now she joins in on all the gay aoms. At the next pause, Sylvester grabbed the back of Liam the guard's head, using the forward momentum of his approach in conjunction with an arm thrust to drive the young man's face into the wall in front of him. The ghosts changed their tune. Sylvester matched it, raising his voice, mimicking the boy's accent, with something of a drunken drawl, to help mask things and play things up. An old sterling, he thought he was a king. He smashed Liam's face into the wall once again. There are places that verse'll get you killed, Liam, one of the other guards called out. He ratcheted up the volume, and so they'd help him home from town. Liam reached up, fumbling for his arm. He struck Liam's face against the wall again for good measure. He tried to keep Liam from slumping down into a puddle of his own piss. He drank, her wonderful compound. Your singing needs work, my man. You're getting worse by the line. And now he wears the crown. Sylvester finished. He dropped to squat on his heels, and the devil dropped to a position mirroring his. Clothes, like the snake charmer said, Sylvester said. Nobody liked to be ignored, but so long as he was doing what one of the others said, the devil could hardly complain. He helped Liam out of his makeshift uniform jacket. All of the guards were wearing dark jackets and dark slacks with caps, some with beetle crests at their breast, scavenged from uniforms hardly anyone wore anymore. He already wore slacks like Liam's. The boots didn't match, but boots didn't matter. Sylvester donned the jacket. You finally done making our ears bleed with that singing? One of the others asked. Straightening, he put the cap on, pulling it on down low. Liam had a rifle propped up against the wall, and Sylvester borrowed it. He walked with a cocky swagger as he headed in the direction of the others. You're terrible, man, the others said, as he rounded the corner, joking. I'd listen to the sound of you pissing for the next week straight if it meant not having to listen to you for another minute. Maybe you like the sound, Matty. They were smoking, barely paying attention to their friend as he returned. The clothes and the mundane nature of the moment meant that Sylvester had the freedom to draw just another 2 or 3 paces closer than he might have otherwise. He reversed the grip on the rifle and swung it by the barrel. The stock met one boy's face on the first swing, sending a cigarette flying, and met the next boy's throat. The stitched perked up at the violence. Slow to react, slow to move, it was big, it was strong, and it was dangerous. It shifted its stance. He hadn't hit the one in the face very hard, all considered. Had that one reached out or tried to stop him, it might have complicated things. But he'd landed one blow to the other's windpipe, and in the moment, his friend felt the need to tend to that. Sub Rosa was already standing by the gate. The stitched lunged. Fast, strong, athletic. It wasn't one to tire, and it wasn't one to move with care for how it hurt itself in the course of its offense. Legs twisted in odd ways, and it had an odd grace in that, twisting on one leg and overstressing one knee as it hurled itself at Sylvester, following him as he tried to duck around. Sylvester threw himself back against the wall. Stitched. Sylvester barked the order. Obey me. The code word is gallows. The Stitched ignored him. He had to spin and throw himself out of the way as the thing threw a heavy punch. He caught a glimpse of Sub-Rosa gesturing. I know, he said. It was worth a try. The damage to his body and his weariness made this simple encounter that much more dangerous. They changed the words, Percy observed. I know. The spark of anger and irritation fed into his next movement, driving him a hair further. The great bludgeon of dead flesh that flew past his head might have clipped him, had he not moved that extra hair. The Stitched grunted, then adjusted its footing, getting ready to charge once again. Stick to the plan, the snake charmer said. Behind him, others were already heading up and into the academy through the now unguarded gates. Sylvester did. He changed direction, and ran for the gate. Changes in behavior and pattern went a long way. The Stitched hesitated. Go after him, one of the guards shouted. Too late. Sylvester passed through the gate and threw himself against a heavy door, hauling it closed. The gate was wide enough for a carriage to pass through, and the gates were large enough that they were meant to stop a runaway carriage that rolled down the sloping path to the academy. The Stitched brute slammed into it, and Sylvester bounced away from the door, sprawling on the ground. But the impact had been such that the gate was thrown back, rebounded off of the wall with a loud crack, and now swung shut again. Sylvester found his footing and helped it along. This time it hit the Stitched and made it stagger back. He closed the gate fully and placed the rifle through the handles, buying himself time to get the actual lock lowered into place. Sub-Rosa was waiting in one of the side tunnels to an area that smelled like a stable. He took that direction. They're not going to like that, Percy said. They won't like much about what we do, a young girl with sharp teeth said. The girl from the Whispering Triplets. Melancholy. We're not one of them. You knew it the moment you realized about the mutiny, Sylvester. We're different, we're a solution for their problems on one day and a problem for them to fix on another. It's a sad fact that when humans divide things into us and them, we don't end up part of the us. Sylvester shook his head. If any of you guys are going to earn the coveted spots in my head that I normally keep reserved for the lambs, I really need you to be more constructive. A lot more constructive. I am being constructive, Melancholy said. Paul Parrot would agree with what I'm saying. Red might too. We have allies, and there's a lot we can do with them. Capitalizing on that means recognizing that we aren't a person. The Beetle Rebels certainly don't see you as a person. We let the Sylvester mask slip and now we're a monster to them, a thing that wears the mask of a young man. We're a thing to be pitted, a murderer, a strategic force of nature, chaos incarnate, a manipulator, a hero, a villain, or a target, and the label in question depends on who's being asked. We will never, ever, ever truly win out over the label. We will never truly sell them on the full Sylvester package. We don't have the resources to maintain the full Sylvester package, Percy observed. Not sold on the reductionist approach, Sylvester said. Seems sorta convenient for all of you and terrible for me. Food, clothes, getting into a better position? Sure. I'll do that. I'll bully my way into that. But I'm not about to buy your pitch. There's a benefit to it, Cynthia said. She was a little girl now, half of her face burned. She had been one of the last to show up that he could name. Oh, Cynthia, how grand, Sylvester said, sarcastic. Yes, I'm going to take advice from someone who managed to start out as a major figure in a thriving, widespread clandestine organization and managed to whittle herself down into a shadow of her former self. Let's see, let me think, you're all about rage, a need to attack anyone, even those who could be allies, and desperation. Do tell me all about the benefits of this course of action. She fell in step beside him. They weren't on the main road that led through the interior of the academy to the ground floor of the main building, but they were moving in parallel to it, stables and kennels on one side, the periodic warbeast snorting and huffing in response to their presence. Cynthia's hand grasped his shirt. He hunched over, hauled forward, as she brought her face closer to him, her cheekbone brushing his. All he could see of her was the burned part. She murmured in his ear, you can't do what you want to do alone. You're not functional without. No kidding, Sylvester said. And when you're you, Sylvester, what the hell happens, do you remember? Jamie the First? Lillian? Multiple times? Jamie the Second, in West Corinth? Mabel. Sylvester's retort died in his throat. His head dropped a fraction more. Touché. When you walk your unique walk, you either end up alone or you end up in the company of a desperate few. That's what I know. That's the unique fucking perspective I can offer. Sylvester nodded. Cynthia had her soldiers, Percy said. We have your experiments. We know what to say to get them on our side. We recruit them, in service of goals writ large and small, the snake charmer said. Melancholy was right. Paul Parrot would remove anyone we named. If we wanted a girl to hold close, Red would oblige. There are rebels, delinquents, and freed experiments who only want to see us put something great into action. They're talking about the fact that we carved fairs up and they believe it's right, or they're sitting in the background, believing it without the opportunity to say it. Hold on a second, Sylvester said. He was listening to them, but he didn't have the resources to pick everything apart, to challenge. They didn't hold on. Voices overlapped. I'm tired, Sylvester said, and his voice was nearly drowned out. The quiet of the building was interrupted by the noise of tromping boots. This would be so much easier if you guys were disagreeing more with each other, Sylvester said. They've been patrolling to find us, and even with our talents they're getting close, the snake charmer said. We haven't been able to sleep, we're hungry, our mind is tired because you are keeping your guard up, keeping us from practicing what we preach. As our resources dwindle, there's consolidate. We know full well that we have two options. The first is to surrender right now, become an experiment under the thumb of people in lab coats. They'll have good reasons, we harbor reasons to surrender. But all the same, if you were really willing to settle for that, you wouldn't have left the academy in the first place. You can't surrender any more than I could, Mauer's voice broke through the noise. He had always been good when it came to making himself heard. Sylvester nodded, numb. Any more than any of us could, Mauer said. Very few of the people you've encountered were the type to give up. Life struggles on. It persists, it adapts, and it gets dragged down into God's hell fighting every step of the way. Sylvester was dimly aware of the technique. To hammer the enemy repeatedly with strong arguments alternating with the weak, and to save the key argument for the last. Mauer, naturally, was the key argument. Fight, Sylvester. You're trying so desperately hard to convince yourself not to, and you're not finding good reasons. Sylvester didn't have a response. His eyes returned to looking at everything and nothing. If you wait, if you don't do it of your own volition, then you'll end up in a corner, we'll take action on our own out of necessity by rule of fight or flight, and nobody will like the end result of that, Mauer said. Sylvester nodded. He knew what he had to do. He moved through the academy by the back hallways, by ladders and stairwells reserved for faculty and other employees. There were people he ran into here and there, and he tried not to focus too much on the fact that he didn't remember how he'd dealt with them, only minutes after he had run into them. There wasn't much traffic on the arm that led from the shoulder of the academy to the administration quarters. But he was a distinctive silhouette, even wearing the guard's improvised uniform. They're coming, Cynthia said. Don't go giving up now. He isn't, the snake charmer said. We aren't. Sylvester went to his own room, and washed off the worst of the blood. He collected clothes at Percy's instruction, discarding the guard's jacket at Cynthia's, and exited the room while still buttoning up his shirt. A squad of soldiers waited on the bridge as he made his return trip. Davis was among them. Sylvester. Sorry for the mess, Sylvester said. Jessie said to be prepared and to keep an eye on you, Davis said. I could have done better on both counts. I don't think you can be blamed, Sylvester said, as Sub Rosa stroked his hair. I'm blaming myself, Davis said. I didn't even expect things to fall apart this badly, Sylvester said. If I can't anticipate it, how could you? Right, Davis said. Not saying you didn't help it along, what with the whole mutiny and all. Wait, mutiny. You might say you don't like being in charge, but it's a power trip, isn't it? And it's familiar, the academy running the show. Sylvester, no. That wasn't it at all. Screen mad old Sylvester out, take charge. You asked me to. You asked me to lie to you and pretend that everything was quiet and calm, and keep the exciting stuff off your radar, so you wouldn't undertake any risky stunts. Maybe, Sylvester said. Maybe you know that's exactly what to say to make me doubt myself. Sylvester, Gordon 2 cut in. Hi Gordus, Sylvester said. That's not my name, but yeah, sure, hi. Listen, speaking as a guy who really didn't join to wage a war against any outside enemy, let alone an inside one, can we take it easy? The lambs will be back any time. Will they? Boat could arrive whenever. We know the schedule for the usual boats, the devil countered. It's unlikely they'll come at dusk in a borrowed boat, when the sky is overcast, the way in unlit. Could be an hour, Gordus said. Could be 3. Or 5. But that's not too long to wait. He's lying, the devil said. It's an eternity, Sylvester said. If you could spend one of those hours in my head, you wouldn't be saying that. Gordus was silent. Pity marked his expression. Sylvester thought of Cynthia's words, of the labels. And it's not going to be 1 hour, or 3, or 5. It's going to be closer to 8 or 12 or 22, Sylvester said. What do you want, Sylvester? Davis asked. You've hurt your own people. You carved up a key piece of your plan and left her in the bathtub. Not that we know the entirety of your plan, despite everything we've put into this, but... She's alive, isn't she? Sylvester asked. She's alive. We're getting her new arms and legs. She's cooperating, but... If she's cooperating, then that's all that's important. Why, S.Y.? Davis asked. She was horrendous, but she didn't deserve that. I was raised to be a monster and to hunt monsters. I think you're more than that, Shirley said, speaking up from within the crowd. She pushed her way forward. Pierre was beside her. Sylvester frowned. If you weren't, you wouldn't have helped me like you did. You wouldn't believe the tally I've got going on in my head. Especially since I don't have the memory to keep a proper tally, so it's more of this impossible, incalculable thing, like a mountain that grows 2 leagues taller for every league I ascend, Sylvester said. But I owe you so much more than you owe me. It's not about owing. Shirley said. It's about, just being there. Helping when help is due. And I think you did that for me. I calculated it. I calculate everything. Every social interaction is manipulation, molding people like putty around me. I don't think that's true. The very first thing I said to you was a tip on how to manipulate people, he said. I don't remember what it was, but I remember that. It's not about what was said, she said. More how and why. You had no reason to help me. You were useful. I don't think that's it, she said, even though her body language suggested she very much worried it was. She sounded almost scared as she asked, why are you pushing us away? Sy, Gordo said, before he could respond. Listen. Come eat. Come into the dining hall. We can talk over food. Helen Possum made some with Rudy. We've got some of the defectors from Hackthorn with us. We've actually talked to them and we might have sold them on being on our side, and not just because they're scared. The whole Black Forest and Plague thing is really a good starting point, they have their doubts about the crown. You might get something out of the discussions. Throwing me into the mix might not be the best idea, if it's at all tenuous, Sylvester said. As a matter of fact, any of this might be a bad idea. Squadron of soldiers, me, this whole thing. Seems like it ends badly. Badly? Davis asked. I don't want to hurt you guys too badly. I sort of took down a few of our own in the course of getting here. I'm not sure I can stop. Sylvester, do I have to force you to come eat and talk with us on threat of being shot? Davis asked. Sylvester considered. Go, Percy said. Sylvester nodded. I'll come with. Davis looked relieved. He really shouldn't have. With 20 students with guns pointing their weapons at Sylvester, they guided him down the remainder of the bridge, into the main building. We spent days looking for you. We didn't think you left the academy at first, Davis said. Those students you sent into the room to clean up, they came to get me, I immediately set to looking for you. BEA quizzed the professor as soon as she was lucid, trying to figure out if she'd said anything. If she did, it might be better not to mention it. I've got this sticking thought that she told me some secret of hers under duress, and I didn't like it, going by the blood. Not sure though, since I don't remember any of it. She wouldn't say what it was, Davis said. Yeah, Sylvester said. They made their way into the dining hall proper, above Lab 1. It was teeming, filled with defecting Hackthorn students, with beetle rebels and the whole group of the Hackthorn fairy tale experiments, minus the actual monsters who were no doubt in Lab 1. The large boy stood at one end of the crowd. As Cynthia had suggested, they weren't all people. The line, at least, was blurred. Every time Sylvester had seen him, the large boy had been busily eating, always eating, a monolithic thing. Now, even though there were tables with food laid out on them, the boy ate without partaking, chewing meat when the only meat in arm's reach was the population of the crowd. The armed guard of soldiers drew attention to him. He had to remind himself that the remainder of the crowd around him wasn't actually there, even if it almost felt more real than the remainder of the scene, with its fairy tales and more teenagers and children. He took his seat at the same table as the primordial, the eating child. He belatedly realized the company he kept. The nobles had appeared before, but they had been conspicuously absent for some time, with the exception of the falconer, who had been something of a special case. Mustering strength. Immediately, his eyes dropped to the table itself, so he wouldn't look at them, wouldn't see them. So he wouldn't see the most dangerous of the nobles he'd met, the one he'd told himself would mean he'd lost himself entirely. He tried to rise out of his seat, and a hand pushed him down. Stay put, please, Davis said. Please. Let's just talk. Talk safe. Talk kills time, and we just need to buy enough time for your friends to get back, right? Right, Sylvester said. He heard laughter, and recognized it as the Baron's. He knew when the Baron had laughed like this, too. It had been close to the time Sylvester had poisoned his brain with wyvern. He knew why the Baron had laughed. The Baron had known. He assessed the room, and he saw the others gathered around. His trains of thought, interwoven with the crowd. They were ready for conflict, ready for the calm to be broken, for defector to become doubter, for the harmless fairy tale children to erupt into anger. Many of the guns trained on him would turn elsewhere. He could see it, in abstract, by how the countless dead and lost were woven among the living. Yet. Talk is safe, Sylvester said, before sharing the most dangerous words he knew. Enemy 4, Arc 18. Yet. Talk is safe, Sylvester said. He paused. Shall we talk about how the entire balance of power is a lie? Davis tensed at that. Some of your friends from Lab 1 said you were saying something like that. I get it. You don't remember telling me you wanted to be cut out of the proceedings, that you didn't trust yourself. You're upset that we're in charge. Sylvester's eye was roving across the nobles that were seated along his table, while Davis spoke. He looked at the doctors who stood by, ones with the full training and reputation like Frey and Avis, and the rogue ones like the Snake Charmer and Percy. Not you, he said. What do you mean? I mean that's not the balance of power I'm concerned about. I'm talking about the crown. About the academy. How every part of it is as much a fairy tale as the ones that inspired a parrot boy, a red-hooded messenger, and a golden-haired troublemaker. In fact, the link between them and the nobility is closer than you think. Really? Davis said. His tone was skeptical, and Sylvester was very aware that Davis was trying to weigh the degree to which he could be believed against what he might have heard. He was aware because his friends at and around the table were aware. They were changing posture. Ready, keenly interested, and many had dangerous looks in their eyes. The ones who didn't have those looks looked cold, instead. Detached. Paul the Parrot Feathered wasn't a nemesis, he wasn't someone Sylvester had plotted against, but there was something very much about him that suggested he was on the same page as the doctors and professors, the back alley docs, the experiments, the monsters, and the madmen who kept Sylvester company. He had the predatory look, seeing something valuable that he might be able to capitalize on. Like greed, avarice, hunger, but it wasn't gold or food so much as the promise of someone else being made to bleed. The effect on Paul was enough that it drew the attention of the others near Paul. They had been rounded up to be questioned, it looked like, and they were being kept somewhat removed from one another, with students sitting around them, 1 or 2 beetle rebels between each of the Lab 1 experiments, some students removed to nearby benches. All the same, Paul's change in how he sat and the look in his eyes was something noticed by those closest to him, which was noticed by others they had associated with. There was an elegance to it. As Paul's hair was red and gold to go with the feathers he'd once had flowing with his hair, it was red and Goldilocks who noticed that he was paying keen attention, and they became more ready, more wary, anticipating what came next. They got along more with the various delinquents, including one of the girls who had spent more time herding the younger fairy tales, and so those delinquents absorbed the sentiment and passed it down. By the time it reached the very last members of the group, including Bo Peep, the effect was less like anticipation and more like fear. It was around then that the ones guarding the group seemed to sense something was amiss. Sylvester? Davis asked, patient. I'm curious where you're going with this. Like, I could understand if you think you've found a weak point to hammer at, or if you're just musing aloud. No, Sylvester said. No. No, this is a known fact, Davis. Jessie and I have been sitting on it for a while now. The nobility is an outright lie. Davis' attention peaked at that. There were a few murmurs. Paul was stock still, though. Waiting, sensing there was more to it. A lot of the older fairy tales, young nobles, and delinquents in that circle were like a skulk of foxes who had sighted food, they were holding still so they wouldn't disturb their quarry. Sylvester was their quarry, in a way. Or his words were. Sylvester, Shirley said. Maybe we should leave this topic alone. You don't want to hear it? Davis asked. Or is there something I don't know? I've been with Sylvester and Jessie for the last year, I know more than most. SY, you were working hard to keep this secret for a reason. It's dangerous knowledge. Davis ran his hand over his head, where his hair had been smoothed down into a part. Darn it. I know it sounds tantalizing, but I've seen Sylvester like this before, Shirley said. She trailed off to look at him. Sylvester watched Shirley by equal measure, quiet. Where he's not himself, exactly, but he isn't much diminished in terms of his ability to. I don't even know. Hurt people. Cause havoc. I know, you, SY and Jessie explained that to us lieutenants before, Davis said. She's not explaining for your benefit, Davis, a voice whispered beside Sylvester's ear. Mauer. She's talking to the room. We taught her well, didn't we, Sylvester? Sylvester remained silent, content to let the conversation continue for now. This seems like him sowing havoc. We should change topics. Revisit it at a later date if Jessie and the others agree it makes sense. Don't we deserve to know? A delinquent asked. He was one of the ones who would have partied with the Lab 1 fairy tales and other more rebellious rebels. Enough, Fang, BEA spoke. She was sitting on a table with her feet on a bench. The cat's mostly out of the bag already, isn't it? He asked. I imagine there's a lot more going on, she said. Please, let us handle this. You've trusted us this far. Thank you, BEA, Davis said. I don't know about you, Davis, Paul said, from a distant table, his voice carrying, but I have a personal stake in this. They carved me up. Carved up some of the girls and little ones here. And apparently what happened to us has something to do with the nobles. Paul, please. Please don't, Paul, a small voice said. Bo Peep. My imagination is afire, sir, Paul said. The look in his eyes had only intensified. I want to chime in, Gordu said. If I may, Davis. I trust you. Feel welcome. Thank you. I haven't been with SY for as long as Shirley, but I've seen him work, and I was one of the first people in Beetle he reached out to, I think. Besides Junior's group. Sylvester looked at Junior's group. Was that bloody avarice in their eyes too? Gordus went on, if my opinion as a near veteran of the group counts for much of anything, I think we should leave this alone. I think we should drop this, eat breakfast, talk about things in general, introduce ourselves to the people who've crossed the bridge from the Hackthorn dorms. Treat them to the good side of the rebel life without faculty and rules over our heads. I think Helen and Rudy did a good job in the kitchens. Is there dessert? Hot frosted buns, Possum said. Good food, weather's not too bad, it's quiet, there's more serious stuff we can discuss over the course of today and tomorrow while we wait for Jessie and the lambs to turn up, but we can do that at our leisure. Team leaders know what we need to hammer out if you want to stay busy, and... Gordus spread his hands, he chuckled a bit. If you don't want to play a part in bringing meaningful change to the world, well, I don't want to get into details, but there's a wine cellar with enough wine to keep all of us tipsy through to the end of next year, and we're not exactly separating dorms by gender, if you know what I mean. There was some general amusement at that, and some confusion from the younger years and experiments. Frosted buns, red wine, good company, sunshine, and maybe some hope for the future. With the rest of the nation reeling with plague and the Blackwood, I gotta say I'm pretty happy with that status quo. Everything else can wait for tomorrow, and speaking as someone who's seen some fighting and rebellion already, we'll be darn fucking glad we had the time to rest before we got properly underway. You know, I have some buns I know I'd like to get my frosting on, someone at one table joked. Oh fuck you and fuck your joke. We're better than that, one of his friends said, raising his voice to be heard over the laughter. It was an insult made in good fun, one friend to another, and it only made others laugh louder at the dumb joke. Only the ones who looked hungriest for blood looked like they weren't swayed or amused by any of this. Paul, Red, Goldie, Fang. They composed a small fraction of the people gathered. 1 in 50. 1 in 30 if Sylvester didn't count the people he was fairly sure only he could see. Sylvester watched as Davis clapped a hand on Gortuz's shoulder, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. So many of them have learned from you, Mauer said. Sylvester nodded. Shirley was approaching him. Others were glancing his way. Thinking, trying to figure out how to manage him, rein him in, how to use him. The ones with red lights in their eyes were looking at him from another angle, too hungry to think straight. It wasn't quite bloodlust they wanted answers, they wanted vindication and revenge in a way that didn't necessarily have to do with blood. You know what to say, the snake charmer said. You know what to give them. Sylvester nodded. All around him, others were talking. Beetle Ribble, the occasional experiment, students getting up to get first dibs on dessert, talking, laughing. It was good amusement in a way that was almost more boisterous and exaggerated because the students were pushing against the doubts, pulling friends away from the glances in Sylvester's direction, and trying very hard not to think about the big questions, doubts, and fears that loomed. But for a different roll of the dice, you might have been a beautiful noble lord, Paul, Sylvester said. His voice was more or less drowned out by the conversation, by the laughter, and the noise of people moving. But others were listening, paying attention, or keeping an eye on him, and some were close enough to hear. Paul was one of them. So were Red, Shirley, Davis, and Junior. Again, it was like something voltaic, a current like a horrific accident in one of the labs where stitched were mass-produced, the excess charge ripping over every available surface, dancing across the path of least resistance, before diffusing out into the grounded objects. Slowly, step by step, from one group to the next, or from one member of a group to the rest of that group, people fell silent, or noticed that others had fallen silent. The amusement and good nature faded more swiftly than it had set in. The Baron, sitting near the primordial, laughed in the silence. Sylvester smiled. Paul had stood up, and his one hand was planted on the table in front of him as he leaned forward, his eyes wide. Had they not been modified, the whites would have been clearly visible. As it was, they had no whites, but the colors made the pupils very clear. Bo Peep's mouth formed the word no. Shirley actually said something similar out loud. Don't. It's done, Sylvester said. They heard. Heard what? Fang asked. Sylvester said, that if the dice roll had been different, I could have been a lord. Paul asked. Murmurs passed over the crowd. Sylvester's in a weird place, Davis said. We shouldn't put too much stock into. Explain, Paul said, interrupting, ignoring Davis. His voice was hard. Isn't it amusing, in a dark way? Sylvester asked. They're a fabrication. As much as you are, Paul. It's the big secret. It's one they've killed to protect, countless times. They wipe out entire continents and blame it on war and plague, to hide it. They're in the middle of doing it to this one. Wipe everything out, clean the slate, and then rebuild with complete and total control and nobody else to say different when they rewrite history and tell a different story. I don't see how that's funny, Fang said. Don't you? Sylvester asked. I mean, how many of you are named John, or Charles, or Duncan, or Philip or Mark or Timothy, because they're names of prominent nobles and it's a nice look for the parents? How many of you have siblings with those names? Mary or Elizabeth or Malcolm or Montgomery? He could see people here and there frown as their names were spoken. The street names of houses we grew up on, or schools we attended, or cities we lived in, how many of those had names inspired by nobles? How many of you actually aspired to work with nobles, or achieve a status where you might dine with one? Who among you felt true awe for the first time at one of their parades or ceremonies? That's enough, Sylvester, Davis said. Is it? Weren't you really damn proud that you got a commendation pinned on your chest for your academic performance and service to the crown, Davis? Who was it that pinned that bit of silver to your chest and made you feel more grand than you'd ever felt? Was it a noble? No, Davis said, but he still looked like that one had struck home. Did it bother you it wasn't a noble? Sylvester asked. He already knew the answer. Davis had no answer to that question. The nobles no longer sat at the table. When he hadn't been looking, they had stood, scattering themselves throughout the room, making themselves felt. It was the snake charmer and Percy who were close to him now, buoying him forward. Sub Rosa and Melancholy. The fishmonger, the devil, Cynthia, Mauer, Frey, Avis, the headsman Warren Howell, Wendy, Dog, and Catcher. The primordial. Shirley wasn't approaching anymore. She wasn't even reacting. She seemed to understand there wasn't a real chance to stop him. The bottle had been unstoppered. Can any of you name one meaningful part of your lives that wasn't affected in some way by this farce of theirs? A friend group or family without that one person who was loyal to the king or, flipping it around, maybe that one person who had lost someone close to them in the name of the crown? A major event in your lives that wasn't influenced by them, by the flags they have us wave, the words they have us say, or the beats they have us march to. We get the point, Sylvester, Davis said. The warm humor of just moments ago was gone, replaced by cold restlessness. People shifted position or looked uncomfortable, without any place to go. What does that have to do with what they did to us? To the experiments? Red asked. Same as they did to me and the lambs, Sylvester said. They snatch up children or they offer children with no other options a choice to go with them. To get healthy and to have shelter. They round us all up in a place like New Amsterdam, test us to see who's the fittest, strongest, best looking, smartest. The best of us get to be noble. They get the best the Academy has to offer, they get invented histories, or they get slotted into a waiting space on the family tree. And the rest of us are fodder for experiments, Red said. Not just fodder for experiments. Fodder for them. They have to be effective, and for that, you have weapons like the lambs that act as trial runs before a noble gets the modification. They have to be pretty, and for that, artists like fairs needs their practice. Red flinched at that. Paul, meanwhile, only stared. History, the role of the Academy, politics, the wars, the disasters, it's all wrapped up in this. I told Paul that if the dice had fallen down differently, if he'd been a little taller, or a little fitter, that he might have been a lord. Montgomery twirled his cane. The twins prowled through the crowd, gravitating towards the agitated, the angry. Sylvester knew he could use that. How many of you are wearing Academy uniforms? Think about this, they were testing you too, rolling dice, playing games behind the scenes. If you aspired to be a black coat professor, then they were keeping all of this in mind when they decided if you deserved that coat. Nothing to do with how hard you worked or how good you were. But whether they thought you might play along, if you could be trusted to possibly pull the strings one day, and keep the farce alive. For each one of you, that was the reality, either you are the sort of monster who would exploit children to succeed, and I don't think many of you are, or they were never really going to give you a chance. Virtually every voice that was likely to speak for sanity and calm was too affected to speak, or they were familiar enough with Sylvester to know that there was little reason to do otherwise. Do you have proof? Mabel asked, speaking for the first time. She hung her head a little, clearly shaken. She was standing by the stairs that led down deeper into the building. Sylvester smiled. We have proof, the fishmonger said. But even in the silence, nobody heard the fat boy with the nasty expression. Sylvester waited. Like the fishmonger had said, there was an answer to Mabel's question. It was better to let them find their way to that answer on their own. It only took a moment more before Davis looked at SY, alarm on his face. He was quick and clever enough to jump to that conclusion. Mabel was almost right on his back, connecting to what Sylvester had said. But as quick as they were to realize the conclusion, they weren't equipped to get ahead of it, to actually deal with it. Fairs, Junior said. She's in surgery, Davis said. And we actually need her. But she can provide answers, Fang said. She's in surgery, Davis said, more firmly. She's going to be around tomorrow, there's no reason to rush this. You got your answers. Paul moved, crossing the dining area. Davis called out, almost inarticulate in his haste to get his people moving. Students who were acting as soldiers scrambled to get up from their benches, to get between the 30 or so students and experiments in Paul's entourage. More in Paul's periphery than there had been before this discussion. We deserve answers. Goldilocks called out. People were shouting now. Finding themselves divided, one side against another. Sanity and concern against outrage. You'll get answers. Davis called back. Tomorrow. As quickly as the larger group had come to a halt when faced with Davis' improvised formation of junior soldiers, they pulled back. Junior was near the rear, and he was calling for another route. There was another staircase down on the other side of the dining hall. Soldiers rushed to get between the group and the stairs, and they didn't quite make it. With Cynthia standing and watching, the soldiers instead collided with the front left corner of the group of students, trying to block them physically, bodies pressing against bodies. Junior and Paul's group pushed them away. Then, when the rows and columns of soldiers made it impossible to push the junior soldiers back and away, the press of bodies behind them making it nearly impossible, hands went up to protect faces, elbows stuck out, and somewhere along the line it became punches being thrown. The friendlier, more nimble members of the group dodged around the knot of melee, going for the stairs, heading down in the direction of Lab 1. Davis called out, ordering soldiers who were still blocking the first stairwell to hurry down, to try to intercept. It looked like he was about to go himself, though he was unsure of the swell of violence on the other end of the room. Mabel signaled and then headed down, leaving Davis to manage things upstairs. Sylvester watched it all unfold. Mauer stood beside him and it was partially with Mauer's eyes that Sylvester analyzed the crowd, trying to decide if he needed to say anything more. The restlessness was bleeding out. People were picking sides but not yet finding an outlet. Some were moving to help the soldiers. More were hanging back, still digesting what they'd heard. Why? Davis asked. He was asking Sylvester. Sylvester glanced at the snake charmer. He looked at Sub Rosa. It's a way forward. It ensures we don't fall into the rut. A rut? Do you even understand what you're saying? I think the fact that my words were able to get this kind of effect is a pretty good indicator I know what I'm saying. No. Lords, no, you don't have a bloody clue, Davis said. Valentina was absolutely right. Then Davis turned his attention elsewhere. Valentina. The vice president of the Beetle Student Council, the snake charmer said. She believed in the nobility, in a twisted way, Melancholy said. You were supposed to be a surrogate, Sylvester. That was the label she desperately wanted to apply to you. She wanted you to be someone who could lead, who wouldn't bleed or stumble when push came to shove. It's ironic, because what you said here just now would have shattered that perspective of hers. Frey was standing so close by, holding Yvette. Frey looked solemn while Yvette smiled. She thought you were weak, Percy said. I think, in service to what we're striving for in the long run, you should step in now. Instigating this was one thing, but you won't win over the likes of Davis until you show that you have control. That you have that power. Sylvester nodded, mostly to himself. He raised a hand, standing from his seat at the dining table. People turned to look. They saw as Davis grabbed his wrist. Whatever you're doing, just stop, please. Davis, the treasurer said, a few steps behind his old student council president. Don't tell me you're on Sylvester's side, Davis said. The treasurer was quiet. Please. Don't make things harder for me. I've tried to be a good friend. I want answers, the treasurer said. I know. But I'll wait for them. I won't get in your way. Davis nodded. He turned back toward Sylvester. Sylvester simply spoke to the room. There are some faculty members in the administration housing building. They might know. Davis let go of his arm as if he was poisonous to the touch. He called out an order, but it was too late. Students who had been lingering in earshot now turned to hurry off to the bridge, for the same building that Sylvester, Jessie, Helen, and Ferris had been sleeping in. There was no way for Davis' relatively modest group of soldiers, already preoccupied, to get from one of the two south corners of the room to the northeast one. Some of the students who lingered, looking like they might have followed Paul's group or the group that was going to the administration building, but who were holding back, they looked like defectors. Hackthorn students from one of the dorms. There are faculty members in the other dorms, aren't there? Sylvester said. Go. Hands in the air if you are worried about getting shot at. They'll see your uniforms and let you approach. Go. Go ask, grill them. Tell the students in the dorm. Davis didn't even try calling out an order this time. It was a small group, all considered, but as prodded, they took the suggestion. There was noise from elsewhere, shouting, banging, and the periodic sound of breaking glass, but the dining hall had largely cleared up. The student body had been divided and much of it had marched off. Davis staggered back a few steps and fell into a sitting position on a bench. There's no reason for this, Davis said. They want answers, Sylvester said. There's no reason to press things like this, to stir it up. To tell them in the way you told them. Avoiding the rut. You don't even realize you are doing it, talking down to the experiments, marginalizing them. Academy on top, the useful experiments a rung below. We can't do that. We don't want that to be how we approach this final stage of things. When you say we, Shirley said, speaking up for the first time since Sylvester had started talking, do you mean all of us here, you and the Beetle rebels, or do you mean you and the voices in your head? They're not just voices, Sylvester said. They're people. You know what I mean, she said. Sylvester nodded. He didn't answer her question. Across the room, Possum was hugging Bo Peep. Rudy stood off to one side. Sylvester was glad that Bo Peep had someone, at least. The soldiers who had headed down toward Lab 1 were now making their way up. Before they had even found the breath to speak, Sylvester started walking toward them, walking away from Peep and Possum. Downstairs. It's bad, the soldier told Davis. Sylvester continued walking. Shirley, Davis, the treasurer, and most of those who remained headed downstairs at a near run. They passed him. From the look on Davis' face, it was likely that some consideration was given to some form of incarceration or binding. Or maybe a gag. But that would have been slipping into the rut. Whether Davis had processed the thought or whether his instincts had told him to do otherwise, it would have been a mistake. Sylvester had acted to keep from being put under the thumb of the others. The host of personalities, perspectives, and ideas in his head would have found a way to show how much of a bad idea it was to imprison him or put him in chains. The situation was almost in his control. Lab 1 was only one floor down. The main area was still occupied by a few experiments who didn't have cells or stables to be stowed in, but it was mostly tables, desks, and a lot of open space that was now filled with two opposing factions of students. Sylvester stood at the very back of the crowd. Barred from the actual surgery hall by the soldiers, Paul and his group had taken another route. They'd accessed the hallway on the other side of the room, opening cells and dragging prisoners out. Faculty members, favored students. Betty was kneeling, sobbing, while Paul held her by the hair. She knew, Paul said. If you do this, Paul, Mabel said, they win. They've made you ugly. They've taken your humanity. She knew. She knew where we came from. She was exactly what Sylvester talked about. The students who were tested and who succeeded. Who they thought could be useful and support the real academy. Isn't that right, Sylvester? It's exactly right, Sylvester said. He began making his way through the crowd. Davis could have stopped him, but didn't. There were no magic words. There was nothing Davis could do that wasn't ordering an outright conflict. She knew about the what was it even called? The block, Sylvester said. With that, Betty's eyes went wider. And she had her justifications and they were, very tidy. I'm clever with people and I'm not even sure if she believed them herself, or if she was just that evil. But there's a truth, and she didn't serve that truth. He made his way out of the front of the crowd. He passed others. Cynthia. The devil. Then what happens next? Mabel asked. Aren't you angry? Sylvester asked. Aren't you upset? Of course I am, Mabel said. But I was already angry and upset. This isn't a big change for me. It's an eye-opener, if it's true, but I was already willing to leave the academy. I was already willing to fight for something better. Yet. You're a good one, Mabel, Sylvester said. It was getting harder to find the softer, calmer types in the crowd. It was all the likes of the fishmonger, the devil, the monsters. Are you going to do to Betty what you did to Fairs? Sylvester looked down, meeting Betty's eyes. That might be up to the others, he said. To Paul and Red and IB. Spider, if he's recuperated enough. I think your word matters, Mabel said. You get a say, and they'll listen. Red spoke, she's as ugly as Fairs where it counts, inside, and she doesn't even have the excuse of being older. I think she would have been worse, if she'd grown up to earn a black coat. I don't disagree, Sylvester said. Sylvester, with one word, you could stop this, Mabel said. Sylvester turned, looking at her. He had a lot of complicated feelings about the girl he'd flirted with, who had seen something and backed away. Melancholy and Cynthia had positioned themselves to stand on either side of the sheriff's daughter. With one word, I could make it clear that we're in charge, Sylvester said. Nobody's disputing that, Mabel said. It's clear. But you could make it very clear in the here and now that you deserve that responsibility. That you haven't let them make you into the monster they wanted you to be. That's a really tired argument, Sylvester said. One I've read in books. Or my bookworm friend said they were in books. I'm not a super avid reader. As arguments go, I think it stands, Mabel said. I hate this girl so much, Red said, from the other side of the room. She acted sweet, like it mattered, while she was so brutal and unkind when it counted. She just did it to look better, not because she ever cared. When nobody was looking, she was lazy, rough, more inhuman than anything we have in the stables. I want her to look as ugly on the outside as she is on the inside. There's justice in that, Sylvester said. I don't agree, Davis said, and that's beside the point, either way. We need her. At this stage, we could get her to cooperate, I think. We can do what we need to do for the greater plan. And you, Betty? What say you? Favorite student of Professor Fairs, on the fast track to your black coat, and you probably would have gotten it. You were complicit in the block, you told me it was, well, I don't remember the particulars of what you told me. The children asked for it. I mean, Betty stuttered. They gave permission. They knew what it involved. Sylvester looked at Red and Paul. Convinced. No, Paul said. It's the way things have been going for decades. Since Professor Fairs was my age, and since her mentor was my age. That's even less convincing, Sylvester said. Yeah, Goldilocks said. If you're going to do the kind of work the Academy wants to do, it involves children. It allows you to do more, it opens doors, it saves lives indirectly. I think you're just flicking ink at the paper and hoping it makes a sensible argument, Sylvester said. Please, Betty said. It's the way things were, and the pressure was high. There was never a moment where I could stop and take stock, because I was always rushing forward. It was only ever little steps toward this. Sylvester asked. Being at the mercy of your creations. She took my face, Red said. I'm thinking I take hers. Her knife went to Betty's nostril, the point sticking within. As the knife moved, Betty craned her head, trying to avoid being cut. Eventually, unable to keep raising her head to move in concert with the knife, Betty was left to grimace, then wail, as the knife pressed against the skin. In the moment the skin reached its limit, the knife flicked out, and Betty collapsed, blood dribbling to the floor. The voices of dissent weren't dissenting. Mabel, Davis, Gordas, Shirley. Sylvester held the floor. It was up to him. Hackthorn was his, as were the people who resided within it. Red was looking at him, wanting approval and guidance. I think we need to invent something suitably horrible to do to her, the fishmonger said. A parasite, or we make her a parasite. Or we execute her and put her on display. A grisly scene, the devil said, in his monstrous voice. Sylvester could imagine. He could get away with it too. The dissenting voices were quiet, and he was fairly certain his faction overwhelmed the beetle rebels now. Defectors turned rebel now turned, horrified. Disheartened. Betty could so easily be made into something less than human. It was an academy tactic, the horrible fates that only a scalpel could bring, one she had wrought in an indirect way. His eye fell on Frey, who stood off to one side. With Yvette, for a third time. Still as solemn as Yvette was smiling. He wished he had the other lambs here. We can stop here, he thought. The lambs would want me to, wouldn't they? He asked the question of himself and he wasn't positive of the answer. No figure stood in the crowd that he could turn to and figure it out. Frey, maybe, but Frey was silent and cryptic. Yvette, but he didn't want to give Yvette an in. Sylvester, a voice came from the crowd. It wasn't one of his rebels. It wasn't one of the experiments, like Itsy Bitsy or Bo Peep. Not someone like Shirley or Pierre. She was just out of surgery, and even like that, she was partially confined and held firmly by 2 students. Fairs. Was this a plan? Sylvester asked Davis. Plan? Davis asked. To bring her here. To challenge me with her. Kind of. She said she had something vital to tell you. Oh, I know what she wants to tell me. It was a mistake to bring her this far. Mistake. The last time I heard what she had to say, I took her to pieces. This time. This time I'm the person everyone's listening to. Cover her mouth, Davis called out. The student did. A moment later, he whipped his hand back, blood spraying. Surgical enhancements. Ones made long ago. The blades had been inserted into cheeks, and now sprouted, like mandibles. No longer held by one of the students, Fares sprawled. Sylvester, she called out, her voice shrill, wild in a way that only a doctor who'd had her hands taken from her could sound. A hag or a harpy incarnate. As students fell on her, trying to manhandle her, she arched her body, forehead on the ground, limbs shielding her head and mouth, fighting for the chance to speak. Her voice took on an eerie, fevered pitch. You could have saved them. If you'd only realized, you could have saved your friends, all those years ago. Enemy V, Arc 18. If I offer you tea, will you resist? Resist? Sylvester asked. You could have said refuse. I could have, I didn't. No tea, Sylvester said. Having watched you for the last few years, I'd like to think I know you. Sylvester nodded. You're loyal to the others. When you broke in and searched through records, you looked at theirs, too. Maybe you looked for theirs specifically. Sylvester frowned. You've been subtly fighting me every step of the way since. You're upset and angry and you don't have a direction to point that sentiment. It's why I chose the word resist. We never had this conversation. We're having it right now, he said. I never sat in, Sylvester looked around. He parsed the space as an office, the window with its branch-framed glass looking out on Radham. Here. You never offered tea. This subject never came up. Your memory isn't that strong, Sylvester. I can't remember things, but I feel like if we'd had this conversation, I would have done something with it. Maybe you did, Sylvester. Maybe you ran away. Maybe you resisted in ways that went beyond refusing tea or not telling me things about your companions. And the question went unanswered. In the unlit space, the impossibly dark shadows on the other side of the desk were now unoccupied. The question was swallowed up. Sylvester would have turned his thoughts to the task, but they were scattered. This place was one room in Radham, and all of his lines of thinking were in Hackthorn, stalled, or poised and waiting to be allowed to act, like bullets in the chambers of rifles. He, too, remained where he was, poised, while the once fine machinery of his mind operated by accident more than design. A windmill in a windless valley, turning slightly because too many birds had gathered to roost on one blade. He could have acted or brought things to resolution, but he didn't trust any of his trains of thought. Mauer's voice was too persuasive, and Sylvester lacked the resources to really sort out the words that sounded right from the ones that were right. Cynthia was too angry, too wounded. The snake charmer was too short-term in thinking, Percy too long-term. All of the ones he understood were problematic, by dint of what they were. Others were problematic because of the great and terrible unknowns they represented. Frey. The devouring child. Sylvester stood in the room, watching as the light moved across it. Noticing a change in details, he turned to face the window. Yvette leaned against the wall, the curtain to one side of the window wreathing her. Being noticed was the prompt for her to move. She set down a syringe of wyvern. The usual dose, far higher than most managed. More than even Frey took. Then she set down another, a short distance away. With a snapping motion of her fingers, she set the heavy syringe to spinning on the table. She did the same with the first. Sylvester already knew how this turned out. And the syringes came to a rest, the points aimed at Sylvester. And even though this isn't an accurate memory of long ago, because I have no accurate memories of long ago, I know how it turned out. I connected dots and I showed my hand. He realized, and the next time I had an appointment. Sylvester turned, touching the door handle. The room was locked. When he turned back toward the desk, Yvette was gone. The room was empty, the windows open and curtain billowing. The syringes were depleted. If I hadn't revealed my hand, if I had escaped the room, if I hadn't let them poison my brain with more wyvern, hold me in captivity, mold my brain and brainwash me, if I'd somehow remembered or found a way to leave a message to myself. Fair's voice echoed in his ears. If I only connected the dots again. If I let myself connect the dots. It was at a time like this that Sylvester badly wanted to see the lambs, to recognize their faces, to have them as concrete points he could arrange in this visualized space he was using to construct or reconstruct the thought process. The expiration dates for the lambs never made sense. Why raise Gordon up to be someone who would be exceptional? What had Gordon said, toward the end? He never got to shine? Never got to. Sylvester groped for it, and all he could think of was how hard it had been to hear Gordon ask for his dog and be unable to give him that in the moment. He turned his thoughts toward other things. To Gordon thinking about defecting to Frey, the way he'd started saying God and damn more, if only to swear. All around the time that he had started to dwindle. Helen was created and raised by one of the best professors in the Crown States, yet would never truly grow up to be of an age to use those talents. She was created to be a wife, a companion to a narcissist professor. The only lambs where expiration made any degree of sense were Mary and Sylvester himself. Sylvester because he imbibed poison, and Mary because she had been grown fast, and she would burn out fast. The irony was that neither of the two had originally been part of the plan. The expiration dates weren't an unhappy coincidence. They were there by design. A hand tilted the scales, as loyalty came into question. That same hand had been on Lillian's scales, in a different way. Was that the reason for the appointments? To adjust what needed adjusting, to ensure that a leash of a different sort was maintained? Or was it all part of the same leash, that constrained them? To keep them in one area, geographically, and to manage lifespans, so a rebellious creation would be limited in the damage it could do? If I'd only realized, I could have done something about it. Gordon could have lived. Jamie could have lived. Maybe whatever is happening to us now could have been averted before it started. Sylvester stared into the darkness at the opposite side of the large desk. It's all about control in the end, he said. Sylvester. Sylvester opened his eyes. Whatever you're thinking about doing, Davis said. Sylvester shook his head. Fairs was on the ground, struggling. They were using cloth to bind her mouth shut. Her face was blossoming like a flower. The blades at either side of her mouth had only been the first stage. Now everything unfolded endlessly from a central point in waves of skin, bone, small organs, and jagged metal points. She whipped it this way and that, to make the act of getting the gag in place as difficult as possible. The noises she made were alternately muffled and screeching, but she formed no more complete words. She'd said as much as she needed to say, really. The effect carried to the exposed skin of her arms, her exposed calves, and her feet. She was a primordial in fast motion, the subject of a powerful and dangerous drug. Sylvester turned, to look more in Davis' direction. He became aware that the primordial was there, standing right behind him, almost touching him, looming in a way that meant Sylvester stood in its shadow. The primordial was poised, like so many of the others, bullets in rifle chambers. He held limbs and parts that looked like pieces of other primordials that actually looked like primordials. One was held out, as if proffered to Sylvester, and it twitched and kicked. He wanted to eat. He wanted to eat with Sylvester. Jamie, Gordon, Helen, Mary, Lillian, Ashton, Duncan, and all the little ones. Laura, Nora, Abby, Emmett. The ones who weren't dead or broken enough to be headed there would die sooner than later. There were two ways to handle that. The first was to face his own culpability, in a time and place where he had no tools to manage that. The second was to turn his attention to the culprits. Sylvester, Davis said. Sylvester turned to Davis. The student council president had been so handsome, once. A fine pair when put together with Valentina, who wasn't here anymore. But days of fighting had injured him. A scar covered part of his face, marring one eye. Combat drugs he'd taken to improve his focus and coordination were likely responsible for the exaggerated vascularity on the other side of his face. You're in control, the academy is yours. You're right. All of this is, much worse than I'd thought. The nobility, the role of the professors, the way the system is rigged, the lies we were told. Davis, Sylvester said. It doesn't feel good, does it? No, Mabel was the one who responded. But that's no reason to. Sylvester didn't miss Davis' hand motion, telling Mabel to stop. It doesn't feel good, Davis said. So that was it. Manipulation. Currying favor. Sylvester was very aware of the primordial's proximity. He was increasingly aware that wherever he looked in the crowd of young academy students, there were modifications, scars, injuries, and stitches. Fairs was akin to a lamprey with its rings of teeth, but instead of teeth they were modifications, alterations, weapons, and poison. Weapons of the academy spilling forth as from a fountain. They welled out in a constant, endless wave, and as they flowed out, they tainted other things. They marked students, they colored the building. Heart sat in the base of Sylvester's throat as he saw it. He knew it was whatever the primordial represented in his own head, going to work. Recognizing the enemy, seizing emotion and pain and helping him to adapt, to grapple with things. Fairs didn't have retractable mouth parts. She'd simply bitten the hand that had tried to silence her. Davis didn't have a scar. Mabel didn't have modified eyes to help her already exceptional perception. A defense mechanism? A last gasp mental shift with Wyvern? The premise was simple. If the students weren't people anymore, if they were only tools, ugliness, and extensions of the same engine that had hurt him for the entirety of his life, bringing Sylvester and the people closest to him to their lowest points, to points they didn't always surface from, then it would be so much easier to hurt them. It's horrendous, Davis said. I'm going to pretend you're not trying to manipulate me as you say that, Sylvester said. I am, for the record. I'm worried about what you're going to do in the next couple of minutes. A lot of people are. So I'm trying to manipulate you into not doing whatever we're worried about. But that doesn't mean I'm lying. For a very long time, even until today, you were someone I couldn't ever really understand. But I think I understand you more than I did, even if I'm also really not sure about what you're planning. As he spoke, the veins crawling across his face grew darker, bursting. Sylvester looked away. Everything you're feeling, betrayal, feeling like a part of your life was spent in service to the crown, feeling like people close to you were betrayed, I'm not to belittle what you're feeling. Sylvester paused. I get it, Gordus said. Sylvester was, relatively sure it was Gordus. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I wouldn't say what I've experienced and felt really compares. A lot of us got the short end of the stick, and you got a shorter one than most. It was the devil who spoke in Sylvester's ear. A short joke. Kill him for it. Sylvester's hand twitched and he had to fight the impulse that followed. He shoved it into his pocket, hunching over a bit to ensure it was really crammed in there. Problem was he had a folded blade in there. He'd forgotten that. He'd accidentally gone and armed himself. Now. I'm with you, the thing that had been Davis said. He was speaking very carefully now. I'm on your side. Sylvester nodded, numb. What do you need from me? The thing asked. Fairs, Sylvester said. Damn it. I took her hand. We needed it. We found the hand and reattached it, the thing said. Sylvester nodded. Good. She's not going to cooperate in the way we need her to cooperate. Preserve her brain, keep her alive in a way that we can get information we need from her, keep the hand there for now. Take whatever else you need to make us affairs alike. We just need to fool them for a little while. He could feel the hesitation from the things that had been his lieutenants and friends just days ago as if it was a tangible thing. He was trying hard not to look at anything in particular, because it only made it worse when he focused on something and instinctively demolished the meaning of that thing, to make that thing easier to destroy in the coming future. Sure, the festering thing that had been Junior said. Unless someone else wants to object or argue the point, I know some other students I can ask, we'll wrangle something. Sylvester thought of saying goodbye to Lillian, both times. He thought of how she had cried. The lump in his throat wasn't going away. The anger it felt muted, but only because it was being redirected, painting everything in sight, twisting it. He thought of shooting Mary, because there had been no good way to keep her from pursuing him. Sylvester spoke as the idea was formulated and provided by the ones who stood nearby. Cynthia, the sub Rosa. An unusual pairing. Bring some food and supplies, plan to be there for a short while. I think there's running water in there. Food and supplies? The junior thing asked. Then, likely in response to some signal, he switched stances, sure. Can do. All right, the Davis thing said. Ominous. Do the rest of us need to take measures? They run, Cynthia said. Burned though she was more person than the things that populated the crowd. The rest? They run, Sylvester said, meeting Cynthia's eyes. Sylvester, one of the things reached out, touching Sylvester's arm. Sylvester lashed out, slapping it away, taking a step back and away. He stood there, arm extended, blade in hand, watching the individual's hand bleed, and he eyed the crowd. All right, the thing that had been Davis said, clutching its wrist. Junior's got that handled. What else do you need? He'll need to barricade the lab. Sure thing. And we run. All right. Can you explain why, or just tell me why you were so dead set on taking control over the academy and now it looks like you're dismantling that? You control 60% of the rebels, perhaps, 60% that are angry enough to listen to you, Mauer said. You have enough sway to control the rest of the rebels, and by extension, you can keep your enemies pinned down in the dormitories. But you don't truly control this academy. No explanation needed, because I'm not giving up that control, Sylvester said. I'm cementing it. If Sylvester says to run, the Shirley thing said, then I think we should all go. To rooms, or to labs where you can do work. Grab food on the way, barricade. Sylvester nodded. I'd hurry. Some hurried. Others paused. Half of the shapes and figures that remained were hesitant, wondering if they could hurt him. The other half, maybe a third, were the truly loyal. Paul and Red would be among them. They were waiting because they weren't sure if they needed to protect him. I'll walk away if you do, a thing with a bird skull for a head said. Something indistinct throbbed behind the eye sockets. You guys take the other staircase, the Davis figure said. We watch each other through the glass. The bird skull nodded. What should we do with this one? Sylvester looked at the shape that knelt beside the bird-skulled boy. It bled from a face wound, hugging itself within a corset of its own flesh. You've killed worse monsters with less hesitation, Melancholy said. I'll handle it, Sylvester said. If you're sure, the bird skull said. In that, they started to retreat, the Davis things group matching the other. Only a few lingered. Shirley, Bo Peep. Pierre. Would the others want you to take this course of action? Sylvester, unable to definitively picture the lambs' faces, could only imagine the way Gordon's voice had broken in that final exchange of words, hubris sigh, the movement of Jamie's hands as he'd sat on that stone throne with technology threaded through it, the way Lillian had covered her eyes while crying. So much pain and anger. Yes, he said. Even with all that his mind was doing to make the people he was looking at less sympathetic, he was very aware of the look of disappointment on Shirley's face. She left, and Sylvester remained where he was. He was left alone in the broader Lab 1 area, waiting, aware of the fact that he wasn't even positive of his environment anymore. Stepping into that elaborate office in Radham had been the crossing of a line that made the rest of it so easy to lose. Junior's group came back down the stairs, still escorting a bound and gagged Fares. They had crates of food. Wish us luck, the thing that had been Junior said. Sylvester didn't trust himself to speak. He waited, listening, as the doors to the surgery theater were shut, locked, and furniture scraped against the ground. He walked, and he walked with only the company of his enemies, his regrets, and his disembodied thoughts. Anger, in early childhood, could so easily be conveyed with a punch to a pillow. A sharper, less sensible anger could lead to punching a wall, breaking something. Despair, pain, loneliness, they warranted tears. More severe despair warranted wails. Screams. More severe action, like the notion that he could have intervened with the expiration of 2 of his brothers. There was no physical dimension for that kind of expression. He wasn't sure the version of events or the train of logic was correct. He wasn't sure how Lillian had been convinced, when she had access to their records. He could assign some blame to the fact that a clever architect and the fact that Lillian had been raised with this broader expectation, and the fact that so many experiments were also set up to destroy themselves sooner than later, to protect the Academy's control over things. But he knew and believed that Fares had started acting like she had something she could use around the time the topic of expirations and the looming deadlines had come up. She likely thought he would cave, that she could bargain, make a promise to postpone or avert this calculated extinction of lamb-kind. Very possibly a lie or a half-truth. He doubted it had really been him that had done that damage to her, on his recognition of that blatant attempt at manipulation. It would be him that acted on this instance of learning Fair's truth. Come, he spoke, grabbing the back of a neck that belonged to the thing with the bleeding face. It made high-pitched sounds as it stumbled, trying to keep up with him. Lab 1 was an expansive area, with its open space, tables, cabinets, and space for the larger experiments. Some of those experiments were more visible now that the crowd had left. They watched the proceedings with lazy, drugged expressions. There were 5 ways out of Lab 1. 2 sets of stairs, one on each side, a north door to the surgical area, and then 2 paths that folded around, leading to places onlookers couldn't readily see. One of those places was where this thing with the bleeding face had come from. The Betty thing. The rows of cells that had once held fairy tales. The other was where the beasts were. The big bad wolf, Sylvester said. It hunts red. Why? What? Please. Don't hurt me. Cooperate and I won't. Tell me how they work. Pheromones. Keywords, foremost. Like Mary, Percy said. Hopefully these keywords work better. Sylvester spoke, his voice low. There were storylines. One's for if the birthday boy wanted adventure, one for if they wanted slaughter. It wasn't ruled out that they might want to set the wolf on the innocent. On other experiments. Please, Betty said. Was it? It's in the books, was her reluctant answer. Sylvester shoved the Betty thing toward the collected volumes. Find it. Cooperate and you live through this. Glass windows blinked. Branches that encased them throbbed. The Lady of Hackthorn was very much alive. She might even have felt the anticipation and barely restrained emotion that Sylvester himself felt. Here. The book had been opened to the right page. Like uttering a spell, isn't it? The snake charmer asked. Sylvester held the book, looking at the wolf. How dark it is, inside the wolf. The wolf turned its attention to him. Whatever haze of drugs had gripped it fell away in moments. Raise your muzzle, blackest of wolves, howl, and we shall howl with you. Hunt, and we shall hunt with you. Bloody those claws and fill that belly, and we shall draw blood and feast alongside you. All. Sylvester touched the great black wolf's snout, moving it to ensure the wolf had a good look at all of the other experiments present. Who you see, all bear the pelts of wolves. The rest are yours to take. In an instant, the great black wolf moved, leaving the stable area, claws scratching floor. How dark it is, inside the wolf, Sylvester said to himself. He tore out a page and stuck it into a pocket. Do you realize what you just did? It's going to kill everything it can find, Betty said. Rather than ask her to point out the words, knowing what he was looking for. Sub Rosa stood by and watched as he found the entry for the nightmare. This would only be the beginning. Below were smaller labs. Ones with weapons meant to be more practical. A king of your own court, the Baron said. The subjects cowed with fear. Sylvester sat at the highest point he could that also gave him a view of the rest of the academy. It was a point he had found earlier, at the stairs that overlooked the dining area, the bridges to the various buildings, and the dormitories. He was the king of his own court, but it was a lonely one. Here and there, his vassals would appear. The Red Bull, the Black Wolf, the Rat Mother, the Poison Apple, the Hag, the Giant, or a host of scurrying parasites. They would naturally pass through in the course of going from one place to the next. The thing that had once been Betty sat on a stair below him, her head near his knee. The more time went on, the less she talked. One bridge burned. The fires were a way to keep things from entering the administration building. The lie built the crown up to be something grand. Some learned the truth, but they twisted the lie so they could keep it close to their hearts. The Duke of Francis was one of them, the Baron said. The Rat Mother's children dragged a morsel across the floor of the dining hall, to a dark place where they could devour it. To Sylvester's eye it was more monster than the Rat Mother's children. But by its size, it was a child, a boy. The child extended a hand toward Sylvester. One of the 3 blind mice, perhaps? For others, for us, one way or another, we let the truth destroy what the lie had built. It destroyed something in us. We ended up very similar, you and I, didn't we? The Baron laughed that laugh again. It hadn't been the first time in the last hour, nor the 5th, nor the 10th. Sylvester told himself the child the Rat Mother's children had been dragging was a hallucination. The last few had. He remained where he was, holding his cord hostage, every one of his muscles tense. The academy was absolutely under control, now. This is too lonely an existence, isn't it? Percy asked. It's wretched. Sylvester sat. Rain drummed against the glass ceiling. It was doing a number on the protective fires. Some of the experiments were out there in the gloom. The Muffet Spider's eyes glowed in the dark as it scaled the outside wall of the dormitory, looking for its way in, periodically breaking a window. Didn't you see the books? Percy asked. Yes, there were books for the bigger monsters. There were scripts and scenarios, a play waiting for the young master to arrive on his birthday, as central actor and director both. But there were books for the others. Sylvester had lost track of time. The overcast sky and storm didn't help, as they made it so dark that the sun wouldn't penetrate if it had risen. It felt like it had been a long time. Ships should have come, but the storm might have been postponing them. Key phrases. Drugs. Pheromones. With Fairs being who she is, there's no way she would allow a circumstance where she would have to say no. No way to allow reality where she would tell the young master or his family no, we can't do that. Percy walked upstairs and down them, a narrow boy in tidy clothes, hair slicked back. The young master being a young boy, the experiments being attractive and of an age with him, some of them with you, too, you know the means exists to, suggest they comply. Sylvester flinched. She wanted to make him a small god. You've stolen that, and now you are that small god, aren't you? You have those means. I wanted Ferris to suffer for a number of reasons, Sylvester said. That was one of them. And he talks, Percy said. He leaned in close. The resolve weakens, and I make some headway. Now listen, and I'll make more. Sylvester leaned forward, sitting so his hands were over his ears. It made Betty stir awake with a jolt. She made frightened sounds as she realized where she was, said something that Sylvester didn't hear because Percy was talking. Percy's voice filtered through, as if the fingers weren't there at all. You don't have to be ungentlemanly as you go about it, Sylvester. You're fond of the little girl with the woolen hair, aren't you? A friendly face, gentle, and well-meaning. We can bring her here, and with a few words or the right syringe, we can make her feel absolutely safe, when she might otherwise feel frightened. Sylvester shook his head, leaving the hands where they were. She can stroke your back, or sleep with her head in your lap, or she can sing, because they can all sing, and you'll be able to rest, and you'll sleep, which you desperately need to do. Frantic screams from the direction that the rats had dragged the blind mouse made Sylvester nearly jump from his seat. Betty hadn't moved, he realized in the last moment. She was still restless. She flinched at the sight of any of the other experiments, large or small. Keywords protected her from the former. The pheromones Sylvester had dabbed on himself would help for most of the latter, while forcing her to keep close so she benefited from the same chemical triggers and protections. She kept moving her head, looking around, jumping at sounds. Sylvester was silent. He wanted to touch Betty, to say something, anything to urge her to relax, because her anxiety so easily communicated to him. Is she supposed to help you? Percy asked. If we're going to get you moving and resolving things, then we'll have to start with her, then. Sylvester sat draped across steps, the stone and wood digging into his back in places. He avoided looking at the fire that consumed one of the dormitories, shut his ears to the distant shouts. Cynthia sat nearby, a knife whittling away at a piece of wood, not to create anything, but to reduce it to nothing. Betty lay on the steps below, her limbs bent at odd angles, her face distorted by the way the weight of her body pushed it down into tile. She bled from a throat wound. Sylvester avoided looking at that too. Mounting anxiety and self-doubt warred within him, at stark odds to the view he had of the clouds overhead, moon peeking through them. The rain had slowed, becoming a mere drizzle, and the raindrops were like stars against the void, each one of them catching the light from the burning dormitory. A lot of the time, the things he saw were relatively fleeting. People came and went. Images came and went. But Betty remained dead. The fires slowly crept over the dormitory building, and anyone who tried to take action to put them out was picked off by war beasts and things that hunted. In this, Cynthia was patient. She would outlast him, because she was his ugly desire to survive, to dig past the pain and crawl forward on wounded limbs, and that would endure long after his mind did. It would endure, at this rate, well beyond the Beetle and Hackthorn rebels. Sylvester, Jessie said. Sylvester flinched. He didn't want to look up. Why? He didn't want to respond. We're back to this, hey? Like it was in Tyne where, after I caught up to you. He swallowed hard. I'm sorry I had to come back alone. They did too much damage. Mary and Lillian had to stay back. Duncan didn't want to come if the others weren't coming. We might see him later. He couldn't stay at the academy with the threat the Infante posed. Helen went after Mauer and didn't come back. Sylvester gripped the edge of the stair with his hands, eyes fixed on the ground. But I came back. I will always come back, okay? Jessie advanced another few steps, the sound of shoe scuffs loud in the empty dining hall. And what we were doing, we can give it an honest try. Us against the most powerful people in the world. How does that sound? Sylvester's eye moved to Betty's body, still there. Not that good? Can you please give me a bit of a response, Sy? Let me know there's something of you still in there. There was uncharacteristic emotion in Jessie's voice. Will you let me come up to you? Can I give you a hug? A kiss? I've sort of missed you. Sylvester listened to the footsteps. You numbskull, she said, voice soft. He lashed out, swiping at her with the knife, still not looking. It was only after a long paralyzing minute where he wondered if he would look up and see Jessie bleeding from a throat wound that he finally allowed himself to look. No, Jessie. Nothing there. Sylvester moved the knife back to his lap. He looked at his hand, where a bruise drew a line across the palm, black, purple and green. He brought the hand back down to the stair, the line meeting the edge of the stair. Firmly in position, and he gripped it hard. I know you just had an appointment, Mrs. Earle said. I know you're usually surly. It was a bad one, Sylvester said. I can't even think straight. Can't remember things. Her hand brushed through his hair, stroking his head. Enjoy the moment. Spend time with your friends. While I can. The thought came unbidden. The door to the kitchen was open, and the sun was shining. Now and then the orphans went in and out of the kitchen, grabbing glasses from the edge of the table to drink them as fast as possible before hurrying outside again, as if every bit of summer possible had to be used to best effect. Sylvester drew a foot up onto the bench he sat on, knee against his chest. His hands hurt, bruises crossing them. Mary's doing what I told her not to, and she's tying up her dress so it won't get in the way while she climbs the tree. For such a young lady, she's such a tomboy sometimes. Sylvester nodded. Someone should tell Lillian that if she follows suit and breaks something, it could get in the way of her studies. Gordon's helping her. She'd accuse me of looking up her skirt or something. If you're concerned about that, you should stop looking up her skirt. He allowed himself a snort of a laugh. Sylvester, a voice called out. Helens. Jamie's going to draw us. Come sit on the branch with us. Sylvester fixed his eyes on the table. Mrs. Earls continued stroking his hair. If you wanted to sit and be quiet, I don't think Jamie would mind the company, she said. Sylvester shook his head, even though there wasn't anything else in the world he wanted as much as that. He remained where he was. He heard the footsteps. There were no voices. His hand found the knife. He raised his head just enough to see the feet, the shoes. Before he could finish counting, one of those sets of feet broke into a run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He finished the count just in time. There were enough of them. The knife fell from his hand, and danced down the steps. He let his guard down, and he welcomed the embrace, fully aware that if this was a trick, if this was the ploy that his own head pulled on him, then he was done with, the last remnant of him would be gone. It was a painfully tight hug, and it made the bruises where his lower back met the stairs flare in agony as the weight of her pressed against his front. Lillian still smelled like Lillian. She still felt like Lillian. Move aside, Betty, Jessie said. Stay close, but let me by, here. Betty, still sitting next to Sylvester, got out of the way. Jessie hugged Sylvester as well, and she kissed the side of his face. He turned his head and she kissed him properly, before resting her forehead against his. His bruised hand trembled a little from exhaustion as he fixed the position of her glasses. I tried to stay put, he said. SHH. It's fine. I wanted to minimize the damage I could do. Duncan, standing very close by, gave a short laugh. Shush, Duncan, Lillian said, her face still buried in Sylvester's front. Don't even say anything. Yeah, Duncan said. He wasn't one to join the hug, but he reached out, taking Sylvester's hand. Almost shaking it, almost holding it. Sorry. Sylvester shook his head. There was no need for apologies. He squeezed his friend's hand. Helen joined the hug pile, and she was very good at fitting herself into it. Ashton followed her. Even Mary, hesitant, joined in. All together. He'd told himself that he would trust in the lambs, that nothing else would do for letting his guard down, for letting them close, or for listening to them. The Infante isn't coming, Jessie said. None of the important ones are. The Infante clued into the Duke, he attacked, and now they're getting defenses in order. It's fine, Sylvester said. It's fine. They were together. Betty's alive. I didn't kill her. Yes, S.Y., Jessie confirmed. That vision of her had laid there for what might have been a night and a day, convincing him she was dead. The dormitory building, did it burn? No, S.Y. Is there a blood trail there, where the rats dragged one of the children away? No, S.Y. Did Bo Peep die? Not as far as I'm aware, S.Y. Did Shirley? Pierre. No sign of anything happening to Shirley, S.Y. Pierre's off helping with getting children to the West Corinth orphanage. He doesn't like staying in one place, remember? Sylvester nodded. Don't lie to me. No lies. I promise. Did I kill Davis? His body would be on the stairs. No, S.Y., Jessie said. Lillian made a small sound. Okay, he said, his voice soft. I'll stop asking the questions. You should ask as many as you need to, Lillian said. No, he said. After. And maybe for a while yet. Okay, she said. If that's how it is. It is, Ashton chimed in, finally. They were together. All back together, finally. He had had more than enough time to think, in a roundabout, not really thinking way. That line of thinking, coupled with the swelling feeling in his chest, it made him feel like conquering the world wasn't out of the question. Root and Branch 19.1. Everything hurt. Mind, body, more of my body. I had organs that hurt and I wasn't sure exactly why that would be the case. I was in bed, and my first attempt to sit up failed, in part because the bed I was in was too soft, giving too much when I was looking for leverage. I was in one of the guest bedrooms, reserved for visiting nobles. The bed was large enough for 5 people to sleep in without touching one another, sporting a canopy draped with embroidered silk. The furniture was grown wood with gold elaboration that had no doubt been worked into it as it grew. The only people in the room, at first glance, were Percy and the snake charmer, sitting at the table at the window, with a chessboard and cups of tea between them. The chessboard itself wasn't set up, the pieces absent. Sub Rosa stood by the door. My eyes took too long to find Ashton, sitting on the footboard of the bed, the red silk canopy that extended down the pillar of the canopy bed partially obscured him as he sat there, staring at me. I remained where I was, staring at him. For his part, he was utterly still, unblinking, as he fixed his attention on me. It was good to see his face. I was pretty sure it was his face, anyhow. A lamb, a brother I hadn't had nearly enough time to get to know, a friend, a briefly lived nemesis. Are you real? I asked. I hope so, he said. Yeah, I said. We're on the same page there. Jessie said to tell you she wished she could have slept in with you, but she had things to do. Mary didn't want to, and Lillian would have, but she has surgery. Surgery? I asked. Because of me. Ashton thought for a long, agonizing moment, before he said, yes. I winced, looking away. But not very because of you. Distantly because of you. You got her talking to the Duke and the Infante learned about the Duke, and he punished them by hurting Lillian. That's part of why it took so long for us to get back. I tried getting up again, rolling myself into a sitting up position instead of relying on anything abdominal. I grimaced, found my bearings, and then slipped off the edge of the bed, easing myself down until my feet were on the cold wood floor. Ashton hopped down and helped to support me. Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if you are calling me sir to be ironic, when I'm not a sir or an adult you might call sir. It's not polite if you are. I used to, a bit, and then it became a genuine token of respect, I said. The joke became reality. Okay then. We walked past Sub Rosa, who guarded the door. She smiled at me with lips that had been sewn shut, doing nothing while Ashton reached past her to open the door. It was something of a relief to see the door open. A part of me had worried I was in a room like the one from Radham, a spatial representation of things, which kept my thinking in a particularly constrained space, instead of my thinking being so far-ranging that it became ambulatory, vocal, and argumentative. The hallway was empty, almost normal, but for a tear in the carpet that ran down the length of it, a gouge in one of the doors, and some bullet casings. I felt my stomach clench with tension, which only reminded me of the pain in my midsection. Ashton, why does my side feel like I was kicked a few times by wild horses? Because you sat on stairs for a really long time and you didn't go to the bathroom. They said you hurt your kidney and bladder, doing that. Kidney, singular. Ashton gave me a shrug, his narrow shoulders moving beneath my arm. It's what they said. I might have lost it in an injury I couldn't recall. I guess I thought my head was just trying to trick me into moving, so I suppressed it. Yes. And you hurt yourself. You'll get better. We have lots of doctors. Lots of doctors. My thoughts turned to the others, to the academy-trained beetle rebels, the Hackthorn rebels who we'd barely had a handle on, to the lamb doctors, and everyone else who had suffered because of the storm of chaos. I'd know it would be bad, but, it sat uncomfortably, thinking about just how far I'd sunk. I wasn't wholly sure I'd surfaced, either. I wasn't in a room in my head, I was pretty sure, but the dangerous figures were still there, waiting. This way, he said. This way wasn't toward the dining hall. Maybe for the best. It was down the length of the hall, in the opposite direction, and then up the stairs. It wasn't a place I'd really explored, past my initial perusal of Hackthorn. On the days I'd been inclined to visit, the weather had been poor. A rooftop garden with a patio, all sorts of unusual plants arranged on several levels, so that 5 individual groups could sit with enough of a barrier between them to be private, and so people could take their time walking around the garden, if they walked slowly. Lillian was there, sitting, with a cup of tea on a saucer set beside her. Part of the reason I hadn't spent much time up here was that there wasn't a particularly amazing view. We were high up enough that the water was only really water, without much in the way of waves, and even if we'd been on ground level, the landscape wouldn't have been much to look at. Black wood and scorched earth. There was only so long that one could sit and look at the clouds. Especially when there was a great deal to be done. It was a place to read on nice days, and Jessie had come to do that several times, but I suspected that she ended up spending more time napping in the sunlight than actually reading. Lillian noticed our approach. She looked fine, if weary, but her posture was odd and I could see traces of orange pink at the collar of her shirt. Disinfectant, some of which was on her neck. You're out of surgery already, Ashton said. Lillian nodded. She patted the bench next to her. Can you talk? I asked. Yes, she said, her voice soft. I took my seat. I had to calculate and assess the appropriate and graceful amount of physical distance that a tense relationship, hurt feelings, and my own plunge into madness required. The presence of the obstacle that was the cup and saucer factored into it. I sat at a distance that meant I could have just barely touched her shoulder with a fingertip if I was of a mind to. She picked up the cup and saucer as I settled with Ashton's help. Okay. Ashton asked me. Very okay, I said. Do you want anything? He asked me. I thought of eating and drinking and the torture it would be for my strained body. No thank you. Not just yet. Oh, Lillian told me to tell you you need to urinate regularly. You might want to use a bush. I'm right here, Ashton, Lillian said, still speaking at half her usual volume. I know, but you said to say it and I'm remembering now that I see you, so I'm saying it. Thank you, Ashton, Lillian said. You're welcome, Lillian, Ashton said. Then he shifted his footing. I'm going to go and tell the others Sylvester's awake. We should be along in a little while, but it's going to take a little while and I'm not going to run. Thank you, Ashton. You're welcome, Ashton said. For the record, I'm taking my time because you two should have some time to talk and get things worked some. I'm not taking my time because I'm slow or bad at running. Thank you, Ashton, Lillian said, with emphasis. She winced a little at the pain that small degree of effort caused. You're welcome. I know you're saying it that way because you want me to go. I understand, I can take hints. You've been getting better, Lillian said, touching her throat. I saw how the disinfectant transferred to her fingertips and checked my pockets for a handkerchief. I handed it to her. You hurt yourself. Try not to yell at Sylvester, Ashton said. You'll hurt yourself more. If you stay any longer, Ashton, I'm going to throw something at you, Lillian said. Try not to throw things, Ashton said, you might hurt yourself if you exert yourself too much. Lillian twisted around, searching her immediate surroundings, no doubt for something in the order of a pine cone or small rock. Try not to make her upset, Sylvester, Ashton said, ignoring the fact that he was needling her, inadvertently or no. I'll try not to, I said, my voice quiet. Thank you, sir, he said. He turned to leave, and I watched him go, my eyes narrowed. Had he just pulled a clever line on me, or was that Ashton being Ashton? I'm fond of him, Lillian said. I haven't gotten to see Ashton enough as of late. He's a good egg. I've missed everyone, she said, looking at me. Then, by some leap of logic, she jumped straight to, I'm sorry I didn't get my black coat, sy. What? No. Don't do that, or I'll think you're somehow crazier than me. I think that would be a feat, she said. Are you all right? I asked her. I touched my throat, to indicate. Ashton said it was the Infante. I'm not very all right, she said. It scared me more than almost anything. I'm fairly sure he let us go and I'm worried about why. But sitting is nice. Seeing you almost normal is nice. I had my doubts about that, but I didn't voice them. I wanted her to have nice. I had other doubts, that she was holding back on her true feelings, because she didn't want to stress me out. She went on, I performed some of the surgery on myself, Jessie did some more, and I had more this morning, cosmetic, and to ensure I could speak without pain. Some of it affected the spine. I've still got some pain from that. It's mild, but... She rubbed her arm, heel of her wrist digging in, as if she needed to press deep enough to make it felt bone deep. Is it fixable? She nodded. I'll need another surgery. I'll get it before we leave. Leave. That was a thing. The intention had been for this to be a final stage, I'd hoped to prepare it, to make this the arena, as much to our favor as possible, and that had fallen through. We would have to leave, fight our enemy on their turf. I'm drinking tea because I need fluids but I can't drink too much too fast before I'm all healed up. The heat of it slows me down, and then when it's cold I won't want to drink it, because who drinks cold tea? I really liked the sound of her voice, even if it was quiet, or especially because it was quiet because that was a voice that had once been used when we slept in the same bed in her dormitory and didn't want to be overheard. I liked the shape of her face and the way her hair had grown just a bit longer and framed that face. I wished I could stare at it more and hurry up my reconstitution of Lillian in my head, without actually staring at her and being creepy. I tried to split my attention between looking at her and looking at the heavy clouds. How are you? Lillian asked. I don't know, I said. I think I really needed to see your faces. But I also think I shouldn't feel as quiet as I do. I'm worried that they're just mustering their forces. They. The Snake Charmer, Percy, Sub Rosa, the Humors, Avis, Frey, Warren, Wendy, and so on. Dead soldiers, doctors, and ghosts. The Breckwell beast pretending to be a girl, the Primordial pretending to be a boy. It was a girl, I think, in retrospect, Lillian said. There you go, I said. What happens when they're mustered? Lillian asked. I don't know. I think, even at their worst, they wanted to protect me. Or to keep me, intact, physically. Even if it meant carving through everything in my way. Maybe they'll step in again if they think I'm in danger. Or if there's an opening, or if I get jostled like a box of bugs, or after I've gathered my strength and they think I'm in good shape to do what they need me to do. I see, Lillian said. I feel very dangerously fragile, I hope that isn't too unmanly a thing to say. Lillian shook her head, then winced again, touching her neck. She wiped at her fingers with the handkerchief. No. How bad is the aftermath? I asked. It's not good. But I think people are turning to your lieutenants for guidance, informing their own reactions based on how those lieutenants react. Helen and Duncan are doing a lot of the talking right now. We'll have to wait and see what they say, but I think if the people you put in charge stay, a lot of the others will stay. They might not trust you to be leader, though. I don't trust myself to be leader, I said. Some will leave, she said. We had a brief conversation about that, before I went to get patched up. I had to communicate through gestures. I think nobody really wanted to, but we had to acknowledge that it might be tactically better to not let others leave. Burn the bridge behind us, force cooperation. I asked. We decided it didn't make a lot of sense, Lillian said. That might change, depending on how the conversation goes. I winced. Jessie and Mary are hunting down the experiments you freed. Jessie memorized the key phrases to bring them back in line, but they have to get an earshot to do it. Not all of them have key phrases. From what we were able to tell, you released 4 varieties of parasite, the flay stalkers, the shrieking ninnies, the rats in perpetuity, and the spiders of silence. Shrieking ninnies. Naked, tall, underweight people with oversized heads, nimble and fast enough to stay out of danger, Lillian said. Oh, I might remember them. They're loud, and they use that loudness to make sounds like shrieking babies, key to be as anxiety-inducing and irritating to humans as is possible. They're pretty funny, yeah, I said. Fair's big projects went after them when they couldn't get at the students or faculty, Lillian said. Along with the rats in perpetuity, the spiders of silence, and all the others. Those names. Rats in perpetuity, spiders of silence? Really? They had pretentious names for the parasites, too, but I'm not remembering them off the top of my head, Lillian said. It's a school of students with an artistic bent. You picked it as your target. We wanted to fix Helen, I said. I wanted to fix Jessie. Jamie's face flickered through my mind's eye, incomplete, the memory fuzzed around the edges. Jamie, I said, a thought as incomplete as the image. Are you seeing him? I shook my head. I wish. What are you thinking, Sylvester? Where did Jamie come from? I went to pieces. Everything fell away, my thoughts mutinied against my critical thinking, and I think I realized things. About Jamie. About everyone, except maybe you. Are you sure it wasn't just your head playing tricks on you? I'm not sure of anything, I said. That least of all. I really don't feel as if I should be as lucid as I am, and I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm not even positive you're here right now. The cup and saucer clattered slightly as Lillian placed them on the bench, to one side, so they weren't between her and I. She scooted over, until her shoulder was pressed against mine, and then she lifted my arm and carefully set it over her shoulders. There, she said. Does that help? Yes, I said. I was fairly sure I was lying. She still had one of her hands on mine, from where she'd moved my arm. You're cold. A little, I said. Let me know if you get too cold, we can go inside, she said. I don't ever want to move or think, and I almost don't want to say anything because I'm afraid I'll break everything all over again. I'm afraid I'll dispel the hallucination and I'll be sitting on those stairs in the dark while rain falls on the glass overhead, my hands all bruised and hurting, my kidney and bladder failing because I'm afraid that having to go to the bathroom is just another head game. I don't want this to change or stop in any way, except to have others here. To have Jessie, Helen, or Mary, or to have Ashton back and being odd, or even Duncan if it had to be him. But this was good, even if I wasn't sure what it meant or what it was supposed to be, besides skinship. What do you think you realized? That the expiration dates are a lie, I said. With the physical contact, I could tell that she'd started a bit. That's heavy, she said. But you remember that Gordon expired, don't you, SY? She asked it like it was really a possibility that I could have forgotten. I couldn't blame her either. It's not that we don't expire, but, more that we expire because they want us to, we're rigged to fail and then they postpone it if we're useful. Or they hurry it up if we become a concern. It's control. It's power over us. The fact it happens all around the same time frame, only a few years apart, that experiments like Helen and Gordon are all about building up to a mature stage and then that gets cut short. The idea was that they would be pilot programs, and if they were viable then the Academy might try again. With Ibit? Why not just have him get it right the first time? He's good enough. He's good enough but he doesn't care. He can show it can work and leave enough in the way of notes for others to replicate for a second stage. Or he cares, I said. Everyone and their mother knows he created her with the idea she would be a partner for him, a toy for him to use if he wanted to get his snail wet. Ew, no, ew. Lillian said. She physically squirmed under my arm. I squeezed her shoulders, and she drew in closer to me, her shoulder driving into my armpit as she shook her head. I don't want to think about Ibit's snail. As an idea, it answers more questions than it begs, I said. So that's what Fairs was it, Lillian said. We heard fragments of it. Yet. I feel like, once upon a time, when I first learned about the set end date for the project, not the expiration dates but that things would only last until around the time I graduated, I wondered why. And then we got busy with the baby things and then the singing doctor, and the spider things, and the snake charmer, and I was new and emotionally exhausted. I didn't think about things for a while. But the expiration dates did come up. She shifted slightly, her shoulder still digging into my armpit as she nestled closer. I don't know, SY. I didn't think about it much. I thought the professors knew enough, and I didn't want to question them. Yet, I said. I think it was around the time I ran away, that I realized. I'd read the files, the first time, and I realized, and I tipped them off, and that was around the time I left. And then. I can't remember exactly it, but I let myself get caught, because I missed the lambs and I missed Wyvern. They gave me a double dose. I think they molded my brain, to forget and to not think about it too much. Then they brought me back, and I looked for and found the expiration dates again, and that time I didn't think about it, and I trailed off. Maybe, Lillian said. Maybe, I said. It's a pretty terrible maybe. If it's true then Fairs is right and I missed something important. I could have kept them from hurting Jamie or killing Gordon, or I could have taken us to Frey, or we could have worked something out and organized as a team, or you can't blame yourself. If I learned then and I ran away, then I was stupid and I let fear take over, I left the lambs instead of telling them, and I couldn't ever forgive myself if that's true. If it's true, SY, Lillian said. We don't know. We can't know. You can't condemn yourself for something that's as in doubt as this is. Wanna bet? I asked her. She took my hand, her arm resting alongside mine. I could feel the tremor, the twitch. I knew it was the pain from whatever the Infante had done to her spine. Hurts? I asked. It'll be fixed soon, she said. With my other hand, reaching over, I rubbed at her forearm, massaging it through her shirt. I've missed you, she said, her voice even quieter than before. I've missed you more, I replied. Wanna bet? She asked. Her voice was quieter each time she spoke. There was something in the question and I chose not to hear it. It felt like she was fading away, and I was afraid of pushing her that one little bit further away. But I used my one hand to massage her arm, and I listened to her words and I smelled her and I felt the warmth of her all along one side of me. You have the best hands, she said. Her head leaned against my shoulder. It helps. I asked. It helps, she said. We sat like that for a little while longer. Birds roosted on the railing a little ways in front of us. The clouds remained boring but I could have looked at them for days if it meant sitting with Lillian or Jessie or the others like this. Except maybe Duncan. Snuggling with Duncan would have been weird. I could do with massages in other places, Lillian said. Is that so? I asked, not sure what to say. Maybe you should stop, Sylvester, she said. I stopped, keeping my hands where they were, one hand entwined with hers, the other on her forearm. If you keep going I might pounce on you and I don't know what I'd do. Her hand squeezed mine, hard. I've got to be fair to Jessie, I said. I know. I think I know what her answer would be if I asked, but I'm not sure of much of anything right now. I know. You said. It's okay. Do you want to let go of me, then, and we'll figure it out later, if we figure it out, she asked. I didn't want to let go of her for anything. My hands remained where they were, our arms entangled. We were like that, silent and unwilling to move further away, when the others arrived. We arrive, we're here, Helen called out. We bring snacks, tea, good company, and agendas. Bright and warm and very Helen. My hands released Lillian's hand and arm. When she turned up, rounding the corner, she was smiling, very much Helen, intact. My dears, she said. She set a tray down on a nearby table. You're in a good mood, I said. I hunted, and it wasn't perfect but it was good, and I'm sated for the now. I've got snacks made by our possum Helen, and I've got the lambs, she said, bright and warm. What more could I want? Her hands touched the sides of my head, her fingers running through my hair. She kissed my forehead. As Ashton approached with Lara and Nora, the two twins now asymmetrical, Helen pounced on Ashton, throwing her arms around him and lifting him bodily off the ground. The twins flinched away. One of the two had had a growth spurt, and was a foot taller than her sister. The shroud of clothing that covered her now covered her lower face, her overlong neck, and the two long forelimbs that now stretched from shoulder to toe. The dangling claws scuffed the ground and the edge of stairs as she walked down the path to where we were in the garden. I brought them, Ashton said, belaboring the obvious. Thank you, sir, I said. Where do we sit? The smaller of the twins asked. Find a compost heap and sit in it, the larger twin said. Then you might grow some, and you'll smell better. The smaller twin gasped. Be nice, Nora, Lillian said. I am being nice, I'm giving her advice that's sorely needed. She's just bitter because she's a piteous miscreation of science, Lara said. It's why we left the academy, because they were going to put her down for being so grotesque and disappointing to look at. Says the runt who hasn't grown yet. I will say so, thank you very much, Lara said, before turning to me. There's really no justice in this world if the academy goes unpunished for bringing her into existence. You think so, hey? I asked. It's one of the great crimes against humanity, edging out the Red Plague and the genocide out east. Nora lunged, falling to all four limbs, face thrust at Lara's. Her voice was a growl. I could eviscerate you. You'd be prettier. Lara tittered with a laugh. It took me long seconds to read past the hostility in Nora's body language and see that she was laughing too. Lara threw her arms around her big sister's long neck, hugging her, and rocked left to right. Mary approached with Abby and Quentin, and broke away from Abby to go straight to Lillian, sitting at the edge of the bench, her focus on Lillian's recently mended throat. They exchanged murmured words. Did we interrupt? Abby asked me. Her eyes moved between Lillian and me. No, I said. All good. Good, she said. So it was. Jessie, Emmett, and Duncan were the last to arrive. I stood from my seat with some difficulty, and wrapped Jessie in a hug with less difficulty. Brought them, she said. I missed you. I nodded. The moment, having everyone here, it made words catch in my throat. I worried so much, she said. I nodded again. Me too. It wasn't just that I'd worried for my sake. I'd seen things. My head had turned against me and it had subjected me to things, doubts given life, mind games. In the midst of it, Jessie had died far too many times. She'd died more than any of the others. She had suffered implied fates that would have made death a kindness. She'd been the one they had repeatedly used to try to convince me that the lambs were back, that I could let my guard down. The others were getting settled, Lara settling in Nora's lap, Abby sitting on the short wall that bounded the soil of the garden to one side of us, Helen at the table arranging tea and snacks. Jessie sat next to me. A lot of them want to leave, Duncan finally said. I'm sorry, I said. SHH, Jessie said. She gave my hand a squeeze. It's okay. The question came up, there's no place to go. The Crown has a stranglehold on the Crown states, there aren't many options. Some of the Hackthorn students think they could backtrack on their betrayal of the Crown, but it's hard. They have fellow students who remember them defecting. There's some thinking along the lines that the ones who remained loyal might stay silent on that if they're allowed to go, but, that's a lot of mouths that could talk. Which brings us to our next point, Jessie said. They know. About the block, about the nobles. And we've made it clear to them, well, Sylvester made it clear but we made sure it was crystal, that if one mouth talks, the crown might erase the problem. So like it or not, they're cooperating. It's reluctant assistance, but it's assistance. Others approached. Shirley, with Bo Peep. Davis. BEA, the treasurer, Mabel, Jr., and Gordos. Just catching them up, Duncan said. People are mostly willing to go along with us. Looks like, Davis said. He turned his attention to me. You all right? Oddly so, I said. Jessie spoke, we gave you a half dose of wyvern, in the hopes it might help you get your mental house in order, while you were unconscious. Duncan's idea. I shivered at the notion. I liked being in control, but I wasn't sure if I would have made the right decisions, being like I was, either. I didn't know that, Lillian said. She glanced at me, wary. I don't know if I would have recommended it. It's done, Duncan said. I don't know if I would have recommended it in the light of day, either. But I didn't like seeing you like you were. You just kept endlessly asking about what you'd done or hadn't done, who was alive or dead, who had been tortured to death or not. You'd stop for a bit and then start. We drugged you to knock you out because you got so anxious, and it took 3 tries to get the dosage right, even with your native resistances. I thought, if sleep helps us reorganize our memories and feelings from the day prior, well, maybe wyvern might help for a bigger endeavor on that front. It doesn't quite work like that, Lillian said. But it's not wholly wrong either. Okay, I said, still uncomfortable with the idea. It overlapped too much with my thoughts of the double dose and the brainwashing, even if it had been a half dose outside of the usual schedule, by people who meant well. The Infante isn't coming. Almost none of the people we really were invested in getting into Hackthorn are, Jessie said. But some are. Professors from smaller academies. From what I was able to pick up and listen in on, we're approaching the final days. Final days? Abby asked. Lillian spoke, some academies will continue running, to look after the tender mercies and various other creations who are designed to survive and patrol the wasteland that the Crown States is going to become. They'll maintain control and look after things. A skeleton crew. Hale is going to be one, looking after Radham. But everyone else is going to leave. They're interested enough in the rumor and lies we're spreading that they're making this one of the last ports of call. They'll go from here to try Mount Ain or vice versa and then make their way over to London. Bo Peep was watching Quinton, tuning out almost half of the discussion. At a nudge from Shirley, she crossed the little section of garden, giving a wide berth to Lara and Nora, before settling next to Abby and Quinton. Abby picked Quinton up and scooted over to sit with her thigh touching Bo Peep's, and set Quinton down so he was lying across their laps. Bo Peep's hands hovered in the air, as if she couldn't bring them down without touching Quinton, but she was too overwhelmed to make even incidental contact with the lamb. I've left us in bad shape to do what we planned on doing, I said. I watched as Abby took Bo Peep's hand and brought it down to touch Quinton's neck. We'll manage, Mary said. We have to. There's no other choice. We have to. We didn't have much more of a path forward than the students here did. They have to cross dangerous ground to get here, Duncan said. Bandits, the desperate, rebels like Mauer. So even if it's not the targets we want, it's going to be a scary number of lesser nobles, professors, and all of the forces and top-tier creations they see fit to bring with them as they aim to get safely over here and then cross the pond. And the Infante? I asked. I saw a flicker out of the corner of my eye and glanced over. The Duke? The top-tier professors. We'll figure something out, Duncan said. But that comes after. For now we need to pull together, get a plan in motion, and survive the next week. We'll manage, Mary said, once again. I almost agreed. Almost. Before I could indicate or speak something to that effect, I saw the shape out of the corner of my eye once again. I hadn't seen many of the hallucinations. The people around me were no longer monsters, the academy looked almost normal. The dose of wyvern and the unconscious reconstruction of things had no doubt gone a ways toward that. It had helped me piece my mind partially back together, and seeing and coming into contact with the lambs had helped me piece my heart most of the way back together. But it had come at costs. A lowering of defenses, doors opened I'd meant to keep shut. I no longer faced a legion of devils that nobody else could see. I faced a singular entity. The Infante stood at another section of the garden, watching the clouds, his hands clasped behind him, silent. I should tell the others. I can't tell the others and destroy this small happiness we've found here. We should talk plans, Jessie said, giving my hand a squeeze. There's a lot to do. A lot of things to repair, some literal, after the war beasts and experiments stalked the halls. There are scripts to put in place, to borrow something from fairs, we need tools, we need organization. I remained where I was, frozen, trying not to look at him even as he drew my attention with the smallest of movements. Mary spoke, Lillian can coordinate the science angle, the tools, the experiments we'll need. She knows enough about a variety of things to know what's up. Right? And you can coordinate with the beetle rebels? You know how lambs think and you'll have a sense of how they think. Right, Lillian said. I can do the same with the soldiers, train people to fight, how to think in a skirmish or a battle, Mary said. She looked more at ease than I'd seen her in a while. She looked excited at the prospect. If there's no objection. None, BEA said, Davis's utterance only a hair's breadth from matching hers. Movement in front of me made me flinch. Helen. With a cup of tea on a saucer, cookies arranged in a half circle around the rim. It's medical tea, she said. It'll help your kidneys stop hurting. The cookies aren't medical, but they're important too. I took it wordlessly. She gave me a lingering, almost concerned look before turning her attention to higher priorities to more tea and cookies. I tried to shake off any look of terror, to control my breathing and consequently my heartbeat, so I wouldn't give others reason for concern. Only Abby might notice, with her eye-to-body language, and Bo Peep and Quentin had her full attention. I hadn't seen much of her, but I'd never seen her more in her element than I saw her in this moment. It had been too long, by that same measure, since I'd seen a smile on Bo Peep's face. I looked in the direction of the Infante, and he was gone from his spot. I nearly dropped my tea and the carefully arranged cookies when I saw him, standing by the railing, only a short distance from the others, his back to me. He'd moved closer. Not trusting myself to speak, in case I betrayed my fear and betrayed this moment, I ate my cookies slowly. Root and Branch 19.2. They looked at me differently. Students, whether they wore beetle uniforms or hackthorn ones, or whether they'd lapsed into civilian clothes, all turned their heads to follow me as I walked down the hall with Duncan. I'd nearly brought everything tumbling down. I'd put them at mortal risk, and I remained unpredictable. They had been making forward progress, something that approximated hope and direction, and because of me, in large part, they had seen it all in jeopardy. It went a step beyond that, because I represented something to them. They'd lived ordinary lives, before. Beetle students struggling to find a way forward, getting their second chance with knowledge that they were in the clear with a future ahead of them, that they were doomed, their goals falling to pieces, or that they were in limbo, and only hard work could see them through. Professor Fair's students weren't facing the gauntlet in the same way, they were students with a slight artistic lean, but they were strong students and Hackthorn was mostly an academy where everyone who attended had reasons for attending. The Hackthorn students had been secure. My appearance, for all of them, had thrown things into disarray. To the Beetle students, I'd been the first recognizable face to the new reality, that the academy was closing and that they didn't have a chance. To the Hackthorn students, I was the invader, the leader of the rebels that had taken over. We'd said the right things to some, and fear or hope for a better tomorrow had brought them into our camp. Others were reluctant, only with us because the alternative was being a prisoner. I was the face of the person in charge, alongside Jesse, and I was the one who talked the most and acted the most overtly. When they needed to put a face or a voice to the idea of what their future might hold, my face and voice were liable to be what popped up. I couldn't really blame them, either. I wasn't sure I trusted myself. I didn't trust my senses or my judgment. I sure as heck didn't trust the Infante, who was walking behind us, his every footfall heavy enough to drum through my trains of thought. You're quiet, Duncan said. Yet. I know we didn't spend that much time together, but you normally focused a great deal on the others. Spend time with Jamie Jesse now, with Lillian, or with Helen sometimes. You'd hang out with Ashton if you got the chance, but I wasn't exactly a focus. Yet. Sorry if that was crummy of me. Nah. That part was fine. Lonely sometimes, but I pushed through. I took it as another political test. If I couldn't tackle being on the outside of a tight-knit group, I didn't deserve to be a professor, right? Sure, I said. I privately thought that the stance explained a fair bit about why he'd been a bit insufferable, if he'd been taking it as a challenge. But you had a pattern, kind of. Somewhere along the way, if we were interacting, you'd get on me. Get on you. Undercut me, passive remarks, find ways to contrive for me to sound like I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm pretty sure on that last one, by the way. I wasn't at the time, but I've chewed that particular cud for a bit and I can remember times when I'd say something about the academy or academy science and you'd be in earshot, and then a little while later it would come up and I'd be wrong. At least in that particular instance. You chewed that cud right, I said. Yet. Even if I don't remember any specific examples, that sounds about right. It's just odd, because this is the first time we've had a proper conversation and you haven't done that. Is it? I asked. More or less. I nodded. I wasn't really sure what to say to that. It was what it was. There was a group of students who were gathered around a section of carpet, where the carpet stretched down the length of the hall. The carpet had been torn, and efforts to address it were complicated by the fact that there was blood soaking the area around the tier. They looked wary as they watched me approach and pass. Duncan stopped and so I did too. Stuck? Duncan asked. The student was a young man, 18 or so, and he'd taken off the uniform shirt and tied it around his waist, wearing slacks and an undershirt. He was covered in fibers and dust, and the stuff stuck to his oiled hair. He sighed and asked, how bad would it look if we tore it all out? If we left it bare? Bad, Duncan said. Every hallway has a runner like this. People might not notice specifically that the hallway is without, but they'd feel like something was off, at the very least, and that would make them suspicious. Besides, the building here went up 15 years ago, the carpets have been here at least that long, and I guarantee you, if you tear it up, it's going to leave a patch that's a different color than the rest of the floor. It'll show, and this is a trafficked hallway. We can't sew it up, so we're thinking silkworms. There's some stuff in the lab where one of the student groups was producing quality textiles for fashion. Worm silk. It would take some jiggering, but we might be able to squeeze it into the schedule. Maybe, Duncan said. I think, for now, tear it up, but don't leave it bare. Get one of the runners from the top floor, bring it down. Leave it bare up there for now, see what you can do on the patch job, hopefully we can manage things so the upstairs don't see too much traffic. He glanced at me. What do you think? It'll do, I said. I wondered at the wisdom of asking me for advice. It's maybe a silly suggestion, but maybe instead of engineering silkworms to patch it together again, you could check with the staff and see if they have any spare runners in storage. That earned me some long looks. You might have to grill some more uncooperative staff members we're holding prisoner, but you might be able to negotiate something. You can tell the jailer I said it's okay. Or that Duncan okayed them getting privileges or treats. The dusty fellow finally said, I'll go do that. You guys roll this one up, and if I'm not back, clean the floors. The others nodded. Good luck, I said. Thanks, he said, with a funny note in his voice. It was, as best as I could figure it out, rooted in the fact that he wasn't a fan of taking counsel from me. The troublemaker. The Infante watched me as Duncan and I resumed our brisk walk. The students and a number of non-students were up, about, and active, getting things done. Supplies and construction materials were being carted this way and that. Other things were more mundane. Multiple wheeled carts piled high with school uniforms to be laundered were being eased down the staircase by teams of 4. They'd been cooped up for 2 days and 100 scared people produced a lot of sweaty clothing. I wondered if it had been the fact that they'd been cooped up and now were free. There was a time limit, and as reluctant as some were, the Beetle rebel leaders and lambs had managed to convey that we needed to do this right. There was no room for error. If we screwed up here, students would die, very possibly by way of marching single file to take their turns at a set of nooses or guillotines. It was a grim and very motivating image, that. Then, as if to stand in stark contrast, Bo Peep and Abby turned up, alongside Lara. One of them had dropped the leash, and Quentin was getting away. He was more spry and adventurous than the first Quentin I'd met, and he ducked in and through the legs of furniture as he crossed the top floor of the main body of Hackthorn. The main dining hall. The stairwell I'd sat on and watched proceedings from was now occupied with students. My throne. Abby threw herself beneath a bench, sliding on the recently mopped floor. Quentin evaded her hands, leaped up onto the bench, then onto the table. The table next to him had another table on top of it, legs sticking up in the air. Quentin leaped onto the struts that connected the legs. Bo Peep made an inarticulate sound of alarm. Picking herself up, Abby stood at the nearby table, planting hands on her hips. Bleer, Quentin said. Bleer, Abby said, sticking out her tongue. I'm glad you're having fun. But if you keep going that way then you're going to get that leash tangled up in the struts and you'll hang yourself when you jump down. No. Lara said, alarmed. Blahat, Quentin said. You know he can't understand you, right? I said. Abby glanced over her shoulder at me, then turned her full attention to Quentin. Playtime's over. Come here. She put her arms out in front of her. Quentin jumped down to the table and then leaped through the air, throwing himself into Abby's waiting arms. Bo Peep practically bounced with joy on her way to Abby and Quentin's side. Lara wasn't far behind. Well, I said. I think it's going to take a crowbar to separate Abby and Peep, now. Yup, Duncan said. They're okay. Duncan smiled. They're good. They're a positive influence on Ashton. Does he need positive influences? He's such a little goody two-shoes he probably folds his clothes before he puts them in the dirty clothes hamper. No comment. No, really, they help him be more human. It's an uphill climb sometimes. Just wait until one of them ends up sweet on him. Duncan made a face. One of them's already got a burgeoning crush. No comment, he said. So many of the students in the area were watching the children interact, and smiles found most of those faces. We can do this, Duncan said, his tone changing. He was reacting to the expression on my face. I wasn't really trying to keep tells at bay. I was conserving energy. You think? I asked. I think so, he said. I'm here, aren't I? I nodded at that. Sorry I was a shit to you all that time. You very thoroughly proved me wrong. Good, he said. That's satisfying to hear. Thank you for looking after them. You're welcome, he said. I wish I'd been able to keep better tabs on Mary and Lillian. We got our coats and we went our separate ways. I should have done more, but my head wasn't there. I was wrestling with what you'd said about the nobles, the crown being a lie. I saw my family, I worked in a few places that Hale connected me to, looked after Helen for a stretch while Ibit was away, and I couldn't get over it. No. No. Somewhere along the line, I realized I couldn't envision a world where I kept working for my black coat, where I went on to work for nobles in the highest capacity. I crossed paths with Lillian a few times. I think, odd as it sounds, it was harder for her to come to terms with. She wanted to run an academy like Fairs runs Hackthorn, but something better intentioned, more focused on the people on the ground, helping those in need. It's not as clean a break, for her. It wasn't easy, Duncan said. I'm giving up a lot, and I'm lying in bed at night, trying to go to sleep, and I worry so much that they're retaliating against me by going after my family. But Helen came, she laid it out, and I thought of those guys. Bo Peep was stooped over, trying to stay still and not lose her passenger as Quentin perched on her shoulders, but that proved difficult as he adjusted his footing, hard hooves biting into her. You're a good guy, Duncan. I used to think so, Duncan said. He was about to say something else when Lara turned around, craning her head. Duncan. What? Duncan called out. Nora says there's a problem. Urgent. They're at the gate. Right, Duncan said. I'll be there as soon as I can. Grab Lillian while you go? She should be near the bridge there. She was talking to the men in charge of soldiers. On it. And. Lara called out, flinching as people turned to look. Is Jessie still napping? In the admin building, I said. They want Jessie too. Asking for people by name, and I'm not among them. I got it. It hurt, it sucked, but I got it. It was the cost of losing my mind, even as I tried to lose it as gently and non-destructively as possible. Duncan spoke, you guys go get her. I'll head straight to the gate, you guys go wake Jessie. You want to go with them, SY? Yab. He got it. I wasn't supposed to go to the gate. Bo Peep flinched as I looked in her direction. Wary. Best if they go on their own. I'm bruised, I'll slow them down, I said. It sucked to see the relief on Bo Peep's face, even as she tried to hide it. If you're sure, Duncan said. You want to stay here? Did I want to stay here? In the dining hall, where I'd spent far too much time over the last week. With only the Infante and a few hundred students that didn't like me for company. The Infante was staring at me. No, I said, averting my eyes. Not. I hesitated. Not alone, I said, quiet. Then come, he said, without the moment of hesitation or the look of pity I'd worried about. We'll do what we can. I wasn't sure what the rules were, if there were rules for personified mental breakdowns and weaknesses. The Infante was quiet, he stood off to the side, sometimes with company, often nobles, but he was omnipresent. The more attention I paid him the more attention he paid me, but at the same time, he worked to catch me off guard, keep me on edge, and exert his presence. So far, being in the company of the lambs was good. It kept my attention constructively elsewhere. It shored me up in other ways. It was equally possible that the rigid definition of the rules that might keep this abstract force at bay would be the avenue he used to get me, to trap me and crush me, to return to saying those same devastating words he'd used in New Amsterdam, and this time he would have the advantage of having access to the entirety of my mind. I'd told the others to kill me if the Infante started appearing and having an influence over me. I'd wanted to articulate that he was the end of the road. The greatest threat. He wanted to bring about an ending, both in my head and in reality. But Jessie hadn't cared. She understood. A part of me wished I could run off and be the one to wake her up. To have that sleeping beauty moment. I'm going to find Lillian, he said. Mary's just over there. I looked. Just over there was down a short stretch of hallway, 20 paces. I could see where the door was open and the mottled sunlight reached past the open door and into the hallway. Or do you want me to come with? Duncan asked. He'd developed compassion of a surprising degree, if he realized that being alone for even that long was something that worried me. No, I said. They said it's urgent. Go find Lillian. All right. I ignored the Infante and Percy as I walked down the hall. There had been reconstruction work, recently, where apparently one of the spider things I'd released had started to lay eggs. Sections of wall had been cut down and boards had been sawn to measure and set into place. Sawdust was piled high at points, and the boards with the eggs clustering them like barnacles were piled at other points. I held out my arm, running it along the wall, letting the sawdust accumulate in my cupped hand as I walked. I came to an early halt as I saw that Montgomery and the Moth were standing by the door. The Moth nobles from the train. I had to think for a second, deciding if I wanted to walk through them or around them. The hesitation created a moment where I inadvertently eavesdropped. I shifted right-aways into intentionally eavesdropping. Scarily competent, Mary said. He brought this entire academy to its knees, and one of those times he more or less did it on his own. Talking about me. That's not a good thing, a male voice said. We have a mission, Mary said. Maybe the most important we'll ever have. Because I don't think humanity or the experiments get many more shots. I won't say this is the end if we fail, but it might be decades before someone else is positioned like we're positioned, understand? And if we fail or if we decide not to fight them on this, then the next people will find it that much harder. The nobility will be that much more secure, the academy more advanced. We must do this. I'm sorry, but I'm more scared than passionate. All of you aren't going to think less of me for admitting that, but it's the nobles. It's the academy of the Crown States. We're not well positioned at all. Another voice, not as deep, said, we're in an even worse position if we have to worry about him going crazy and setting us back weeks again. I raised my hand to my face. He killed the Baron of Richmond and Warwick, Mary said. He assisted me in killing one of the Baron's bastard sisters. He assisted another lamb in killing another. More to the point. Mary said that last word hard, and I imagined her gesturing with a blade as she said it. He wasn't even at his best when he paralyzed Hackthorne, understand? That much was clear, the gruff voice said. No, Mary said. Not that part of it. He was alone. You understand? He did it single-handedly, but he's one piece of a greater system. The lambs. He might have brought a school as grand as this to its knees, and that's something he can clearly do, but it's Jessie who clarifies the when, the what, the who. It's Helen who twists their arms and whispers in their ear, breaking them. It's me that slits their throat when necessary. What about Lillian and Duncan? They keep you in working order. There was a note of derision in that. As if it was very clear that they saw Mary as the experiment, not the woman. Or that Lillian wasn't doing a very good job of keeping the likes of me in good working order. They cover what comes after the giant is made to kneel, the body broken, the throat slit, Mary said. They piece things back together. Listen, you seem like a nice girl, the voice said. You're good with a blade, I won't deny you that. If you killed a minor noble, that's amazing. Credit to the lambs. But this is something else entirely. It's bigger. Almost as big as it gets. I saw a glimpse of Sylvester when it was bad, here. You didn't. I don't think this is doable. Any commentary, Sylvester? Mary asked. I raised my head, my hand dropping to my side. The Mothmont twins weren't at the door anymore. Percy and the Infante were still there. I stepped into the room. Sylvester, the soldier said. He looked like someone who had been a soldier before we'd come to Hackthorn, rather than one of Davis' conscripts who was acting in the capacity of a soldier for us. No, there were 20 or so people who fit that latter label. I want to find the best way forward. Nothing personal intended. I shook my head. He started as I raised my hand, one hand moving closer to his weapon. I clasped one of his shoulders with a dusty hand in passing, as I approached Mary. We're taking a break from sparring, Mary said. She beat Carson with a knife, when he had a saber, one of the bystanders remarked. She did, Carson said. The true soldier, my critic. Credit where it's due. I held up a hand. Mary didn't toss the knife so much as she threw it at me. I trusted her throw, let my fingers close around the handle as it slapped against my hand. Spar, she asked. I was already moving before the word was finished and pitched as a question. A thrust, which she parried. I followed up with a short swing, drawing a sharp angle as I cut back in the direction of the knee of her leg, closest to me. There was a psychological reason to it, and it was the most obvious target. I did see a flash of emotion in her eyes, all the same. She cut for my face, and I pulled it out of the way. There was no phantom to inform me. I had no phantom lambs anymore, as far as I could tell. Only the actual lambs. But I knew Mary, for the most part. I trusted the way she moved. Her hand motioned in a signal. Left. Her foot followed, blade at the toe of her shoe. I stepped back and struck it with my own blade as it passed me, sending the blade back the way it had come, into the slot at the side of the sole. From the noises of the crowd, she hadn't revealed that particular trick yet. Left then long, she signaled. Her hand flicked out, a knife slash, fast, hard, and seriously capable of injuring me if I was slow to react, but I was stepping in close. The knife wasn't the threat. Another knife emerged from her sleeve, razor wire attached to it. It flew in a tight arc. Being in close was the only place that the blade and wire wouldn't reach. My chest pressed against hers, and as she took a step back, I matched her. She brought her head back an imminent headbutt, and I brought my head forward, the top of it moving in the direction of her face, not to headbutt her, but to deny her the room to rear back and smash forward. She turned her head instead. Without looking and without her giving me hints, I put a hand out, catching the wrist of her other hand before she could bring a blade around to stick it in my side. My right hand tried to do the same to her. The back of her knife hand caught the crook of my elbow. We broke away in the next instant. Mary's knife cut my sleeve. My hand slipped under her shirt and came away with another blade. 1, 2, she gestured. What was that? We stood there, pausing for the moment. Neither of us panted, but I wanted to. All of my aches and pains were coming to life. But this was important. You, left, she gestured. I swung my right arm, instead. Her fingers moved in a curious way, one I might have taken as a gesture. But then I saw the metal. Between finger and fingernail, tiny grooves of pale metal, notches for the wire to sit in. I pulled my hand back, and the loop of wire that was enclosing it caught only the blade I held, pulling it out of my grip. I passed the blade I'd swiped from beneath her clothes to my right hand. 3, she gestured. Then, left. She kicked, left leg, short and sharp, for my leg. I only barely caught the gesture of 4 before she followed up with a swing. That led into a brief and intense series of movements. It wasn't quite a clash of blade on blade or arm on arm, but it might as well have been. Knives were scary, knives were dangerous, and there wasn't a movement that couldn't have seriously hurt the other if we'd been a little slower or a little less on our guard. My injuries were starting to complain all the more. I wasn't sure of my grip on my knife, and my back hurt more than letting her cut me would have. But I was on the outs with Mary, and I needed to fix that. I'd wounded her in a way I could never properly apologize for. She backed off, tossing a blade into the air. The hand made the gesture 9 before the blade landed in it once more. Oh. Was that what she was doing? She was counting all the times she rightfully should have and would have killed me already? I hoped that if I made a mistake important enough for the audience to notice, that she would act on it. It wouldn't do if our dance here made this look like a routine or farce. It was, in a way, but we wanted me to look good, and I wanted to close the distance between Mary and I. I stepped in, aiming to move unpredictably, and moved into her personal space. She retaliated, as she should have, and I fended her off, but I did see a fleeting eye roll from her in the process. I remained close, my hand passing beneath her skirt, brushing her thigh, touching another blade handle. She moved her leg before I could take it. The angle had been wrong. It's been years since you pulled that one, sy, she said. You were a child then, you can't get away. I exhaled. By all rights, she should have remembered this one. The sawdust in my mouth blew out as a fine cloud, catching her in the mouth and eyes. Immediately, her actions were sharp, dangerous. She was blind in the moment, and acting definitively was the only way of responding that didn't leave her vulnerable for any longer. I barely managed to keep her from cutting me. I stepped well back out of range, glanced at the surroundings, a classroom with almost no furniture in it, the rest cleared out or in use elsewhere. I tossed my knife in Mary's direction. The sawdust wouldn't bother her for long, but she coughed. She was very aware of the sound of steel striking the ground, the ringing of it. Steel was her song. Hefting a wooden chair, I approached. She heard my footstep and stepped to one side before swinging. She struck the chair, and paused, off guard in the moment and wholly unaware of what she'd just collided with. I kicked one of her legs out from under her, butted at her with the chair when that didn't actually make her fall, and then planted the chair on the ground, the legs of it on either side of her body. I planted my foot on it, pinning her. I didn't really feel safe pinning her otherwise. Having a nice solid piece of wood and a few feet of distance. Mary lay there, blinking hard, coughing once or twice. I turned my head and spat, the sawdust that had soaked with my saliva forming clumps. 15, she said, when she'd decided she could speak. How did we get from 13 to 15? I asked. What's this? Carson asked. Nothing, I said. Mary gestured. Left. Left. The knife came at me out of nowhere. My movement to react suffered for the odd angle of the trajectory and the fact it was a touch slower than a normal thrown knife. I swatted it out of the air, and cut the back of my hand in the process. Wire. You don't need to show me, I said. I do believe you. Also, ow. I cut the Infante with that trick. Knives that don't fly straight. I nodded. I was very aware now of the Infante, standing off to one side. Moving my foot, I pulled the chair back. I offered Mary a hand in standing, my back protesting at the momentary pull of her weight. That, I was assuming, would be both the last exertion I would manage today and in all, this was something I'd be feeling for 2 full days. She segued straight from rising to a standing position to a hug. Dance with me? I asked. Fight alongside me? You'll need to catch up. You were terrible. I was fine. I won. She gave me a look, eyes dangerous. I could read her mind. 15. I smiled. I won, still. I did catch you off guard. You won't catch them. Not consistently. Yet, I said. I gave her a squeeze. She was so merry to hug. I could feel the weapons and sleeves and at the trunk of her body. Her collar was stiff in a way that told me there was something hidden in it. But she was a girl and it was a nice hug all the same. I broke the hug, wishing I didn't have to. You need practice. I need to heal first, I said. You do, she said. We were both very much ignoring the other faces in the room. It was an intimate moment, in its own way. Not because we were so very close, even when hugging, but because we had been very far away. We'd moved closer together in a very personal way that only we really understood. I was very cognizant of the fact that not all of this would parse. I knew I had critics and this display wouldn't change it. There was so much repair work to be done. Not all of it would be sawdust and fixed carpets. The faith of the people we were leading into battle against an unstoppable enemy was perhaps more important and far, far harder to fix. I missed you, I said, putting those other people in the background for just another moment longer. I missed you too, she said, and she said it very casually, with less than half of the emotion I'd used. She sheathed her weapons, slipping each blade into its place. When she was done, she met my eyes. Her hand gestured. Hurt lamb, I destroy you. I responded with only a, please. She nodded. With that, I might not have been forgiven, but I knew we could move past it. I remained very glad that she hadn't turned one of those counts of coup into an actual wound. The Mary of a year or two ago might have. Mary, a voice called out. It was Nora, as tall as me and shrouded in white cloth. We stepped out into the hallway. Nora peered past the shawl to stare at me with multiple alien eyes and a face with narrow slices of chitin biting through and peeling away from raw, red flesh, almost like terminal hangnails. You're here, Nora said. As dangerous as she might have looked, she shied back a hair as Carson stepped into the doorway as well. The others want you, and Sylvester as well. You paused, I said. I had to ask, she said. We have guests. Guests? I asked. An academy headmaster. He's arrived early, we think he wanted to check that the coast is clear. The coast is the furthest thing from clear, I said. It's Nora started. She paused. Jessie says we know him. We know him. Jessie says he was the headmaster of Dame Cicely's, and might still be, Nora said. Jamie wrote about him. She says you said, then, that the headmaster was, quote, in cahoots with Genevieve Frey. Frey's announcing herself, I said.